And I'm going to kick things off. My name is Debbie Hurt. I'm your moderator today. I'm the coordinator for the Southeast Alaska Fish Habitat Partnership. And we are one of the meeting sponsors today. So welcome to the 2024 Alaska Stream Crossing Workshop. And just a quick shout out to the other sponsors for today's and this week's workshop. Fish and Wildlife Service, Trout Unlimited, the Southeast Alaska Fish Habitat Partnership. We're part of the National Fish Habitat Partnership. We've got Alaska Department of Fish and Game and NRCS as our meeting sponsors. And today, as your moderator, I'm going to just kind of set. Hello. And this is perfect because we are in a Zoom environment for the workshop this week. And so as folks can do their best to mute their microphones, and we'll try to do that as well too as we work through. We've got a host of a whole team here to help us. We're hoping to make this a very interactive workshop. We've got a lot of pretty amazing topics to cover, a lot of great presenters who have been working hard over the last couple of weeks to bring you some really good information. And so just maybe a few little technical things before we bring in our team to talk about the workshop itself. But we are using Zoom, and so there's a few features that we want to be careful of, keeping our voices are muted and being as respectful as we can in this space with each other. We also are using the Whova application to help enhance the engagement of attendees. So hopefully folks have been playing around in there. You'll see that we've got a lot of resources already added in there. You can learn all about the presenters. You can interact with other attendees. You can participate in some gaming events. We've got some great prizes from many of our sponsors are sharing some fun swag and some other resources that we will share. So feel free to use that Whova environment. I've been the one that's been kind of communicating with you. You'll see my email a lot. I'll put it in the chat in a little bit, as well as my phone number. In case you have any Whova questions or any trouble there, please use me for that. And I want to do a quick introduction to the planning team. So we've got, again, a whole host of different sponsors for this workshop. We've got a bunch of folks from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We have Heather Hansen, Franklin Decker, Kirsten Valentine, and Devin Fitzpatrick. And you'll see them, hopefully you can see them with their cameras open. Wave to everybody, that's really great. We have Jess Straub. She's a habitat engineer with River Focus. She's been helping out. We've got Michael Mazzacavallo with ADF&G. He's the Fish Passage Program leader. We've got a team from Trout Unlimited joining us, Aaron Prussian and Michelle Beadle. Really appreciate their support. And you'll see folks coming in and out and engaging different ways to help make this workshop take place. We've got some timekeepers. I'll be kind of the heavy-handed timekeeper for that. We've got folks who are going to monitor the chat. And we do want folks to use the chat as best you can to introduce yourself. And I want to maybe kick this off by asking people to use the chat right now. Go ahead and share your name and where you're from. And if you wouldn't mind also sharing a little bit about what sort of traditional lands that you're on. I'm very lucky. I live in Douglas, Alaska, home to the Occoquan and the Takuquan, and really want to acknowledge and appreciate the first stewards of this land. So please use this opportunity. Check out your chat button, share where you're calling in from, what sort of ancestral lands are you coming from. We have an attendee all the way over in Norway this morning. It's actually the evening for him, so really excited to have him joining us. And I'd like to turn it over to Heather Hansen, who is our kind of a lead planner for us, really the visionary for helping to pull this together. A lot of this information comes and stems from a workshop that was held in 2022, but a lot of work has gone to enhance it, and Heather's really been the visionary behind that. So Heather, do you want to take a few minutes and share an overview for the workshop?
Sure, thanks, Debbie. Everybody hear me okay?
Yep,
okay,
great.
Yeah, thanks for the intro. And I do want to acknowledge that I live and work on the homelands of the Dina people here in Anchorage. So as Debbie mentioned, we had a workshop in 2022, and we were hoping to make this workshop a more like new content, a little review from the 2022 workshop. But we'll be diving into some new content and really thinking about how we can increase resiliency and ecological function of stream crossings. Very excited to welcome a keynote speaker, which is a new feature this year. And Ben Goldfarb, who is the author of Crossings, How Road Ecology is Shaping the Future of Our Planet, will be talking today. And this book explores all the different ways that road affects our lives and the lives of animals. So I think it's really great, appropriate content for what we're thinking about this week. Every day, we're going to start with a presentation which shares stories of Alaska Native people and their work to restore fish passage and stream function around the state. So very excited to have that component this year. As far as kind of what the different days are going to be, day one, we're really going to focus on understanding why we are spending so much time and effort on stream crossings in Alaska. Day two is more of a nuts and bolts. We'll focus on the stream crossing design topics. Day three, we've got kind of a mix, information on assessment, low water crossings, which is new this year, and construction tips and considerations for stream crossings. And then day four, I'm very excited about. Franklin has been putting day four together, and we'll be focusing on tools to increase resiliency, considering climate change and how that is changing Alaska, especially faster than kind of the rest of the lower 48. Every day we're going to end with a 15-minute breakout room for small group discussions of the content of the day. And we'll follow that up with a 20-minute Q&A session discussion, so that if you didn't get to ask questions after the presentation, or you want to ask anybody any questions, that'll be a great time to do it. So that's kind of what we're looking at for the week. I'm going to turn it back over to Debbie, if there's any other logistics that you wanted to talk about, Debbie.
Yep, great. I do, yes. And Valentine's going to help me do this. Valentine, her and I, you'll be hearing from us quite a bit. We're going to help pull in some engagement as we begin each session, and also as we introduce each speaker. So Valentine is becoming quite fluent in this Mentimeter. And Valentine, do you want to give the audience a little bit of a heads up?
Yeah, so we got feedback from the last workshop that participants wanted more engagement. I've self-appointed myself as the engagement queen, so we'll see how that goes. I would not call myself an expert, but I'm doing my best. So we're going to have Menti polls like the one that you entered to see. We'll have that in between speakers, and then I'll also be using Zoom polls during the speakers to help reinforce and give you an opportunity to connect and engage with the material better. You can also ask questions into the Zoom chat as the presentation continues. And during the Q&A session, after presentations, please raise your hand to be unmuted and called upon.
Do you want to give
we'll
folks
also have the
Oh, Valentine, do you want to give folks just like a quick, if they've never used Mentimeter, tips and tricks for getting in?
Yep. So there's two different ways to join Mentimeter. You should see a QR code on the screen. You can scan that with a camera of your smartphone, and it'll take you to a link, and then you can engage with your device. The other way is that you can actually join online via a browser at menti.com, and then you use that code that's up at the top of the screen. And Debbie, do you mind going ahead and throwing that link into the chat right now for folks to be able to join in the to join via their browser?
Yes.
So yeah, let's give this a try right now. So the question for the group is, what type of employer do you work for? This is your time to test out your Menti skill. And again, this is something that we've added to try to meet that need. Participation is optional. If it doesn't serve you, distracts from your ability to engage with the material, feel free to skip. In that spirit, I'm not expecting to get 100% participation. And in the spirit of the D84 particle, I will probably close down polls when I see about 84% have participated in a question. So yeah, lots of government. That is a definite trend here.
And
Also got
it's fun for folks that are new to Menti. There's also, as you're scrolling through your phone, you'll have this way to share your emotions about it. So you can do thumbs up, hearts, and I don't know what the cat is supposed to signify.
I don't know either, but I wanted to include that just for fun. And let's see. Lots of cats. All right. Okay. All right. Well, great work, guys. So let's talk about Zoom engagement now. Just a reminder that you can also interact using the Zoom functions. To get those Zoom reactions, if you look down at the bottom bar on your screen, you should see 3 dots and the word more. If you click on those 3 dots, it'll give you a drop-down menu with a choice for reactions, and you'll see all of these different choices. So somebody tells a funny joke, I hope you laugh at it and use all of those other reactions as you see fit to create that engagement and team spirit. All right, so now let's try using our Zoom polls. So I'm going to launch this poll. And the goal is to match the Ottoman names for Chikloon Village Traditional Council departments to their English equivalents. And to help, I've included the literal translation reflecting the core values. If you'd like to hear these names out loud, there is a YouTube video on CVTC's website where you can hear all of these names spoken. And Debbie, can you throw that into the chat as well? Our first speakers of the day are Jessica Winnestaffer and Andrea James from CVTC's Uelze Denene. I hope I didn't butcher that too bad, and I hope it's all right that I tried. Also known as the Environmental Stewardship Department. And they will be talking about restoring fish passage through tribal capacity building. All right, Jessica and Andrea, take it away.
All right, thanks, Valentine. That was a good poll, by the way. It was pretty tough for me too. Okay, let me see if I can start sharing. All right.
Let's see.
Are you guys seeing that yet?
We see, does it have the Menti code on the top?
No, you're not seeing it yet. Hold on.
There we go. There we go. Yep.
Okay. All right. You can see it now.
And yep, and we're seeing it in your presenter view. So you might have on a different screen.
Presenter. You're seeing it in my presenter view?
Yes.
We can see all the notes. And the next slide.
Okay, well, that's weird.
Yeah, I think is it up on top, those three buttons on top, does it give you an opportunity to share from a different screen? Everyone's, I love it because we're working with so many engineers. You all have like three screens,
Yeah.
right? This is-
Nope, I'm just trying to figure out how to share it, right?
Let's see.
Andrea, I think you'll need to unshare
Yes.
your screen and then reshare.
Okay, sorry about that, guys.
No worries. This is very, very normal.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure how to share it without pulling up the.
Andrea, go ahead and hit Alt-5 when you want to share. So
So I
go
click
ahead and
share
share your
screen.
Yep, and when you get into your presentation, hit Alt F5. And then on your keyboard, hit Alt F5.
Yeah, I did. I didn't do anything.
Oh,
Are you
okay,
guys
sounds
still
like a
seeing?
screen issue.
Yeah, I think it's a screen issue.
If you go to display settings, Andrea, when you're in that view, you should be able to swap screens. I had that issue yesterday.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys.
No worries.
Is it just because it's on a different screen? Is that my own problem?
Right. Yep. I think so.
Right, okay. Let me see if I can try this again. Oh, go away. How is it now? Can you still
There.
just see mine, or is it the actual thing now?
Now it looks good. You got it.
Okay,
You
thank
got it.
goodness. That was stressful for a minute. This is worse than my thesis.
No worries. You know what? We have
my
to get these
thesis
bugs out.
defense. Sorry, pardon me. Okay. Well, Lisa Gunn, good morning. Thanks for joining us. My name's Andrea James. I'm the program manager for the Fish Passage program at Chicaloon Village Traditional Council, Neidaniana Kaya. And I'll let Jessica introduce herself.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Jessica Winstaffer, and I'm the Environmental Stewardship Director at Chicaloon Native Village. And we're going to co-present, and we're not in the same room. And so I'm already seeing that our presentation versions are a little different. So thanks for being here, and sorry to be the first guinea pig in this to work out some of the kinks of technology. Glad you're here. So today we'll be talking briefly about our current Fish Passage program, but over the course of the presentation, we'll briefly give you some background on Chicaloon Native Village, as well as the importance for salmon. Oh, and this poll keeps popping up in my screen, sorry. There. The importance of salmon for Alaskan food security and cultural lifeways, local barriers to fish passage in South Central Alaska, because that's what we're familiar with, as well as Chicaloon Native Village Fish Passage Program objectives and about our current project. Next slide, please, Andrea. Thank you. So this is a map of Alaska, and Chicxulub Native Village is an Otna-Dene tribe that has stewarded the mountains and valleys in south central Alaska since time immemorial. For thousands of years, tribal citizens have managed the plants, animals, and fish through strict cultural protocols founded in respect and sustainability. This map is made by the Alaska Native Language Center and shows the indigenous peoples and languages of Alaska. Chicxulub Native Village traditional territory is centered in the Matanuska watershed, and it flows into Upper Cook Inlet. So we've put a little, what is it called? A little cloud there, word cloud, to show where Chicxulub Native Village is generally located. Starting in the early 1900s, Chicxulub Native Village was subjected to loss of ancestral lands and environmental and social negative impacts by federally funded coal mining, railroad construction, homesteading, and other colonization actions, in addition to highly restrictive territorial and state hunting and fishing laws. Chicxulub Village Traditional Council is the governing body for Chicxulub Native Village, and our mission is to reassert the tribe's identity and cultural traditions and create economic self-sufficiency. Our tribal government offices are located in Sutton, which is about 1 hour outside of Anchorage. We are on the road system. There are 11 tribal government departments, one of which is the Environmental Stewardship Department, and our department strives to apply traditional knowledge and modern science to promote the health of living things and their environments within our ancestral traditional territory. Our programs include climate resiliency, contaminated site response, watershed research, and salmon habitat restoration. The Matanuska watershed has all 5 species of Alaskan salmon, which are Chinook, sockeye, chum, coho, and pink salmon. Oh, and we now have a pop-up poll. Do you want us to pause to do that, or shall I just close it and keep going?
Close and keep going.
Okay, thanks. So salmon are an important food source for many Alaskans. For most Alaska Native peoples, salmon fishing, processing, and sharing of harvests are essential for individual, family, and community food security. These activities foster community wellness and perpetuate indigenous culture and values. Interestingly, 83% of rural Alaskan households harvest fish, while 95% of rural households eat fish, which demonstrates the importance of sharing the fish harvests. The photos here show youth and elders harvesting and processing salmon at Chicxulub Native Village's culture camp. Disastrously, many salmon populations in Alaska are diminished, and low salmon returns have led to food insecurity and cultural stress for many Alaska Native communities and tribal citizens. On this slide is a graphic by Dr. Katie Howard and Dr. Vanessa von Bila with USGS that illustrates some of the stressors that salmon have throughout their life cycle and gives a visual perspective to the many challenges that salmon face in both the river and ocean environments. Salmon are highly dependent on healthy river and stream environments, especially habitat availability, quality, and connectivity. In the Matanuska watershed and South Central Alaska, barriers to fish passage are very detrimental to salmon, as they prevent salmon from reaching spawning habitats and reduce the amount of rearing habitat. Salmon habitat connectivity is access to a wide variety and extensive amounts of habitat. Salmon habitat quality is also important for salmon growth, survival, and health. These photos show some of the fish passage barriers in the Matanuska watershed, Fish passage barriers are not just impassable culverts, however. They can also be high velocity water, cascades, waterfalls, some beaver dams, lack of water, and other man-made barriers such as concrete waterways of urban areas. Improving fish habitat and restoring fish passage will help our salmon populations endure climate changes and the many other stressors that they are facing for survival. This is an action that our tribe can take to help salmon, to steward our traditional territory, and to support cultural lifeways. Chickaloon Village believes it is our responsibility to steward the fish and their environment in every way we can.
All right. So Chickaloon Native Village has been fortunate to be awarded the grant funding by NOAA's Office of Habitat Conservation and NOAA's Restoration Center through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law to develop a tribal fish passage program and help other Alaskan tribes to do the same. Our project objectives are to offer free trainings to Alaska Native tribal entity employees and tribal citizens so that they're able to engage in fish passage activities, including things like performing fish passage barrier assessments and stream restoration projects in-house. And this leads back to our tribal government's goals of providing self-sufficiency and stewarding our environment. With our current funding, our tribal transportation department will replace 2 culverts on Premier Creek that block fish passage. Premier Creek's a tributary of Moose Creek, which is a culturally important tributary to the Matanuska River, and it's rearing habitat for juvenile coho salmon and possibly juvenile Chinook salmon. As we know, Chinook are in Moose Creek. Culvert 1 has about a 2-foot perch, and it's too small for the stream, and it passes under a gravel road. And Culvert 2 is about 1/4 mile upstream of Culvert 1, and it's also perched and undersized, but it's located under an ATV trail. And I'm going to show you a video, hopefully, if it works. Who knows? This video was captured in September of 2022, and it's at the first culvert that I was mentioning, and it shows an adult coho salmon attempting to jump into the culvert. I'll show you, hopefully you can see it. Ooh, it's working. I love when technology works. Yes. So sadly, the adult coho did not make that jump. So the replacement of these 2 culverts will restore fish passage to at least 2 miles of upstream habitat in this important watershed. And because we want this program to be long-term and to make a difference in our community, a big part of our work is also to identify future restoration opportunities. So last fall, we were able to take a drive around the Chickaloon and Sutton areas, traditional lands of the Chickaloon Native Village, with our traditional chief, Gary Harrison. And he was able to point out some streams that were historically anadromous, using his traditional ecological knowledge as well as our own surveys. We've started putting together a culvert and stream restoration priority list for our area, including information from Fish and Game's Anadromous Waters Catalog and Fish Passage Mapper. And many of the culverts that many of the culverts and historically anadromous streams that Chief Gary had pointed out to us were not on the AWC, but many did have salmon at the time. Using traditional ecological knowledge from elders is really important, and it's sometimes the only way to acquire some of this knowledge. We've also had great experiences chatting with some other community members about streams just in their backyards. If they've ever seen salmon in them, if they have issues with flooding and any changes they've seen while living there. And our hope in doing that is that with the help of elders and others in our community, we can continue to assist Alaska Department of Fish and Game with finding fish passage barriers that need repair and finding other anadromous streams. And we're also working on creating this database so that we can map some of the barriers in our area for future funding purposes. which brings me to a really important point that without collaboration with agencies, this work is much harder. So tribal agency collaboration, tribal NGO collaboration, tribe to tribe collaboration. Basically, I just wanted to emphasize the importance of that unity. And I know that there has been historical distrust between tribes and other organizations, but it's really important to include tribes on decision-making and land management, as they're the original stewards of the land and they know this land better than most. So rebuilding that trust is really important through positive interactions and relationships and working together on these projects. It's important to lean on each other for knowledge and ways forward in environmental conservation. And I also recently heard a talk from Dr. Sonia Ibarra at the SOC statewide watershed workshop. A lot of you were there. And she said something that really struck out to me at the time. And she said that not all knowledge was meant to be shared. Which, you know, as a scientist, this is really interesting to me because, you know, we take data and we do share it most of the time. But this is also something that we need to learn to respect when it comes to tribes and tribal engagement, because, you know, not all of their knowledge is meant to be shared publicly. Sometimes they want to keep that knowledge, and that's okay. The bottom line is, though, that working together in this field is key to restoring fish passage for everyone. So the second part of our training, or our grant funding, is used to provide trainings primarily for Alaska Native tribes and tribal entities in fish passage and stream restoration. And these photos were taken from an Intro to River Forms and Processes workshop that we hosted last June with instruction from Will Harmon with stream mechanics. And the trainings we provide are free to participants, though we did learn that if you want to provide free training, it's also a good idea to provide lodging, which we hope to do in the future. Luckily, some travel funding was made available through the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society so that more participants could make that trip. And hopefully they will be able to help us out again, which is really awesome. More than half of our participants in that training were from Alaska Native tribes, and some traveled from remote areas to join our course. And we still had a little bit of space prior to the start of the course, so others that joined us were from state, federal, and local agencies, which created stimulating conversations and insight into fish passage, as well as new connections for everybody. During that workshop, we learned how to classify valley and stream types, perform stream measurements, and observe local culvert and stream restoration projects. It was a great week with our guests, and we'll be providing that course as well as a more advanced course this coming summer. And in the last 12 months, we were able to provide a few other trainings too, including OSHA 30-hour construction training, rough terrain forklift training, and two of our staff members, one a tribal member of Chicxulub Native Village and another a member of the Native Village of Eyak, attended heavy-duty mechanic training at NIT in Palmer. CVTC staff members attended the Level 1 Applied Fluvial Geomorphology training with Dave Rosgen. We provided an intro GIS course for tribal entities at Alaska Pacific University to learn how to do some of our own GIS mapping in regard to culvert and stream restoration. And we recently provided an OSHA HAZWOPER hazardous materials training. And as this funding is for 3 years, we'll continue to provide trainings like these throughout this year and next. In fact, we'll be providing an AKCSOL, Certified Erosion and Sediment Control course, also sometimes known as Stormwater Pollution Prevention Training, and that's April 8th and 9th, and it will be virtual. And then another Intro GIS course will be May 8th through 10th at Alaska Pacific University in Anchorage. And then we'll be working with Fish and Game to host a culvert assessment workshop this year, hopefully. These are tribal priority trainings, so tribes and tribal entities do get the first seats. However, we've had a great mix of agency, NGO, and anyone else at our trainings. So just reach out to me for more information and to sign up. And then the third part of our funding that I was going to tell you about is used to create an Alaska Tribal Fish Passage Working Group consisting of quarterly virtual meetings in which most or all of our participants are from Alaska Native tribes or tribal entities. And with a focus on, we try to focus on these meetings on tribal entities and their current projects. So it's been a great way to bring tribal and non-tribal entities together to share experiences in fish passage and to help us all know who to contact with any questions. And at our last couple meetings, we were able to hear a short presentation and training on ISN's Fish Map app, and then Alaska Department of Fish and Game's Anadromous Waters Catalog and Fish Passage Mapper. So we're excited for this funding to not only be used for Chickland Village members and workers, but for all Alaska Native tribes to become more self-sufficient in fish passage assessments, construction and replacements, and management. And our next meeting will be in May, and we welcome new ideas for short trainings or presentations from anyone involved in this work. So please reach out to me if you have anything you'd like to provide for that. Chinansigu, thank you all very much, and thank you to NOAA's Habitat Restoration Center for funding this program, and to everybody that's helped this already.
Great, thanks, Andrea. Thank you,
Thank you.
Jessica. It's such exciting work, and was so great to meet you guys down here in Juneau. That Alaska statewide watershed workshop really was spectacular, and really appreciated your engagement. Valentine, do you have a quick poll for us as we're going to make a transition?
Yeah, I'm curious to the group, what trainings do you or your organization need to further your group's efforts to restore fish passage? And this is an open-ended question. You can go ahead and add that via Menti, and I'll give maybe a minute to answer before we move on to the next question.
Great, and I'll redrop that Menti code into the chat, and just for folks too, I know there were a number of polls that popped up during Andrea and Jessica's presentation, and I thought maybe we could run those as we're breaking for lunch. If folks didn't get a chance to answer those, we could maybe collect that information. And I know we kind of ran a little bit, not able to give Andrea and Jessica time for some questions, but we do have time at the end of the day. And so we're hopeful that Jessica and Andrea can stay with us, and maybe we can take some questions then, if that sounds good.
Sure, that sounds great. Looks like we've got lots of training needs. Yeah, a lot related to looking at the stream and understanding it and designing for it, construction oversight as well. All right. Hydromorphology. Great. Thank you so much, everyone. And I'm just gonna take a moment to remind you not to glue yourself to your chair. Take a second to stretch the kinks out in whatever way works for your body. Our next presenter is Ben Goldfarb. He is the author of both Eager, a book about beavers, and also Crossings, which is a book about road ecology. And Ben, if you are ready, I believe it's your time, so take it away.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for that introduction. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, you sound great.
Okay.
Hi, Ben.
Debbie, how's it going?
It's going well.
I'll pull my screen up. Can you also see that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Beautiful bear. I love it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again so much for inviting me, and thanks to all of you for being here. I'm really looking forward to addressing such an influential and important group. And I want to emphasize something right off the bat, which is that I'm a journalist. I'm not a fish biologist. I'm not an engineer. I write for places like National Geographic and The Atlantic and High Country News. So there's not really much I can tell you about fish passage from a technical standpoint that's going to be new to you. I'll be honest up front. Really my intention for this talk is to put the work that you're doing, the incredibly important work, in this broader global context of efforts to understand the impacts of our transportation infrastructure and mitigate them for the sake of wildlife. So I'm trying to put your work in this conference into this broader global context. And just briefly, last summer I was in Nome and I caught my first Arctic grayling, a huge milestone in my life as an angler. So I just wanted to include that picture. I live in Colorado, pretty far from the nearest native grayling. So, I know it might come as a shock to you in Alaska, a state with an incredibly low road density, but our planet has a lot of roads. And the study of road ecology, this field that I wrote about in my book, Crossings, is really the field of research that looks at all of the different implications of roads and all of the ways that they intersect with and impact nature. And roads are so impactful in large part because there are just so many of them, right? We have something like 4 million miles of road in the US alone, around 40 million miles around the world, and perhaps 15 million miles more kind of in the works by the middle of this century. We're entering this period known as the infrastructure tsunami, this wave of new construction that's sweeping the planet, certainly including Alaska. And I think in part because roads are so ubiquitous, I think the average American doesn't really think about them much. You guys, of course, as fish biologists and engineers, certainly they're top of mind for you. But, I think that the average person basically ignores them. They're so ubiquitous, we use them every single day. We don't really think about them. And when we do think about them, we think about them in kind of fundamentally positive terms, right? They're these symbols of freedom and mobility. They're how we get to hospitals and schools and grocery stores. They're the kind of the ultimate avatars of human momentum, which is somewhat ironic, of course, because they do precisely the opposite to wild animals, right? They curtail movement and freedom and mobility for basically all other species, which of course is what you guys are doing here this week. And I think in part, and I'm glad that you guys led off with that question about roadkill, because I think that in some ways, like roads themselves, roadkill, which is the most visible, conspicuous, direct impact of roads on nature is, it's mostly invisible to people, right? We're surrounded by it. We've all seen the dead deer or moose or porcupine or raccoon by the side of the highway. And as a result, I think we largely blind ourselves to those impacts and fail to recognize what a significant biodiversity crisis vehicle collisions really are. There are more than 1 million vertebrate animals killed in the US every day. Certainly dozens of federally threatened and endangered species, from ocelots to Florida panthers to tiger salamanders, for which roadkill is the primary source of mortality. And in fact, as road ecologists have observed, roadkill is the leading direct human cause of vertebrate mortality on land, right? There's literally nothing that we do on this planet that kills more wild animals on land directly than drive. I think that's a kind of a shocking thing to think about. And certainly, it's not a US problem. It's obviously a global problem. One of the chapters of this book was set in Brazil, where I went for several weeks, and their road mortality is the leading source of death for giant anteaters. And one of the primary reasons that species is declining dramatically, right? So this problem of vehicle collisions is truly a global one. I think that roadkill is so pernicious in part because it subverts evolutionary history, right? You think about the defense mechanisms of so many common species, turtles that withdraw into shells, or porcupines that bristle their quills, or skunks that spray, right? These are these wonderful kind of stand your ground strategies that worked really well against mountain lions and bears and coyotes for thousands or millions of years. But of course, the worst possible thing you can do when your predator is an F-150 barreling down the highway at 70 miles an hour is withdraw into your shell or bristle your quills, right? So I find that kind of tragic to contemplate, the ways in which roadkill and vehicles and modernity takes evolutionary history and renders it not only moot, but actually maladaptive. And certainly that's the case for anadromous fish, right? This incredible ancient migration that's happened for thousands of generations, now subverted or prevented by, a structure as kind of banal and mundane as a culvert. I think that's kind of tragic to contemplate too. So again, these vehicle collisions, right? These are the most kind of conspicuous ways that roads impact nature, but certainly they're just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to all of different road ecology connections between transportation and the natural world. Roads are vectors of invasive species. Obviously, we've all seen, the kind of corridors of dandelions alongside, the highway. Obviously, in Alaska, it's fireweed, not an invasive species, obviously, but kind of a disturbance-adapted species that does really well along roadsides. This is an old logging road in Montana that basically for many decades, logging trucks transported invasive musk thistle seeds in the treads of their tires, and then created this kind of eerie linear swath of non-native vegetation across the landscape. Roads are obviously zones of erosion. You guys deal with this all the time in Alaska, of course. Dirt roads especially are really prone to essentially melting with big rain or snow events. And that's obviously a big geological problem, triggering landslides, and also an immense hydrological problem and a water quality problem, certainly for fish eggs and larvae. Roads are sources of pollution. Our cars are constantly hemorrhaging cadmium and zinc and copper and microplastics and all kinds of stuff. And obviously, we're learning more about the implications of road-derived pollution all the time. You guys probably followed the whole 6 ppb catastrophe, where researchers at the University of Washington identified a kind of an ozone protecting chemical in tire particles as the source of some immense multi-year coho salmon die-offs in the Puget Sound watersheds, right? So we're learning all the time more about the kind of chemical impacts of roads. One of those really severe chemical impacts is, I'm sure is the road salt issue. The fact that we apply something like 20 million tons of road salt as a de-icer in the United States every year. Of course, a lot of that salt runs off into rivers and lakes and streams and renders them brackish. Something like half the lakes in the Midwest are experiencing long-term salinization as a result of road salt. Road salt is also a potentially ecological trap in that it lures animals to this artificial salt lick we've created and creates very dangerous wildlife vehicle collision situations. I will say that the road salt issue has kind of inspired my favorite road signs. This is in Jasper National Park in Canada. Every winter, you can see signs that say, "Do not let moose lick your car." And you probably need some of those signs in Alaska too. I'm not sure you can stop a moose from licking your car. I think if a moose wants to lick your car, it's probably going to do it, but you can at least try. Roads are also the hellscapes of noise pollution, right? Noise pollution is effectively a form of habitat loss. If you're a songbird, male songbird who has to sing to attract a mate, and your mate can't hear you over the rumble of engines and tires, you functionally can't live in that place, right? So, a road itself might only be 100 feet wide from shoulder to shoulder, and yet, the kind of the acoustic envelope that it creates, can span a half mile or more at times. And, certainly in Alaska, caribou are kind of the iconic species that really avoids roads in large part, due to this road noise issue. So, road noise as a form of habitat loss, I think, is something that we often take for granted. And I'll just skip this video because it might crash my PowerPoint. But it's not all doom and gloom, right? Roads are essentially creators of ecosystems, of novel ecosystems, even as they destroy existing ecosystems. A couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to visit this highway overpass in Minnesota, and there were hundreds of little brown bats nesting in the crevices of the overpass, or roosting rather, in the crevices of the overpass. And so that's, sort of wild animals taking advantage of this novel habitat that we've created. Another example of that are roadsides, right? Roadsides are ecosystems in their own right, in a sense, and especially in the Midwest, where so much of the landscape is corn and soy monoculture. Those roadsides are some of the last strips of native prairie. Obviously in Alaska, you guys are blessed with so much incredible public land, but in states like Iowa, roadsides are the largest form of public land. And it's not a coincidence that, the Midwestern monarch butterfly migration these days basically follows I-35, right? So, roads, again, they're providing habitat even as they're destroying it. But, it's also very dangerous habitat, right? Imagine, a golden eagle or a bald eagle or a magpie or a raven, any other scavenger, who comes to the roadside to feed on carrion. Obviously, that's a resource, but if you're a bald eagle with a belly full of venison, it's hard to achieve liftoff, right? So you're at risk of becoming roadkill yourself, and certainly thousands and thousands of bald and golden eagles are killed by cars every year. So the road it's a resource, but it's also potentially an ecological trap. And of course, it's not just wild animals that are being, killed by cars. It's also, these wildlife vehicle collisions are also tremendously dangerous for us as drivers, right? It's kind of hard to fathom, I think, just how common and dangerous, deer vehicle collisions especially are. There are up to 2 million collisions with deer, elk, moose, other large animals every year in the US, which means there's one every 30 seconds, essentially. So there'll be many over the course of this webinar. The average deer collision costs society more than $9,000 in, hospital bills, vehicle repairs, insurance costs, etc. Of course, moose are a much larger, more dangerous, more expensive ungulate. The average moose collision costs society more than $40,000, and they have a much higher fatality rate. And up to 400 drivers or so are killed in wildlife vehicle collisions every year, and those are just sort of confirmed, human fatalities. The real number is likely much higher because a lot of single car crashes are probably swerving to avoid a wild animal and hitting a tree or a telephone pole, and there's no way of proving that was an animal-related incident. But in all likelihood, a lot of those single car crashes are. So certainly these are immensely dangerous, expensive, common events. And I'll just point out too that these are obviously, again, a global problem, right? When I visited Brazil, there were lots of tapir collisions, and a tapir is, a 500-pound mammal that you really don't want to hit. And, the average tapir collision costs Brazilian society more than $9,000, right? So again, this is truly a global problem. And historically, the way that transportation departments have tended to deal with these problems are by putting up warning signs, right? This is sort of the default solution. And no disrespect to the certainly the many transportation engineers who are on this call, but I'll just say that based on the peer-reviewed literature, I'll tell you what I think many of you have probably intuited, which is that signs are not very effective, right? There are just so many of them that they're kind of functionally white noise on the landscape. We tend to ignore them. Often you see this sort of thing, warning sign next 30 miles, and obviously no driver is going to remain on high alert for 30 miles. Nonetheless, the warning signs have kind of become the the default solution for this issue, again, because they're kind of this, I think, cheap, visible public expression of concern and an acknowledgement of the problem. But I've actually heard some biologists refer to them as litter on sticks, because there are just so many of them. So warning signs, they have their place. There's some new sort of more responsive, adaptive models that warn you in real time about the presence of an animal. Those are more effective, but the standard yellow diamond, not doing a whole lot. And I'll point out that those collisions, right, the point of impact between animal and vehicle, is really only half the problem. And so if yes, even if signs were effective, they wouldn't be addressing kind of the larger issue, or one of the larger issues that that roads create, which is this kind of barrier effect, right? The fact that there's this on many highways, this constant wall of traffic preventing animals from moving across the landscape. And this barrier effect, I think in some cases that is actually more pernicious and dangerous than roadkill itself. And I'll give you one example of that. So one of the places that I went working on this book was Wyoming, where there's this very famous herd of mule deer in the Red Desert, migratory mule deer who make this 300-mile round trip from winter range to summer range. And these deer have been collared, and basically what biologists have seen over time is that I-80, the big interstate highway that runs across southern Wyoming, is effectively a complete barrier to mule deer movement, right? So, you look at this image, all of those purple blobs are basically, where these mule deer hang out. And you can see that essentially none of them make it south beyond I-80. And that's a problem because south past I-80 is where a lot of the good winter range is. And so during harsh winters, those deer will pool up on the north side of the interstate looking for a gap in the traffic and are unable to find one. And in some years, 40% of that herd will effectively starve because they've lost access to that winter range, right? So again, a road is only 100 feet wide from shoulder to shoulder, and yet it's denying animals access to, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of acres of habitat. Here's another map that illustrates much the same thing. These are satellite points of a male grizzly bear in Montana, and the road here, that white line is I-90. And you can see that this bear attempted, every red X is a place where the bear approached the highway and basically bounced off like a ping pong ball, repelled by that constant wall of traffic. So this bear made more than 40 crossing attempts over 6 months before he finally found a way across on the far left side of the screen, right? So, for 6 months, this wall of traffic was preventing this bear from dispersing to optimal habitat. Here's another map, illustrating kind of the same idea, right? These are mountain lion locations in Southern California, very famous population of mountain lions just west of Los Angeles in the Santa Monica Mountains. The red lines here are freeways, right? The 101, the 405, some of the busiest, most trafficked freeways on Earth. And what you can see is that, these mountain lions effectively never cross those freeways. So those mountain lions in the Santa Monica Mountains are effectively on an island, right? They're just trapped in their little, cell of habitat, unable to disperse out. So lots of the young male mountain lions eventually get killed by their own fathers. And, no new mountain lions can disperse into that area. And as a result, these mountain lions are stuck mating with their own daughters and granddaughters and great-granddaughters, and they've become chronically inbred and have begun to suffer genetic defects as a result, and they've entered what scientists have called an extinction vortex, this kind of long-term doom spiral caused by freeways and inbreeding, essentially. So we have these two kind of linked problems, right? The problem of wildlife vehicle collisions, these very dangerous, expensive events that are bad for both animals and for us as drivers. And we have this other problem, the kind of the barrier effect that freeways create, sort of precluding animals from accessing habitat and leading to genetic impacts. So how do we solve those kind of two linked problems? And, really the best tool at our disposal are wildlife crossings, right? Overpasses, underpasses, tunnels, various structures that allow animals to move safely from point A to point B. This is an overpass on the Flathead Indian Reservation in Montana across Highway 93. It's a cool, briefly, it's a famous story, where basically the state of Montana and federal highways, wanted to widen the road, and the tribe basically said, the Confederated Salish and Cooney tribes said, hey, these are our lands. The road is a visitor here, and if you're going to widen this highway, you have to accommodate wildlife. So they installed about 40 of these wildlife crossings that were extremely effective. And this is kind of the one big overpass on the reservation, which is really, really cool to see. So wildlife crossings, this concept of permitting connectivity, habitat connectivity across roadways. This is really originally a European idea. The first wildlife crossings were built in France in the 1950s, and the concept spread pretty quickly to Germany, Austria, Switzerland, other Western European countries. Today, the leader in this field is the Netherlands. Of course, the Dutch are famously great engineers, and they have the highest density of wildlife crossings of any country on Earth. This is a Dutch wildlife overpass that spans 2 highways, a railroad, a sports complex, and a business park. This is a kilometer long, pretty cool structure. the place that wildlife crossings kind of became famous and entered, you know, the conservation biology zeitgeist was in Canada and Banff National Park. These are also famous crossings. I'm sure a lot of you have seen them. You know, in Banff in the 1980s, you know, began this process of building what ultimately became 40-something crossings, you know, underpasses, as well as a half dozen or so overpasses. The overpasses are primarily for grizzly bears. You know, grizzly bears they don't readily use underpasses, especially small ones. You know, they're kind of historically, right, they're, you know, plains or tundra animals. They want to be out in the open, you know, on top of the deck of a bridge. And so they weren't really using the underpasses, so they built these overpasses, and you know, it really ended up being incredibly successful. You know, both males and females used them. You know, the sows took their cubs across, the cubs became crossers, you know, and taught their cubs to cross. There's kind of this cool intergenerational learning phenomenon that happened over time, and you know, and many years of research basically demonstrated that these crossings helped to heal these genetic divides that the Trans-Canada Highway had created, that you know, bears were again moving across the roadway and breeding on either side, and that, you know, two kind of genetic populations had been reunified by the wildlife crossing structure. So, you know, now Banff is kind of held up as, you know, the ultimate kind of avatar of successful wildlife crossings, and has inspired many similar projects around the world. You know, you can see Banff-like wildlife overpasses in Singapore and Argentina and all kinds of places. So Banff is, you know, probably the most significant project in the history of this road ecology movement that you guys are all a part of. In the US, you know, most of the early wildlife crossings were built in Western states in the lower 48, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah. You know, these are states that have large migratory herds of ungulates, right? And those are generally pretty easy populations to mitigate for. You know, you get 1,000 mule deer all crossing a highway in the same place year after year, and you know, 30 of them get hit every year, and there's this big pile of carcasses saying, hey, you know, put a wildlife underpass right here, right? So those kind of intermountain states tended to be leaders in this field historically, because again, they had those, you know, large migratory herds of deer, elk, antelope that you know, could be mitigated for pretty easily. You know, an important point that, you know, transportation engineers discover pretty quickly in those states, right, is that, you know, fences are integral to making these projects work. Obviously, people always say, how do the animals know to use the crossings? And, you know, the kind of obvious answer, or at least obvious to the, you know, the transportation engineers in the room, is that fencing guides them there, right? Roadside fencing basically funnels those animals to those crossings. You know, the fencing itself is, you know, that's not the glamorous part of the project. You know, people like to look at the big, beautiful overpasses, but it's really the fencing that, you know, keeps the animals off the roadway and gets them to the crossings where they can move across the landscape safely. So in a sense, you know, the fencing is really the anti-roadkill measure, and the crossings are the habitat connectivity measure, right? And they both work hand in hand really well. You know, jump outs are kind of a crucial piece of this infrastructure as well. You know, inevitably some animals are going to get through that fence and, you know, be trapped on the road corridor, and jump outs are basically these, you know, one-way escape ramps that let animals sort of leave the highway corridor safely and get to the other side of the fence again. So again, you know, these kind of one-way exit ramps, you know, not the most glamorous piece of infrastructure in the world, but you know, really integral to making these sorts of projects effective. And, you know, typical kind of effectiveness rate, you know, 80 to 95% roadkill reduction is usually what you see with these wildlife crossing projects and fencing projects. So, you know, they are really effective in you know, reducing wildlife vehicle collisions. And, you know, for ungulates especially, you know, passage rates tend to be really high. You know, some studies in Wyoming basically showed that, you know, 92%, I think, of the mule deer that approached an underpass went through it, right? So these animals habituate and acclimate to these structures pretty quickly, or at least the ungulates do. You know, usually the carnivores take a little bit longer, but you know, they you know, I mean, every species you can name is you know, going to readily use a well-made wildlife crossing. You know, I think it's important to point out, of course, that, you know, obviously ecosystems are diverse, right? And historically in the US, we've really mitigated primarily for ungulates, but, obviously ungulates aren't the only species out there to worry about. Of course, you guys are worrying about fish passage, and we'll talk about that in a second. But, there are also reptiles and amphibians and rodents and mustelids. There's this whole ecosystem, of course, that's divided, by these highway projects. In mitigating those highway projects, it's important to think about that entire ecosystem. So here's a kind of a famous wildlife overpass on I-90 east of Seattle near Snoqualmie Pass. I'm sure a lot of you guys have driven that stretch of roadway. Here you can see, I just like this picture because you can see these logs that they've kind of bolted into place to provide some cover and structure for, especially reptiles, amphibians, and rodents. Those smaller critters that are going to take a really long time to cross that structure and, need some hiding places along the way. So again, just thinking about the entire diversity of organisms is really important. That Snoqualmie Pass project on I-90 also has some really beautiful capacious underpasses. You can see that they've kind of divided the highway here to allow light in to create a more natural ambient environment. They also have this cool kind of rock pile that leads through the structure, which allows for connectivity mostly for reptiles and also pikas. There are pikas up there as well. And of course, pikas, love their talus slopes. So again, just accommodating everybody. Of course, there are subspecies like, grizzly bears and, pronghorn here in Colorado who love going over things. Others like mountain lions, prefer going under structures. Just be thinking, of course, about, the whole sort of diversity of critters. And, at Snoqualmie Pass, they also have, they've got cutthroat trout, they've got bull trout. They also, in this project, they included these kind of enlarged culverts that provide aquatic connectivity, not only for the fish, but also for otters, beavers, salamanders, other aquatic organisms as well. And I think that's a really important point for you guys as people working on fish passage is that there are so many fantastic opportunities to incorporate terrestrial and aquatic connectivity projects together. And I know that many of you are already working on that and thinking about it. But here's one example. This is just a spectacular underpass, also up on Snoqualmie Pass in Western Washington. And here they've got a kokanee run, and they've also got wolverines and black bears and elk and all kinds of critters. And so this beautiful bridge, which used to be basically a series of culverts, provides connectivity not only for the salmon, for the kokanee, but for all of those terrestrial creatures as well. And, obviously this is an enormously expensive project, but there are also lots of cheap tweaks and retrofits that we can do, to our culverts to make them functional terrestrial wildlife crossings as well. This is a culvert in Montana under Highway 93. And basically, this culvert kind of connects a couple of seasonal wetlands. So in the spring, the water comes up. And so what kind of MDOT biologists did here was they basically put this critter shelf, this little catwalk through the culvert. So, when the culvert is half flooded, animals like bobcats and skunks and weasels, who don't really want to get their feet wet, can walk across that catwalk. And you're basically, taking this culvert and a culvert that was not built to be wildlife passage, but you're, making it functional, effective wildlife passage, through with a, $3,000 piece of steel, basically, which I think is pretty cool, right? So not every wildlife crossing has to be, a $10 million overpass. There's a lot we can do, with existing infrastructure that's already on the landscape and was built to convey water in many cases. One of the good example of that I like talking about because it just sort of again I think demonstrates some creativity with existing infrastructure. This is a culvert in Virginia along under I-64, which is a huge whitetail deer collision hotspot. And there are a series of culverts under this stretch of roadway that were not built for wildlife passage. They were built for the movement of dairy cattle and seasonal water flow. But it kind of occurred to some of these VDOT biologists and engineers that, hey, if we fence off the roadside, we can effectively funnel white-tailed deer and black bears and foxes and opossums and other critters to these culverts, these existing box culverts, and make them functional wildlife passage. And so, what these, these researchers with VDOT found was basically, the fencing along the roadside reduced collisions by 92%. Those culverts saw a 4-fold increase in deer usage, right? So you're basically forcing the deer to use the passages, and guess what? They use the passages, right? And because so many collisions were prevented, this project actually recouped its own costs in under 2 years. They just prevented so many dangerous, expensive crashes that the fencing paid for itself very quickly. And so again, I think there are so many opportunities out there to incorporate these sorts of terrestrial wildlife passages into existing water conveyance infrastructure, culverts and bridges. And I think that last point that the fencing recouped its own costs. I think that's a really important point to emphasize as well, because I know many of you are operating with limited budgets, and you work for cost-conscious agencies, of course. But I think it's important to remember that these wildlife crossings tend to be really good fiscal policy as well as conservation policy, and there's so much literature showing this. I'm just, kind of doing some hand waving here, but, it's obviously if you prevent, 30 to 50 dangerous, expensive animal crashes a year, you're saving the public a lot of money. And this is a pronghorn overpass in Wyoming. This was built for pronghorn and mule deer at a migratory corridor. And this was, I think, a $2 or $3 million structure. When it was proposed, there was lots of kind of hand wringing about the expense, and this structure paid for itself in about 5 years through collision prevention, right? So again, these are these do end up being really thrifty projects in a sense. Of course, historically, our focus on mitigating for those animals that endanger driver safety has led us to ignore a lot of animals, right? We don't do a whole lot of mitigation for reptiles, amphibians, rodents, mustelids, smaller critters in the US at least. Other countries are better about this than we are. But certainly all of those taxa respond really well to crossings. Here's a nice sort of amphibian underpass in Vermont. So, transportation departments are increasingly thinking about, those smaller critters. But, obviously nobody's ever totaled their car hitting a wood frog. So, those sorts of projects tend to be a harder sell. But again, there are lots of opportunities, I think, to incorporate amphibian passage, especially, and rodent passage, and other small mammal passage in fish passage. I'll just, briefly say that other countries tend to be better about this sort of thing than we are in a lot of cases. This is, there's kind of this amazing diversity of wildlife crossings out there that some of you guys have surely seen. This is a very famous bridge for Christmas Island crabs, this population of migratory red crabs that moves from the rainforest to the beach to spawn. And they've built some spectacular overpasses for them. Other countries tend to have lots of arboreal crossings. Critters like squirrel gliders in Australia, you see these sorts of things for howler monkeys and sloths and capuchins and tamarins in South America. These are species that are not going to descend to the forest floor to use a kind of conventional wildlife underpass. You really have to reconnect these fragmented populations at the level of the tree canopy, right? Because these are arboreal animals. So these kinds of rope bridges tend to be highly effective for reconnecting these forest fragments over highways. And this is again something that we haven't really done in the US, and yet we have pine martens and porcupines and flying squirrels and all kinds of arboreal animals that would benefit from these sorts of projects. And again, just to emphasize, this is truly a kind of a global movement of reconnecting habitats. Brazil has lots of underpasses for anteaters, tapirs, ocelots, pumas, you name it. Nepal now requires wildlife passage in all new highway projects through forested areas. They have a really forceful law compelling these sorts of structures, certainly more forceful than anything we have in the US. Kenya's built some really wonderful underpasses for elephants. You have to think about how giant an underpass has to be to pass an elephant. So those are pretty ambitious projects. And I think that some of the coolest stuff is happening in the developing world, right? Here in the U.S., we tend to have pretty calcified pre-existing infrastructure. We built most of our highways, and I know this is less true in Alaska than in the lower 48, but we built most of our highways in the middle of the 20th century, before we recognized how disastrous their ecological consequences were going to be. And I think that lots of these developing countries that are building their infrastructure right now, like India, Myanmar, Kenya, they have an opportunity to do it right, in a sense, in a way that we didn't, or we failed to. And so in India, there are these amazing stretches of highway, 10 miles of highway at a time, where the entire roadway is atop elevated concrete pillars. So rather than having, isolated underpasses, the entire forest floor is open for animals to move back and forth across, right? So that's, more radical and ambitious than anything, we've done in the US, or at least in the lower 48. But, you all in Alaska, a place that is building infrastructure now. I think there are opportunities, to do these sorts of radical, creative things for the sake of nature. As you all surely know, I know there's going to be a lot of talk about various funding opportunities created in the Infrastructure Act during the course of this workshop, and as I'm sure you know that Infrastructure Act included the Wildlife Crossings pilot program, $350 million competitive grant pool for terrestrial wildlife crossings. The first round of funding has been allocated, but there are a couple more rounds that states and native tribes are going to be submitting applications for over the next couple of years. So just as with fish passage, there's an incredible terrestrial animal passage opportunity out there. And of course, there's also the culvert removal replacement program that you guys all know about, as well as a million other opportunities for culvert funding. And I'm sure that every member of this group is better versed in that sort of thing than I am. But I'll just say that we're at this kind of incredible moment in the history of road ecology and wildlife, right? In the sense that there truly is more funding for transforming our infrastructure than there has been since the interstate highways. There are all of these incredible pots of money that give us the opportunity to rebuild our infrastructure for the sake of nature, which is of course so important, because we know that we're in the middle of this mass extinction event, the 6th in our planet's history. We're confronted with biodiversity loss, and infrastructure is an enormous and often under-discussed facet of that, right? It's truly one of the major causes. I mean, again, as I said earlier, there's literally nothing that we do that kills more wild animals than drive. And so if we're going to save wildlife and fish on this planet, we have to think about the impacts of our infrastructure. And this is just, one little example of that. This is an underpass for ocelots in South Texas. And, ocelots, probably the rarest mammal in North America. There are fewer than 100, or at least in the US. There are fewer than 100 ocelots in the US. And road mortality is something like 40% of all ocelot mortality, right? So this is a species that we are actively losing because of vehicle collisions. And now if you drive around the South Texas landscape, there are lots of these projects that kind of incorporate ocelot passage in existing aquatic passage. So again, cool opportunities to synchronize terrestrial and aquatic passage for the sake of nature. I'll just briefly say, I know some of you guys have read this book, but if this week just whets your appetite for more road ecology content, I do have a new book out about this subject titled Crossings. The New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, among other publications, both loved it. So liberals and conservatives united around the niche cause of habitat connectivity. With that, I'll say thank you guys so much. There's my email address, and I don't know if we have time for questions, but certainly happy to take some. So thank you all so much for tuning in.
Woohoo! Thank you, Ben. Oh my gosh, it's so fun. Thank you. Those pictures were spectacular. And just thinking about road stream crossings across so many different animals and different types of critters growing and their needs. And yeah, we absolutely
Yeah.
have time for questions. So I'm going to open it up and invite our other hosts to join in. They've been monitoring the chat, and folks are welcome to raise their hand. You can add questions in the chat. We'll monitor.
Okay, since I'm an ignorant journalist instead of a fish biologist or an engineer, I reserve the right to kick all technical questions to a better qualified expert.
Okay, that'll do. All right, I see Devani has got her hand up. Please go ahead and ask a question.
Hi, I'm Devani down in Homer. We're working on the Sterling Highway. We've been thinking about an underpass underneath the Sterling Highway at Diamond Creek for people. But now I'm realizing, oh my God, with some care, with some forethought, that could be a moose undercrossing and avoid a lot of moose collisions with fencing that funnels the moose to the Diamond Creek underpass. I would love to make that case to DOT. We're working with them, trying to get them to recognize the value of the pedestrian underpass, which connects recreational areas, but to add in the value of fencing along at least some stretch distant from the underpass that would funnel the moose. How do I best encapsulate that language? It looks like the Virginia DOT stuff, handy way to summarize it, but it would be great to, if you can point to something where it says funneling moose, which have this, costly collisions along this stretch of highway will lead to these savings. I mean, it could be radically important.
Yeah, certainly. Well, that sounds like a fantastic opportunity and potential project. I can certainly, maybe the easiest thing. I mean, I can put my email address in the chat, and you could just drop me a line, and I could send you a few resources that that do exactly that. So yeah, I feel like it sounds like an incredible project. I mean, the one thing I'll say is that it sounds like maybe that project could potentially combine moose and human pedestrian passage, and and that's something to think about, obviously.
And salmon.
And salmon,
Well,
right? I mean, obviously,
I mean, it used to, before, there used to theoretically be salmon in the creek before all kinds of things happened. But people recreating and moose and avoiding collisions would be huge.
Yeah.
So yes, I will email you. Devani here in Homer, Alaska. Thank you, Ben. So awesome.
Okay, great. Yeah, it sounds like a huge amount of potential there. I guess I'll briefly say, obviously, potentially funneling humans and pedestrians and moose into the same passage. That feels like that. There's the potential for danger there. And there are some Europe has a number of co-use crossings that are intended for both wildlife and humans, and some of those projects, they definitely have lower animal passage rates than the sort of the animal only structures. Not surprisingly, animals avoid people, which is not to say that animals don't use that pedestrian infrastructure, but they use it less. And so if there was some opportunity to somehow separate those two streams of traffic, the human foot traffic and the moose traffic, I think that would be ideal. And obviously I don't know the situation, but something to think about.
Yeah, and if you wanted to do an article, I mean, Anchorage has a lot of these pedestrian underpasses along a green belt bike trail that presumably moose use. And it would, I mean, I don't know if you've looked at the Alaskan situation, and of course they have fencing along the highway out of Anchorage, massive lengths of fencing to keep moose off the freeway there. Anyway, come study us.
That sounds like a blast. Well, thanks, Devani. Drop me a line and we'll talk more.
I sure will.
Yeah, thanks, Devani. How about Zachary? you have your hand up, and then maybe we'll go to Devin before we go to Jessica. I think you have a question you wanted to share, Devin, too. So we'll start with Zachary.
Hey, thank you. So I just had two questions. One is a quick one. I just wanted to ask and make sure that this is being recorded. I have to go for a doctor's appointment in a little bit, so I'll miss some.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
All the presentations will be recorded, and you'll be able to find them within the Whova app. And I'm going to try my best even this afternoon to get them posted. So if you miss something today, we'll have them up there for you guys.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And this question is for Ben, who just spoke. But Ben, in regards to like animal passages over highways, do you know if there's been like any studies on, or if there's any knowledge on if the kind of ground floor, if it's a certain material like grass, or like, does that make a difference? Or if it's like a man-made, like plywood or something, does that have an effect on like how often it's used?
Yeah, that's such a good question. I mean, I would say that, certainly all of the projects that I'm aware of, they're doing their best to kind of mimic as natural a substrate as possible. You typically see lots of shrubs and even some mature trees planted there in some cases. I know that there are a number of projects that are actually inoculating the soil with just kind of native mycorrhizal fungi to kind of just enhance that restoration as quickly as possible. As for like whether there are studies demonstrating that sort of thing is really important, there's not a ton of that, right? Because it's hard to do a kind of like a controlled double-blind experiment, right? It's not like you would build you wouldn't spend $10 million on an overpass and then floor it in concrete just to see what happened, right? I think that most of these projects are just they're trying to mimic the habitat as effectively as possible under the assumption that animals care about that. And I think we have good anecdotal reason to believe that's the case, but there's not a ton of good peer-reviewed research saying hey, if you have this mix of native shrubs, that's better than that mix. So that's a challenge for sure. I mean, one thing I'll say is that there is some research, some recent research out of California, basically showing that animals avoid crossings when there is excessive noise and light pollution because they just don't approach the roadway at all, so they can't find the wildlife passage. And when they do approach it, they tend to shy away, when a truck kind of rumbles by, blasting the air brakes or something. And so, what a lot of projects are doing now is trying to use vegetation and berms and rock walls and other kind of structural elements to create this kind of visual and sensory screen, to kind of separate road from wildlife. And I think we have reason to believe that that's important because there is, again, research showing that those sensory pollutants are kind of a turnoff. So yeah, it's a kind of an important and evolving question that you're asking.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, thank you for that answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Devin, did you want to take over as the question moderator?
Oh, no, you're doing a great job. I was just going to chime in with a few things that came over the chat, but I believe Jessica's hand up was up first. So Jessica, if you'd like to share your question.
Sure, thanks. I'll put my hand down. There, we've got it. Thank you so much, Ben. A really fascinating presentation. Though, as you said, a lot of it's not new info. It's just great to see it all together. And the statistics and the maps and the images you shared were really helpful to get the full picture of the issue. Two questions that maybe you could give me and us resources to look into more. One is about the fencing. You mentioned it's critical to have fencing. That's good. I mean, do we have to fence the entire world? That seems like potentially a detriment as well. And then the other thing is, how do we learn more about which species like overpasses versus underpasses? So just some of the additional resources, and maybe they're in the back of your book. So I'll, get the book and get more info, but if you could just address those two briefly for guidance, thanks.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I mean, the fencing question is it's a really important one because there are, I mean, I think as you're alluding to, there are fence end effects, right? The fence has to end somewhere, and how do we prevent wildlife from just kind of like making an end run essentially, and so what a lot of projects try to do is basically like find a good logical point to end the fencing, and maybe that's like a sheer cliff or bluff that an animal is not, going to be able to navigate or get around, or maybe it's, maybe it's a structure, right? Or maybe it's a stream crossing, but finding some kind of, logical fence end that either gives wildlife an opportunity to cross or, prevents the animal from accessing the road at all, is a good idea. There's a great project in Arizona that basically created at its fence ends, basically created elk crosswalks where essentially animals that that kind of made it to the end of the fence and then outflanked the fence and got onto the highway. Right there, they had an animal detection system, basically radar that provide this kind of real-time lighting and signs to drivers saying, hey, there's an elk approaching the highway right now, and so that's that's the kind of thing that you wouldn't you couldn't do that for 10 miles, right? But you can do it at those fence ends, and prevent those fence end collisions. And there's a good paper about that, which is it's Gagnon et al. Gagnon and Dodd maybe in Arizona. If you just Google like Gagnon fence end crosswalk elk Arizona, it'll come up. And so that's a good project that deals with that fence end problem effectively. And then like the other question is like sort of the spacing along the fencing, right? I mean, like how many crossings do you need within a given length of fence, and because obviously like you don't want animals to have to walk 10 miles looking for a way across the road. And so I think the recommendation is something like at least a structure every half mile for ungulates, and that's what you're going for. But like you say, you can't fence the entire world, and typically these projects are obviously targeting hotspots, places that either have a lot of vehicle collisions or places where there's some documented barrier to animal movement across a highway.
Yeah, great. Thanks for sharing that, Ben. We do have one question that came in through the chat. Jesus is asking, as an environmental journalist, what kind of stories would you recommend the aquatic conservation community to focus on and highlight in order to maximize traction in the public and increase interest in our type of work?
Yeah, it's a great question, and thanks for asking it, Jesus. I mean, I think that right now people are really hungry for stories of successful restoration. We're just inundated with bad news, right? Bad environmental news, and that's reasonable because a lot of stuff is kind of going to shit right now, and so and so that's natural. But I think that people also really want to believe and to know that that success is possible, right? I mean, if we're going to justify spending millions of dollars on aquatic connectivity projects and other those sorts of projects, the public needs to know that they work, and so that's something that I always try to do. And in my writing, both of my books I think are pretty solutions oriented, in part because those are the kinds of stories that I'm drawn to, but in part because I think it's the kind of stories that readers are drawn to, and I think it's those are the kinds of stories that we need. We need to, again, if we're going to go to all this trouble and care about these resource problems and spend millions of dollars on mitigating them, we need the public to know they're effective. So finding stories of successful restoration, I think, is always so important.
Awesome. I see Jesus clapping there, so that's good. Sounds like you answered his question. We do have another one in the chat as well. This is from Heather, and she's asking, in Alaska, we have a lot of low volume roads. Could you elaborate on some examples of how low volume roads impact wildlife movement? And then also if you have any Alaska specific examples.
Yeah, certainly. Let's see. I mean, so the low volume road thing, I feel like, those tend to be, rather than traffic problems, right? Those are really hydrological problems and geological problems, right? Sediment impacts and landslides in many cases. I don't know if that's an issue in Alaska, but certainly Montana, Idaho, places where that I did a lot. I spent a lot of time on this book. They just see these enormous landslides triggered by old Forest Service roads that nobody had driven on in 20 years. But the kind of the wedge of sediment was still out there. As for those, look, and I'm sure there are people on this call who have these, resources at their fingertips better than I do. And certainly there's been a lot of research on, relatively low volume, resource roads, oil roads, and caribou, right? We know that that very low volumes of traffic, are enough to repel caribou migration. Or at least to delay it. It's also true of grizzly bears, right? There's research showing that one car every 10 minutes, a very low volume road, is enough to impact grizzly bear connectivity. So these low traffic roads, still are impactful. It's funny, the one sort of Alaska specific chapter in my book is about the Denali Park Road, and the kind of the history of the bus system, which is in some ways one of the most radical experiments in the history of nature and transportation, right? How many other places on Earth have the same or lower traffic volumes that they did in 1980? It's the Denali is just about it. And I think that one of the really cool things about the Denali bus system is not only that they force people onto onto kind of communal ride sharing systems, but that those buses are managed in such a way that there is there are sufficient gaps between vehicles, at least in theory, to provide migration opportunities for Dall sheep, which move from their kind of high alpine shelter down to the valley floor for food, and again, like caribou and bears and other species, there's a lot of research basically showing that very low traffic volumes repel Dall sheep migration, and so that bus system is managed to create sheep gaps, these kind of 10-minute intervals between vehicles that theoretically give sheep an opportunity to move across the landscape. So to me, I feel like that's in some ways the future of transportation, at least in protected areas, is let's get people out of their cars, onto public transit, and let's manage that transit in such a way that it creates animal mobility and connectivity opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's a great answer. When I read your book and you talked about the gap for the sheep, I was like, wow, I would have never thought through that process. So I think that's really insightful. It looks like Riley has a question. Can you speak to the rates of ungulate predation at these migratory pinch points, and how do fences play into this?
Yeah, so that's I think what Riley's speaking to is this idea called the prey trap hypothesis, right? If you're gonna funnel all of the moose and deer and elk through these crossings, why don't the wolves and mountain lions and grizzly bears just hang out at the crossings and pick off these animals as they come through? And that was certainly in the early days of these sorts of projects, that was a major concern. And the only place where it's really been rigorously studied is in Banff National Park, which has 40-something crossings, and basically what researchers found is that it doesn't occur, that predators do not preferentially kill animals at wildlife crossings, and probably the reason for that is that compared to the ungulates, the predators tend to be road shy, wolves, mountain lions, grizzly bears, and they're really, again, at least compared to the deer and the elk and the moose, they're really road avoiders. There's actually, there's a famous study from Grand Teton National Park showing that moose intentionally have their calves near roadsides because they know that the grizzly bears avoid the human presence, and so that's probably why it doesn't happen. Is that those predators just don't want to be that close to the roadway, so that's not really a concern.
Ben, that reminds me that here in Juneau, out at the Mendenhall Recreational Center, there's some really interesting bear interactions, and the females are showing that they like to come and bring their cubs to be around all the tourists that are visiting. It keeps the male bears away, but they've found a lot of protection by being in there. Yeah. So you guys, we're closing in on our kind of ending of the morning session and butting up against our lunch break, but I know we also wanted to give a little bit of time to Jessica and Andrea for the polls. But first, maybe just a huge round of applause. Ben, having you here is just really wonderful. It's a great kickoff to the rest of our week. I think the ecological, processes and the way different species are engaging at stream crossings or road interfaces is just really like you said, it brings people together. It's people can understand the situation, and no matter where you're at on the political spectrum, people can engage. And thank you for really highlighting that.
Thank you so much, Debbie. Thanks to all of you. I'm really honored to be here and hope to interact with you all. I put my email address in the chat, so feel free to reach out anytime with questions or comments or thoughts. So thank you again so much.
We'll go through the chat too, because we might have missed 1 or 2 questions, and we can share those with you, and you can respond as you'd like. We can use Whova to do that as well. So Valentine, I'll turn it over to you. I know we've kind of got this set as giving folks a good break, but if folks are willing to hang on, we'll run the poll. Thanks, Valentine. So again,
yeah. So I went ahead and I combined the polls that were popping up during CVTC's presentation. I combined them all together, and I just released that. Can you give me a thumbs up if that popped up on your screen?
Thumbs up for me.
All right. Yeah, so those are available for folks to go through. And then I hope that I'm also sharing my screen with another Menti interaction, talking about what was the most surprising thing you learned from Ben's talk. I certainly learned a lot from reading Crossings, and gave me completely different way to think about some things that I'd had a pretty set perspective on. And so with that, I think we are, I'll leave both of these polls live and running. And I think we're good to go to our lunch break. Be back at 12:40.
That sounds great. Anything from Heather or any others on the planning team, any other notes before we kind of break for lunch that will help us as we come back together? Maybe the time, right? So we are coming back at 12:40 to kick things off.
Yeah,
Heather,
are you going to put on a timer, a countdown timer for lunch?
Yes.
Debbie?
Yep,
Okay,
do that.
yeah, that'd be great. And we're going to try to figure out how to post some of the articles that people are sharing in Whova as resources. So we'll stay tuned for that.
Absolutely. And thanks for folks for sharing. We've had a few maybe folks that registered late, and so we'll make sure that the Zoom link is easy to access within the Whova app. And also we'll probably get another announcement out to all attendees. And again, a huge thanks to our morning presenters. Thanks to you guys, a great way to kick off the workshop. Have a great lunch, and I'll restart the timer. Thanks, guys.
All right, and our next speaker is Michael Mazzacavallo, and he works with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and gonna butcher the official title, so I want to try it, but he works on habitat things, and I work with him closely in my role on the federal side, and he will be speaking to us about the ecological function of streams, floodplains, riparian areas, and estuaries in Alaska. So whenever you are ready, Michael, take it away. Steal the screen from me.
Can everybody see that?
I see a nice slide.
Oh, great. Because I can't see it. Well, thanks for the great introduction and good afternoon, everybody. Again, yeah, my name is Michael Mazzacavallo. I'm the Fish Passage Program Coordinator here at the Department of Fish and Game. And looking at those Menti results, it's really great seeing that dynamic is one of the top words because as we're going to learn, they are very dynamic systems. And so I'm just going to go ahead and get started because we have a lot to cover. For years, undersized or poorly placed culverts have changed and altered the plumbing of streams here in Alaska. But before we can really start talking about the best ways on how to fix the plumbing, we need to first understand the basic drivers and processes that were disrupted in the first place. The best way to design an ecological, functional, and resilient aquatic organism passage culvert, we first need to recognize the connections between habitat-forming processes, the structure on the landscape they form, and the critical ecosystem functions. Today, I'm going to be talking about two really special ecosystems that occur within a floodplain. These are within a watershed. These are floodplains and estuaries. Both are ecotypes or transitional zones between two changing ecosystems. They are some of the most species rich and offer some of the greatest amount of ecological benefits of any other ecosystem on the planet. They both depend hydraulically and ecologically on health of functional rivers and are both extremely susceptible to fragmentation and habitat loss associated with human development. Throughout my talk, I'm really going to be condensing a lot of the science to present and highlight some of the more important connections between structure, process, and function. I hope by the end of my talk, you'll have a better appreciation and foundation for ecological processes across a riverscape. So what is a floodplain? I guess it really depends on who you're asking. If you're a regulator or a city planner, you might define it as the area of land that has a 1% chance of flooding each year, otherwise known as the 100-year flood zone. If you're a hydrologist or a geomorphologist, you might be defining floodplains as the lands along streams that are created through depositional and fluvial sediments. If you're an ecologist like myself, you might define floodplains as the transition zone between aquatic systems and upland terrestrial systems that are periodically covered in water. It's important to remember floodplains are not static and are some of the most dynamic ecosystems on the planet. They are moving and reforming the landscape as a result of natural river processes, and the plants and animals who occupy floodplains have adapted to thrive and depend on this dynamic regime. All to say, streams are just really long lateral habitats, and floodplains are part of those streams. This figure by Hugh and others, I think does a great job showing the large assortment of functions floodplains play. Everything from the ground up, invertebrates to hyperrheic exchange, which is important to salmon spawning, to bears carrying marine-derived nutrients to floodplains via salmon carcass. I added a few more functions to help make it feel a bit more Alaskan. Bald eagles nesting in cottonwoods found within floodplains, moose munching on willows, and juvenile coho rearing in off-channel habitats. Floodplains are highly vulnerable to fragmentation and are disappearing on a large scale around the world. Depending on what source you read, anywhere from 80 to 90% of floodplains in the lower 48 have been either lost or altered in some way. As we watch salmon stocks continue to struggle here in Alaska, we really need to work hard to prevent our healthy floodplains from rapidly disappearing like so many places around the world. Because floodplains are extremely important to salmon. It's where they get their food. It's where they are often rearing. Off-channel habitats like side channels, sloughs, alcoves, and beaver ponds are predominantly where juvenile salmon rear. Research going back 40 years from around the world has time and time again shown that when you have healthy, complex floodplain habitats, you have healthier and more productive fish populations. I think these two photos from two independent studies in California really showcase this. The larger Chinook that you're seeing were Chinook reared in off or floodplain habitats. So we most often think of streams as two-dimensional. Water, sediment, woody debris, nutrients, all moving downstream in a longitudinal profile from its headwaters all the way to the ocean. But streams are connecting with their floodplains in 3 dimensions. Lateral connectivity is when water is allowed to move over the top of its channel banks, inundating floodplain surfaces. It also includes stream banks' ability to move laterally through its floodplain, eroding sediment along outside bends and redepositing it along point bars. Vertical water exchange also includes overtopping of floodplain banks or channel banks, but also includes the connectivity and exchange between groundwater and surface water in the hyporheic zone. Lateral disconnection to floodplains is often because roads, infrastructure, and hardening stream banks that have cut off the stream's ability to move around within its floodplain and maintain complexity and stability over time. When a stream becomes vertically disconnected from its floodplain, it can't flood its floodplain anymore. And this is usually caused when channels or when streams are channelized. When channels become when channels become further in size, it leads to more energy being contained within the channel, leading to further cutting or catastrophic failures of banks. Undersized culverts and dams can also affect longitudinal disconnection or cause longitudinal disconnection, impeding the transport of water, sediment, and wood downstream, and also the upward movement of fish. So what does a healthy floodplain look like? For one, it needs space to move. Rivers move, and they need that space to be healthy. They also need complexity and complexity forming features to force that complexity and stability. They also convey water very inefficiently. When rivers and streams move water from point A to B really fast, it's not a good thing for streams because it's not allowing water to do other things that it needs to do. When we look at this cross section here, we can see we have multiple off-channel habitats, wide riparian vegetation, and an increased area of surface water and groundwater connection. When we compare it to this channelized stream here, in Anchorage, this is Chester Creek. And you can see the channel has been deeply incised, and we've lost vertical and lateral connectivity, as well as channel habitat complexity, riparian vegetation area, and groundwater surface water exchange. Water is moving very much in a straight line and very fast, and the channels most likely continue to downcut. And you can see in the LiDAR imagery, really the difference between all those relic channels and the size of what the Chester Creek floodplain probably looked like at one point to what it is now. So let's start talking about process and function in a little more detail. Floodplains are naturally dynamic systems. The natural process of periodic flooding accompanied by erosion and deposition brings changes to topography, soils, vegetation, and physical features like meanders, braided channels, oxbow lakes within these areas over time. As water moves its way downstream, sediment is both being deposited and withdrawn from floodplains and moved and redeposited downstream for later use, resulting in forming floodplains. One of these processes, and one I think most people are probably familiar with, is the process of cut banks and point bars. This is when streams move laterally, eroding sediment on one side of the channel and redepositing it on the other side of the channel, forming a new floodplain surface for vegetation to colonize. When rivers have room to move, this lateral accretion process can also form many other types of geomorphic floodplain habitats, like the chute cutoff you see here in the left-hand image. Another important sediment deposition process is vertical accretion, or when the process in which floodplains are built up vertically through deposition. When sediment is deposited on top of floodplain banks, they grow and increase in size. And when streams flood, not only is sediment being deposited, but also nutrients and seeds are being deposited on the bank that help further function and growth of the floodplain. So I don't want to underscore the sensitivity of flooding as it impacts humans, but for a moment, I do want you to think of flooding as something that is not dangerous or damaging. But I want you to think about flooding strictly for what it is: a large amount of water in a stream causing the stream to cover more area. Water goes up, water comes down. It's an extremely important linkage between these two systems, the terrestrial world and the aquatic world. If streams don't flood, they become separate, or if streams don't flood, these two systems become separated over time to the point where these ecosystems don't interact well with one another. So the production of both systems can decline. This can also change the way those systems operate or benefit those the benefits those systems provide, because they no longer are interacting with one another. For example, vegetation establishment is extremely correlated with for example, riparian vegetation establishment and growth is extremely associated and dependent on fluvial processes. As I've mentioned, these systems are dynamic, and as new surfaces are being formed, new vegetation is being established. This usually starts out with pioneer species like cottonwoods and willows. I know there's a lot going on with that graph on the left, but what I really want you to take away from this is there's a strong correlation between vegetation establishment and stream hydrology. For cottonwoods and willows to successfully establish, they are trying to time their release of seeds with the downfalling limb of the hydrograph. So that time in spring, when you're seeing all that white fuzz in the air, and you're complaining about allergies and how much you dislike cottonwoods, what's happening there is seeds are being deposited into the river and streams and being carried down along down the stream. And if they deposit, if that timing is too high during the falling limb of the hydrograph, they ultimately get flushed out of the system. And if it occurs too low in that flood during the hydrograph, or the falling limb of the hydrograph, then they don't get deposited high enough and are more likely to be exposed to additional scour and won't survive. So the survivability and new establishment of vegetation is extremely correlated with these hydraulic processes. And when they're altered, it alters the way vegetation can establish on floodplains. And riparian vegetation offers a whole suite of very important functions, from stability of stream banks to the modification of stream velocity, to floodwater attenuation. They provide habitat for fish, birds, mammals, shading and thermal regulation of stream temperature. They capture runoff contamination and sequester it. They're a very important part of the woody debris process. And riparian plants are extremely important to the aquatic food web. 80% of a coho's diet comes from terrestrial insects inputs. And if we start moving riparian vegetation further and further away from stream sides, this can have really drastic implications to the aquatic food web. So ice processes is something that tends to get skipped over in most stream process presentations. The truth is, we really don't know much about the ecological role of ice in riverine ecosystems. Ecosystems really just tend to do their research during the growing season. But even though little is known, we do know that ice plays a significant role in floodplain process. Ice has the power to both create and disturb. I mean, look at the vegetation scour and sediment mobilization we're seeing here. Those are pretty large cottonwoods that have been knocked over by ice chunks. Not to mention, look at the size of those cobble pieces that are being mobilized and carried from the channel onto the floodplain. And that sediment mobilization is also occurring within the channel. We also see here erosion being created and a new nick point being created, which could one day turn into a new channel or habitat for fish. And I know what you're probably thinking, Michael, we're talking about streams and culverts. We don't need to worry about giant ice chunks like this. But these ice processes are also occurring on small streams. You see here on Campbell Creek in Anchorage, this is during a period of freeze up. So freeze up can be just as dynamic as breakup. And we see ice interacting with the floodplain vegetation. We see flooding occurring. Fish are able to move during this time to off-channel habitats. And in the research we do have shows that in small boreal streams, ice cover has a significant effect. When in small boreal streams, when there is ice cover, there's a higher assortment and diversity of riparian species. Research is also showing that salmonid productivity over winter is increased with ice cover versus not ice, or versus streams that have ice cover versus streams that don't have ice cover. So ice cover is an extremely important part of the ecological and riverine process. So as riparian plants get eroded, or riparian trees and shrubs are eroded into the stream or fall into the stream, we have woody debris recruitment. And woody debris recruitment has several important functions. It can create log jams that create scour and deposition, forming new surfaces for vegetation to recruit, and create holes and cover for fish habitat. They can also, little pieces of wood can become unmobilized and form channel forming features, creating complexity within the channel, widening the channel a bit, changing how sediment is deposited in the stream. It can cause key habitat forming features and important cover for fish. And we also have beavers. Beavers can do a lot of impact and a lot of good on streams and create a lot of complexity and drive a lot of important ecological processes and function. Last workshop, we had a really good presentation specifically on wetland connectivity and beavers. And so I won't go in detail to beaver processes today, but I really suggest, if you haven't already, use this QR code and watch that YouTube video from Christy during our last workshop in 2022. So as we continue to move down the watershed, the water eventually reaches the ocean or sea and brings us to estuaries. Estuaries, like floodplains, are extremely dynamic systems. They're very rich and offer some of the most important ecological services to humans. On average, estuaries are more biologically productive than both the adjacent river upstream and the marine environment that they sandwich. Because they have this is because they have a special kind of water circulation that traps nutrients and stimulates primary production. And just like floodplains, they're incredibly important for the fish life cycle. Juvenile fish often spend a bit of time adjusting from freshwater to saltwater in estuaries as they prepare to smolt and migrate out into the ocean. And this is true also with adult salmon. They often spend time in estuaries before they continue migrating upstream to spawn. Also, like floodplains, we have many similar processes and functions at play. Everything from erosion to accretion is occurring in floodplains. And we have a lot of important ecological functions occurring in estuaries. Everything from marine derived nutrients being moved into these estuarine habitats like salt marshes and mudflats. We have an exchange of aquatic organisms. They're incredibly important for shellfish and other fish productivity. They sequester CO2. And one of the really important drivers of floodplain formation is the flooding and ebbing of tides. And this is a real big difference between floodplains, where on floodplains we have water really moving downstream. In estuaries, we have both nutrient inputs or fluxes both occurring upstream and downstream. And so when we're designing culverts, we need to really keep this in mind, that we need to design pipes that can both pass water and other important nutrients and sediments both upstream and downstream within these ecosystems. And so before I leave you, I want to present you with this cool little case study. So one of our habitat biologists here at Fish and Game has been doing some trapping work along these small tributaries along Turnagain Arm. And he's finding that within these small little areas that don't have any known spawning, finding a whole bunch of coho salmon. This example right here is just one of many, but you have a culvert right here that goes through the railroad and the highway here and is a barrier to salmon. From here to where we get to real effects of brackish water is only about 40 to 60 feet, yet it is home to dozens of coho. And these coho aren't originating from these systems. They're coming from somewhere else. So we're still constantly learning new important habitat processes and functions. And discoveries like this really change the way we need to look at the importance of these small, short streams or systems and estuaries, and how we kind of prioritize some fish passage projects. So with that, I really hope, I thank you for your time, and I hope you see now that everything is connected in the ecosystem, and I hope you've learned something new that will help you along the way. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to field some questions.
Great, thank you, Michael. Really feel like your presentation, does so much to set the stage for the rest of the week. You're covering so many important topics that I know others are going to touch on as well, but you're kind of laying the groundwork for that. So yeah, we can open it up to questions. And Devin, would you help moderate?
Yeah,
We have some
definitely.
time. Yep.
I'm not seeing any questions in the chat yet, but feel free to pop those in there, guys, if you have any. And Michael, I did want to say that I really enjoyed some of the figures in your presentation. Those were really helpful and well laid out.
Yeah, those are some spectacular photos in there.
Looks like we do have one question that popped up from Marcia. What are the best materials and processes for small stream crossings?
The best materials and processes?
Yeah.
I guess to answer that question, I mean, really and I think this will get touched on a lot of other talks throughout the week. But we're trying to build channels within small culverts that can pass sediment, water, wood, and remain, hydraulically stable and allow for fish passage. So, a lot of times we're trying to mimic things to the natural systems and replicate, the size of sediment, the size of the banks, the size of the channel to the to mimic what we're seeing upstream and downstream to help with that, with those processes.
Great answer, Michael. It looks like there's a follow-up question to that asking half culverts or whole culverts.
Half culverts or full culverts? I'm guessing they're talking about like a bottomless or bottom culvert. You know, this is a big question, and I know depending on who you are, you have an opinion on this. I think it depends on your budget and your stream. There's a lot of things that go into this, and I think we'll probably touch on this throughout the day, but you know, they all have, you know, their positives and negatives, and I think there's a whole sweep of information that you use to depict exactly what culvert type you ultimately will go with. And some of those are you know, function of budget, and some of those are a function of stream processes and functions.
I wonder if this is kind of a good question to even pose to our audience. Like if we've got like some camps out there, maybe folks, if you guys are willing to throw in the chat, you know, if you guys have any suggestions or thoughts, and we'll see where we end up at the beginning. So we can start at the beginning of the week and we'll see where we end at the end of the week. And Valentine, thanks for putting up another Menti opportunity for folks to respond to. We've dropped that Menti link in the chat as well.
Like there's a couple of responses coming in on different thoughts on how to decide what type of material and culvert to use. So thanks, guys. Franklin's saying stay tuned for the next talk. He's going to be talking about
There we go.
Oh, all right.
Perfect.
Great. Cool. Well, thanks. Yeah, thanks for everybody's thoughts on what fluvial geomorphology is. A lot of good ideas there, from sediment movement, erosion, shape and process. I think I saw channel evolution or some kind of stream evolution, wiggles. I think it's all part of it. So it's like the fancy scientific word for how rivers change the landscape. And a fluvial geomorphologist might look at all those things, a lot of those things you mentioned, from sediment transport to erosion. And yeah, so we'll talk a little bit about why that matters for stream crossing design. And yeah, thanks for all the previous speakers, and it's great to finish out the day. And I will let you know we've got 3 poll questions built into this talk. So you're going to be put on the spot, and we're going to stop and talk about some of the answers for those as we go. So bear with us and keep paying attention, and we'll get into it. Okay. So I'm building on last workshop's presentation by Matt Varner. So that's from the 2022 workshop, where Matt covered fluvial geomorphology and regional curves, and some of the topics he hit on were valley and channel classification, identifying bank fill, finding those bank fill indicators out in the field, and regional curves. So I'll touch a little bit on regional curves, but definitely look at Matt's talk for some of the background on those other topics. And I'll be covering some different ideas in fluvial geomorphology that are useful for culvert design work. So the 2 main questions that I want everyone to think about when you think about fluvial geomorphology or putting this talk into practice is, why does a river look the way it does, and what will it look like in the future? I think those are like 2 kind of basic questions that this whole field of study gets at, and it's going to be useful for culvert design work. And why fluvial geomorphology? Well, we have these crossing structures that we're putting into across streams that are in a stream for 50 to 100 years or however long the design life of that structure is. And in this picture, we're seeing, I don't think the culvert initially was supposed to stick out 15 feet into midair, but something has changed. The river has done some work and is no longer the way it was when this culvert got installed. So it's important to think about, we're installing static structures in dynamic systems. Rivers are dynamic. So I was borrowing a quote from this publication, Castro and Beaver 2016. I have the full citation later in the talk, so just stay tuned for that. And another quote from that same paper I like that makes it kind of important to think about how rivers change when you're doing fish passage design is that replacing or moving a culvert without a thorough understanding of the channel response to restored stream processes may result in continued habitat disconnection or the physical loss of the upstream habitat that was the original stimulus for the project. So once you replace that culvert and the stream has got some of its processes back that may have been hindered or blocked by that old culvert, it's good to think about what might that look like when the stream gets some of its processes back, and are you set up to have all your projects still be a success if the stream does some adjustment. So for the outline for the talk, after those kind of intro slides, I'm basically just working through some tools to help answer those two initial questions about why rivers look the way they do and how they'll change in the future. I'll first go through some conceptual models about how we kind of dumb down how streams work to make it a little bit simpler to think about. And then we'll go into channel forming flow, how that's a useful concept for river restoration work and is really important for how we do design work. And then we'll talk about channel evolution model. And that's how rivers are somewhat predictable about how they change channel types and channel forms over time. And that can be really useful for predicting stability and things, how the channel may change over the life of your culvert. And then the fourth part of the talk, we'll talk about longitudinal profile and how that's like really putting some data, something you measure in the field, to some of the things you might be seeing from a channel evolution model or some of those earlier conceptual models. And then just the last part will be a couple slides on channel planform and bedform connection. Okay, jumping right into the conceptual models. You've maybe seen this slide or this figure before. It's called the lanes balance, and it shows how rivers work to maintain equilibrium between erosion and deposition, or the geomorphologist terms for that are degradation and aggradation. And you can see on this balance, we've got sediment on one side and water on the other, and it's showing how the river is working to maintain a balance between those using stream slope and sediment size as things that can adjust. So for example, if something happened like a big cut bank fell in or a landslide occurred and the river got a lot more sediment, that would push down this side of the balance, and we've still got the same amount of water on this side of the balance and the same slope. So that means this river was going to be kicked into deposition or aggradation, meaning it just can't move that larger volume of sediment given the same amount of water and the same stream slope. And what the stream could possibly do going forward, though, it might adjust its stream slope to cut through some of that sediment, steepen the slope so that given the same amount of water, and it'll be able to move a larger amount of sediment by steepening up the slope. So this is a good concept to use. This balance concept is good to think about if you're encountering erosion, deposition, things going on around your culvert or in your stream you're working in. Another conceptual model that's good to have in the back of your mind when you're thinking about a stream is the models related to process domains, where they kind of have junked up parts of a river into different zones of either erosion, transport, or deposition. You could also think about those degradation, aggradation, using those fluvial geomorphologist words. So the upper part of Watershed, where there is a steep mountain streams that are eroding through valleys, and there's landslides and avalanches, all these things delivering sediment to streams. To, as you move further downstream in a watershed, more transport reaches where, although it's meandering around, moving around, it's still moving a lot of sediment through here, ultimately to a point like a river delta where the stream loses its slope and its power and deposits sediment, would be a zone of deposition. And I'd also encourage you to think about how these might not necessarily only exclusively occur at a river's mouth or in a middle of the river, but different reaches could be thought of as these different process domains. If you have different geology affecting slope in a certain area, or valley width changing, giving more or less energy for the stream to move sediment, even within a smaller local area around your culvert. And this figure on the right is another kind of newer version of this conceptual model of process domains by Montgomery in 1999, where it's the same figure on the top and the bottom, and the descriptor words are just spread out across them. The top shows like some of the physical attributes, so flood chain channels here at this bottom area, and then this stack of words here talking about some more of the processes of sediment movement. And then these words here on the bottom are all talking about kind of frequency of events and habitat. So these are just more tools to think about how to interpret what's going on in a river using these process domains. So be good. I'm just hoping to just sharing those for that. So moving on, so those are our conceptual models. So moving on to channel forming flow. So this concept kind of relates to that lane balance idea of rivers being in equilibrium. The first bullet here, we talk about rivers are aggregators of the watershed's hydrology, geology, climate, etc. So they're really kind of the great kind of averager of everything that's happening upstream of the watershed. And that dictates what the channel will look like and what shape and size it'll take. And over time, in a wide range of discharges, that dictates what the form of a channel it will take to efficiently move sediment and water. So building from that, the channel forming discharge is a single representative discharge that correlates to channel geometry, think like width and area, that if that discharge were to occur continuously, it would equate to like all the work done by the stream over a wide range of discharges. And using that single representative discharge, then you can use that common tool in fluvial geomorphology to design your channel around, using those channel dimensions that correlate to that discharge. So there's three ways to talk about, or at least there's a number of ways to get at the channel forming discharge, but three that I'll talk about are bankful discharge, where it's the stream's discharge right at where the stream exits its channel and spills onto the floodplain. That's something you can go out and measure, look for bankful indicators. There's the fixed return period flow. That means the channel forming discharge is a discharge that occurs, it's defined by a given particular return period, sometimes somewhere between 1.5 and 2-year frequency. And then the last method that I want to talk about for describing the channel forming discharge is the effective discharge, which talks about the channel forming discharge being this discharge that cumulatively does the most work based on stream's particular flood frequency and its sediment transport curve, like over the long term. So I've got a couple slides on bankful discharge and effective discharge coming up to talk a little bit more about those. So this photo is an example of a stream somewhere near its bankful discharge. And with this example, you can go out and measure the width and different parameters of the stream associated with that physical point in the stream where it spills out onto the floodplain. As for effective discharge, we have this kind of a little bit confusing figure that is good for explaining how this one works that I'll walk you through. So the A line talks about water frequency. And on the very end of it down here, you see the 100-year event, or the flow that has a 1% chance of occurring in any given year. Gets pretty small because that's a pretty rare event. It's also pretty small at the very beginning because for this example here, that zero flow or no flow is pretty small occurrence. But here, where most of the time the river's like 90% of the time, the stream is right in here. So that's what this line means, talks about flow frequency. The next line is the sediment discharge rating curve. So as flows increase, the amount of sediment that the river moves increases as well. So you see the 100-year event moves a lot of sediment, and then some of these smaller flows don't move any at all. And the effective discharge says that there's a point somewhere here in the middle between the Q1.5 and Q2 where the stream actually does the most work. It moves the most sediment over the long term. So in this zone, it has a flow that occurs moderately frequently, sometime more than once every other year, and it moves a moderate amount of sediment. And over time, this actually occurs more frequently and does more to set the shape of the channel than like a single 100-year event, because it just occurs so infrequently. So that's kind of how effective discharge is defined. And in stable alluvial systems that set their own channel shape based on moving sediment, that aren't actively incising or widening, that are and have an equilibrium, like we talked about with Lane's balance, these three ways of talking about channel forming flow can be equal, but just be aware that sometimes the bankful discharge is not always the perfect method for the channel forming flow. And especially like around your culvert, there may be influences or disturbance caused by the culvert itself. And that makes it really important to define a good reference reach away from the influence of the culvert. Also be aware that trying to work through the channel forming flow with some other methods can be difficult in Alaska with our kind of limited gauging record. But the main thing for this section that is just to think about understanding and recognizing, is your stream in a stable state, or is it working to get to a stable state? And it's not quite there yet. And the next few sections that we'll talk about can help give you an indicator of that. Before we move on from channel forming flow, I'm tying in regional curves here because it really relates. And in Matt's talk in 2022, he introduced this project, but it wasn't published yet. So I wanted to share the publication and a link to it. There are now regional curves published for interior Alaska, and they look like this, where you collect a whole bunch of physical data from a whole bunch of wild streams and then plot those against drainage area and different bankful parameters on the y-axis to generate equations that you then can apply to other streams and other watersheds where you're working on trying to understand what's going on or design a crossing or river restoration work. So this is a great tool based around that channel forming flow idea that can help you answer the question, why does your river look the way it does? If it looks like your regional curve, great. If it doesn't, then maybe think about, maybe it's not stable, or maybe there's something else going on. So that's a good way to use the regional curves. Some caveats to those, they're unique to each physiographic region. So the interior curves that are available now really can't apply anywhere else. In Alaska, you shouldn't use them in Southeast Alaska. There's just too much difference in climate and geology and things like that going on. And I would definitely check out that publication. There's some work in there to talk about how to generate local watershed specific curves, and you could generate those for your project if you're ambitious, and just want to plug that publication for sure. Okay, so that's channel forming flow. Moving on to another model, channel evolution models, another tool in our toolbox for understanding how rivers change and why they look the way they do. I'm not going to dig into these two models too much, but I do want to say that these are out there, and they could be good tools to understand how your stream might change over time. These two are both, they both have two different kind of stable end members, stage 0 on this one on the left, and either a C or E channel on the one on the right. So just want to share these are out there, but I'm going to actually, for the next couple slides, move into this kind of simpler model. I think it's easier to think about for the purpose of this talk right now. But the stable stream here in type 1 is showing this 2-year flood event, or something that's close to the channel forming flow fitting inside the stream channel. And as flows that occur larger than that, they spill out in the floodplain, and that's how it's stable. And then if an event occurred, such as like all the woody debris was removed from a stream, so it lost all its grade controls and the stream started incising, you might kick it into this type 2 where incision is occurring and the stream is cut down. And instead of having the channel forming flow or that 2-year event fitting inside the channel, it now has a 10-year flow fitting inside the channel. So it's got a lot more power or stream energy. And if you thought about like the lanes balance, the water side of the balance just got a lot bigger and the sediment had stayed the same. So the stream just got a lot more ability to kick the balance to erosion or degradation. And over time, the stream will try to get back into balance by eroding out the size of the channels to get more sediment to try to bring it back into balance. And the end member for this model is back towards a stream that has a floodplain and that channel forming flow fitting inside a single channel. So put into practice for a culvert problem, this is a stream in Kenai where if you look on the upstream side, you can kind of see there's a terrace up there. So maybe the stream used to be up there higher, but it looks pretty stable to me. I mean, there's a lot of vegetation that's taken root, and I don't see like actively sloughing cut banks and things like that. And maybe it's kind of found its way to this kind of stabilizing type 4 of the channel evolution model. But if you look downstream, and this is kind of what's a cool way to use these channel evolution models to look for the difference in the channel evolution from upstream to downstream, it looks like it's still in hardcore type 2 incision, where it's super muddy and it's still cutting down. The culvert looks like it's dropping out, like it's eroding back and falling, the end of the culvert's falling in. So for this one, I think the channel evolution models are a good tool to say, okay, if I change this culvert, is this type 2 incision model going to march its way back through the culvert? Do I want that? Or what are my constraints here? Are there buried utilities that we don't want that to happen? Or can we let that occur and let natural processes take over? So that's a way to use these channel evolution models to interpret what's going on in terms of fluvial geomorphology. All right, so pay attention now. I'm going to kick this example to you to respond on a poll. So here we've got this incised channel. There's a creek down. Oh, hold well, hold on, I got one more slide, but just put your poll to the side. Yeah, so in this example, there's the stream is basically in a little canyon. There we go, switching slides here. So here's some more information before I ask you to respond what to do here. Usually when I look at these, I'm wondering, did the stream's undersized culvert plunge pool, did that form this, did it fire hose out this giant canyon? Maybe, I don't know. Look upstream, there's more wood upstream. Did the downstream lose all its wood grade controls for some reason? But the key factor here that I want to share is that it's in Gustavus. In Gustavus, Alaska is experiencing isostatic rebound, meaning 200 years ago, this was all covered in glaciers, and those have retreated, and now the land is rising about an inch per year. And if you had a design life of 75 years for your culvert, that would be greater than 6 feet of uplift. So the rivers in Gustavus are trying to cut their way down to maintain elevation with sea level, but the land keeps rising. So that's some of the background processes going on in Gustavus. Okay, so now what would you do? What would you install in this system? It's in this type 2 incision mode. So I think maybe now, looks like we got good, some answers coming in. Oh, cool. All right. And we must have hit D84. So thank you, Valentine. And I'll share results. Looks like 72% said bridge, 6% said culvert, 22% bottomless culvert. For this one in Gustavus, we've primarily been doing bridges, and done a few of these with our partners and the design consultants we've worked with to design these. And mostly, if I see that incision going on, I'd rather kind of let the river do what it needs to do to adjust to that over the life of the structure. 6 feet of incision in 75 years, that's a lot for a culvert with a bottom to handle. And a bottomless culvert gives me a little pause, because if it's eroding down 6 feet in 75 years, that might undermine some of the foundations for that culvert, for that bottomless culvert's foundations. So those are the reason that would steer me towards a bridge on this one and dealing with incision and trying to understand that incision is going to continue. One caveat would be geotechnical investigation. So taking cores and seeing what's the geology below this plunge pool or below this culvert would be good to investigate. If there's any bedrock or movable cobbles, things that the river, this small little stream, can't move, that might kick it from this type 2 incision for the next 75 years to type 3 widening if it gets to a layer that it can't continue to incise through. So those are some factors to think about for this one, but I'd probably pick a bridge to let the river keep going on with its incision. Okay, close out that poll. All right, so we've covered our first 3 tools in our toolbox: conceptual models, channel forming flow, and channel evolution models. Now we'll get into long profiles. And we're still thinking about these questions about why rivers look the way they do and what will they look like in the future. So you'll hear more about stream surveying and longitudinal profiles tomorrow with Devin and Jess's talk. But the key things I want to reiterate, just so we get some repetition: the length of a long profile is critical. It's minimum 20 feet bankful width, upstream and downstream of the culvert. Make sure you're getting outside the culvert influence a long ways for stable grade controls, and you're collecting the thaw egg water surface. And yeah, you really need a long profile, a good ways away from the culvert to see what's going on. And we'll talk about in the next few slides about the culvert shape, or the profile shape. And I'm borrowing this figure from the US Forest Service AOP manual from 2008. So I won't talk too much about how to collect long profiles or reference reach selection, that kind of thing, but mostly talking about how to interpret the shape of your longitudinal profile and share some examples. So I won't talk any more slides about the uniform. It's pretty straightforward. The extreme slope stays steady through the culvert crossing area, and you're basically just using some things you'll hear about tomorrow to ensure that the stream can accommodate the vertical adjustment potential and the slope matches the stream slope upstream and downstream. The next one that's really pretty common is a problem for undersized culverts, where a sediment wedge forms on the upstream and a plunge pool forms on the downstream. But if you address those two problems, it would be look more like a uniform profile. Concave is one where the stream slope changes from steep to gentle, and that, if you thought about the process domain concept, there's a conceptual model that might be switching from a transport to a depositional process domain, and think about what problems that might occur for you. Maybe some vertical and lateral instability. Think about like alluvial fans as an example. And for convex, skipping from gentle to steep, for depositional to transport process domains, you're dealing with accelerating flow. Grade controls are important to make sure you're keeping things in place. And the examples I'll talk about later are lake outlets for this one. Complex is a combination of both those. And then I'll have a few slides also on incision, where the culvert is holding back some incision that's occurred downstream, and then road impounded wetlands. So first, longitudinal profile with the sediment wedge and plunge pool due to undersized culvert. So here's this undersized culvert or culverts on Campbell Creek in Anchorage. You can actually see, looking through the culvert, there's a wedge or pile of sediment on the upstream side. And when a flood occurs, the undersized culvert backs up water, so it drops its sediment and piles up there. And then on the downstream side, the scour pool forms. And if you were to use the lanes balance to try to understand what's going on, so on the upstream side, the creek backwaters, that shifts this hanging water here to the left and kicks the balance down, so aggradation or deposition occurs. Conversely, on the downstream side, that fire hose effect of the stream with all that hydraulic head going through the undersized culvert acts as kind of steepening the stream, steepening the stream slope and giving it more energy. At the same time, smaller amount of sediment there on the left side of the balance, and that moves the balance towards degradation or erosion. So here's a zoomed in view of a long profile. This would not be long enough to do your whole interpretation of what's going on here, but I'm just zooming in to see if there's an aggradation wedge and plunge pool. And in this case, there was. So this is a profile of that same photo example I had on the last 2 slides ago. And if what you're looking for is if this wedge and scour pool are removed, would the slope look like a uniform slope from that initial Forest Service AOP figure? And if you did zoom out, you can see the slope through that crossing. If you remove the material, filled in the scour pool, it would look like a uniform profile. So we don't have any concerns about incision on this one that we're missing. This one's a straightforward undersized culvert problem. And just so you can see what in a different way, here's a 2012 flood air photo from a creek along Oil Well Road, where the upstream of the culvert is all ponded. So you can imagine the sediment that the stream was carrying dropping out, and then fire hose effect on the downstream side. Okay, hole number 3 I think that, yeah, we match up. So we'll check all that apply. Thanks for queuing that up, Valentine. Do some Jeopardy music, maybe? Probably coming over terribly, but. Okay, or maybe Zoom filtered it out. Size culvert is likely to cause what on the upstream side? Okay, I think I'll cut the poll off so we can keep moving. Oh, I see some more answers coming in now, though. Okay, we'll cut it off just to keep moving. Share results. Yeah, so most folks had picked the two I was thinking, aggradation and deposition of sediment are likely what's occurring on the upstream side. Aggradation and deposition of sediment are kind of synonyms. So that was kind of a test on terminology there, but I think a lot of you had the right idea. You could have localized scour. That's usually mostly on the downstream where that plunge pool is. So not so much on the upstream. And did anyone say fishing hole? Yeah, there's a few fishing holes. That's usually sometimes when we do a culvert crossing replacement with this problem, the fishing hole is the thing on the downstream side, that plunge pool. Folks have grown accustomed to, I don't know, snagging fish out of there as they're waiting to try to fit through this undersized culvert. But yeah, the two answers I was thinking here is aggradation and deposition of sediment. Those are the ones on the upstream side. Okay, so moving on, the longitudinal profile and an incision problem. So remembering back to this example from Gustavus, we've got this incised channel with a culvert holding it in place. The things to look for in the longitudinal profile to look for incision is the channel slopes are offset but parallel. So here you can see in this lower figure is the slope upstream and downstream have this offset where they're parallel, but they are not lining up anymore because some incision has made its way up to the culvert and the culvert stopping it from going upstream. And if you see this, I have the local scour with the upstream sediment wedge in this figure as well, just to differentiate the two. In this example with the incision, you actually do see it's an undersized culvert, I guess. So it has the aggradation wedge upstream and a scour pool downstream. But the slope further away from the culvert have this offset, whereas you don't see that in the upstream or the top figure. And that's often the thing I'm trying to visualize and see from the longitudinal profile to make sure I know which profile shape I'm dealing with for a culvert design. And if you do find it's incised, it's important to determine why that's occurring and likely what will be the channel evolution in the future, because it'll factor into some of your design decisions. Maybe it was all the woody debris was removed from the system downstream and lost all its grade controls, started incising. Maybe it lost some other key type of grade control. Maybe there's just a natural nick point or head cut moving its way upstream, like that isostatic rebound example from Gustavus. Big earthquake scarps could be earthquake events, could be another one that changes, adjusts the cause of the head cut. So a little bit more on this incision idea. Here's another profile figure that I think shows it even better with this channel slope offset caused by incision that has been stopped by the culvert. And here's some design decisions that will factor into how you address it. Are there any constraints like buried utility lines or things that you really can't allow to occur. Maybe you can't allow channel evolution to continue upstream if you did let that incision to occur, like development really close to the banks. If you let the incision go through in sometime in the future, it might switch to channel widening rather than incision and affect some of that development next to the bank. So there's some constraints to think about. And then there's some options. Do you allow it to continue upstream? Do you install grade controls like a rough and riffle to transition between the two? Or do you reintroduce wood downstream to try to build it back up? And because maybe that was the problem that caused the incision, and that's something you might be able to address. And I'm sure Andy Stevens and his tribal partners in Southeast could tell you a lot more about how to do that. I think we'll hear from them later this week. So I would point to this publication that I shared that quote from on that first slide. They have a great additional discussion about risk assessment and your options when you deal with a culvert that has this incision problem. So I'll call that one out. And moving on to the longitudinal profile shape of concave. So this is where the stream slope goes from steep to shallow. And this example in Kodiak on Penaneroff Creek goes from steep mountainous areas, which are all obstructed by the fogginess in the photo on the right, to the kind of flat area around Women's Bay, and the river is depositing a lot of sediment. It's unstable laterally because of that aggregating bed. So it's a tricky problem for culvert design to accommodate this stream profile shape, just because of some of the sediment transport, that change in process domain from transport to deposition. So those are good concepts to think about and be aware of when you've got a profile shape like this. All right, poll number 4 should be popping up. So we're going to quiz you on what you think the profile shape is here. Slow down on the answer. So, oh, here's some more. So end poll, keep moving, shares the results. So most folks, 42% said uniform with a sediment wedge at the inlet of an undersized culvert. Some folks said uniform. There's a few other examples for a few other answers. Some folks were seeing inside channel downstream of the culvert. So for this one, I like to, it's kind of hard on the PowerPoint for you probably, but I like using a straight line and connecting through some grade controls. So I picked the grade control furthest upstream and the furthest downstream to try to understand how, what the stream slope was furthest away from the culvert influence, to try to get at, is there an aggregation wedge? Is there incision? For this one, I wasn't seeing a ton of slope offset, but it's also kind of a tricky one. It's one where like it'd be nice if there's actually more longitudinal profile. So it's another, if you're not quite sure, sometimes we go out in the field and collect more profile upstream and downstream to help better understand what's happening at a crossing. But for this one, I definitely see a scour pool. So that makes me think uniform with sediment wedge at the inlet example. There's not too big of a sediment wedge. Maybe the stream just doesn't move a lot of sediment. But given that underside culvert, it's good at making a scour pool. So for this one, I said uniform or uniform with a sediment wedge at the inlet of the undersized culvert. These are just the shapes that are in the AOP figure, which maybe doesn't super well define this one. But I wasn't seeing the incision problem. But that one, if you're concerned about that, that would be one where, did I get enough profile away from the culvert, and maybe I need some more to make sure that's not a problem that's going on, to confirm that. Or if you clearly we've got some debate, that might be something to do for this problem if you encountered it with you and your design team. Okay. So just a couple more examples of the longitudinal profile shapes to talk about. And for this one, road impounded wetlands, I just want to note that the profiles I'm showing down below are flowing from right to left. All the other profiles I've shown so far are from left to right. I just couldn't get the figures to go that way. But I borrowed them from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Their 2013 crossing design guidelines actually have a whole appendix dedicated to road impounded wetlands. So if you do encounter one of these, it's a good one to check out for more information. But I'm going to talk through the continuous and distinct types that they talked about in that publication. And for the continuous type, I like to think of it as the roads that are constructed across existing wetlands, peatlands, low gradient systems. I think that's how they define it in the publication too, where there was already a wetland there when the road went in. So the road and the culvert has maybe affected the upstream side and made it a little bit wetter, maybe a little bit more ponded than it used to be, but it's essentially still would have been a wetland there even without the road crossing. And if you replace the fish passage culvert, set it a little bit deeper to follow the fish passage design guidelines, you would still be able to maintain the wetland. You might affect the water level slightly, but it would still be a wetland. And for these, I wanted to bring up that if you have a wetland on both sides of a stream, the road itself could be affecting wetland hydrology. And you could think about how are you going to convey the surface flow across the wetland and its groundwater through the road crossing so you don't negatively affect hydrology. I think in our 2022 workshop, there's some good discussion about how roads affect vegetation succession at crossings. So building on some of that, and there's been a thesis for Kenai talking about how roads across wetlands, if they have a ditch on the upstream side, they can capture groundwater, turn it into surface water, warm it up, and negatively affect water quality by increasing water temperature outside the range of what juvenile coho like. So for these types of road impounded wetlands, it's good to think about if you're going to work on fish passage. Think about if you can do anything to help convey hydrology, the wetland hydrology across the water, across the crossing. Moving on to the distinct type of road impounded wetlands, that's where there wasn't a wetland there before the original culvert went in. And for these, I like to think about first, my gut is say try to, as like a geomorphologist background, trying to return a river as close to its natural processes as possible. And for me, that kind of means reducing the size of that wetland or setting a culvert so it matches a natural stream slope. There are some, if you were to try to maintain that wetland upstream, there are some problems that you might encounter, like the wetland is trapping sediment. So then that's altering the downstream sediment supply, and that could potentially cause a new channel evolution phase downstream of the culvert, which would not be good overall for the stream. And then the ponding water upstream of the culvert increases stream temperatures, which could be bad for fish habitat as well. But definitely, I would say check out that Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife publication, because there's other factors to consider. Maybe wetlands are critically endangered in your watershed and you really can't lose any, even if they are kind of artificially created by a road. You might have no net loss going on in terms of Corps of Engineers permitting. And think about maybe the wetland size and quality could you reduce it, or is it that important? Or maybe you can't allow any sediment downstream for whatever reason, if you were to lower the crossing and affect the wetland upstream. But yeah, so those are some more information on that problem that you see in the AOP stream shape figure. So the last shape longitudinal profile I want to talk about is convex for lake outlets. And they would be even just a unaffected original natural lake level has this type of shape. But a lot of times in Alaska, we've seen these problems where there's an elevated lake level due to trying to improve navigability in the lake by increasing the lake level or whatever reason. And generally, if you try to put a culvert in that same footprint, it's going to be too steep to pass fish potentially. So they need to find more stream length to accommodate a slope that will let fish pass. So here's an example from Big Lake Outlet, where that's the sheet pile weir and then a rough and riffle going down to allow fish passage, but maintain the lake level. And then there's some more information on this. If you see Bill Rice's 2022 talks, there's a link to that below. One more example of this is a lake along Casual Lake Road in the Matsu Borough. And the road itself was so high, I believe, that helped trigger its classification as a dam according to TNR dam safety permitting. So that kicked in some more design costs and construction costs to make sure that this crossing had capacity for a 500-year event, which is required if it's classified as a dam. So word of caution there on changing lake elevations and using roads as the way to do that with culverts, undersized culverts. But in this example, to get enough stream length to handle that change of elevation, it had to build a really long, not very natural looking fish way, basically. So, and what I want to talk about now is transitioning, using this example, how like the stream had a big outside bend here in this design, and the stream moved its way along the outside of the culvert. And it was okay for this example, but it's important to think about where you're placing your culvert in relation to the channel plan form. And in this case, it went to the side of a culvert, but if it was a bridge, that might be eroding away your bridge abutments. So that's an important thing to remember about channel plan form and bed form when you're working on a culvert problem. And what I mean by channel plan form, that's the far left figure, where you've got, back up, where you've got the channel meandering through, and the thalweg is the red line. The deepest part is on the outside of a bend, where that was occurring in that culvert example I just showed. And if you had this figures from step pools, where channel constrictions help maintain step pools, and you can think about that in the same way as culverts. If you have an undersized culvert, it's constricting flow, or if you design your bank restorations to be too narrow for the size of the stream, you could be causing the stream to gain some extra erosional ability with that constriction. So just as a little tie-in to try to talk about channel plan form and bed form at the end here. So just to sum up the key questions when you visit a stream: why does a river look the way it does, and what will it look like in the future? And then these are the tools we just worked through and those key figures on each of those. So I'll stop there and take any questions.
Thank you, Franklin. That was an excellent deep dive into geomorphology. My daughter's been playing a lot of pool recently, and as you were giving your presentation, I'm like, wow, this is so much awesome geometry going on here, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and ask Devin to share if there's any questions in the chat.
Sure, yeah, we did have one question come through when you were on slide 19 talking about the Gustavus example. And they were asking if the widening would undermine an abutment in that system. So I think that really boils down to, if you know a channel is adjusting, what can you do to design for this? So what are some options there?
Yeah, on that one, I could try to flip back, but I was thinking, maybe I didn't mention it. Maybe some of my practice runs I talked about it better, but let me pull that one back up. Yeah, if you know it's gonna continue in sizing at the same rate, and you would make sure your abutments are far enough back to accommodate this channel or this bank slope with some margin of safety to be far enough back that given 6 feet more of incision over 75 years, that the abutments aren't going to be affected by the continued incision and assumed stepping back of the banks as it goes. But yeah, that's definitely a concern and something to think about during design.
Thanks, Franklin. I think that was all that was in the chat so far. If anybody else has other questions. Oh, it looks like we have one more. Do you have any recommendation for addressing over deposition that is choking up a replacement bridge?
Yeah, if it's choking up a replacement bridge, I'd be wondering, like, kind of go back to why does the river look that way? And is it something to do with the channel dimensions? Is it too wide going through that bridge and it's causing it to deposit? Or maybe something has changed upstream, like another source of sediment or something like that. But yeah, I'd be kind of going at it the same, using some of these same tools, but why is it doing that? And is it something to do with maybe the channel width or depth or an area just not being quite right to move the sediment the way it used to?
Thanks, Franklin. I'm wondering too, this might be a great time for people. We're going to take a bit of a break here. So this might be a great time for a little bit of thinking, and Valentine might leave us with some thoughts as well as we go into break. After the break, we're going to come back and we're going to do a breakout where we're going to be able to talk about, in a smaller group setting, about all the presentations that you've heard today, maybe even generating some questions. And then we're going to have some time at the very end to come back and really dive into questions. Valentine, do you have a bit of a Mentimeter to kind of let us sit with at break?
Yeah, am I sharing my screen?
Yes.
I've got one more Mentimeter to follow up Franklin's talk, asking you to think about a stream in your watershed locally, or a project that you're currently working on or have worked on recently, and share with us what are the factors that shaped the channel that exists today. It does not have to be the picture that I threw that I added to the Mentimeter. That's probably like Ireland, not necessarily relevant, but
Love this picture.
I'll go ahead and leave this up during our break, and we'll come back at 2:25, I believe.
Yep, I'll start a new clock going, and we'll put some information in the chat. So folks, move your body. Thanks, Valentine, for encouraging us to do that. Take a quick step outside, breathe some fresh air. Ponder Franklin's great talk. Thanks again, Franklin. And we'll see you back here very shortly.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Franklin.
That's great. Well, I think we're at the 10 o'clock hour, so I think we can go ahead and get started. Good morning, everybody. I'm Debbie Hart. I'm the coordinator for the Southeast Alaska Fish Habitat Partnership. I'll be your moderator today and your timekeeper. I'm joined by a whole host of other planning members who are going to help facilitate and run the meeting through some questions and answers and working to really provide a lot of engagement. So this is day 2 of the 2024 Alaska Stream Crossing Workshop, and really excited to have a great group here joining us. Really appreciate folks' coming in through the Zoom. We've got the link now up in many different places within the Whova app, and hopefully you guys didn't have as much trouble today logging on. Also wanted to just put encourage folks to look at the Whova application. You can do it through your web browser or a mobile app. We're using Whova to engage with the audience, and Valentine, who's got her camera on right now, she's been providing all sorts of engagement opportunities. She's created some interesting containers within the community section of the Whova application, helping to provide folks the opportunity to gauge both regionally, connecting with folks who you might be, sharing neighbors in different parts of Alaska. We've got the interior, southeast, south central. I think there's out west as well. And maybe as we're breaking for lunch, I'll share my screen and kind of walk folks through there. We won't take the time to do it here this morning, but I wanted to get folks to be comfortable with that application. We've also got some fun things in there, some games. We've got some prizes. I'm going to go ahead and ask all of our organizers to turn their cameras on real quick, just so folks, great, we have everybody here. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our sponsors and our organizers. So Fish and Wildlife Service is a sponsor, and we've got Heather Hansen, Franklin Decker, Devin Fitzpatrick from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and Kirsten Valentine, who've been supporting us, and really appreciate their expertise in pulling this all together. And we've also got folks from Trout Unlimited here, Aaron Prussian and Michelle Beadle. Thanks you guys for helping to moderate with questions and keep things running smoothly on the Zoom technical angle. And then we have Michael Mazzucavallo. Is he on yet? I don't see his camera up, but Michael is here from Fish and Game. They're a sponsor as well. There you are, Michael. I got to just pull you over a little bit in my screen. And then we've also the Natural Resources Conservation Service, NRCS, is also a sponsor for the workshop. And yesterday we had a fantastic beginning, really great to hear from our tribal partners and get some input on what's been happening across the state. And we heard from Ben, our keynote speaker, he gave a really wonderful presentation with his book Crossings, and hopefully folks have had a chance to read that. The presentation was really interesting, lots of incredible photos. He's been all over the world, learning about how different species are managing our road interfaces. All of that was recorded, and if anyone missed it or wants to go back and see it again, we'll get that posted up into the Whova application. And again, maybe as we break for lunch, I'll walk folks through so that they're comfortable navigating in there. And I'm going to turn it over to Valentine. She is our expert at pulling folks together through some engagement opportunities. She's been running the Menti and some other Zoom polling. So Valentine, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Debbie, for that great introduction. Yeah, so I'll have Menti interactions going in between speakers today. Here's one example of that. You can join by scanning the QR code you see on your screen with your smartphone, and that way you'll be able to interact through your phone. You can also go to menti.com in a browser window and enter the code that you see at the top of your screen. Or let me see if I can add, nope, add somebody, maybe somebody else. Oh, here we go. I'll put in the link into the chat, and that way you can click on it and go to a browser in a separate window. if you'd like. So that is our between speaker engagement. And then I'll also have Zoom polls going for some speakers, not all speakers, when it corresponds to the material. Quick quizzes, etc., to test your knowledge, test your hearing, give you a little more chance to interact. If those are distracting, don't worry, they're not required, and we'll be moving on even if we don't get full participation, just for the sake of time. And let's see, is Greg?
I haven't seen him pop on yet. I was going to ask that as well. Greg, if you're on, you can unmute yourself, and we'll try to find you to help share your screen. And actually, maybe we can take this time too. I didn't ask folks to introduce themselves in the chat. Please do take a moment, familiarize yourself with your Zoom controls. If you wiggle your mouse, your controls should pop up, and you should be able to find your chat button. Put your name in there. Let us know where you are. It's always great to know what tribal lands you might be on. I'm here in Juneau and Douglas on the Occoquan and Taquaquan territories. So yeah, please go ahead and use the chat. And Greg, are you on? He's our morning speaker.
He's trying to join, so he should be on in just a moment.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I'm joining from the ancestral homelands of the Dena'ina people. And it's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Kirsten Valentine. I'm one of the many workshop planners. This has definitely been a group effort. Thank you to all of the other co-hosts and co-planners who have helped make this event a success. Go ahead, Heather.
Yeah, I just thought maybe this would be a good time to talk about professional development hours. So for those people who need professional development hours, we will be sending out a link to a survey that you can do on Whova, and you just will need to respond to that. It'll have a place for your name and email, and you'll be basically providing feedback and your feedback on each session that you attend. So we'll then be able to track which sessions you attended, and yeah, get those certificates out to you. So that is how we're tracking professional development hours. We also are keeping attendance on Zoom to make that, I'll double check that. So if you don't attend a session, then just please be honest about that and report that you didn't attend it. So just FYI, and if you have any questions about that, feel free to reach out to me.
Great. Thank you, Heather. Heather, while we have just a couple minutes, do you want to give the audience just maybe a little background to how this workshop came together?
Well, the workshop's been around actually for a long time before I was in this position, and we used to do it in person around the state. And it was a collaboration between Alaska Department of Fish and Game and US Fish and Wildlife Service. And folks would travel around the state and give it in person. And so when COVID came along and Zoom, we decided to go virtual with it, which allows us to really reach more people and have a bigger footprint, and also put the material online. So we're lucky that we've got the 2022 workshop was online, and CFIP, Debbie's organization, hosted that. We have those videos available on the Fish and Wildlife Service YouTube channel. And throughout the presentations, we'll be sharing links to different videos that you can go and view that original workshop. So we try to cover really kind of the basics of fish passage design in that original workshop. And in this workshop, we're really trying to build on that. So we're not repeating everything, but more trying to add more information, updates, and think about the new science and climate change is one of the big topics for this workshop, which we're going to be covering on Thursday. So yeah, so that's a little background. And I think I just saw in the chat that maybe Greg made it on, so I'll turn it back to you,
I
Deborah.
believe so. I think Greg has his video open.
Yeah, good morning. I'm here. I got connected finally, so
Thank you.
whenever-
It's technology, right? We're super glad to have you here.
Okay, thank you.
And Valentine, would you like to do the introductions? And Greg, just so you know, I'm gonna run a timer, so I'll pop back on as we get close to your time. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Valentine. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it is my honor to introduce to you Greg Enceluski. He has served his community of Ninilchik in countless ways, too long to list right now. But that includes leadership of both the Native Corporation, Ninilchik Natives Association Incorporated, and also the federally recognized tribe. He's also served his country as a member of the US Navy. And Greg has been a commercial fisherman for the last 50 years and spent nearly 3 decades working on the North Slope. Talk about an all-around Alaskan. And he's going to be sharing with us dispatches from improving fish passage in the southern Kenai Peninsula. Take it away, Greg. And would you like me to, do you want to screen share or you just want to stay on video?
You could just put so they could see me, I guess. I can't see.
Right.
And
It's all
that'd be
you.
fine. That'd be fine. It's me. And I'm on a timer, right? I do have one of my coworkers with me, Nikki Graham. And if we get into some questions about names and stuff, if you ask me, Village, she'll give you a little history on some of that. So she's going to do our Cultural Heritage Center. Anyway, I'm Greg Enceluski, as has been introduced here, and I have quite a long relationship with Fish Passage and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Kyle Graham and others. We have actually done numerous projects, and it's very interesting because a lot of the projects we did early on where there was some new bridges were put in and bridge replacements. And so I'm gonna, in a bit, I'll show you a map, but we have 69,000 acres here in Ninilchik. Behind Ninilchik, it encompasses many of the rivers in the Ninilchik River, all the way to the Anchor River, Stretsky Creek, Clam Creek, Chickaw Creek, tons and tons of fish passages. And we have a road system through all these fish passages. We have probably 60 miles of road that we maintain, maybe even more than that. A lot of the culverts got perched, the fish couldn't get up. So we've been replacing some of those as we can. Some of them been pretty big projects. We've had to hire engineering firms for water flow and direction. All these streams, just so you know, they all have had fry. We'll find fish in all of them. And I sit on the Federal Regional Advisory Council as chairman for many years, 21 years to be exact, and studied a lot about fish and fish passages. And you know, the fish, if there's a creek or a marsh or a swamp, they're going to get up in it. And so I want to tell you a little bit about our village. You know, Ninilchik is historically we're fish people. We lived off fish, moose, and farmed the lands here. You know, the king salmon were our mainstay. They are no longer around. They've been depleted very bad. They're still kings, but they're small. The Ninilchik River, I could go into it of what happened to it. They introduced hatcheries, caused a lot of problem, got overstocked, and then things went to hell. But since we've had this fish project, we've been able to really open up areas and rearing areas that we never got to before. Some of them are very large culvert projects, road improvement projects, so on and so forth. I want to save a lot of time for you guys to ask me questions, and I just, but I want to set the stage of what we do here. So it's the fish passage to us as native people and tribal people is critical because we can't survive without fish. It's actually in our DNA, believe it or not. And so it's very important to our diet, to our lifestyle. And it's very important to our sustainability for the fish of the country and the nation, actually. But anyway, you know, I grew up in Ninilchik. I'm a 1948 model, so you can see I'm a little silver threads amongst the gold up there. It's a great song. I'd sing it to you, but I better not. But anyway, there's a lot of time I've passed and I've seen change here. And it's just great to work. We've also worked with NSRC on some projects to enhance fish passage. We've worked a lot with Kyle Graham. We work with the tribe as partners in our resource management, and they actually do some of the technical work to help us out on bids and other things. We've hired engineering firms that we've had from the peninsula, a lot of firms that we put to work here. Engineers, I know there's a lot of technical engineers in your group. I worked with engineers for a long time in my prior career, so I know how they work. And I actually have an engineer in my family. My grandson is a civil engineer, graduated from Fairbanks up there, and so he's working in the engineering field. But they're very important to us for the science and help us study and know that we do things right and that they're going to work. Now, I've already said quite a bit, and I think she has some questions for me, and you guys may have some questions. I was going to have Nikki show you a map, if she could, of Ninilchik, and I'm just going to show you. She'll share her screen, and it'll show you a picture of all the streams we cover down here.
Thanks, Greg. Excellent
Yeah.
introduction. Hi, Nikki. You should have control. Great.
Okay, if you could look at this screen here, I don't know, my pointer probably don't show, but Ninilchik's in the middle of the dot there. And everything in this blue land here is Ninilchik native land. Everything in this pinkish reddish is Seri land. The yellow is state land. And so you can see we come from north all the way from Clown Gulch, all the way down south, almost toward Anchor Point. All these green roads, these are road systems. We have roads, and these are crossing. These are crossing the Ninilchik Creek, Deep Creek drainage, all great, important, very important river drainages. We got drainages all the way to the south, Chicok, Anchor River, Stritsky Creek, and all of these things you're seeing in here, and all these roads were put in from the logging back in the 90s. And we had to do that because the beetle killed all our trees off, and it ruined some of the shade, and you know, we had warming conditions. So we've been doing a lot of work with the tribe to protect these lands, to study them and do the best we can and keep the streams open so the fish could go up and rear in here. So that ought to open up a lot of debate. That's a lot of land on the Kenai Peninsula, and we definitely encompass a lot of the major creeks and fish passages. And this whole watershed for the lower Kenai is you know, it's affected by what we do on our lands here. So that should give you an idea of what we're doing down there. And we've chose to maintain our lands. I came back to work for the Native Association in 2012, and we've actively tried to improve our culverts and our road systems and keep them where they're not sloughed in, and bridging and perched culverts and so on and so forth. So anyway, we've spent U.S. Fish and Wildlife money to help us, and we need to make these projects to stay affordable. You know, we can't do them if they're not affordable. If we over-engineer them or under-engineer them, you know, we can't get them done. So that's a big thing, to make them affordable and good. And so, you know, people probably wonder, what the hell are you guys putting culverts in for fish passage? Well, I hope I explained it, but some of these are huge culverts, and they've got really pretty technical, fancy, and they restore the bed to the natural stream bed with the rockage and flows and all the designs. So anyway, that's probably enough on that, but I could tell you a lot more stories, but I'm not sure which direction you want to go next, but let's talk a little bit about it. So you guys got some questions for me?
I just want to say I love Ensaluski Lake.
Yeah, that Ensaluski Lake is very interesting, and it's got fish in it, and the Coconino fish, and that's cool, and that's very important to the peninsula. That was actually my grandfather on the Ensaluski side. And my grandfather on the Ensileski side was, he was an early pioneer that moved into this country, and he actually had a homestead right up by the lake there. So that was his, that's why it was named after him. And my real name is I'll tell you a little history to throw you off. I'm really a Skalkoff is my name. I was adopted by Ensileski. So I go back for hundreds and hundreds of generations here in Ninilchik. My grandfather, Skalkoff, lived and raised in Ninilchik. Back to the trap days when we had traps out on the inlet. I fished with my dad on the trap, and I can remember till I was 10 years old. And then me and my brother had fish sites. And so we've been involved with fish. And on the tribal side, as the tribal president and chairman and stuff, we've been fighting for tribal rights for fisheries. And you may or may not know, but we have the only approved federal fishery on the Kenai River. And we provide probably 4,000 or more fish to the rural residents in Ninilchik, native and non-native all. And we manage that program, and we do that for them.
Hey, Greg, this is Devaney Lehner from Homer Soil and Water Conservation District, and I adored Bruce. Oh, Lordy. But I will contact you because one of my goals is on the Anchor River to establish a trail through time that talks about starting at the Silver King Bridge, the new bridge, talk about the bridge replacement. And then as you walk towards the slide hole trail, you will be going back through time, and with QR codes to videos and signage and whatever, we'll talk about all the different things that happened along the Anchor River, because everything that happened on the peninsula happened on that river. And so it becomes a window into the history of the Southern Peninsula. So I'm going to contact you about that.
Yeah, you contact me about that, because Bruce, of course, we kept him on till unfortunately he passed, got sick, but he worked a lot of these watershed projects. He was very into conservation and setting things aside and preserving the water and soils. And we're there. One thing we try to stress, and so people understand it, you got to realize these lands are native lands, and they were given, we inherited them, have given up all our Aboriginal rights for hunting and fishing. That's why we had the land plans back in 71. And so we try to protect it. We try to keep from people just going hither and there and all over hell. We have a lot of trespass camps and different things, some abuse. We've got pretty good control of that now. But we have, and Nikki's working on we've got a long-range comprehensive land management plan that's going to involve all the partners that we need to partner with, Peninsula, Peanut Borough, everyone. We're going to manage that, but we do have to maintain our lands for our historic value and our culture. And we also, unfortunately, we have an agreement with Hill Corp that the corporation signed before I got back in here, and it's a long-term agreement, and they have right to access our land, and we're in negotiations with that. I got them on a short lease, but anyway, there's always things happening. Good to talk to you. Thanks.
I will contact you. A pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Greg, we have a poll that Valentine's brought up.
Yeah, but keep the questions coming. This is, we don't need to stare silently at them. I guess.
I'll tell you what brings me to the Kenai Peninsula. I was conceived on the beach on the fish site probably back in 1948. So that's what brought me to the peninsula. I fish. I'm not only a commercial fisherman. I'm not good at sports fishing. I used to set a net. Way back in the days, we would just go out off the beach and we'd set a net off the Ninilchik, fill our smokehouses, take care of it. I'm an avid hunter. I love moose. I could go for moose. Fun. I love hunting, fishing, women, everything. Family. I got great. You've all probably heard of Ivan. He is executive director of the tribe. I got another son that's he's a financial manager for South Central Foundation. I'll just throw that out. It's not in my bio, but I'm also on the board for the South Central Health Board, so I do a lot of work with them. professionally and otherwise. So I got a lot more involvement than I probably want to be.
Greg,
But-
Greg, can you tell us a little bit of your insight in how you've seen things, you know, how fishing has changed in
I could tell you so much that'll make you cry, but anyway,
yeah.
Fishing has changed drastically. You know, in the years when I grew up, these streams were full of fish. You could walk across them. You could see all the fish on the Kenai in the Ninilchik, and you know, even I grew up in Kenai for quite a while, so they were very plentiful. Times were very, very plentiful. They're getting more or less and less now. You know, the commercial fisheries, you know, I'm a set netter. We've been shut down the last 2 years. It looks like they're going to outlaw us anyway. They offered us a dip net, which is a big insult and a slap in the face. But fishing is getting tough. I sit on the federal rack, and you know, it's hard to listen to the stories of the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and the fishing diminishing. And so we have to really get active and try to figure out how to save the fish. And you know, maybe we need more restrictions, whatever. But I could tell you through my lifetime, I've seen drastic changes, and even in the moose populations. We've done some active predator stuff on our lands, and we've increased the moose on our lands. And but there's been a big change, you know, and there's people moving. There's all over on these systems. And I'm not sure what's going to be the final outcome, but I hate to see hatcheries come in, because if you pollute the natural stock, you know, you're in trouble. One thing I think a lot of people don't understand, but maybe they do, is they're making more and more hatchery fish in the Pacific Northwest, all the way up to the northern part of the Alaska. You know, the fish now are almost 40% hatchery induced, either pink salmon or whatever. And they wonder why there's no chums, why there's no kings. Oh, well, you know, you got a capacity carrying for food, and that I believe is being exceeded in a lot of areas. So we do have some trouble in Paradise, and yeah, I've seen a lot of change in my time.
Yeah, and maybe kind of expanding on that, like, have you seen some benefits from these fish passage projects, you know, that are kind of playing out in your community?
Well, it really, you know, people take pride in knowing that maybe for the future generations, we're restoring creeks and opening places that were dammed up and cut off. And I know they're rearing areas. I've seen trouts way up high in very, very, very small water flow. It's amazing what a silver salmon will spawn in. And all these little tributaries that take off of these streams and rivers, they go into the marsh and watershed and into these marshy areas, and we found fish in there. So it's educating people. It's educating the big benefit. It's protecting our lands. It's protecting the fish. It's going to have food for future generations. So I see a lot of benefit from it. Plus, it opens up access for the traditional use of the lands to get out to them. Also, there's other benefits of, you know, being able to manage the forest there and the shed and keep it cool and so on and so forth. But we did studies. We had a gal do a study on the king salmon on the Ninilchik River here, and there is some heat stress on it. And she documented that in her thesis. But anyway, there's definitely benefits of improving areas for fish rearing. Definitely, there's no question about it.
That's great. And where's your funding coming? Jessica Wynn Staffer asked that in the chat. She's kind of curious where how are your
well, if I tell you this, you're all going to go after my same funding source, and then I'm going to have trouble. But Kyle has worked with us very well. We've got a lot of funding through U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and every dollar of that was well spent. And we've matched it, and we put money in from the Ninilchik natives. We put money in from tribe, time from the tribe to study these, do that, to bid it. So it's you know, we're definitely contributing, and we're definitely getting some federal dollars. NSRC was a big supporter of us for money, huge support, and we really need more. As usual, we don't have a project this summer, and I was sure hoping to get something. One of our problems we have is we have a couple bridges on main water systems up on up above Stritsky Creek and some of those the North Forks of the rivers, and the bridges are getting where their abutments are washing and falling in, and no one has money for repairing bridges, and so it's been a real problem. So.
Right. And Jessica had another question. She was curious if you guys have in-house heavy equipment and operators that are doing the fish passage projects.
Yes, we do. We do. In fact, it's pretty interesting. We've went and we bought a fecon. I don't know if you know what a fecon is, but it cuts brush and and alders and stuff like that, so we could clear areas. We do have a heavy loader equipment that we use for projects to help build the fish passage and stuff. So we utilize some of our equipment that we have. We don't. We actually own a construction company. Ninilchik Natives does a couple of them up in the valley, but they don't come down this way. If we needed them on a big project, we could certainly get them.
Great, Greg. Thank you for answering these questions. And Nikki, thanks for responding in the chat too. Greg, you've got lots of questions in the chat, and I know we're going to run up against time. But maybe do you or Nikki want to just have like 1 or 2 minutes to kind of finish out, and then we'll transition to the next speaker?
Okay, I'm awesome, open to talk to any of you all the time. Come down, visit me. Nikki's going to tell you a little bit about our name, and I'll transition that to her. Thank you all for the opportunity, and it's a pleasure working with you, and it really helps our total goal for long-term fish health.
Well, Greg, thank you for kicking off our day 2 of the workshop in just a really inspiring way. Nikki, do you want to have a few words?
Just really briefly, Waka Winga Aka Nikki Graham. My name is Nikki Graham, and it's nice to meet all of you. Thank you so much for inviting us to your forum today. You know, Ninilchik, and one of the exciting things Greg mentioned is we're building a cultural center in Ninilchik, and Ninilchik has a really unique and interesting history. And so we're on traditional Dena'ina Athabascan lands, and the word Ninilchik is a Dena'ina word it means translates to a place where a lodge is built. And they have found numerous up and down the peninsula, but in our area, what we call barabaras, which are subterranean, you know, traditional homes. And so it's really an honor to that. It's our Ninilchik Heritage Center. So more to come on that, I just wanted to mention, but that will really celebrate and tell the history and story of the Ninilchik people, which have a very diverse history beyond Dena'ina Athabascan. And so just wanted to kind of close with that, and excited to work with you all and see you all in the future. So, Koyana.
Koyana, thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Very
Thank
good.
you.
So before I get started, I want to acknowledge that I live and work on the homelands of the Dena'ina people. Devin and I are going to talk a little bit about some updates we're working on to the culvert design guidelines, and give you a bit of a review just on the design process that we use. Of course. So we'll give you an outline of where we're going today. First, I'm going to talk about how roads impact stream corridors, and then give you a review or talk about the evolution of nature-like design approaches. Then I will just give a quick overview of the design process. And then I'll jump into the first topic on the guideline updates, which is looking at updating our crossing structure selection guidelines. And then Devin will jump into the substrate sizing updates that she's working on. So for road impacts, I want to kind of do a little bit of jump back to Michael's presentation yesterday. He talked about floodplains and riparian areas and the importance that these play in stream corridor and ecosystem function. We've got a wide range of habitats, and having connectivity to those habitats where water can flow out and keep those wet and allow all these different species to access those habitats is an important function of repair of stream corridors. In this slide, you'll see that the main channel is represented here. And what happens when we put a culvert on that main channel and build a road across it is we basically cut off kind of hydrologic connectivity. So the water is not able to cross the road anymore, and neither are the animals. And we cause a lot of, sometimes the areas downstream of these roads to really dry out, and we're not keeping those habitats available for species that need them, like salmon fry and other aquatic species, or even terrestrial species like moose that really like those floodplain habitats. Another impact of putting just a small culvert on the mainstream crossing, of course, is we get these scour and perches like Franklin showed yesterday. So this is typically these would have been installed at grade. The culvert was not originally installed this far off the ground, and these scoured out and of course create big problems for fish. And the road prism creates problems for wildlife. So looking back in 2001, this National Marine Fisheries document published this definition of a stream simulation goal, where we're trying to not just allow for fish passage, but provide sediment transport, flood and debris conveyance within the culvert as it would be happening in the natural channel. Early iterations of this stream simulation method, unfortunately, a lot of these were installed with still undersized culverts. We put rocks in the culverts, but didn't size these big enough and didn't mimic the natural channel shape. So that bank flow channel shape didn't mimic the low flow channel shape, and really missed the ball on the stream processes. And also because these are undersized, we're seeing a lot of times that the substrate is just getting blown out of these culverts. This one here on the left has a substrate retention sill. Those are created to hopefully catch more substrate after it blows out, but a lot of times those don't work, and they can be barriers to some aquatic organisms as well. So we saw a need to establish ecological function goals and for culverts so that we actually can get to a state that's going to provide better fish passage, but also some other ecological functions that stream corridors provide. And in 2019, we had a multi-agency meeting, and we set these goals for the development of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service culvert design guidelines. So we wanted to have a dynamically stable channel geometry, sediment transport in equilibrium with the natural channel, natural substrate in the pipe, transport of woody debris to maintain that important habitat and that woody debris contributes to, nutrient transport, passage of all aquatic organisms, not just a certain species of fish, terrestrial wildlife passage as much as possible, floodplain and riparian connectivity, again, those important functions that Michael talked about yesterday. And then 100-year flood capacity. So this year, I think that, of note is the 100-year flood capacity is a higher flood capacity than is typically required on most roads in Alaska, if you're not in a 100-year floodplain anyway, or a 100-year flood zone, FEMA flood area. So 50-year is kind of the typical design. So that's a little bit higher. But this year we're looking at including climate predictions for that 100-year flood capacity as well. And this is an example of a stream simulation culvert where we've got a stream that was constructed at bankful width with banks running through the culvert. And you can see here that we've got sediment that's being deposited on these banks, and the substrate is multivarying in sizes. We've got some sand, some pebbles, and some cobbly material. But it really looks like the natural stream material is moving through this culvert, and we're maintaining the natural stream shape and a low flow channel shape. What's remarkable about this culvert in particular is it was constructed before back in the early 2000s, before we had a 100-year flood event, which went through. And, you know, in that type of event, we might be worried that the channel shape would be changed or that these banks would be washed out, but they held up and were likely designed for stability. So this culvert really uses a geomorphic approach, a geomorphic analog for design. It was designed by before we published our guidelines using the US Forest Service AOP guidelines 2008. So jumping now into the design process, just an overview of what that looks like. We're going to start with doing assessment and feasibility of our site. Then we need to do our hydrologic predictions, so we know what size flood flows we need to be handling at the different recurrence intervals, a 2-year flood, a 50-year flood, a 100-year flood, that kind of thing. And then we need to go to our crossing site and get some data. This can be somewhat done online, but I think this also means a field visit and using some survey equipment to understand what the profile is at the crossing site and what our goals need to be, and also what the alignment needs to be. And once we have that target information, we can choose a reference reach that will help us meet those goals. So the reference reach needs to be similar slope to our target profile. And hopefully that, well, Devin and Jess are going to cover more about the reference reach after lunch, so I won't get more into that, but a lot of things to consider on the reference reach. So we've got a separate topic just for that. Once we've got our reference reach set, then we can select a structure size based on the reference reach. And I am going to go more into how to select a structure size and some suggestions for that. After we've selected the substrate structure size, then we can design the substrate. And once we design the substrate, we're going to go back and see if the substrate we designed actually fits inside the structure we just sized. And the sad panda there is because a lot of times it does not fit, and we need to redo the structure size, often pick a larger structure size, and which will allow us to maybe have a little smaller substrate design. And sometimes this needs to is an iterative process where we need to redo that several times. And once it works, we'll do a little dance. So this diagram, talking about assessment and feasibility of my project site first. This is a bit of a simplification of watershed processes. It doesn't show the full range of processes. As Franklin showed yesterday, things can be a lot more complicated, especially in glacial environments. But some questions to ask yourself are, where is the crossing in my watershed? What's happening with the sediment? High in the watershed is typically my sediment source, and I might have debris flows up there that could threaten a structure. This debris and sediment will move through zone 2. At least it would in this example. Like I say, this is a simplification and it could be more complicated. But then down in zone 3 here, we've got the depositional zone. And that's where aggradation risk becomes a consideration and much higher. So I've got a poll for you here. With this poll and the following example, I'm thinking about how sediment transport may impact the site feasibility. So I've got an actively braiding stream down here in the depositional zone. And my question is, what kind of structure would I put on that? And as you're answering that poll, I want to just jump into a couple of examples. This is the Nizina River near McCarthy, and the old USGS map showed a road coming down here, crossing the Nizina, and then going out through to a airstrip out at May Creek. And I've actually flown over this and seen this in real life. So I just thought of this and thought, wow, I'd love to include this as a slide. So here's what this looks like in aerial imagery. You can see this is a highly braided river, a lot of sediment moving through here, and the flow is probably actively moving between these braids at constantly reshuffling. And this is what's left of a bridge that was constructed across the Nizina at some point many years ago. So I guess, you know, feasibility wise, was this a great place to put a structure? Obviously, probably not. I find it really interesting that the bridge is still standing in the heaviest flow area, which maybe tells us something about how sediment can affect structures. Here's another example of a bridge over the Knik River near not far from where I live. And this is, these mountains here have pinched the river down, and there may be some also DOT help with pinching the river down here. But upstream, we've got this highly braided river, and then it kind of goes into this more narrow single channel. And that's where the DOT bridge is located. So we've got a lot of sediment that's moving and getting reshuffled and transported. And with this narrower channel, it's able to maintain a stable cross section and have a bridge there that's going to be stable. So if possible, we're gonna, you know, having that narrower location to locate your bridge is going to help out and not putting it over the braided section of the river. And I would say you could go ahead and close and share the results on the poll. I'm going to move into thinking about channel instability in the assessment phase here. So if we have channel incision, we can, Franklin talked about this yesterday. There's basically two kinds of head cut that we would normally see moving through a culvert site. One would be where we have just the head cut that's going to take out the sediment wedge just upstream of the culvert. And that isn't going to go very far and isn't going to be a big problem. But if we have full watershed channel incision where we've got a head cut that's going to continue upstream, then we risk basically really degrading the habitat upstream, as you can see in this slide on the left. So this is kind of an incised channel. You've got a lot of eroded banks. The water table gets lowered, which dries out the riparian area and reduces the diversity and productivity of those floodplain areas. This habitat here might be an example of a stable stream. And we see this quite a bit at culverts where, especially in Alaska, we've got some, we've got uplift that's occurring or earthquakes that cause major shifts over time. And we've got culverts that may be holding back this head cut that is going to occur. So we really need to make a decision about whether or not to stabilize these structures or stabilize the stream, or whether we're going to allow this kind of head cut to go upstream and maybe degrade the habitat. The Fish and Wildlife Service guidelines currently state that these structures should be stabilized on a reach-wide basis to prevent this kind of incision from going upstream and affecting the structure. But, you know, understandably, some cases you can't always prevent it for all time, like in the Gustavus example. So it's just something to think about. And I have provided this resource that Castro and Beaver's paper in Hoover online. So I suggest checking that out. So another next step would be hydrology, calculating the hydrology. I'm not going to get into that, but you can access that presentation here, which Franklin gave in 2022 for how to calculate the hydrology basics for a culvert site or stream crossing site. And also Franklin covered this pretty good yesterday, but there's some more information on profile and alignment, and that's available in this presentation from 2022. So once you've figured out what your profile and alignment will be, again, we're back to collecting data on the reference reach. Jess and Devin are going to go into this after lunch, so I'm not going to get into details on this topic. Crossing structures and stream function. So I want to take a look at how different crossing structures might affect the functions of streams and floodplains and riparian areas. So here I'm showing you at the bottom of my range of connectivity a bankful with structure that's going to provide minimum stream function. I'm going to step it up and add some floodplain culverts to provide some hydraulic connectivity in that floodplain and get a little floodplain function out of it. Now I've got a little wider culvert where I'm actually putting stream banks inside of it. That's going to provide me a little higher stream and floodplain function, and probably some wildlife passage along those stream banks. It's also going to improve climate resiliency because this bankful channel width can adjust and maybe increase over time if we've got space in that structure. If we have the funding to be able to do this, we could look at spanning the entire 100-year flood width. That's going to allow for more stream processes to occur. It's going to improve wildlife passage with more headroom probably. And this might be a bridge or a culvert that would be able to do this, but most likely it's going to be a bridge. And then we've got a raised highway that's going to span the entire valley and allow for all stream and floodplain processes to occur, providing excellent wildlife passage and excellent climate resiliency. So how do we decide which of these approaches is suitable for a project? We've given some thought to this. I'm going to jump into that. But before I do that, I want to talk about hydraulic design a little bit. Hydraulic design for fish passage means that we've designed our crossing to match the water velocity to a fish swimming ability. And there's more details in the 2022 presentation that I've shown you here about what hydraulic design means and the ins and outs of that. But the poll is, where do you think hydraulic design fits into this diagram? And I'll give you a minute to answer that poll. All right, and here's my answer, is that it doesn't fit into this diagram. So hydraulic design really doesn't provide stream function that, meeting those ecological function goals. And a lot of times it doesn't even provide for fish passage. So yeah, we've actually taken the hydraulic design out of this diagram. So thinking about how to size crossing structures and how to choose which crossing structure best fits your project, I first want to cover this concept of the entrenchment ratio, because that's what we're thinking about using as your starting point to choose a structure size. And the entrenchment ratio is this flood prone width divided by the bankful width. So it's really a measurement of how wide the floodplain is relative to the bankful size. If I have more, the water is able to spill out and get onto that floodplain and spread out more, then I'm going to have a higher entrenchment ratio or a less entrenched stream. So I've got kind of a decision tree here that we are looking at putting in the guidelines. And the first thing I do is calculate that entrenchment ratio. So for a very entrenched stream where I'm under 1.4, these are going to be, I want to point out actually that these entrenchment ratios are calculated for the reference riffle. So it's not what is happening in your impacted stream or on an unstable stream, but what is your reference condition. And that's going to be guiding what kind of crossing structure we would recommend here. So for a very entrenched stream with it's already naturally very confined, then we're at this less than 1.4, high in the watershed. For a moderately entrenched stream, usually more downslope a little bit, you're going to have a little bit of floodplain development, but not a lot. We're in this kind of middle category. And then for a slightly entrenched stream, or what I would call a non-entrenched stream, anything greater than entrenchment ratio greater than 2.2, we've got a lot wider floodplain compared to our bankful width. So I calculate those, and if I'm in that confined natural stream, then I'm going to recommend a bankful width culvert. If I'm in that moderately entrenched stream, then I'm looking at a culvert that spans a little bit larger than bankful, and we're constructing banks inside of that. I've got this bank width should be, or the full culvert width should provide enough space for 3 times the D100, and the D100 is the max rock size that I'm constructing my bank out of. So that's for my moderately entrenched stream. On my slightly entrenched or non-entrenched stream, I'm first going to ask myself the question, is the natural channel heavily braided or anastomosing, which anastomosing is a stable braided channel, and would say that so we could have a stable braided channel or an active braided channel. If it's not a braided channel, then I can go back to putting banks inside, but I want to try to make that a little bit wider to more emulate the floodplain processes and provide more floodplain inside that culvert. And if I do have a braided channel, then I'm going to look at an even wider culvert that provides more room for those braids to get through my culvert or bridge, I should say. And this is an example of a bank flow width culvert. I can tell this is bank flow width because the banks tie in at the outside here of the culvert. So these are the natural or the reconstructed stream banks outside the culvert. This is the low flow channel. This was taken during a very dry time of year, so water is just in the low flow channel. And here's a culvert that had stream banks constructed in it. This was taken during construction, so the banks actually extend out here. This is a little bit smaller channel, and they're starting to put veg mat down here on these reconstructed banks. This picture is in Kodiak where things are really rocky, so we had a pretty rocky substrate here. But this is after the culvert was constructed and the banks reconstructed. So you can see the veg mat is tying in inside the culvert, not to the edges. So it's important that we keep that bankful channel shape through the culvert and out, ties in well to the stream banks outside of the culvert. And here's an example of a bridge that we made a little bit wider than bankful width and put some stream banks through. So we've got sort of these bankful benches that will allow terrestrial wildlife passage and also provide for more stability and more natural channel processes, because we've kind of got the area for the channel to spread out and this to become hopefully the depositional surface. And we did see that play out. In the first season this was constructed, we had some flooding come through, and this really ended up being a depositional surface, what was constructed of this bench here. So next thing would be to consider climate change scenarios when sizing these structures. And that's kind of the little asterisk I've got on all the bankful widths here. We would, if possible, think about, and I want to say that all of this, of course, is dependent on the funding you have and being able to get funding to put in these wider bankful structures. But right now, as Ben mentioned yesterday, is a great time to be asking for funding. And in a competitive environment, with some of these funding sources, really providing more stream function and wider structures is likely going to make you more competitive for the funding. So definitely something to consider. So we're suggesting that you think about what climate change is going to throw at you for the next 75 years of the 50 to 75 years, I would say, of the design service life. If no increase is anticipated, then you can just use current conditions for the bankful width. But this would allow the bankful width to increase. And we're going to hear from Washington State on Thursday about how they kind of are looking at that in their criteria. I do want to say that Forest Service guidance is that the bankful width should not be greater than 125% of the reference reach bankful width. So I think we really need to think hard about not increasing more than that in order to not have a risk of aggradation from having an over-widened structure or over-widened bankful width. The structure itself can be wider than 125%. It's just the actual bankful width that we don't want to have more than 125%. So I'm looking forward to hearing from Nancy Fresco and Mike DeLue from the UAF SNAP team on Thursday about this resource, the Arctic Engineering Data Support, and how we might use this to think about climate change for structure sizing. So the next question after I've gotten through that is to think about if my floodplain has wetland, side channels, and ponded areas. And if it does, I would be great if we can add some floodplain structures to provide hydraulic connectivity across the road prism. And this is an example of a culvert that we have a floodplain structure on. Notice that that floodplain structure is placed higher than the main channel so that we don't have flows splitting off and going into that. So we just really want to see that inundated at the higher flow levels, where we want to keep minimum water depth to pass fish and other aquatic organisms through our primary structure during low flow times a year. And then the last thing to consider is, are there things we can do, increase structure width and height, or add some of these smaller structures for smaller animals to accommodate them in the crossing better? So this Fed Highways resource is a great one to start to think about that. And it's really kind of up to the project team to evaluate that and to see if you can get funding for that. And here's a great example of the East Fork Moose River that I took from the Alaska Wildlife GIS story map. And that's a resource that's been shared already in this workshop, but love to see the way that they really span the whole kind of floodplain here and have provided really wide riparian areas for wildlife to get through. So the last thing I want to cover as far as structure sizing is thinking about how much freeboard you're going to want. You've got freeboard is the amount of headroom I've got at my design flood. So if I've got a bigger river, I'm going to want to provide more freeboard because I'm probably going to move larger pieces of wood, but I also need to think about what size of wood might be in my system. So southeast, of course, you're going to have much bigger trees than you are up in the more northern interior regions. So this guidance I took out of the Washington State Culvert criteria. I thought this was great to think about. And then the Alaska DOT bridge criteria would apply to culverts over 100 or culverts over 20 feet wide or bridges that they are recommending 3 feet of freeboard to allow for debris passage at the design flood. And the DOT, under DOT standards, the design flood might be 50 years to 500 years, but we do recommend that you stick with a 100-year flood or higher. And also be thinking about ice. You may need more than 3 feet for ice. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Devin to talk about substrate design guidelines and the update she is working on to better emulate natural stream processes.
Hi all. Yeah, thank you, Heather, so much for that detailed overview of substrate sizing. I'm going to start talking, or a detailed overview of structure sizing. I'm going to start talking about substrate sizing. So in addition to looking into updating the culvert design guidelines for structure size selection, we are looking into updating the substrate design guidelines. Updates to the substrate design recommendations are still in development, but we wanted to share some of the conceptual thoughts with you. So in this section of the presentation, we will start off by talking through some of the concepts of substrate design, discuss the current design guidelines, and then end with the substrate design guideline updates. As part of the geomorphic analog method, we want sediment transport, flood conveyance, debris conveyance, and fish passage to function as they do in the natural channel. As designers for fish passage projects, we may select a suitable alignment, slope, and structure size, but if we do not mimic the natural channel geometry and roughness through the crossing, we still might not achieve fish passage and natural channel processes. Our main goal of most of these projects is to get both adult salmon to habitat they need to spawn and to also make sure that juvenile salmon can move between feeding and overwintering habitats during the 1 to 3 years that they spend in freshwater before they go out to migrate to the ocean. If you were a fish and you came across this culvert on your way to your spawning grounds, would you want to travel through it? My guess is no, and typically that is the answer, no. Substrate design through crossings is important because it provides a means to mimic the natural channel geometry through your crossing. Typically, we are mimicking reference reach channel geometry. Heather covered this briefly in her presentation as well. Substrate through crossings can be used to simulate natural channel roughness. Adding substrate increases roughness compared to bare culvert. Roughness is important to maintaining flow depths and velocities suitable for fish passage. Substrate can be designed to mimic natural channel bed form and may be designed to control channel gradient. For example, we can design a step pool system to help maintain a steep slope or replace rock bands in lower slope systems. Finally, placing substrate through pipes allows us to create banks that can provide resting areas for fish and be used as corridors for terrestrial animal movement. Design of channel substrate through crossings can be challenging. The design process starts with identifying specific project constraints and objectives. We then try to emulate the natural channel processes when appropriate. The end goal is to achieve dynamic equilibrium or stability over time. We do not want to create a channel with substrate that is so large it prohibits our natural channel processes, but we also do not want to create a channel where we lose our channel geometry or substrate through the crossing. We want to try to maintain our sediment in the pipe, maintain our channel geometry, allow for some bed adjustment, allow for development of bed forms, and also make sure that we have good sediment transport. It is common to think, great, we have our reference reach, let's mimic our pebble count for the substrate design. Sizing substrate through crossings is not always as simple as matching the reference reach pebble counts. The hydraulics through the structure may not match the hydraulics in the reference reach. Vegetation cannot grow on the banks to support bank stability through your crossings. Wood may be present in the reference reach to help stabilize sediment, but it may not be appropriate through the crossing. Design slopes may be steeper through the crossing than in the reference reach, causing, again, differences in hydraulics. Upstream sediment supply may not be available to replenish substrate if flows do mobilize that material out of the culvert. We want to make sure that we maintain some sort of substrate in our crossing structure. Because some of the differences between a reference reach and channel design through a structure, substrate should be designed with sediment transport and substrate stability in mind. Substrate design through crossings can generally be broken down into two main components: bed material, which makes up the majority of the low flow channel, and forcing features. Forcing features include channel banks and low flow channel forcing features or channel complexity elements such as meander bars, boulder clusters, rock bands, and steps. Forcing features are generally comprised of larger, more stable material to help maintain channel features that support fish passage. You can see we've got a boulder cluster example here, a rock band example here, and then our steps is another common forcing feature that we put in place. These steps were designed by HDL. The two examples shown on this slide are different types of forcing features. The bottom images are extracts of the engineering drawings shown in the layout in the plan view. The upper photos show them constructed. On the left is an example of a rock step designed by HDL. On the right is an example of a boulder cluster designed by US Fish and Wildlife Service. Both of these forcing features are comprised of larger material than the main substrate used for the bed. Without forcing features, bed form in most streams will likely not be maintained or developed. So you can see here that we have some larger rocks that are making up this step. We also have larger rocks here that are making up this bar that's allowing for some additional bed form to develop. If we just put a pool and a crossing structure, it's likely not going to be maintained unless we have some sort of feature to encourage that pool to stay in that location. Some of the basics of substrate design are shown here. Substrate should be well graded and prevent subsurface flows. Banks and forcing features should be stable at the 100-year vent to maintain low flow channels and bed forms. The D100 of material should be less than 1/4 of the bankful width, but at least key piece size from the reference reach to reduce the potential for hydraulic jump barriers or material blocking large portions of the channel. Bank width and material depth should be a minimum of 1.5 times the D100. That D100 is the max material size that Heather mentioned earlier. And finally, we want to make sure that our lower VAP lines should be used to check substrate embedment depth. So if we're looking at this figure, you can see that our bank width is a minimum of 1.5 times D100, and so is the depth. We're typically doing this to make sure that we have at least 2 rocks making up that bank width and also making up the depth as well. So based on what we've covered so far, what do you think is the best substrate mix on this slide? So you can answer A, B, C, or D. There should be a Zoom poll, so I'd appreciate it if you'd fill that out, and we'll see what the leading answer is.
All right, the poll has been launched and I see answers are coming in.
Awesome.
And good news, Devin, everyone is paying attention and listening to you. Answer C, well graded with rock to rock contact, is leading the way. Well done, everybody.
Awesome. Glad you guys are paying attention. That's exciting. So yeah, C is the correct answer. We want to make sure we have a well-graded mixture, and that's typically our preferred gradation, largely because we want to prevent subsurface flows. So the left photo here is a well-graded substrate being placed in a culvert, and the right photo shows an example of placed riprap with insufficient fines. The rocks painted orange were placed, but then we had them replace that with a well-graded mixture after we called it out during construction inspection. So on this left photo, you can see there's a lot of smaller material mixed in, there's not a lot of gaps, and then on the right, you can see that this is largely just larger riprap placed here, not a lot of fines in this material, and so something like this would cause flow to go subsurface. This slide shows recommendations from the current design guidelines. The current guidelines state both banks and bed material should be well graded and have a minimum of 5% passing the number 10 sieve. Bank material should be stable at the Q100. Bed material stability depends on the upstream sediment supply. If there is an upstream sediment supply, the current guidelines state that the bed material should be designed to be stable to the 50-year. If there isn't an upstream sediment supply, then we're currently designing that to be stable to the 100-year. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service previously developed a spreadsheet that uses the D30 of the coarse part of the gradation to check stability, and it uses Fuller-Thompson to make sure that it's a well-graded mix. The criteria for stability is the primary area of focus to our guideline updates that we're going to talk about in a moment. So this here is an example of the existing spreadsheet that's commonly used by practitioners, and this would be an example of the Fuller-Thompson equation being used to create a well-graded mixture. So the guidelines so far have been successful in maintaining substrate through most of our projects. This is great, and this is what we want to see. However, we have received some feedback that the resultant mix can be larger than needed. There is also some uncertainty in how to determine or calculate stability. We are working on updating the design guidelines and would like to hear back from you about what you have learned. If you are interested in providing feedback, please fill out the poll in Whova. You will receive points for the survey that can help you win prizes at the end of the workshop. We'll be sending out a link and a couple of reminders to fill out this survey as well, but for those of you that are interested, if you could fill it out, that would be really helpful. Based on the feedback we have received so far, we've started to develop a framework for our updated guidelines. The new guidelines will focus on providing guidance for substrate sizing based on specific project objectives and constraints. We are focusing on slope, upstream sediment supply, and risk as the key factors guiding substrate sizing. The draft flowchart on the right will help practitioners determine which methods to use and what criteria need to be met. We are considering 3 bins of guidance for substrate sizing, including stream simulation, overcourse and channels, and roughen channels. This proposed framework builds off of a framework that was developed by the Washington Department of Transportation that they use for substrate sizing. It's outlined in their 2023 hydraulics manual, and we think that this is a great resource and recommend taking a look if you haven't seen it before. This substrate design flowchart is draft and likely to change as we complete internal and external review. However, the concepts will likely remain the same. The first section of the flowchart focuses on the identification of project goals and completing desktop reconnaissance. The second section focuses on identifying any constraints that prevent mimicking the natural system slope, then selecting a suitable reference reach for that specific project. And Jess and I will be talking about the reference reach in the presentation right after lunch, so please stick around for that. The second section focuses on identifying any constraints that prevent mimicking the natural system slope and selecting a suitable reference reach. So now that we've covered the three sections, we're going to move into what each of those three bins looks like. So the first bin is the stream simulation approach, and it focuses on developing a bed material design similar to reference reach conditions to allow for those natural geomorphic processes to occur. This approach would be used in a system with an upstream sediment supply and a design slope that's close to the equilibrium slope. So this would be pretty normal to matching what's in your reference reach conditions, but we're also going to be looking at stability of the banks. The second portion is the overcourse and channel approach. This focuses on developing a bed material design to allow for some natural channel adjustments, but it does oversize the material compared to the reference reach. This approach would be used in systems with a limited upstream sediment supply and slopes close to the equilibrium slope, so there isn't a large risk of having your material evacuate out of your pipe, but we still want to provide some additional stability compared to what we might be seeing as a source of material upstream. And then our final approach is the rough and channel approach, and this focuses on creating an immobile channel at the 100-year event. This approach would be used when there is a risk to sensitive features such as infrastructure or the design slope is not similar to the equilibrium slope and is oversteepened to hold an upstream elevation. So for all of these approaches, the banks would be a mix of large rock pieces that are immobile at the 100-year, plus smaller material to fill in the voids. This is generally going to be different from the bed material. So typically the bank material is going to be larger unless we're working in one of those rough and channel systems where all of our material is going to be pretty large. The well-graded bank mixture can also be placed under the bed material below the lower acceptable vertical adjustment potential for additional protection. So if we're using the stream simulation design approach and we have smaller material for our bed, we could put this larger material below that lower VAP to allow for some additional protection. So the main concept of the stream simulation and overcourse and bed approach is to provide bed material that can deform naturally. The bank material and forcing features will be designed to help maintain channel stability and bed form. Mobility analysis will be required for the stream simulation bed material, and stability calculations will be required for overcourse and channel bed material, rough and channel bed material, and forcing features. So now that we've gone through the substrate guideline potential updates, we wanted to test what you've learned, but also put some examples in here to help solidify the concepts. So this first example here, we're going to ask you what substrate method would you use? So do you want to use stream simulation, overcoursing, or a rough and channel? In this system, we have good upstream sediment supply. The slope will match the equilibrium of the natural system slope, and there's definitely room for a bridge or a large culvert that's over bank full width. So you should have a poll up. Hopefully you guys are answering that, and Valentine will let us know what the results are.
All right. Folks are listening to you. Answers are coming in quick. I'll give it maybe 15 more seconds to get your answers in. Actually, 15 seconds is a really long time, and answers have started popping off. Most folks are saying stream simulation for this site.
Awesome. Yeah, that's what we were thinking for this site as well. So appreciate the feedback on that one. We're going to move on to a second example here. So this project probably looks familiar to quite a few of you online. This is not a fish passage crossing in the terms of we're putting in a culvert or a bridge, but instead we have a weir here. We are maintaining an upstream water surface elevation. So we're going to have to put in a slope that is over steepened to help hold the lake levels, and there is no upstream sediment supply. So pretty high risk. I'm curious what substrate method you guys would choose. Go ahead, Valentine, and chime in whenever you see most of the results in there.
Yeah, answers are coming in hot. Thanks everybody for participating. It's interesting on this one. Looks like We've got a tie between over-coarsened and roughened channel. Roughened channel's coming in a little bit ahead of over-coarsened. So if you want to talk a little bit more about the difference between the two and why you would choose one over the other at this location.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that it is a little bit confusing when you're trying to choose between the over-coarsened channel and the roughened channel. A roughened channel is going to be the largest substrate that we would recommend, and we're really designing that for stability. We don't want it to move, and we're typically putting this in the channel when we think there's a really high risk of sediment moving out of the system. So in this case, if the material did wash out of the system, then we would no longer be able to have fish passage over this weir. And we're also installing this at a much steeper slope than what we might be seeing in the natural system or what the equilibrium slope of that system would want to be. So here we would probably do a roughened channel approach. And we've got one more for you guys. So this final example, we're in a wetland complex. We have a limited upstream sediment supply. We're at a very low gradient slope. So this is the difference between the roughened channel and over-coarsened channel. So in that other example, our slope was pretty steep. Here we're at a very low gradient slope, so we have lower risk, but we still don't have a lot of upstream sediment supply. So curious to see what you guys say here. This is one that I've definitely gone back and forth in on my head as well. So would love to see the poll results.
Yeah, and answers are coming in hot. I'll give you a few more seconds. But I really appreciate the discussion on the last slide about the risks associated with that site. Most people are saying over-coarsened for this material, for this site.
Awesome. Yep. And that's what we were thinking here as well, was over-coarsened material. We want to make sure that our material is staying in our crossing structure. Maybe it's a little bit larger than what we would see under natural conditions, but we want to make sure that we do have substrate through those culverts for fish passage. So thank you for answering those polls. That was a lot of fun. I was kind of jealous yesterday. I was wanting to answer some of the polls, but I couldn't. So it's fun to see you guys answering them. So wrapping up, we just wanted to chime in here and say that designing to accommodate geomorphic processes can help us to increase stream function and flood resiliency. And we're looking forward to seeing all the great projects that are coming out of Alaska in the future. And we'll open the floor for any questions. I'll stop sharing here.
Great. Huge thanks, Heather and Devin, really informative presentations. I know there were a number of questions. Franklin, do you want to take that on and
sure, I'll
some questions?
you queue those up from the chat. One question, and Heather's already been addressing some of the questions in the chat, so thanks for doing that, Heather. One question that came in during the slide on entrenchment ratios that Heather had up earlier was about, do you see increased use of two-dimensional hydraulic modeling to predict entrenchment ratios in areas where the 100-year flood width is unknown? This will likely increase the hydraulic design costs per crossing substantially.
Yeah, and I think that question was specifically about 2D hydraulic modeling. I think that's the way Washington State has gone with this, if I understand correctly. So right now, we are not saying that it needs to be a 2D hydraulic model, just that any type of hydraulic model is fine. So it could be 1D or it could be just a cross-section analyzer, but of the reference reach condition.
Those are, I think everything else has been addressed in the chat as far as questions. Maybe if anyone has more questions, feel free to chime those in. Oh, and
yeah. I saw one asking about what metrics are used to determine if there is an adequate upstream sediment supply. Devin, could you tackle that one?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. I think a lot of this would be based off of field reconnaissance. So going out into the field and seeing what your system looks like upstream of your project, taking a good look at that. I'd also recommend looking at LiDAR if you can and the geology of the area. But I think a lot of it will do with going out in the field, getting boots on the ground and seeing what your upstream sediment supply looks like. In terms of metrics, that's something that we haven't discussed specifically about how to address that in our guidelines. And if you have any ideas, please fill out that survey and we'd love to hear that. Heather, is there anything you'd like to add on that?
Well, I'd say that if you're downstream from a lake, you can pretty much be guaranteed that you don't have upstream sediment supply because that you just don't have the energy to move the sediment. So the lake may be full of sediment, but it's not going to actually migrate downstream.
Yep, great point, Heather.
Just had another question come in. Is the reuse of the native material excavated during replacement integrated into this method of material assessment?
Yeah, so that's something that we've been talking about a lot. I think if you're using the stream simulation approach and you have the ability to reuse existing native material, that would be a great opportunity to do that and use that in your pipes. Another option too is if you do have to go with an overcourse channel approach, you could potentially mix in some of that native material as the smaller portions of your gradation. But it's definitely something that we've been talking about and are interested in doing on future projects.
Great. Another one just came in is it seems like a lot of this work is being done by design engineers and hydrologists. Is this correct? And yeah, this is from Jessica Winchapper. She's wondering, do fish biologists often play a role in these assessments and decisions?
Yeah, I think having an interdisciplinary design team is super important, and having your biologists, hydrologists, and engineers working on designs is incredibly important. So when we have folks going out into the field, ideally, I would have all of those people come with us because everybody's looking at different parts of the design. So if you have a biologist out in the field with you, they might be able to tell you what's really important about the substrate that's existing in the stream that maybe an engineer wouldn't necessarily call out. We're thinking about stability and rock sizes and all of, these different metrics, whereas a biologist might be thinking about spawning sizes and habitat features. So I think having everybody involved in those design decisions is really important.
I think we're at 12:35, so I would say let's all come back. And we've got our fantastic facilitating team on deck here. Valentine, can you share what you've got up on the Menti screen?
All right, up on the Menti screen, I have asked what features need to be accurately measured and documented before beginning design. And loud and proud in the middle, I see bankful width, such a key measurement. I like some of the other answers I've seen, all of them highly accurate. Current conditions, bankful depth, grade control points, stream type, gradient, all of these are great. Interest, I really like that. I'm not sure what the person intended by that, but I'm thinking about, who's, are we working within public right of way? Who's the agency? Are we working on private land? Are there multiple stakeholders to be coordinated with? Because that can bring a lot of people to the table, and we need to be able to work within teams to make sure multiple concerns are being addressed when we do these replacement projects. Yeah, so love what I'm seeing. I'll leave the Menti running, but Debbie, if you want to take over the screen for a second, yeah,
Sure.
It's all yours.
Sure. Great. So first, I'm going to just hop into Whova to show folks just real quick. We'll just spend a couple minutes looking at it. So when you enter your Whova, after you've signed up for this is the web browser, the application, this is what you'll see. And so the homepage is the description of the workshop. There's a number of details in here. You can actually also get to the Zoom link in here. See if I can do that real quick for you guys. It's here within the homepage. You can walk through the agenda. And then down here under community is the big engagement piece. And again, Valentine set up a bunch of different opportunities for us to visit with each other. Let's see if I can scroll through here. You can ask us things if you want to. And oh, it's not letting me drag as easy because I have, oh, here we go. I'll do this. So you'll see there's all sorts of different ways of engaging. If you've got certain topics that you're mostly interested in and you want to get in and ask questions, that's a great thing to do. If you want to meet folks more within your area, there's an opportunity to do that as well. If you want to give us some feedback, feel free. You can ask the organizers questions up here. So feel free to use this. We also have a prize board and some prizes to give away. Heather Hansen has offered both of Ben's books, Crossings, and also Eager, the one about beavers. So hopefully we'll have some winners. Michael Mazzacavallo from ADF&G has some rockfish cards from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to give away. I was able to reach out to the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute and get some other types of fisheries cards to share. So feel free to engage in that way as well. And maybe lastly, I'll show real quickly, this is the SECFIP homepage. Right in the middle, right here is a link to this workshop. You can click on that and find all the details as well as the Zoom link and access to Whova, information about the book, things like that. So hopefully that will help folks continue to find information. The Whova app will stay active for a couple of months. So you'll have a couple of months to go back in and continue to communicate with each other through that platform. And we'll also be sharing all of the resources there. You know, one thing I didn't show, Devin, was your great survey. But in the Whova app, there's a resources tab right under the communities, and that's where you'll see the survey. And I think, Devin, you've also sent an announcement, correct?
Yep, there should be an announcement reminder in folks' emails, but if you need a link as well, we can definitely add that to the chat.
Okay, perfect. All right. Valentine, do you want me to pass that back to you? Do you have any intros to this next session?
Sure. Thank you so much. It is my pleasure to introduce Jess Straub and Devin Fitzpatrick to talk about surveying. And Devin is an EAT with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service design team. Jess is now with River Focus, but was previously on our design team. Yeah, I don't know if you guys need much more introduction. Thank you so much for all of the work that you've been doing for Fish Passage and in preparing these presentations for today.
Thanks, Valentine. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. I hope everyone's been enjoying all of this great content so far. So for the next 30 minutes, we'll be covering data collection standards for AOP designs in regards to stream surveying. I think we just had a good enough intro, so I'm going to skip over, but I am Jess Straub and my co-presenter will be Devin Fitzpatrick. And so kind of a disclaimer out of the way here, this presentation is not intended to cover the process of conducting a physical stream survey or reference reach survey. We will not be covering survey concepts, terminology, or equipment. To cover that content and more, I want to highlight two presentations from the 2022 workshop. Heather gave two great presentations, a geomorphic analog design method and stream surveying for a geomorphic analog design method. So both presentations will provide additional context and content on the process and concepts behind stream surveying. Instead, this presentation's purpose is really to define best practices, establish higher standards for stream surveying and reference reach data collection to improve the quality of data used for stream crossings and restoration projects. So our goals in the next 25 minutes are really to impress upon the importance of having a well thought out and applied pre-collection, pre-field analysis, the desktop reconnaissance. Next, it'll be to cover standards for reference reach collection. After, we'll cover the common pitfalls and errors that we've seen or we continue to see in data collection and management of stream surveys. Hopefully this will help others to avoid these situations. And lastly, we'll highlight our references and resources that are out there, and maybe see if we can pull some additional resources from the crowd. So before we start, I just wanted to cover a term that we've been hearing, and I think we're all fairly familiar with, but reference reach, a portion of a stream that represents a stable channel, dimensions, pattern, profile with the geomorphic context that exists in that segment and can represent a natural or a stable modified condition. I won't read the rest of the definition, but I just want to kind of get that out in the forefront. And now that we've taken care of most of the housekeeping, Devin is going to start in on the desktop reconnaissance.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Appreciate that. So for the first often overlooked step to the project data collection process is the pre-field visit survey process, or desktop reconnaissance. So in this section, we will answer the question, what should I do before going out into the field? So this is kind of like step one. To kick off this section, you should see a poll question in Zoom. How long do you expect desktop reconnaissance to typically take? 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 4 hours, less than a full day, or more than a full day? So hopefully you guys are seeing that in Zoom and can respond there for us. And Valentine, if you want to chime in when we have the majority of responses, that would be great.
Sure, people are thinking about it and coming in, and I am seeing a range in what people are responding with. So definitely different expectations of what this step requires. I will go ahead and share the poll, but hopefully you can talk about how long desktop reconnaissance has taken on the projects you guys have been working on.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think that is the right answer, right? So the answer to the question really depends on your project, the number of people that are working on your project, and the complexity of it. Typically, we have found that desktop reconnaissance can take a full day or even up to multiple days, but I think it does really depend. So desktop reconnaissance is often an overlooked step in the project data collection process, but it's essential to obtaining quality survey and reference reach data needed to design AOP crossings. It is common to see folks, they find a project, they get really excited, and they go out into the field to collect data. They come back to the office to create a design, and they realize the data they collected was unfortunately not sufficient. There can be a disconnect between the field data that was collected and what data was needed for a design. To reduce the potential for this disconnect, desktop reconnaissance is important. So by completing desktop reconnaissance before heading out into the field to collect data, you can save time, money, and stress. As part of your desktop reconnaissance exercise, think through your specific site challenges and consider your unique project needs. You need to identify the project intent, consider what is the purpose of the data that is going to be collected in the field. So why are you out there? And then evaluate what information you already have available and determine how it can be used to inform decisions in the field. So there's a significant amount of data that can be collected before you head out into the field. The data can be synthesized to determine field data collection needs and potential reference reach locations. So the 4 main types of information that should be gathered during desktop reconnaissance are historical data, watershed characteristics, hydrology estimates, and design parameters. This information can provide background information that is helpful to consider when developing design ideas. It can provide an understanding of project constraints and identify key parameters to narrow down potential reference reach locations. The evaluation of the data from desktop reconnaissance can be used to identify potential reference reach locations before going out into the field. That's the key here. You really want to try to figure out where you want to head before you actually go out. So when selecting a reference reach, you are trying to find a location with a similar physiographic and hydrologic regime. Ideally, your reference reach is within the same watershed. Some of the reference reach selection criteria are shown on this slide for reference. We're not going to go through all of them now, but note most of these criteria require information from a desktop analysis. Completing a desktop analysis before scheduling a site visit will improve the quality of data collected. So during the analysis of desktop reconnaissance data, be sure to think about which zone you are in and what types of fluvial processes dominate. We want to make sure that we are selecting a reference reach with similar characteristics as where you're at for your project. So we've got another Zoom poll up here for you. If you could answer that, let us know what you think. That would be great. I do want to mention again that we've seen this slide several times, but it's a really simplified version. So just keep that in mind while you're pondering this topic.
No hesitation in answering. People are, we're getting fast answers on this one. And lots of people say no, it is not appropriate to pick a reference reach in zone 2 to construct a crossing in zone 3.
Yep, and that's correct. We want to pick a reference reach similar and with similar hydrologic and physiographic regimes. So good answer, guys. So to start the desktop reconnaissance, typically we're looking at something like this. We're starting to do research on a project site by looking up information on your computer. Maybe you're making some phone calls. We find our crossing on the ADF&G fish passage page. That's usually how I start, and then off we go. So this is an example of using desktop reconnaissance to identify a potential reference reach location. This is 3 Mile Creek in Southeast Alaska. We've actually seen this project on a couple of other presentations by Franklin. So from talking to locals, we know there's a large log jam that spans the channel about 500 feet upstream of the culvert. We do not want to select a reference reach immediately upstream of the log jam due to the log jam's impacts on the channel slope. We also do not want to select a reference reach with an area impacted by the existing culverts. And from aerials and talking to landowners, we are aware there's a riprap dike on the channel left, and the channel has downcut due to the loss of wood. We want to stay away from vertically unstable areas and areas impacted by human causes. And from a long profile drawn on LiDAR, we also know that the downstream channel is located on an alluvial fan. This is also not an ideal place for a reference reach for a single thread channel. So by using desktop reconnaissance, we identified a potential reference reach location before visiting the field. After completing a desktop analysis, often the next step in an AOP design is field data collection. In this section, we will answer the question, I found a reference reach, now what data do I need to collect? At this point in the process, we have identified a project, completed desktop reconnaissance, and identified potential reference reach locations. The next step is to go into the field. To ensure quality data is collected, walk the length of the site and confirm your reference reach location before starting to collect your data. Walk the stream and make a plan, then collect your data. While walking the reach, confirm the reference reach location, flag desired cross-section locations, identify key grade controls, flag those bankful indicators and other important features, and develop a plan with your team. So when we go out into the field, we need to collect information about the channel geometry, the floodplain, and the slope. We need to collect information about the channel substrate and grade control features. We also need to collect reminders of all the things that we'll probably forget when we go back into the office. It's also good to collect information about the earthen and plant materials on site available for construction and revegetation, as well as habitat features. So this really plays into that interdisciplinary piece that we were talking about on the last presentation. So for a detailed list of the field data to collect, please refer to the guidelines. You can go ahead and use this to get you there, and it's located in section 2.3. So now we're going to work through each of the main categories of field data to collect and focus on what to collect and why it's important. The key to collecting quality data is understanding what it's used for. Long profile data is used to determine channel type, evaluate existing site features, and is used to help inform design decisions. Long profile data through the existing crossing can help determine the existing longitudinal profile shape and can be used to identify potential site constraints or issues that need to be addressed during design. Longitudinal profile data is essential to determining design time locations. I think Franklin gave a great overview of this in his geomorphology presentation, so go back to that if you have additional questions. So the standards for what to collect when surveying long profiles include surveying a minimum length of 20 times the bankful width upstream and downstream of the crossing, surveying at least 4 stable grade controls, and then capturing geomorphic bed features, water surface elevations, and bankful indicator locations. This is an example of the long profile data collected by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for 3 Mile Creek. From this data, we can see the bed form features and grade controls along with the bankful indicators. Evaluation of this data shows us there's a sediment wedge upstream of the existing culvert and a scour hole downstream. The crossing is located in a transition zone between a transport and depositional zone and has a concave profile. These are factors that need to be considered in the design process. With just an aerial view of the site, we cannot determine where channel grading must start and stop, but with the long profile data, we can determine channel tie-in locations for design. An additional piece of important survey data is cross-section geometry. We need cross-section geometry from the reference reach to determine the cross-section shape through the proposed crossing and to inform the culvert width, like Heather talked about in her presentation. The standards for what to collect when surveying cross-sections includes 2 riffle cross-sections and 1 pool cross-section. It is important to capture detailed channel geometry. Ideally, the horizontal extent of this cross-section data will be where the water would inundate 2 times the bankable depth. So we really want to make sure we're capturing the floodplain. On the right, we can see where potential locations or cross-sections would be for 3 Mile Creek. Cross-section geometry in the reference reach informs your design cross-section and culvert width. The top figure shows a reference reach cross-section, and the points indicate where survey points should be collected. Notice the survey points typically occur at all major slope breaks and include more than just the total width and max depth. Collecting cross-section data for the flood-prone width can help inform our design decisions. So our topographic survey data that we just talked through helps us inform design decisions related to slope, channel geometry, and plan form. Channel complexity data, on the other hand, helps inform substrate and channel habitat feature design. Pebble counts are used to characterize the existing sediment size in the system. Pebble count data is used to help inform streambed material sizing for the material that needs to go through the culvert or through the reconstructed channel reach. The standards for pebble count data collection include collecting 1 pebble count upstream and 1 downstream of the crossing. Make sure at least 1 of those is in your reference reach. And then you want to record a minimum of 100 particle sizes per pebble count. Key piece counts are another important channel complexity design component, and it's used to help characterize the existing channel bed. We use key piece data along with stability calculations to inform the rock size for channel forcing features such as channel banks, habitat rocks, and rock steps. When collecting key piece data, be sure to measure 20 to 30 of the largest rocks in the reference reach. Wood also can play an important role in channel bed form in some systems. When applicable, collecting information on large wood can be used to inform freeboard decisions and to identify important functions of wood in the system. Large wood information can be used to identify habitat features that can be mimicked in a design. When collecting information on wood in a system, record the size and location of your large woody debris pieces, take pictures, make notes, even on those small mobile pieces of material as well, because that can also be really informative. And then consider the effects that wood is having on your system. Is it helping with channel stability? Is it creating important habitat features? How is this going to impact how you design your substrate through your crossing? Creating site maps and taking field photos is very important to collecting quality, usable field data. We need site maps and photos to recall the site conditions and share photos with people who couldn't go into the field, but may be helping with design. Someone looking at the survey data with an aerial or on their computer is often missing important information. Site maps like the one shown on the left can inform hydraulic modeling and design decisions. They don't need to be pretty, but they're really helpful. So definitely recommend doing a full page if you can of just a quick site map. So the data to collect here includes that field map, lots of photos and videos, and lots of notes. So due to the importance of field photos, we wanted to share a few tips and tricks with you. Be methodical about how you take your photos. Take them from upstream to downstream or vice versa. Always use something for scale, so a tape measure, your foot, a clipboard, whatever you can find. Use a GIS application to take photos so that you have the location stamped on your photo. Take videos, take pictures of your notes. We have had people lose notebooks when important information in streams, they dropped them and they floated away. So just be really careful and take lots of photos of your notes if you're out in the field for multiple days. And now we're gonna jump over back to Jess. You're on mute, Jess.
Of course. Thanks, Devin. That was a great overview of the standards. I'm going to now cover some common pitfalls that we see that can really limit our analysis and design, or sometimes it may completely stop the project's process until we're able to collect more data. A reminder to check back in the why. Why are we collecting this data? Is it for a quick assessment? Is it for a concept design, a full design? Checking back in with the modeling needs for the hydraulic or scour analysis. And so at the time of collecting data, you might not know all of the analyses that are going to occur in the project, but try your best to define the use of the data and do not lower your standards on that data collection that is needed for those uses. So a vital part of meeting the standards we have been discussing and avoiding the errors that we're about to cover is being in the field when the data is being collected. I cannot emphasize this enough. Often traditional surveyors are not trained or familiar with stream surveying needs or standards. As a stream restoration practitioner, be there, be the lead, be the technical expert for the stream data collection. Flag out your cross sections, flag out the extent of them up into the floodplain, flag the start and stop of your longitudinal profiles, make sure you're flagging any features that you want captured or any change in vegetation or roughness that you want denoted in the survey. There's really no substitute for being in the field during data collection. And I think it's valuable at this time to bring up that survey days often take more time than expected, so anticipate that. If you are the surveyor, plan for extra time in the field. If you're contracting out the survey, budget for extra funds. We don't want to be lowering our standards because we didn't allocate for proper time in the field. And as our friend Bob reminds us, errors are just happy learning moments, but sometimes they're really expensive. So let's discuss some of these learning moments and ways that we can save some funds. So let's begin with the longitudinal profile. A lot of the things I'm about to mention, it's really common that we're just not receiving enough data. And that's consistent with the longitudinal profile for the crossing and for the reference reach. So we just covered those standards that we'd like to see. And I want to now kind of revisit the 3 Mile Creek project that Devin had been sharing and take a look a little more closely. So it's just really often that we might receive the data that's only inside this red box. And this is approximately 200 linear feet of that profile. Now our ability to understand this crossing has drastically been altered. Sure, we can still observe the aggregation in the sediment wedge and the pools on the upstream side. And we can see the scour pool and the perch on the downstream side. But this limited view will not allow for accurate interpretation of this crossing. Can we say if it's concave or convex, uniform or complex? Can we answer what the channel slope of this site is? How we go about interpreting this long profile would be very different than how you'd be able to interpret the full profile for 3 Mile Creek. So we want to be really intentional with collecting adequate longitudinal profile data. And as you're going through conducting the longitudinal profile, it's important to be collecting bankful indicators. So above, we can see that the upstream side contains enough bankful indicators that we can create a high confidence bankful line. On the downstream side, there's not sufficient indicators to create that high confidence bankful line. So we have to make assumptions. And I've been on site at 3 Mile and I understand how downstream it is harder to tell what those bankful features are. So a trick, if you're not sure what to call bankful in the field, is to collect and denote bankful high, bankful low, all those different bankful features that you're seeing, so that when you're back processing your data, you're able to corroborate your discharge events with one of those bankful features. Also, during the longitudinal profile, you want to make sure you're denoting and marking down your grade controls and recording the stability of those grade controls. So is it highly stable, such as an established beaver dam? Or is it less stable, such as a temporary buildup of small logs? This information will be valuable for the analysis of the channel slope and when considering locations to tie in the new reconstructed channel. So make sure you're capturing enough grade controls and noting or describing what they are and their stability. Now moving on to cross sections, it's also common that we don't receive enough data in our cross sections. Often we might receive something that looks like the cross section above, capturing the bankful zone, but not extending high enough into the floodplain. Or we might receive something that has less detail of the stream bed and produces kind of more of this trough or flat bottom cross-section shown in red. We can see how this can significantly alter the cross-sectional area. So we want to make sure as surveyors or guides to our surveyors that we're extending the cross-section up far enough into the floodplain. And if it's hard when you're out in the field to really determine what the flood-prone width is, extend your cross-section and apply that the flood-prone width is the width of the floodplain at an elevation 2 times the maximum bankfill depth. So make sure you're extending those cross-sections out far enough to capture that flood-prone zone. Having that adequate data is to accurately represent the floodplain will become a key factor for modeling. So moving on to channel complexity, Devin mentioned that this data really helps inform the substrate and channel habitat feature design. And often it's a part of the survey data that is not captured enough or captured at all. So we want to make sure that we're marking down woody pieces and their dimension and locations, capturing side pools, oxbow, or any lateral features, gravel bars, and habitat rocks. We want to make sure we're noting changes in vegetation, changes in the roughness and the Manning's End. And we want to make sure that we're having enough pebble counts. It's really often that we only receive 1 pebble count and it might not have that minimum of 100 particles. So make sure you're capturing enough pebble counts and enough particles in those pebble counts. And lastly, relic channels. This kind of ties into the next slide here. It's sometimes hard to make sure that we're getting all the data we need in the field. So let's revisit 3 Mile Creek again. So here's a surface created from the LiDAR and survey data post-field visit. We created the joint surface and completed desktop analysis, and it became clear that there was a downstream relic channel that would be really important in our understanding of the downstream hydraulics for this system. When physically on site, it was difficult to notice. This is again when that desktop reconnaissance and analysis of aerial imagery can really save you time and grief. And it's good to slow down and make sure you're doing your due diligence in that reconnaissance. So this downstream relic is a critical channel feature and very important for accurately modeling the hydraulics on the downstream end of this project, which is essential because for this site, there are downstream landowners that are really concerned about the influence to their properties from this project. So make sure you're capturing the complexity and being really detailed and thinking about that in your desktop reconnaissance. So moving on to receiving the survey data, it's really common to not have clear expectations for receiving the survey data. So you want to make sure that you have the conversation with whoever is collecting and producing the survey data about the final format. Or if you have an RFP, a request for proposal, make sure that it's really clear in that contract. You want to be clear about the format that you're receiving it and your expectations for the surface. You want to be clear about the metadata being received does it have the proper projections and vertical datums? And you want to make sure you're requesting and receiving the raw data, raw point files, codes, and break lines. Having that really can save a lot of back and forth and clear up some maybe inconsistencies or confusion. So that kind of wraps up the major pitfalls seen in stream survey collection. There are a lot of other items we could cover with more time, but for now, we'll leave it at that. And I'm going to wrap up the presentation talking about available resources. So one of the most helpful tools for ensuring high quality data is collected is a clear and detailed statement of work in your survey or design request for proposal. Having this contractual document spell out the data needs and the expectations completely, clearly, and concisely is a really powerful tool, both for getting the data you need and for getting an accurate price estimate. If you're a nonprofit partner of the Fish and Wildlife Service, please reach out to your friendly service representative. They will help you in writing this document in the review. We also have some very helpful checklists as resources. So the survey gear checklist is a great place to start and build out for your work specific needs. We also have a Culvert survey checklist. This is a great checklist as guidance during the collection of the survey in the field. We have a list of survey codes and tags Professional surveyor will have their own, but it's helpful to go over and confirm tag expectations prior to data collection, especially if you have descriptions that you need for certain software processes. And then we have data collection forms that are available for longitudinal profile collection, for cross-section collection, and for pebble count collection. These resources will be posted in Whova post-workshop for your access. And one of my favorite free tools out there is the Mecklenburg spreadsheet. So this is a phenomenal resource for survey data collection and management. There's two different spreadsheets. One is meant for processing total station data, and the other spreadsheet is meant for processing auto level or laser level data. And you can find both of these spreadsheets on the resources link here on Stream Mechanics website, but the link will also be available in the Whova resources. Some of our references. And Devin and I are both passionate about stream surveying and are here to connect with you in those efforts. So we really thank you for the attention and your time. And with that, if we have time, we will open it up for questions.
Great. Thanks, you guys. That was a great presentation. And we have like about 2 minutes for questions. So maybe let's see, our moderator for questions. Franklin, do you see something that you'd like to ask the team? I saw some stuff happening in the chat.
I don't see a question right now, but I do see some responses about how long it takes to do a desktop recon, some agreement that it does take more time than you might think, but it also depends on the project. We also have a comment that the NRCS web soil survey is a really helpful tool to look at too beforehand visiting the field. And yeah, then just some fun stories about lost items in the field.
That would actually be fun to give to Ben. He could talk about all the lost things in the field. Thanks again, you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Valentine, do you have any wrap-ups from this session?
I sure do. When do I not? See my screen. Again, many thanks to Jess and Devin. That was both informative and very helpful in providing resources and ways to think about preparing for and planning for stream survey efforts. You guys are both powerhouses in developing and reviewing designs. So my question for the audience is, what will you think about or approach differently? Checklists, big one, yeah. So helpful. It doesn't matter if you are a forgetful person or an organized person. Checklists can help ensure success. And I know that I need checklists in my life. I just last weekend took my skis and poles for a really nice drive across town and didn't get to ski because I had no boots. So just need those checklists everywhere in life. Hydrology, pebble counts, this is great. Yeah, computer-based reconnaissance, the importance of that. That's definitely good to think about. And how it can help save time in the field and get us the information we need. All right.
Great answers here.
Absolutely. Yep. Can't observe enough. So true. Pictures of notes. So I have lost more than one field notebook. I've also lost a camera that returned to me thanks to having a picture of my field notes that had my contact information in it. So really, pictures of your notes can't support that enough. So this is great. And I think, let's see, is it, when is our...
Yeah, we still have a couple minutes of maybe just to share two We are going to go into an afternoon breakout session where if folks, as things are percolating and you have some questions emerging, we'll be able to talk about those in the breakout session. And then also at the very end of the day, we're going to have time for more questions.
Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like we've gotten a lot of good thought coming in. And now I want to switch over to on that. So the question is, what are your biggest challenges to reestablishing riparian vegetation? Or sorry, what are the biggest challenges to reestablishing riparian vegetation? They say it, you have to break a couple of eggs to make an omelet, something like that. And when we put these, when we do these replacement projects, we're definitely disturbing riparian vegetation. And it's the last thing that goes in, and we need it to succeed. And there's definitely plenty of sites where the riparian vegetation that was installed during construction and paid for by the project ultimately did not take. So I'm seeing lots of great challenges here. To talk to us about riparian vegetation, Michael Mazzacavallo will be joining us. He is the habitat biologist. He is a habitat biologist at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and is the fish passage coordinator.
Thank you for that introduction. Here, let me pull up my screen. I love the result, or some of these words coming up on Menti, because we're going to talk about that. The first one that came up was, I think, source, and that is in native seeds, and that is really what my talks today is all about. Also, before I get started, I can sympathize, Valentine, with you. I would be remiss to say I have also driven across town, excited to ski, only to realize I had everything but my boots, and had to drive the 30 minutes back home to get boots. So yeah, good afternoon again. I'm here once again to talk about riparian vegetation, but this time in kind of as we talk about planting. Yesterday I talked a lot about function. Today I'm going to be talking about planting, specifically focusing on new native plant material opportunities. They're kind of becoming available here in Alaska in ways they can be used to improve fish passage projects. I'm not going to really be getting into the nitty-gritty details of techniques and bioengineering. We had a great presentation at the last workshop in 2022 by Emily Munter and Jessica Johnson, and that link, QR code link, will link you to that presentation. I also have it on my last slide, so if you don't have time to zap it before I move to the next one, it'll be there at the end. So yesterday I talked a lot about floodplain and riparian process and function, and kind of a quick summary. Healthy riparian vegetation and is really important to healthy streams, healthy fish populations, and stable banks. Anytime we're doing a fish habitat or fish passage project, replacing a culvert, we're often disturbing an area quite larger than just the culvert and the stream itself. We often have times we have to access the stream widths. We might be realigning the stream. We have diversion channels, so that footprint can kind of get kind of big, and we need to revegetate it. And I got to say, we've come a long way in that revegetation. it wasn't that long ago when riparian revegetation wasn't even a component in some fish passage projects. This is an example on Government Creek in 2008 when it was installed in the Matsu Borough, long before I was even a resident of Alaska. But riparian re-veg wasn't part of the design on this project. It took a separate program to come in 2 years later and actually host a workshop to revegetate. They used a variety of techniques and plant material to revegetate the banks. But then, 11 years later, it looks really great, and I think the take home message here is if you put in the right pieces and give it a little bit of time, you get really great results. And those components vary from site to site and location. Alaska's big, so what you might be using as your plant material sources in Southeast really differ from what we'll be using here in South Central. But for most culvert projects here in the state, you're pretty much probably heavily relying on a multitude of these 4 techniques. And the big thing is 3 of those 4 rely on native or wild sourcing. So plant material that is being taken from an area, a wild or a native natural area, and being taken from that area and reused at our site. And it's worked pretty well with road crossings. I think given the limited nature or limited size of a lot of these culvert projects. But in general and across Alaska, it's really kind of limited the scope and size of restoration projects in general. And this is really because there's a lack of commercially available native plant material here in Alaska. Unlike other states, we have limited producers of native seeds and a lack of native plant material, specifically in the forms of potted and plugged plants. We heard from, that we saw in that Mentimeter, like some of the biggest responses and the quickest responses were sources and seed and availability. And so this has really kind of limited the overall scope of projects and the cost of projects, because to get transplants from another area, you have to pay to have somebody go dig those up and move them to your site. And also that limits the numbers and the size of the area you can really vegetate that way. So there's been this native plant material working group occurring in the state. And within those meetings, it became really evident of 2 things. A, there's a real big demand or need for more native plant material in the state. And 2, there were a few independent kind of parallel movements starting to happen where you had groups trying to build that capacity in little ways that kind of serve their needs. And I want to give credit where credit is due. Amy Tippery with Fish and Wildlife Service kind of saw the opportunity there and went out and was able to get grant funding to kind of like pull a lot of these independent efforts together into one and help jumpstart a native plant growing program with kind of the model of using these federal funds to kind of take that risk out of these producers to start producing native seed where there might not be a clear market yet for it, and then having the restoration practitioners start creating and growing that marketplace. And with the idea that if we can kind of create the demand for native plants, then we can we can be feasible by sustaining this independent private industry and market. And this currently is really, it's in the early stages, and the majority of it is occurring in South Central Alaska here, but it's really being driven by conservation districts, both local and native conservation districts, starting to produce native plant seeds, really for the direct purpose to be used for restoration projects, but also for any, like vegetation need, for city projects, local park projects, even private projects in your backyard if you want more native plants, because again, there's not really that commercial availability. And so here in South Central, we have the Alaska and Palmer Conservation District and the Eklutna Tribal Conservation District starting to produce plants. And they're already going to pretty large conservation projects, which is awesome. And I've circled those Carex wetland plugs because you'll see why later. One of the things I'm really excited about are these wetland plugs. And we also have organizations like Connect Tribal Conservation, who are also really building a lot of capacity in terms of native plants, and particularly potted plants and plugs, and their capacity. They're trying to triple their capacity right now by the end of the year, and so this effort is growing. We're starting to get more producers in the interior. That Isidora Farms, they're one of the largest native grass seed producers in the state. If you ever had Calamagrostis canadensis in your seed mix, there's a high likelihood it came from this farm. But now they're starting to producing and putting out to market native forb seeds. So that's pretty cool. Now we can start diversifying our seed mixes and including some forbs within those seed mixes. And really what the point and my goal with this presentation is I really want more folks who are working in these kind of restoration projects, either stream restoration or just culvert improvement projects, to know about these opportunities and resources because they haven't really existed before and they can really benefit our projects. Again, I just want to emphasize this is really in the infancy stage of all this, and there's a real desire to make this both sustainable and expand it. So if you see, maybe species that weren't in those lists that you think would benefit your project needs, or think there's an opportunity, to create a local plant nursery in your area, I really encourage you to reach out to either any of these folks, contacts on the slide, or really start participating in that native material plant working group. So how can this benefit kind of ongoing fish passage projects? Here's an example of a fish passage project revegetation work on Meadow Creek. In this one, we already use potted alder plants, or potted alder plants were used on this, I should say. And you can see within 8 years, you have pretty nice growth of woody species, and that slope is pretty well stabilized. It's been I think it's a very successful replanting effort, and you got this nice diverse canopy too. I think it looks really nice, and that was really driven by potted plant efforts. And so when we compare it to, a project that really relied heavily on hydro seeding, you don't see that kind of complexity in shrubbery, and you have some, native or natural recruitment of shrubs and other forbs occurring at the site, but it's taking a long time, I think, to get, it's prolonging the reestablishment rate. And I think we could have really expedite or increase the kind of the recovery rate at this site if some potted plants or plugs were incorporated within that seeding effort. Another example of how these resources can improve fish passage projects. We see in a lot of designs this ambiguous term for wetland plugs, and it often comes down to the contractor to find these on site or near site to be planted. And you can run into situations like this where this design really called out for this flood, vegetated wetland bench, and the contractor went out and found these dwarf birches, near the site and planted them. But dwarf birches aren't emergent wetland plants, and they were planted on this bench that, at times can be inundated, and they didn't survive. And so, as a result, it wasted effort, time, and money, and it that could have been avoided if there were commercially available wetland plugs and designs or called out. Like, now we have these plugs and we can call out in the design specs. We want, these species of wetland carex plugs planted at this density on this, bench. And then that gives more guidance to the contractor to build a more successful project. Some other kind of takeaway messages too is, salvage, reuse what you can, and incorporate slash and woody debris into your project. And I want to emphasize, using slash and woody debris is not a substitute for revegetation, but by incorporating that into your project design and your revegetation, you're adding in a lot of just organics that will break down and create nutrients. Slash helps hold a lot of soil moisture in, and that's beneficial to your planting. And it creates all these little micro habitats that really help stimulate different growth of plant species, but also helps force complexity of plant structure and diversity of plant structure. And two, salvage, if there's healthy, good riparian habitat already at your site, and you have the means and the staging area to salvage it, I really encourage you to salvage it and stage it and replant it. You often are paying anyways to have a site grubbed and cleared, having all that material then removed and trucked off site to get disposed of, only to have to pay to have material brought back to site and have vegetation reestablished. So if you can, preserve all that soil microbial that's already existing, particularly in wetland soils or wetland areas where the recovery of that soil or biota takes a lot more time. I really suggest recovery and reuse when possible. And I think I want to give kudos and shout out to Copper River Watershed Project for not only supplying these photos, but really exemplifying this reuse and salvage in a great productive way. So with that, I want to say thanks. I have the contacts here for those folks at the conservation districts if you're interested and want to reach out to find out how to get plant material or ways to maybe introduce new species that are needed. I have that link right there for my for the last year's or last workshop's presentation. And yesterday I ended my talk with a picture of my daughter in an estuarine habitat, and today I'm ending my talk with a picture of my son and I planting an alder transplant at the Matsu Fish Habitat Community Planting Day. So with that, I say thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Michael. That was excellent. I learned so much. Franklin, do we have any questions?
Yes, we do. Got a couple of questions from Heidi Roebuck. And the first one for you, Michael, is, was there coral log at the base of the brush layering? think I was maybe back a few slides, and follow up to that, what can be used in place of core log?
Was that specific to, it showed a lot of pictures. There was core log implemented in a lot of those photos, particularly early on. And you know, I think as far as the answer to, is there substitute to core logs? You know, I think it really depends on some of the goals of your project. What we're finding is that core logs, they really kind of get absorbed into the bank. I think there was a worry that they would prevent like kind of undercutting of banks and creating that feature that's important to fish species habitat. But we're finding they really become absorbed in the bank pretty quickly, and you get a unique variety of species that start inhabiting those, like wetland sedges, a lot of moss, and non-vascular species start like breaking those down and finding ways to colonate those core logs. So I think they're really useful, and it depends on, I think, your kind of the goals of your project. They can be very expensive, and so you might not be needed on any project, but there's a desire to kind of hold the toe of the bank for a little bit until vegetation gets established. You know, they are a great tool to use.
A follow-up to that one, are there certain projects where we're moving away from using core log? Or I know maybe sometimes we're looking at lower energy systems, maybe don't need so much tow protection. Maybe think about any ideas about when we're trying not to use the core log.
Yeah, I don't think you need their necessity for every project. I think it's just another tool in the toolbox, and you need to just think of it like that. And yeah, I mean, a lot of projects, we're using more implementing, you know, woody debris and tow wood and brush matrix styles to create roughness within the bank and on the tow. You know, just putting, you know, cobble, you know, if there's natural cobble, putting the cobble down on the toe and having a you know, appropriate slope of the bank. So it's not needed on every project, but it's just another great tool in the toolbox.
Great, thank you, Michael, and thanks, folks, for adding some comments into the chat there that are really helpful. So thanks, you guys. Michael, thanks, that was a great presentation. Really appreciate it. Valentine, do you have a wrap up for us?
Yes, I do. I hope I'm sharing my full Menti screen. I've got about 8 Mentis up right now.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, and a lot of great comments and questions in the chat. I think this is a topic that deserves a lot more attention. Luckily, Fish and Game does stream bank revegetation workshops, and there's potentially other sources and opportunities to learn more about this topic. And thank you, Michael, for providing those resources. So the question for participants is, which techniques for riparian revegetation do you use most often? And it looks like lots of people are doing transplants of vegetative mat. And there was a comment from BLM regarding the equipment used to do the transplants of veg mat, in terms of loaders and skid steers, is the equipment they've seen most effective when classroom miners are doing reclamation work. Yeah, so good to see so many people are using that tool. Yeah, great answers. So let's see, our next do you want to introduce our next topic, Debbie?
Sure, yeah. We're going to keep talking about habitat, and we're inviting Paul DeFries to do the presentation. And we're excited to have Paul. Paul, I believe I have given you controls so you can share your screen, but I think Valentine is going to do an introduction with a mentee first, and then we'll turn it over to you, Paul.
Yeah, so I brought up my, so I brought up the Menti chat. It'll still be available on your screens, asking about the habitat features that you're looking for. Let's see. Paul gave it back. Oh no. Let me see if I can pull it up. All right, we're seeing large wood and woody debris.
Perfect.
One up front. So Paul DeFries is a senior engineer and a fisheries advisor at Kleinschmidt Engineers. And I'll let you introduce yourself in further detail if you'd like, Paul. But if there's any of these features that people are throwing up into the Menti that you are going to talk about, I'm really excited to hear that.
All righty.
Yeah.
So good. Let's see here. I will share my screen.
Great.
Okay, there we go. And I apologize in advance. I'm recovering from a cold. If this were a karaoke contest, I could crush a Crash Test Dummies song right now. But I'll do the best not to blow your eardrums out if I have to go. So Michael asked if I could give a presentation on habitat features at road crossings. Michael and I have worked together in the past. It's good to see and hear you again, Michael. Thank you for doing so. And I'm going to give some perspectives from down in Washington State, but it's equally applicable up in Alaska as well. And just some experiences, sort of a smorgasbord of things about habitat features, some questions to ask. Some are more almost like gadfly / curmudgeon question potentially, but I think good questions to ask nonetheless. And I'm going to get started here. There we go. And yes, I have worked in Alaska. Some pictures there from Alaska, Susitna project, Pebble project down below there as well. Done timber sale EIS's habitat surveys in Southeast. And all of those, we're trying to figure out, okay, well, the question that we really need to ask is, what are we trying to accomplish with habitat? What is the purpose? Obviously, migration corridor. And then also we'd like to, in many cases, particularly if it's a long run, especially if it's a long run, staging, resting areas, so we can decrease energy use of fish as they're moving upstream. There's also, I've seen cases of, we need to provide habitat for living space. And really that goes to the question of carrying capacity. Are we adding carrying capacity in the vicinity of this crossing? And I've also seen, and I'll call it an aesthetic when we consider natural function, because to some extent it is an aesthetic of some sorts. Do we want to have a crossing so that it's absolutely not interacting with the stream channel and the floodplain whatsoever? Or do we sort of squish down on it a bit? And where do we go with that? Do we have, do we span the flood prone width to use, to refer to Heather's talk earlier, or does it have to be just sufficiently functional? So these are the kinds of questions that we should ask. And what life history stages do we want to design for? Is juvenile adult spawning? Do we want to sometimes we can create spawning habitat too. We can make use of the hydraulics and so forth. There's other considerations as well, other anthropogenic impacts that sometimes come into play. Constraints on plant growth and channel form. Michael's kind of touched a little bit on that, I think, but maintenance too, that's a big concern always. And then also the question about habitat, do you want habitat inside the structure, outside, where? If we have it inside the structure, can we do it in such a way that we don't compromise conveyance, or do we actually have to have a larger structure with more cost? And those are all questions that really are fundamental. Do we spend, $1 million on one culvert? Do we spend it on 4? That kind of thing too. So all good questions to ask. There's no one universal answer. And it is certainly not 42, for those who've read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So how can we do it? Well, riparian vegetation, I'm not going to talk about because Michael's expert on that one and is giving you some examples there. I'll talk about using rock and boulders and large wood. And large wood is sort of all-encompassing. It could be sort of medium wood too. We use rock and boulders and a lot of the stuff you've heard before, I'm sure. So again, I'm just giving my perspective and some examples. Velocity breaks. You can use it for grade control and for gravel sorting too in cases. Step pools that can provide habitat. There's also the issue of inside your crossing structure, can you maintain a low flow channel? And does that provide habitat? And I must actually look into a way of doing that with some large wood, but I'm not going to say anything about that until we know it works. So, but you can use large wood too, and that provides obviously in-stream and overhead cover for fish. Cover is very important for salmonids especially, but also other species as well. Create scar pools, gravel sorting. There's other ways to sort of create and enhance habitat too, including, can I make my channel length longer within geomorphic constraints and the planform constraints? And in some cases, Heather kind of hinted at, sort of touched on this briefly with respect to braided channels. Can you do multiple channels? So I'm going to, boy, this is, I'm going to have to do this. Okay, all right. And isn't it ironic? This is what some people used to consider habitat. And as I'll discuss a little later, tires are something we need to think about. But let's start with rock. And sort of the classic velocity break rock in the upstream, on the upper right-hand corner image, you can see a rock that's sticking out there. And, we all like to fish and we know where to fish and we know where to fish around rocks and we can catch some nice fish around these rocks. There's a design on the upper left there that has a combination of some roughness boulders that can provide those velocity breaks. There's also a rock weir with a resting pool. And then also there are things such as ribs and things like that that you can do, sort of buried ribs, if you will, for backup grade control, things like that. But the fish definitely will key in on rock, right? And it creates hydraulic diversity, and it can do some other things as well. In this case here, in the upper photo, I'm a big fan of what I call adjustable boulder grade controls, boulder weirs. They're not full contact weirs because, I mean, as we know, if we have a solid structure across our channel, the stream happens to decide that it's going to downcut or do something like that, it can undermine it and cause the whole thing to collapse, and then you've lost the purpose of it. And so in those situations, especially, what I like to design are what I call adjustable boulder grade controls, where there's space between the boulders and they kind of settle into the stream bed. And in some cases, in the photo in the top, what I wanted to do here, this was right below stream crossing, was under a power line. We couldn't grow riparian vegetation per se, at least tall trees, because of the power line. And so this was a good spot to try to create some spawning habitat. And this has been happening, and it's been building ever since. And we are actually having spawning in this region now too, Chinook salmon spawning. And it just sort of helps trap gravel and create that riffle form. You can create these boulder clusters also for grade control. In the photo in the lower left, that was placed in there to back up water into a constructed channel over to the side. This is a braided project that I'll show you an aerial view in a bit. And then boulder clusters, and I'll talk a little bit more about those in a minute here. Boulder clusters, they kind of have a natural analog to cobble clusters. If you know Mike Church and his colleagues down at UBC, and Brad Eaton and others, they noticed, and Marwan Hassan, they noticed that cobbles form kind of a self-organizing structure that's sort of more stable than just if they were sitting there alone. You can do the same sort of thing with boulder clusters and provide habitat at the same time. And you can do that same thing in an array as well. So there's that. I'm going to go spend a little bit of time. This is not a road crossing structure, but it is a fish passage project. This is a much higher energy system, but it shows you sort of how good boulder clusters can be as a design tool, or how useful they can be as a design tool. This is the Middle Fork Nooksack River in Western Washington. It's a very, very high energy system, pretty steep system. And we took a dam out and we needed to put in grade control to an extent that the riverbed was free to adjust, but would still provide passage lanes for fish going upstream. And we wouldn't form a sort of a solid weir or anything like that that could undermine if there was any kind of cut. And so I came up with this concept of these boulder clusters that are sort of self-adjusting and kind of settle around and find more stable position. And what they have is in the lower right is sort of a model that I built for the contractors so I could show them how to build them. And you have a key rock that's sort of there at the top, and it's sitting on top of other large rocks underneath that basically provided a sort of a very high angle pivot point for it, so to speak, so that it can't roll over the top, and it keeps it stable that way. And you also have another large rock in the front of it to reduce the drag that's acting on that. And so we built that, and these things, this is about 3 or 4 years now, and these things are still working great. They had many a large flood ripping through there. And it provides, so you can kind of scatter them around and do alternating patterns and so forth. And it works pretty well. If you have a roughened channel and you have a long stretch of a roughened channel, it's a good idea. I think this is an example here of a stream where I designed a rock weir to provide pool habitat, and it's self-scouring, self-cleaning, and the rocks are sized, and it's basically you're building a rock wall. And I've come back in the summer and this is a small stream, it runs dry in the summer for the most part, but I've come back and that pool is still there. And I'll show you why it's still there in a minute. But in the lower right, there's some juvenile coho that have been hanging out there. This photo was taken in late July. It was pretty warm, but they were sort of hanging out there. It was getting cool groundwater, and they could dash under the big rocks under the face of the structure on the left there. So, but how do you get that water to stay? Well, you got to use something to hold it back. You can use clay. We actually had a combination of clay in this other site and geotextile and use that. And that then helps hold back the water during low flow. And the other part too is when you're designing this type of rock weir type structure, this is the one time in a roughened channel when it's not a stream simulation, it's gonna blow out basically. Otherwise, you've got to design it to be stable. At the same time, this was a project that was between 2 culverts, and so we had 2 fixed grade points, and we had to get chump salmon up an 8% grade. And we did it this way by submergence, basically submerging from downstream to upstream. So all they had to do is swim up the notches. And so we were getting fish going up there for the first time, like 30 or 40 years, immediately after the thing was built. There's a chum salmon there just upstream of the passageway in the lower left. And even at low flow, this provides pool habitat for juveniles. And it's even passable to juveniles at low flow, whereas if you have, say, a stream simulation, so a stream simulation was put in a little later downstream, and you can kind of see that there's been some issues with this. It's being rectified through other methods that we'll talk about in a minute. But you can kind of see that there's definitely not a whole lot of habitat at low flow. And so trying to create pool habitat is a good thing. What about inside the culverts? Can you use rock inside the culverts? Yes, you can. But we've seen some examples that Devin and Heather showed some pretty good slides. This is about a 2% slope culvert in here, and it's pretty much just a fire hose whenever it's flowing through there. But there are some boulders that have stayed in there, and they have facilitate a little deposition around them. So the general concept is that if you're going to try to create habitat inside the culvert, you can use boulders, and it should help if you size it correctly and stuff like that. You can create some habitat that way as well. So ideally, though, I mean, in this site, you'd want to how to raise the tailwater too. There's no way that this is going to be a fish passage project otherwise. If you don't remove the culvert, you're going to have to do something with downstream end too to create the habitat as well. Moving to wood. The materials that are available are reflect in Alaska. I've seen quite a variation in tree size. You definitely have your taller, bigger trees in southeast. Definitely have smaller to none, depending where you are in the central interior. And so you work with what you got, right? And for the most part, I'm going to be talking about your typical culvert replacements, which are typically smaller channels. And I mean, if it's a larger river, generally trying to construct habitat at that time, I mean, you're kind of fighting a pretty big force there. It's generally not a concern with the really big rivers. So when you're using wood in smaller channels, size may not matter as much as longevity and function. And you get the longevity by submerging the wood. It's if it stays wet longer, it'll last longer. And then it also actually provides a hydraulic function. But there's sort of a caveat to doing that. I'm not a fan of the big structures. Like here's a massive log jam that was built on the Quinault River. It's not really providing much habitat, and it kind of reminds me of Maginot Line style bunker. It's kind of big. I like smaller stuff, and it's easier to work with too, and you can kind of spread it out more, spread your risk. It's not like you're putting all your eggs in one basket. And if you have wood scattered all over the place, then there's a lot more diversity for the fish, and you can really spread out your juvenile habitat use, especially. You can have it in the channel or out of the channel. The sketch on the lower right, the CAD drawing on the lower right shows a combination of pieces of wood that are embedded in the bank. Those are the sort of the bare logs that you're seeing there. And then loose pieces too that are in contact with the water or even spanning the channel. And you might need to put in some vertical posts to help keep them in place so that they don't move into your culvert. But it can be done. There's on the upper right, if you're going to put them in the channel, then I've seen some projects where wood has been put into levees and the wood's sitting high and dry, and it's not doing anything. You really got to countersink it and get it there in the channel, either along the edge with a countersink scour hole, you sort of a preformed scour hole, as you see in the upper right. You can throw them right in the middle of the channel too, and break up the flow and create a little bit of diversity that way. Gives fish a chance, adults in particular, a place to hide as well if they're staging. On the upper left is something just a little bit different. If you've got kind of like an over-widened channel, you want to try to confine it down again, or if you want to build an island and get riparian vegetation established and so forth, this is sort of a variation of what we call a flood fence. This is sort of my Eastern Washington version of a flood fence. Basically, all you're trying to do is slow the water down and create a place for sediments to settle out and seed rain and propagules to become established. And this is simply a buried log upside down with the root rod sticking up, and there's another log there in front of it that is sort of wedged against, if you will, just in case that there is some scour that occurs. And this photo is just taken 1 year after this project was built. It's already starting to establish vegetation in through there. So if you wanted to build a barn and sort of narrow your channel by building an island or a bar or something like that, this is one way of doing it too. And that way you can find some habitat. Some more examples of in and out of the channel. So that photo that you saw on the previous slide, the upper left is showing it inundated. So it's in contact with water, and this is during low flow. Again, the more you can keep the wood underwater, the longer it'll last, and it provides the function. The picture on the right is sort of an experimental thing. The habitat biologist that I was working with said, hey, is there a way we can get this done? I thought, yeah, there is. And so we just took some logs, put them side by side. They're kind of resting. The branches are resting on one another. We did have to trim the underside of the logs so that they wouldn't interfere with the 100-year flood water surface elevation. So because freeboard was an issue at this particular site, but at other sites, if freeboard's not a particularly not a design constraint, then you could have some branches going into the water, providing that in-stream cover and creating some hydraulic diversity as well. And then we kind of scattered logs throughout the reach. We're going to come back to this in a minute. One of my favorites is, as you might have guessed, embedded logs. I was doing some monitoring in the Lower Columbia area for a project many moons ago. And we were looking at different types of log structures and log placements. And I was seeing even just some simple logs, even without root wads. We were doing some snorkeling and finding out that there were a lot of juveniles hanging out around these logs if they were really sticking out into the stream. But the ones that were real close to the bank really weren't providing a whole lot of habitat, or weren't being, they might have been providing habitat, but it wasn't being used. And so what I have here, a bunch of examples of these logs that are embedded, they're buried into the bank. They're really easy to construct. You just dig a trench, you wait, you leave a little mound at the junction there with the river there, so the water doesn't flow into your hole. And when you're ready to put your log in, quick scoop out that little berm there, pop your log in, backfill, minimal turbidity, so the water management, the turbidity management is really easy. And they're cheap to construct, fast to construct. If you need to weigh them down, you can just put some boulders on top that are buried as well. And you can really stick them out there, but if you're going to really stick them out there, then you have to have a sort of compensatory length that's buried deep in the bank as well, because you've got these moment forces that are acting on these things that basically want to try to lift that root wad up. But by having them sitting there on the stream bottom and creating a little, you create a scar hole around them, you can preform a scar hole around them. They also don't have a significant effect on flood levels, like, the 10, 50, 100-year flood, because the water's flowing over the top of them. At the same time, at smaller floods, they can actually rack up quite a bit of wood, as you see in the lower left-hand corner. And I went back here to check this out, and I brought my fly rod, and I was catching juvenile steelhead left and right. I mean, it was just chock-a-block full of them, because they were really, really keying in on this stuff. See how we're doing on time. We're good. Now, one of the questions that comes up is, okay, how many pieces do we need to put in? This is sort of a more recent question. There's been a lot of debate about it. When this project was constructed, we put in 24 key pieces, and those 6 that are out of water, providing the overhead cover. And I'm not going to try to say that 3 times fast. I'm not even going to ask you to do it either. There's been a lot of movement in recent years going towards these criteria that Martin Fox and Susan Bolton had developed based on Martin's dissertation work. And it's good work. And he was looking at pieces of wood and counting them and seeing how many pieces were actually in contact with the water and what was the volume of those pieces, and came up with these suggested criteria. And so there's been a sort of a movement towards trying to meet his 75th percentile criterion. And if you see in the table on the right there, that's that middle column there. And he has it both for number of pieces as well as volume. And then of those total number of pieces, he's identified a number of key pieces. So the question that's popped up of late is, okay, all right, what length of stream do you apply that to? And do you include the road structure or not? And you typically can meet that number criterion either way, but generally not the volume criterion, because he was working a lot in sort of these more old growth type forests, more mature forests, so bigger pieces of wood. And big pieces of wood are expensive, and if you're in central Alaska, then you're probably not going to find really big pieces anyway. It's a large number, too, if you're going with that 75th percentile criterion. The key pieces you'll tend to anchor. You also have loose pieces, as I've said previously. There's all kinds of questions that come up. I mean, the one that stands out in my mind is, should that criterion also apply to non-forested streams? And so there's some debate about that too. But the numbers, I mean, if you look at that, for example, the numbers there for Western Washington, for example, the 7th percentile, 38 per 100 meters of stream, 63 to 208. It's not completely inconsistent with what we're seeing in the literature. However, it's still a large number of pieces of wood, right? If I went back to this site here and followed that 75th percentile criterion, then it'd be 32 key pieces, if I've done my math right, and 54 other, all touching the water. And this would be if we were to include the length of stream under the road. So it's a lot of pieces of wood. And that begs another question that I'll ask a little later. But I mentioned the numbers that that Martin had come up with. And they're not inconsistent with a lot of other work that's been done. And in the center there is a graph that Doug Martin had produced from Southeast Alaska. And he did it in terms of different channel widths. And basically all these graphs are basically a plot of pool spacing in terms of channel widths per pool versus number of pieces of large wood. And generally you kind of see kind of like an asymptotic inflection point somewhere around 0.3 to 0.4 in most of these. Upper left, John Buffington, Tom Lyle's paper. Lower left, Dave Montgomery and John Buffington's paper. Upper right, Tim Beachy and Tom Sibley's paper. Lower right is some work done in BC by some folks in BC, and it's a little bit larger there. But again, you know, you're looking at what, 0.3 pieces per meter, so that's 3 pieces per, or 3 pieces per 10 meters, which is basically 3 pieces per 33 feet or something like that. That's still a fair amount of wood. And so the question that one has to ask is, how many pieces of wood are we going to do? Another way to get habitat is increase the channel length. Of course, you are under the constraint of geomorphology. F still equals MA. It always will, despite quantum physics. And so if you can get a longer length of stream, why not? And that was what was done here, and it was definitely consistent and compatible with grades upstream and downstream. The dashed yellow line is where the culvert was, and we could very well have just put a culvert back through there again, but we got a lot more stream length through here, so a lot more habitat. There's also the case of multiple channels, and I did like seeing in Heather and Devin's talk about braided channels. This is Alabbit Creek, which is a tributary of the Skagit River, and it was basically a braided fan, and there used to be just a ford going across it. And then back in the 60s, they put in a bridge on the right channel, the original channel. They put a levee along it and completely isolated everything. We came back in and we put in 2 new bridges, kept the original bridge, and designed new channels. And so what we've done is added a whole bunch of new habitat, and each bridge was sized to pass the 100-year flood should the channel choose to go through that course alone. The geomorphic criteria that I looked at included bankful width, bankful flow, or 2-year flood, grain size, and slope. And all of those, when you compare those to empirical geomorphic criteria in the literature, Van den Berg and others, generally pointed to that this system, when left alone, would like to have 1 dominant channel and 1 to 2 subdominant channels. And so we did that. And it turns out now, this is built several years ago now, the new channel to the left is actually now becoming the main channel. And we're starting to see more spawning habitat form in here too, because of it. These are Chinook, pictures of Chinook using the reach. So again, in a braided sense, if you can do it and work with the system, you can create more habitat. I'm going to finish off with a couple of miscellaneous considerations here. Again, what kind of habitat do we want? And I'm going to ask this simply, do we really want fish to reside and hold within the vicinity of a crossing? You've probably heard about 6-PPDQ. It's a tire breakdown product. That's the irony in that earlier slide. Highly toxic to coho, and then progressively toxic to other species as well. You will have less primary production, less secondary production then as a result in that crossing. There is the issue of poaching and fishing vulnerability. I don't know how many rivers I've snorkeled when I've pulled out a 2-inch wide treble hook, you know, really trying to go after salmon. And if you make the access to them easier, are they going to go for it? And then what if habitat's not limiting? You know, you're creating this habitat, it's great, but if habitat's not limiting the rest of your stream, do you need to put that much habitat in there? And again, the old question, are we designing for passage versus habitat complexity of these crossings? It'd be nice to do for both and stuff. In some cases, it makes a lot of sense. But, you know, let's ask that question each time. And again, there's a shot looking downstream of that last that creek that we saw the aerial of. And there's not a lot of good habitat upstream there when you look upstream there. And, yeah, so we've made the best habitat in the vicinity of the crossing. The other two is with respect to stream simulation and when the flattening out problem. That's not habitat forming. And trying to design to maintain a 2-to-1 side slope inside a culvert or replacement structure without the use of vegetation is kind of difficult. We know why. We've known this for a long time. I mean, the math has been established. On a side slope, gravel just don't stay put once you reach certain velocities. So how do you do it? Well, it'd be nice to get bank stabilizing vegetation, but it probably won't grow too well in there. So that definitely is going to affect your design. So you may not be able to get the habitat just by trying, but just by simply following a stream simulation design, that alone is going to be insufficient. You may need some alternate means. That could include oversizing your substrate. And we've seen some examples of that along the margins, trying to maintain those banks. You can, or you do a roughened channel. In many cases, a roughened channel may be the only thing that you can do in that case. This is sort of my closing slide, and we saw some indication of this from Devin as well. And this is something that's it's still sort of somewhat in the experimental phase. Can you create meanders inside your culverts to create those low flow channels? The design on the right is a design that I came up with. It has not been tested yet, but basically it follows that same sort of concept of the it's not a roughened channel per se, but sort of the incomplete sort of the coarse substrate that can adjust, and you can sort of put a few boulders in the front of it to help maintain that position of that coarse substrate, like we saw on the slide that I showed. WashDOT has been working extensively on this subject, and that's a design, an early design from WashDOT on the left there that was applied in a culvert, where you're putting a bunch of boulders in and some wood slash as well to try to create some habitat diversity too. But it's all experimental, right? So I'll leave you with my closing slide. And I'm particularly fond of the meme on the left. I'm an engineer, but I can be wrong sometimes. And I never, ever try to control the eruption of Pompeii. And with that, I will turn over the reins.
Wonderful, Paul. Thank you. That was very informational. I really enjoyed a lot of your photos and the schematics you provided. Franklin, we've got about 2 minutes before we're going to take a break. Do we have a question in the chat?
Sure, yeah, we got one question. Do you use any cables or rebar pins in the large wood you're putting in the channel?
We call that river blank. I try not to. So unless it's buried, and I don't expect it to become exposed. But for the most part, I try to avoid that. I mean, vertical posts are very pretty much everybody's using a vertical post these days, and burial. And you're designing for the piece of wood to basically stay put that way. So in general, no, try to avoid it. And oh, I guess it brings up one little thing. It's okay to design it to fail safely. I've seen projects, logs with cables wrapped around bridge piers and things like that. When they failed, I will use hemp rope. And if my structure doesn't function within a good 3 to 5 years, then it may as well fail, and it may as well fail safely. So.
Okay, great. I see we only have a limited amount of time left, Debbie. Maybe I'll turn it back to you.
Sure, that sounds great. That sounds good. Valentine, do you have anything that's closing this out? She might have a little Mentimeter to leave us into our break. We're going to take about a 15-minute break, and then we're going to come back and have some breakout groups and then have some time for discussion. All right. Well, my clock says 10 a.m. So welcome everybody to day 3 of the 2024 Alaska Stream Crossing Workshop. We've had a really fun last couple days, learning all sorts about stream crossings, hearing from Ben with his book Crossings, and seeing a lot of really interesting pictures. I really appreciate all the work folks have done to put some really interesting presentations together. Building upon the 2022 Stream Crossing Workshop, this is absolutely a really wonderful collection of presentations, and really going to be a wonderful archive to add to that workshop. My name is Debbie Hart. I'm the coordinator for the Southeast Alaska Fish Habitat Partnership. I'm based here in Juneau on the ancestral lands of the Tlingit, and I invite everyone to use the chat to introduce yourselves. Let us know where you're from, what ancestral lands you might be residing on. And I'd like to have our facilitating team turn their cameras on if they're up for it this morning. We have a bunch of sponsors for this workshop and a great team of facilitators to help us out. From the Fish and Wildlife Service, we have Heather Hansen, Franklin Decker, Devin Fitzpatrick, and Kirsten Valentine to support us. From Trout Unlimited, we've got Michelle Beadle and Aaron Pression. And with River Focus, we've got Jess Straub joining us. And Michael Mazzello, I believe you're on here too, from ADF&G. And another sponsor we have is the NRCS. And a huge shout out to them for helping pull this all together. And again, this facilitating team, they've really done the heavy lifting to put together these presentations, to build the agenda, to bring wonderful presenters like we're going to have this morning. Each morning we've been kicking off kind of learning about what's happening within Alaska and hearing from our tribal partners. And I'm going to turn it over to Valentine. She's got some stuff to kick us off for the morning session, and she'll introduce our first speaker.
Hi there. Thank you, Debbie. My name is Kirsten Valentine. I'm the self-appointed engagement maestro for this workshop, and I'm coming to you from the ancestral homelands of the Dena'ina people in Anchorage, Alaska. And I've got up for you on the screen a Menti poll where I'm asking you to rate a number of different aspects of fish passage, typical fish passage culvert replacement projects. And are they something that there's a high tolerance for error versus a low tolerance for error? What has the highest and what has the lowest tolerance for error? And then if you're going to be mess something up, is it better to be high or wide versus low or narrow? And I'm hoping that this both bring participants back to several of the presentations that we've heard so far, like regarding, for example, incision and potential for scour. And so let's see, people have rated culvert invert elevations as one of the items with the least tolerance for error so far. And if you're going to get it wrong, it's better to be low than to be high. Interesting that the low flow channel bottom elevation has been ranking even lower than the culvert inverts in terms of which one we're most willing to accept a low elevation on. So I find that intriguing. Looks like nobody is willing to put anything on the high tolerance for error side. So people are running a type shit. Yeah, Heather, are you seeing any trends in here? Comment on.
I gotta say, I'm a little confused about it.
Sorry.
I don't actually have the poll open, but
okay.
It's like people are saying that to err on the high side on the culvert width. So I'm
People have been listening.
Glad to see that, especially, as we see climate change is going to be probably increasing our bankful widths in the future in a lot of locations in Alaska.
Yeah, both culvert width and hydraulic capacity. People want those to be on the high side.
And the hydraulic capacity. Yep. So yeah, like the way this is trending, and definitely agree with the culvert invert elevation being the lowest tolerance for error. So
well done, team. Yeah. Bank elevations, I'm seeing those better to err on the low side. I like seeing that too. When we've got the banks low enough, then water can spill out onto the banks in the floodplain versus if we build our banks too high, it creates that unhealthy incised channel. So glad people are making that connection. All right, so I'm going to leave this up for a little bit longer, but I'll also move. Are there any other announcements for the day before I introduce Rob?
Maybe one thing we could talk about is just encouraging folks to get into the Whova and continue some conversations in there. And folks will be able to find a whole host of resources in the Whova app. If anybody's having trouble, definitely reach out to me. And I'm happy to see if I can sleuth things out for you. And then we're going to have some survey information. Heather, do you want to mention anything at the moment or wait till we break at lunch?
I guess for the folks that haven't been on, just a quick overview or reminder about this, we will have a survey with session feedback, and we encourage everyone to participate and give us your feedback. But if you want or need professional development hours, that will be required. And so we're going to get a link out for that, hopefully here at lunch today. Is my goal. Yeah, but it will, I would recommend waiting till the end to actually filling it out, but that way you can at least see that, you know, we just have some simple questions and help us track whether you've attended and also help us improve the workshop in the future. So I really appreciate participation in that.
Great, thanks.
Yeah. There's also a survey up that Devin linked to yesterday after the substrate presentation, getting feedback on the updates to our design guidelines. So if that's something that you are willing to comment on, share your experience, share your observations, we'd really appreciate that. So thanks. All right, next up is Rod Cadmus. He's the director of Southeast Alaska Watershed Coalition, and he's going to tell us about some of the work that is going on in Southeast. Thank you so much for being with us, Rob.
Awesome, thanks. And if you could stop sharing and I'll share my screen, that would be great. Right, see if I can do this again. All right, can you all see my screen?
Yep, that looks great.
Excellent. So my name is Rob Cadmus. I work for the Southeast Alaska Watershed Coalition. I live in Juneau, Alaska, and I am not a fish passage expert, but I do work on a bunch of fish passage projects. And really my area of expertise is probably more like partnerships and strategy. And so my presentation today is a little bit more along those lines. How do you work with community and tribal groups in terms of fish passage projects? All right, so a little bit of background. Southeast Alaska Watershed Coalition, we're a non-governmental organization. So we're not a tribe, we're not a government, we're an NGO. We work on a variety of different watershed stewardship and restoration activities. But really, a point that I want to make is key to our strategy is that we want to work with local, smaller community groups or tribal groups and empower them to help and be part of projects, whether those projects are stewardship or stream restoration or fish passage. The idea being that the project's important, but empowerment is more important. Empowerment leads to longer term action and longer term partnership towards a common goal. So today I'm going to hit on that strategy in some real life examples, and I'm in particular going to try to talk about how community and tribal groups can add value to your work in fish passage in terms of a watershed-based approach, leveraging resources, community capacity, and flexibility and efficiency. So a watershed-based approach, oftentimes in the fish passage world, we were looking at spreadsheets and ARC products that show us crossings, feet of upstream habitat, cost of replacement, and other metrics. And we're trying to prioritize these projects to get the biggest bang for your buck. And that's a great tool. That's a great way of doing things. But your community and tribal groups can add another lens, and sometimes that lens is more important and useful. Maybe not more important or useful, but important and useful in a different way. And that's more of a watershed-based approach. How is an individual crossing important to a watershed? What are the context and characteristics of that watershed? And why is that context important enough that a project should be put at the top of your list? And my best example of that is the 3 Mile Creek crossing in Clois. That's the crossing you see behind the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service design team there. And I'll get into some of the details of it. So Clois Lake is on Prince of Wales Island. If you don't know where that is, it's about as far south as you can get in the almost as far south as you can get in the panhandle of Alaska. And it's a sockeye system. It is why the community of Clois is there. And the community of Clois has been there for over 10,000 years. And that's known by oral history as well as archaeological evidence. So there's solid evidence they've been there for 10,000 years, and it's because of sockeye, flat out because of sockeye. The fish are culturally important. They're obviously food, but sockeye in particular, more than the other species, is integrated into the lifestyle, even today, of people who live in Clois. So this is folks, some tribal members from Clois right in front of the estuary who are beach seining for subsistence sockeye. All right. Really interesting. We have actually good data on numbers for such a small system here. And that's because this was the first commercial cannery in Alaska. And there's been a weir on the lake for a number of years now, since the 70s. And so data, as well as what we're hearing from the locals, says that the sockeye numbers have crashed and they haven't come back again. And and that's true based on what we're seeing in the counts. As a result, a group of the tribe, NGOs, ADF&G, numerous different other agencies have kind of come together to try to develop plans, an action plan on how we rebound those numbers. I'll just summarize it and say it's complex. There's lots of different things going on. There's harvest, there's a hatchery, there's habitat issues. And so this plan kind of divides up those different needs and prioritizes actions. On the habitat side, that 3 Mile Creek crossing is the #1 action that we want to address. So this is spawning surveys that were done as part of this effort. The culvert is right here. If you can see my cursor, it's kind of, if you can't see my cursor, it's on the right side of those pictures. And what you can see is that we have got good amounts of spawning occurring downstream of the culvert, nothing occurring upstream of the culvert. And when we do habitat surveys, I'm not going to go into what the colors mean. You just know if it's green, it's good habitat. The fish should be using it. When we do habitat surveys, it appears to us that there's great habitat upstream. So either there's not enough fish to push them up here, or the culvert's a major blockage, and we know it is considered red for numerous different reasons. So great context, right? Like, this is a super important subsistence salmon stock. It's endangered. We need to not technically endangered, but it's definitely depleted, and we want to try to rebound those stocks. This culvert is a major tool that we can use to help do that. And so from the watershed perspective, all of a sudden this becomes a really important project, and it is going to be competitive for your grants. It's going to be something that's going to move. And indeed, we've now raised about 4-point-something million to replace this with a bridge, and it looks like we're going to get the remaining dollars here in the next year or so to start the project. A little bit more context on this to give you some depth of why partnerships are really important. So this is an aerial imagery of the mouth of 3 Mile Creek in 1929. That's on the left side. This is current day on the right side. You can see that there's actually a main branch of the stream right here that goes now right through what is a subdivision. So I'm going to overlay those two things. So here's my road network overlaid with that 1929 imagery. You can see that subdivision is right on top of a old channel for the stream. And not surprisingly, there's some flooding issues with those homes that are on that old channel. Here's an example of a large flood event flooding one of the properties. As a result, this project has some complexities. And so we've got a good team of folks who are helping us move it along. So DOT, it's a DOT right away. If anyone knows Mike Knapp, he's one of the bridge engineers for statewide for DOT. He's been helping us on this project, and they're the main entity that's going to attack the culverts and turn it into a bridge. But there's that flooding risk for downstream landowners. And so the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service design team is looking into avenues that we can do in stream work to help alleviate that flooding risk and potentially do some habitat restoration in areas that have been degraded through logging and cutting out of wood. And then obviously there's the community groups who are concerned about the fish passage and so forth. So there's my example on how your community groups can really add some depth to your projects and help bring these things forward. Next example, leveraging resources from multiple sources. And when I say resources, I mean not just money. Money is definitely included that, but capacity resources as well. And the example I'm going to give for that is the Metlakatla area. I was pointed to say that Prince of Wales is almost as far south as you get in Alaska, because Metlakatla is as far south as you get in Alaska. It's the furthest south community. It's also the state's only Indian reservation. So this is a Tsimshian Indian reservation, and Metlakatla is the main community in that reservation. And the Metlakatla Indian community is the tribal government as well as the municipal government of this reservation. Now, because it's a reservation, MIC, which is Metlakatla Indian Community, is pretty strong. They have a lot of purview on what they can do, both in terms of roads, but also in terms of natural resource management. And their fisheries department, their Department of Fish and Wildlife, has got a lot of capacity because of that. But they're have been very focused on counting fish. They manage the largest tribally run salmon fishery in the country. And so they are fish harvesters in some ways, in terms of fish counters, in terms of their biological expertise. They approached the Southeast Alaska Fish Habitat Partnership and SAWC, the Watershed Coalition, for some assistance on habitat assessment on their reservation. And so we partnered with MIC, and we trained 3 of their technicians, their Department of Fish and Wildlife technicians, to do habitat surveys, both stream health, but also AOP crossings. And we surveyed about 140 different crossings, and 25 of those were potential AOP barriers. And we wrote it up in a nice watershed plan. And we then prioritized 6 of those culverts as the main ones that should be addressed right away. And that prioritization had different aspects to it. Some of those aspects were community concerns, not just the miles of fish upstream, but use of this fish, use of the area, and as well as importance to MIC for they use some of these streams as indices for managing their commercial harvest in terms of spawning indices so that they can maintain escapement. So great, we got beautiful assessment done. We've got a partnership between an NGO and a tribe. So how do we get these projects done? Enter U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and they worked with us and gave us some opportunities to raise a bunch of money. So we've secured about $2.3 million for these 6 culverts. And so the 3 of us are now moving together to start implementation on them, which is, again, another great example of leveraging multiple resources. Not only is it money that we've leveraged, but we're leveraging capacity. So this is one of the crossings we're going to replace. This is Gillnet Creek. And this is a project that the MIC, Metlakatla Indian Community Roads Department, can do themselves. We're going to redesign it as an AOP crossing. You can see there's 2 plastic, undersized, perched pipes, and we're going to put an AOP crossing in there. It's at the scale and scope that they have the machines in the community. They should have the material. We're going to hire we are hiring a designer, and we'll be able to walk them through the process. So not only do we get a fish pipe out of the deal, but the roads department is going to gain some skills out of the deal. And that's going to have greater impacts in terms of how they manage and maintain their roads over time. So some great lessons learned about this. One, we're more competitive with grants as a group. Only one of us, one of the the tribe, the NGO, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was seeking this out. We probably wouldn't have raised that money. Two, the tribes and NGOs can do some things a lot easier than the agencies, even if the agencies are helping us along in the process. The procurement and some of those things has been easier with the tribes and NGOs managing it. And then I think I hit on magnifying the community impacts, but anyways, partnership is pretty key in this project, and it's going great, and super excited about it. All right, one more, or actually two more examples. Community capacity. AOP work has the ability to empower tribes and community groups, and though that empowerment can be longer lasting than a single project. I'm going to use the Ketchikan Indian community's natural resource stewards as the example. So in Southeast, we're really pretty lucky. There's been this amazing kind of surgence of partnership between local tribes, agencies, NGOs, all working towards watershed restoration and watershed stewardship. It's about the resource. It's also about Indigenous empowerment, and the results are awesome. So far, there's a lot getting done. So there's a group in Hoona, the Hoona Native Forest Partnership. There's one in Cake, the Kikwan Community Forest Partnership. There's the Klawak Indigenous Stewards, and the Ketchikan group has only been operating for about 3 years now, but they're doing great work. And I'm using them as an example because they're newer. And so one of the things that for like some of these beginning stewardship projects that we really rely on is watershed assessment, and in that AOP assessment. And it's a great tool as an entry into actually starting to do some restoration work. So with Ketchikan Indian community, what we've been using is U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's Fish Barrier Hunter application, as well as field maps, ARC Online field maps layers. So we have an IT person here at the Watershed Coalition who sets up these iPads. We give them to the tribal groups. We train them how to use them, and then together we prioritize where assessment needs to occur, and we look at the data. And so I'll show you what that looks a little bit like. This app is on Survey 123. So we use field maps, and we'll talk with them on the phone, but we'll also show them on field maps where they got to go to do the survey work. And so they'll navigate to that site. They'll get there. They'll open up Survey 123, and they'll go through pretty simple assessment, but simple and good. Like it's pretty spot on, and the app is set up that you can't. You got to click on the things, and you got to enter the right details. You can't skip over it or enter the wrong details. So it means that the data that comes back is pretty useful. And U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has been good in terms of the data management side. We work in mixed ownership land uses, so we've got Forest Service data and ADF-G&G data and the Division of Forestry data, and this is meant to be kind of compatible with all of them, which is very helpful for us at a watershed scale to view and look at. And so the crews go through this, they come home, they sync it, it goes onto the web, and then me and Juno, I can look at these crossings, and Andy Stevens in Anchorage can do the same thing with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We can talk about them. We can call up Clarence at Ketchikan Indian community and talk to him about what he saw, and if we need more data like upstream habitat extent and those sorts of things. And we can, in real time, essentially, help direct and prioritize their assessment work. What's cool here is that they're the ones doing the work, right? Like they're owning this data, and as they get better at it, and as they know what they're doing, we back off a little bit. And so it's this great way of like on-the-job training. Eventually, they're going to be knowledgeable enough that they don't really need us anymore. And what comes out of it is useful as well. So a bunch of data spits out. we evaluate it, we prioritize those sites, we talk to the tribe, because there's a partnership, the landowners are involved, so we communicate with the landowners. Now, our prioritization is not always what you might think. Like I said, sometimes it's best to have a list of upstream habitat and cost and all those sort of things. And sometimes we'll prioritize a project for capacity development as well. And so, while I'm playing the long game here, what I want to see is the ability to manage our watersheds in the long term. And so AOP work has the ability to help the tribes and NGOs and community groups. It's real money. Maintaining, doing these crossings is real money. It's real impact on the habitat. And it requires specialized skill, both in assessment but also in implementation. And so, in some of the more advanced or further along partnerships, we've got we're starting to implement these projects. For KIC, we're looking into, one of the guys is an equipment operator. Can we train them to do AOP work themselves? And what does that mean for them financially as well as capacity wise? And maybe we start small. We don't hit the biggest project first, and we build their effort until they can move forward. The other awesome thing about these partnerships is because the tribes are involved, tribal transportation is an option. Tribal transportation programs are an option, and they have access to monies that many of the rest of us don't have access to. And so just a lot of potential, a potential to do good work on the ground for fish habitat, but also a potential to build that community capacity, create some jobs in a local region, and empower people, really. Okay, flexibility and efficiency. Two quick examples of how partnerships can help you move along. And yes, that is a culvert. It is a hollow wood log. We removed that from Schweitzer Creek and put in a footbridge. Navigating complex land ownership issues. Some of you may have been involved in this project. This was a big project in Juneau. This fish pass on the right was removed, and a constructed rough-in channel was placed in with a bridge over it. So yes, that is the same site. Doesn't look like elevations lined up, but they sure did. So on the onset, this project wasn't super complex. It's all Forest Service owned. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service helped with the design, but Forest Service did most of the implementation side of it. The problem is that just upstream of this was a DOT crossing that was also perched. So Forest Service was spending a buttload of money to fix this old fish pass, and the fish were going to get stopped a couple hundred feet upstream. Forest Service really, doesn't have the ability to work off of their lands very well. And so enter the Watershed Coalition. We were able to leverage dollars with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to do a nice rough-in channel at this culvert, and boom, address that complex land ownership issue in a pretty simple and succinct way. Another great example is your partners sometimes just know the lay of the land a little bit better, and we know people. Sometimes knowing people is what makes a project happen. And here's a great example of this. This is Hendrickson Creek crossing on a private driveway in Juneau. This was on one of my staff members, John Hudson's, to-do list for over 15 years. And the reason it didn't get done was the landowner was a pain in the butt. Well, they passed away, so we outlived them. And the new landowner was very amenable to us when we approached them and talked about potential fish passage. And U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NRCS are the ones that funded it. And boom, now we got a nice box culvert. And if you can look closely, there's fish swimming upstream in that picture right there. So great example of your partners can help you engage the landowners when it's a non-linear, like a non-DOT-ish type situation. Okay, I'm going to move on to my concluding thoughts. So hopefully I've convinced you and given you some examples of how these types of partnerships can really help magnify your impacts. I'm going to close with some suggestions on how to partner, some details of that you should think about. So for you agency folks, here's my advice for you agency folks. One, fund staff time. Your partners, your money doesn't grow on trees for anyone, and funding staff time is pretty much necessary to make some of these things happen. If your outfit can't fund staff time, and that is the case for several of them, partner with somebody who can, and help support those groups. Capacity support if needed. Sometimes it's easiest to route the dollars through the tribe or the NGO. Sometimes the tribes are the only ones able to apply for a grant. Make sure it works for them. These, you know, if you have a small NGO with a budget of less than $1 million, well, you can easily spend $1 million on a fish passage project, right? And so it makes their budget very episodic, hops up and down, boom, boom, boom. And that has real life implications on things like, do they need an audit? Are they using the procurement standards right? Do they have the institutional support to manage those dollars? And because it's episodic, will they be able to sustain that if you build their capacity? Now, some groups are on top of it. They're good to go. They don't need any help, but you should talk about it with them. And you should, if you're going to keep, you know, if you got a partnership that's going good, consider providing them capacity support money. It will make the process easier in the long run. I love this one. Push back on unnecessary administrative requirements. In the last year, I've had about 5 or 6 different grantors increase their administrative requirements without increasing the dollars associated with the project. That costs me time and money, and I rely on my partners, my individual partners, to push back as much as possible. I know that there's a limit to what you can do, but it is helpful. Next one, value on the ground results and communicate this with your partner. I think this is super important and obvious, but often overlooked. What went well? What didn't well? What are we going to do next time? Making sure in the end, the results are what's important, and making sure everyone's on the same page of that is part of a good partnership in the end. And finally, this one is amusing. Indirect rates. So I did a survey. The last 7 years I've been doing this work, I've done a survey of how agency folks understand indirect rates. And what I've learned is that fish biologists have a 0% score on understanding indirect rates. Engineers and hydrologists, they're a little bit better. Joking aside, indirect rates are more important than you think for your partners, and things cost a little bit more than you think. So I have to get audited this year because I've spent more than $750,000 of US federal money. That's the rule, right? My audit's going to cost 30 grand. That's right, 30,000, right? So if you have a small NGO whose budget is, you know, in the $750,000 range, and a fish passage project puts them over, and they're not getting all of their indirect, they literally may go in the red because of the requirements of things like audit standards, higher levels of insurance, more bookkeeping time necessary to meet those different standards. And so make sure you're applying the indirect, that your partners are applying the indirect rates appropriately, and they're maximizing how much money gets to come into them. I've seen that I've actually had NGOs push back on indirect rate, or sorry, not NGOs, agencies push back on indirect rates in a way that doesn't meet the federal government's uniform guidance. And so I think it's just really important to just note it. All right, so I'm going to switch that, and I'm going to give my advice to other NGOs like myself and tribal groups. Because many of us are functioning in a project by project budget world. So the dollars that we get to pay our staff is based on the projects we do and based on the grants we get, essentially. That it sets up a competitive system. Grants are competitive by nature, right? And that can dissuade partnerships in some ways. And I guess what I've learned is that there's a lot of work out there to be done, more than one organization can do themselves. And so the end result is we all got to work together to get that done. And if we do work together, we actually find out that there's more work to be done, and there's more specialization to occur. There's a lot of steps to a process. And I've learned that the more dollars you raise, the easier it is to get more money. So a rising tide lifts all ships is what I'm getting at. And so my advice for NGOs and tribes, as well as agencies, I guess, is don't let the competitive nature of grants get in the way of a partnership or get in the way of working together. That if you start on this process, good things result in more dollars. Good progress, good results results in more dollars. It results in more effort. It results in more notoriety. And so a rising tide lifts all ships. Okay, I'm done, and I'm going to stop sharing. And there you go.
Yay. Rob, thank you so much. That's fantastic presentation and so great to see so much good Southeast Alaska stuff happening there. We've got some questions. I think Heather is going to help moderate along with Michelle. Do you want to start off with some questions, Heather?
Yeah, well, I am not seeing any questions in the chat, so I have a couple of questions for Rob to get us started off. Yeah, I've been writing down things as you've been talking, Rob. So one I think would be really great if you could share specifically on that indirect rate. That's actually a change to the federal guidelines, and I think a lot of folks might benefit from understanding how that changed. That now you can apply your indirect rate to construction contracts for the full amount. Maybe you could go into that a little bit more.
I think you just hit on it. So a subaward, you only get to charge your indirect rate to the first 25,000. Subaward is different from a contract. A contract is a construction contract or a contract to do design and those sort of things. And you get to charge the full indirect rate to the contracts, but only for subaward. A subaward is what I often do. If I'm holding a grant and there's a tribal partner involved that I'm holding the grant, a subaward is they're my partner. I'm going to give them a large chunk of dollars. I can only charge $2,500 of indirect. Well, I have a 10% indirect rate. So $2,500 of indirect, 10% of that first 25,000. So, but a contract is different. A contract is where you're doing procurement. And so you have to follow the federal government's rules for procurement. You have to manage that contract and so forth. And because of it's more work, you get to charge the full indirect.
Great. Thanks for sharing that, Rob. So I've got a question here from Jessica Winnesnapper. What habitat assessment methods is SOC using?
Yeah, great. So lots of different types of habitat. So I'll start with the AOP side because that's what we're at. So that that fish barrier hunter is made by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So the metrics that they're using are their own that they developed, but it was done really with the hope that the data is comparable to what ADF&G standards are for red pipe and so forth. But also somewhat comparable to U.S. Fish and Wildlife standards. There's those standards are U.S. Forest Service standards. So those standards are overlapping, but not 100% the same. So for AOP, we're using U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service metrics. For some of our other work, we're using different. So we're in the Southeast, so we have a lot of Tongass National Forest in our background. So most of the real detailed stream habitat assessments, we're using the Forest Service's Tier 2 methodology, where you are measuring physical characteristics of the stream and comparing them to other streams in the region. For initial assessment, we use something different. The Forest Service uses something that's called a properly functioning condition assessment, or a Tier 1 assessment. We decided that was too advanced or too subjective for some of our partners. And so we developed a kind of tiered down version of the properly functioned condition assessment that relies largely on counting wood, bank full widths, channel types, and riparian condition. So hopefully I answered that question.
Great. So another question we have here is, can you talk about some of the hand tool work being completed in Southeast? What types of projects are you completing?
Yeah, great. So, again, a lot of our goals, there's on the ground goals of habitat restoration and watershed stewardship, and then there's capacity goals and community empowerment goals. And so sometimes, the work that we prioritize is the most important for the habitat, like that 3 Mile Creek crossing. Sometimes the work is great for building capacity, and still good work. And you gotta, we're at a watershed level, so you don't have everything to pick from. You've got to choose what's best. One of the things that we found to be super effective for the dollar available and really awesome for building capacity in a community group are hand tool stream restoration projects. Sometimes we're coupling these with AOP projects, sometimes they're on their own. These are areas that have been logged over. In some cases, the wood was actually removed, or they yarded trees through the stream and ripped out the wood because of that yarding. And what we train these guys to harvest second growth trees, either full roots or cut them, and they use gas powered winches to haul them into the stream and recreate fish habitat. And so we've done this in lots of places in Southeast Alaska, and is becoming a scope of work in itself. It is awesome for having the crews learn to work together, having the crews learn about stream hydrology and fish habitat. And it's not that expensive in comparison to a lot of, like, a large scale stream restoration project or an AOP project. It's amazing the amount of work we can get done. We're just essentially like $10,000 worth of equipment and crew wages, and we can just go to work. We often couple it with riparian habitat enhancement, so they're doing riparian level thinning, and so it's just a really fun, great scope of work. And I think I answered that question with that.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, and another question that came in here. I know you mentioned tribal transportation departments and heavy equipment use and training. Do you see a need for more capacity building in this area? And if so, in what ways would be most helpful to those departments?
Absolutely, there is a need for capacity development, particularly on AOP pipes, I think. I bet Andrea from Chickaloon can even speak to this better than I can, and you can go ahead and add in if you have more to add. I think every tribe, every community is in a different place. Some of them have got it wired and are good to go, and some of it are learning. Some of them themselves contract out to do the work, and some of them have the machines themselves. And so everyone's in a different place, but I see a lot of potential growth. Particularly in Southeast, the communities are kind of disparate, and some of them have big road systems and some of them don't. The ones that are on big road systems with lots of Tungus land near them or Native Corp land, there's a lot of work to get done. And road maintenance and use of those equipments is a huge potential, and something that I think there definitely could be capacity development, both in just simple operation of the machines, as there could be it'd be great to have new programs to get machines to communities. Like, a lot of times they can rent them, but sometimes the rental costs are prohibitive, and so they end up contracting as a result. And then the communication, I'd actually like advice on how to create a better partnerships between different wings within tribes. Sometimes that just naturally happens. It's a small enough tribe that the tribal transportation guy sits right next to the watershed person or habitat person. And sometimes it's a big enough organization that breaking the barriers down can be a little bit of a challenge. So I'm happy to hear more. If anyone else has got more experience on that you're welcome to chime in.
Sounds like a great discussion for our open Q&A maybe later today. We've got more questions in the chat, but we're out of time, I believe. So I'm going to turn it back over to Debbie, and hopefully you can join us to continue the discussion later, Rob.
Yeah, thanks again, Rob. That was just a really spectacular presentation. Rob helped host the Alaska Statewide Watershed Workshop a couple weeks ago in Juneau and moderated some really spectacular sessions. So I always love getting a chance to hear him present and share words of wisdom. Valentine, you have a Menti poll for us?
We have a question about citizen science. It's also called participative science. And I'm wondering, have you contributed to it yourself? Have you used it in your professional work and include it in your decision making? And do you rely on it as a primary source of data in your work? So please go ahead and supply your answers in Menti. Let me see if I can add the link to the chat. I lost it.
I just threw it in the
Excellent.
chat there.
Thank you so much.
Yep, there it is.
Yep. You can also just go to that menti.com and use the code on the top. And so this brings us to the Alaska Conservation Foundation, who is working in partnership with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to extend the mapping of anadromous waterways in their anadromous waterways catalog. And Nissa Russell and Aaron Poe are going to talk to us about those efforts and how truly anybody can help.
Thank you so much.
And
it is, yeah, hi.
Hi.
It's just me today. Aaron unfortunately can't join us, but yeah, I guess
you can go ahead and share your screen.
I'll take
anytime
right.
it should take over. See if that works and I can help navigate if needed.
Sounds good. I just wanna, you get to see my notes here for a second. Let's see.
Great.
All right.
Looks good.
Perfect. I'll have to bounce back and forth because I have a video I get to share here in a second. But good morning, everyone. I'm really grateful that I was able to squeeze in a time slot here for this presentation. It's mostly just to share a little bit about a tool and a resource available to anyone and everyone really that's interested in helping generally move the needle forward on protecting our anadromous fish species and habitat throughout the state of Alaska. So my name is Nissa Russell, and as mentioned, I work at the Alaska Conservation Foundation with the Northern Latitudes Partnerships. I coordinate the Western Alaska Partnership, and I'm also the project lead for this project that I'll talk about here, which is called the Alaska Fish Habitat Mapping App, or it's more fun to call it the Fish Map app. I was really excited to log on here and see some familiar names, some of which have really been directly engaged in this project and helped us get to where we are today. So if you've been part of that, thank you so much for that work. Great, let's see here. So this really, as mentioned, was a project partnership. Started with an idea to get the Fish and Wildlife Service and Fish and Game working together on you know, any sort of effort that would focus on sort of fish conservation. And this project came about as a really great idea of a different way to approach nominations for the Anadromous Waters Catalog. So this project's funded by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, working with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. We've also partnered with the Indigenous Sentinels Network to help us provide the smartphone app technology and the platform we use for the smartphone app. And the Indigenous Sentinels Network is a department within the Aleut community of St. Paul tribal government. So they're really great partners on a lot of work we do at the Northern Latitudes Partnerships, but specifically this project as well. So I'm actually going to make my job really easy and jump into a video that we have, a promo video, which will really explain this project in a much cooler way than I can. So I have to switch sharing screens here for a second. And hopefully the audio will come through appropriately.
Salmon, Dolly Varden, hooligan, whitefish. From the sea to freshwater spawning habitat, anadromous fish mean a lot to Alaskans. Protecting fish habitat means protecting the well-being of our communities, way of life, and ecosystems.
Culturally, it's a part of the staple diet for many of the indigenous people here in Alaska.
Yeah, salmon, you know, it's the #1 species that we rely on in this area.
It's really common for people, native and not native, to be out fishing in the summertime to get their share of their fish for the winter. And then economically, Alaska is huge in the fishing industry. So it's one of those really important resources that we have here in Alaska.
The Alaska Department of Fish and Game is tasked with documenting water bodies that are important habitat for the spawning, rearing, or migration of anadromous fish in the Anadromous Waters Catalog and Atlas, or AWC. Streams and lakes specified in the AWC are afforded protections under the Anadromous Fish Act. Despite ongoing efforts to add water bodies to the AWC, significant gaps in its coverage remain, particularly in remote and difficult to access regions of Alaska. Now, you can join the effort to fill in those habitat gaps. Through a new, easy-to-use smartphone app, you can submit observations while you're out on the land.
So having this app be a way to get boots on the ground and have people be the power and the data is pretty unique in order to help fill that data gap and get more information about the anadromous waters and streams and fish species that are there. And so with climate change and the shifts that are occurring and the environment changing in ways that we can't keep up with, this is another way to showcase and track that.
That's all the regions in here: Arctic, interior, south central, southeast, southwest, west.
By helping to map where these fish exist, all you need to do is find some fish, fill out a few simple data fields, collect photos, and hit submit.
And hit save. I think that this is one of those tools that I hope we can use to crowdsource this data. Because there are people who go places that I have never been, even on this island. I've been to a lot of places.
You know, we got a lot of trappers around here. You know, people that just go out and sightsee it and try to go to remote areas where people haven't been. And I think they would love to use that.
Here's the kicker. Submit an observation that the Alaska Department of Fish and Game approves as new data, and we'll send you money to reward your efforts. We're hoping to solve the challenge of uncatalogued fish habitat by learning from the people that know the land best, you.
So whether we're talking about the economic benefit of protecting the habitat of anadromous fish or the cultural benefit or the everyday recreational joy that we get by utilizing these streams and rivers, it's important to all Alaskans.
This app could change a lot of what we do and how we see the interaction between the forests and the streams and the fish in the forest.
I mean, there are so many species that all play a part in order to have a proper functioning ecosystem. We've been able to harness what we harvest from the land. You know, we don't cultivate the land, you know, the land cultivates us.
This app was made possible through a collaboration between the Indigenous Sentinels Network, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and the Northern Latitudes Partnerships.
Awesome. Well, as I mentioned, yeah, that app sort of explains this project in brief, and I'm sure many of you are very familiar with the Anadromous Waters Catalog. So that was more of a public-facing promo video, but it's some really great information shared there. So I'll go just a little bit more into detail. I have a shorter sort of session here today, so just a few more things to touch on, but I'd love anyone to reach out and connect to me if you have more questions. Let's see. Go back. All right, so this obviously isn't the only way to engage with the anadromous waters catalog. This is just an attempt to sort of streamline that process. There's an existing nomination process with ADF&G where you can submit nominations online through their online interactive database there, or you can, I think, still do paper nominations if that's easiest. This really, the intent was to get an app on, everyone's carrying a phone anymore these days, and to get this in people's hands so they can use it live, collecting data, and then just easily submit that information when they get into cell service. So the nomination process really is to download the app and create an account. It's super easy to do that. And then log an observation. So this works offline, which I think is the best part. You can do some sort of interactive stuff here, as you see in the pictures on the left. You can look at a map of an area that you're going to and sort of maybe plan your approach. You can see if there's already nominations in that area. But all of this stuff works offline. It pulls from your internal cell phone GPS for GPS coordinates. But you upload the data that you collect when you're back in cell service. So this app, we worked closely with Fish and Game to determine the most important and necessary information. So it prompts you for the required information. There's also lots of opportunities to collect additional data, such as environmental data, weather, water quality, any other information like that that may be pertinent or seemingly important data. Photos, obviously it prompts you for photos to take, GPS coordinates, as I said, and then the particular species and life stage information that's essential for the nomination. Within the app platform, there's also the opportunity, it's a very flexible platform, and I'll share a little more of that in a second, but you can add fields for data collection. So as far as this audience, if there's interest in documenting culvert or barriers, especially if you're collecting this information and you want to collect some of that, you can add fields, so you don't have to document it somewhere else, but it may not go to Fish and Game directly, but you can have access to that data, which is great. So then you upload the observations when you're back in cell service, and you can always edit. There's an online platform, so you can log onto the web and do any editing you need to do, or adding anything like that. So we see on our end when nominations come through the app, and we can look through them. So we're sort of that first line of looking at data. So we can come through it to see if there's any missing information, if we need to ask for additional information before we send that information to Fish and Game. And as the video mentioned, we've actually adjusted sort of our, so any complete nomination. So the nomination process is long, as some of you may know. So if you submit a nomination in 1 year, you might not know if it's accepted until the next year. So we offer $100 stipends for any complete nomination. So if someone filled out all the information in an area where a stream or water body is undocumented, excuse me, we provide $100 for each nomination. And we feel like that's really essential, especially when we're working with our tribal partners or just anyone just because it's expensive to get out on the land anymore for costs of resources and gas and fuel. So we hope that stipend can offset some of those costs. So really who we're targeting to use this app, as we mentioned, it's really for anyone. It's crowdsourcing that information, because I know Fish and Game puts a lot of effort into, documenting water bodies and updating those, but obviously resources are limited and we can't get anywhere. And there's some areas across the state that there's huge gaps in the AWC. So the hope is that we can crowdsource citizen science approach and have anyone, collect the data. We also are hoping to partner with, technicians or field crews that are working in remote areas. So maybe some of the agency folks here, or, groups who have technicians that are going out on the land, working at weirs or doing projects in potentially areas, most of those areas, if you're working on a weir, are documented, but people are out doing work in areas. We'd love to, get this app in their hands to make this an easier process to document these fish habitat areas. Obviously, researchers and biologists who are, doing projects, whether it's, installing stream gauges or anything like that, just to have this quite literally in people's back pocket, where we can piggyback off existing and other planned work. So just keeping, this in mind as you're doing work or recreating or in and out of a sort of Alaska's wilderness. We also love the idea, and we have had some really great success working with youth and students. It's a great way to teach, about fish conservation and fish habitat and fish biology, as well as giving students an opportunity to either directly raise money for a program or a school or something like that. So we've seen some really great uptake and excitement with some youth group and students. So those are our main, target users, but it's really, again, the idea is that it's for anybody. So just a little bit update here in the first. So this has been out for about 2 seasons now. The vast majority of our nominations have come from Southeast Alaska, mainly because we have boots on the ground, some project staff in Southeast, and we found that working directly with people, going out on the land with people, engaging directly has been the most successful way to do that. So if there's ways that we can, train people in person or work directly with folks, has been the best way to get those nominations. We've also had a couple nominations come from Kodiak Island. Great. So really, that's all I have to share on this project in the short amount of time. But I will say that if anyone's interested in learning more about this app, or actually, we have funding in our project to do direct trainings, whether it's virtual or in person, to, train staff or train a group of field technicians on how to use this app, or more about the AWC. We have really great relationship with Fish and Game. Some folks, I think, on this call who have helped us out a lot in just understanding more about the nomination process and what that can mean for folks if streams are nominated. But we have that working relationship with Fish and Game that if, any questions come through or any issues, we can direct people to talk to certain folks at Fish and Game about this. So as I mentioned, there's some flexibility in this platform. So the Indigenous Sentinels Network is undergoing a complete sort of platform facelift. So the current app, if you have downloaded it in the past or are downloading it now to look at it, just in the next few weeks, it's going to prompt you for an update because the new app and the new platform and the online database is going to be much more flexible and dynamic, which is really exciting. So before you go out in the field this season, if you're going to use it, please update your app before you go out in the field. But that's all I have. Again, please feel free to reach out to me. Here's the website here for more information. And yeah, thank you for your time. And if you want to engage with this, please reach out.
Great. Thanks, Nisa.
Thank you.
We have just a couple minutes, and Heather, I see Eric has his camera, and I'm wondering if he has a burning question.
Hi, Eric. No, I don't have a burning question. Hey, Nisa. No question, but I can just affirm that that the utility of this for us as agency biologists, we have to request a permit through the state in order to be able to do our fish minnow trapping or electrofishing, and this app has really smoothed out the nomination process. Nisa and her team have they do the legwork, kind of acting as a middle person in between ourselves and the state, Joe Giefer, and it's just something that is really, at least for agency personnel, has really kind of aided our workflow. So we really appreciate them.
Great, thanks, Eric. That's really great to hear that feedback. Heather, do you want to field? Is there a question we could pull from the chat?
Yeah, I think there's a great question here from Colleen Merrick with Copper River Native Association, wondering if you have responses for tribal members that are concerned with data sovereignty and exposing their knowledge to public systems. Of course, there's great benefit for protection, et cetera, but there is also a long-standing distrust for agencies.
Absolutely. And that's a great question. And we get this frequently working with our tribal partners on this project. So the Indigenous Sentinels Network in their sort of data collection platform is very, with their other apps, is very cognizant of data sovereignty with tribes. The intent with this app is since the intent is for anadromous waters catalog nominations, that the data collected with this app directly associated with the nomination. So the information provided regarding, location, the photos, that information is shared directly with Fish and Game. And the intent, you can talk with Fish and Game on how they use that information, but we've been told that it's just used for nominations. So I completely understand those concerns. But since this app has that direct purpose of sharing with Fish and Game right now, that information is shared just with Fish and Game. So if there is data collected that there is a concern with that, you can reach out to me if there's specific concerns there. And I'd love to talk to you more about that. Sorry, I don't have a lot of time to go into that, but I appreciate that. And we've definitely fielded that question in a lot of ways. So please reach out to me.
Wonderful. Thanks, Nisa. That's all the time we have for questions. So I will turn it back to Debbie and Dawn.
And I think that is a really important question to end on. At the Alaska Watershed Workshop, that was a big conversation during many different components of that workshop. And I wanted to just highlight, for anyone that is interested, there is actually a tribal data management sovereignty workshop taking place at the national level in Arizona, and I have the details for that, and I'll put that in our resources in Hoover. I'll find a link after lunch and put it in the chat. But if folks are wanting to go, I think it is something that's just really an important topic for all over Alaska, and it'd be great to have some folks attending that workshop. Valentine.
I sure do. So I put up the question asking if folks are going to start helping contribute to mapping Alaska's anadromy. I see the responses coming in now. Looks like there are people already helping with that effort. Nissa, you've inspired us because there are more seeing the potential and wanting to contribute. I know there's also a fish barrier hunter app. And so if you're going out on the land with an app in hand, it sounds like having both can really help with that. And one person, Frode, lives in Norway, or 1.3 people. Just wanted to acknowledge that we've got participants from truly all over the world right now. In addition to Alaska and Norway, there's folks in other locations too. All right, so the next question for us, as we're getting into low water crossings, what are the different constraints that we should be thinking about when identifying whether we should build a road crossing over a stream or a low water crossing that truly goes under the stream, obviously not a tunnel, but that the stream is flowing over the built surface rather than under. So again, this is word cloud. Please add your thoughts. And I also released a Zoom poll. I'm sorry, I forgot to release a couple other Zoom polls earlier this morning. Just for fun. Maybe we can talk and get a little bit more into the discussion about forward versus low water crossing. I don't know if there's if the terminology, there's a preference there for low water crossing rather than forward. So we'll have Jeff Strait be joining us. He is the civil maintenance supervisor for the Alyeska Pipeline Corporation. The Trans-Alaska Pipeline itself goes both over and under numerous fish-bearing streams as it makes its way from the North Slope to Valdez. And the route doesn't necessarily see heavy traffic, but it needs to remain accessible to maintenance, inspection, and spill response equipment. And so low water crossings are part of the approach for how that's done. And so Jeff, whenever you are ready, feel free to steal the screen share away from me.
Yep, you guys should have access now. You guys should be able to share your screen.
Can you guys hear us okay?
Yep. Sound
Okay,
great.
awesome. Cool. So yeah, I'm Lee McKinley. I'm here with Jeff Straight. I'm a Fish and Wildlife SME here at Alyeska, and I've been here for about a year. And before this, I was with Fish and Game for 25 years. And now we work with Jonathan Kirsch with Fish and Game at the Pipeline Office, and really appreciate the expertise he's brought to our program. And Jeff Straight, yeah, as you mentioned, he's a civil maintenance coordinator. He's responsible for among many things, maintaining our right of way from, I guess, well north of Glen Allen down to Valdez, and Jeff installed countless of low water crossings and culverts, and he's really brought a lot of he's really pioneered a lot of new techniques for low water crossing construction that we yeah, it's been fantastic. So I'm going to try to share the screen. We had some technical difficulties earlier, and then I'll give a quick overview of TAPS, then I'll have Jeff take it away. So, all right.
Thank you.
Share screen. All right, can folks see that?
I see myself. Thank you. Yep.
All right, cool. All right, all right. Slideshow.
And it shows your notes.
Okay. How
but
about
it is
now?
it's displaying, so that's good. Perfect.
Okay, so all right, cool. All right.
You
so
got
yeah,
it.
Here's what we're talking about. Here's an example of a low water crossing. I guess we can talk later about what the difference between this and equipment ford, but it's clearly designed to drive through the stream. And just a real quick overview. TAPS, the Trans-Alaska Pipeline System, 800 miles long, goes from Prudhoe Bay down to Valdez. It's 800 miles long. There's 420 miles above ground, 380 miles below ground. And crossing, it's kind of sliced the whole state of Alaska. And then along the way, we maintain a drive line for the above ground sections. And there's 443 fish streams, drainage structures that we maintain in 288 low water crossings, over 100 culverts, and 46 bridges. And then from here, I'm going to let Jeff take it over, really the expertise in building these low water crossings.
Okay, thank you very much. And before I go too further, I just want to recognize all the people that have made this possible over the years. It's accumulation of knowledge and ideas from multiple agencies we've worked with, our own people, but ever since pipeline construction, even before it began, people were thinking about how can we build this 800-mile pipeline through all this fish stream habitat, no matter all over the state, and all have unique situations, especially in Alaska, where we have very drastic seasonal changes that winter crossings could be compromised fish passage just as much as the summer passage. So I'm going to go over a few things I've observed and learned and worked with you all over the years, and just sort of put it on paper here. First of all, we need to be able to build something to cross a stream. And we're going to be talking primarily of low water crossings, but it has to be effective for both the fish passage and the vehicles and equipment. So there's two needs there. The fish, of course, require a design that's effective under a variety of flow rates. It could be, some of these things actually dry up in the summer, so we need to be able to have them in place when the water comes back, or maybe for a couple of days we get a rain that moves them on to the next phase. The velocity of the water also shouldn't exceed the expected fish ability to transit through. That's a risk of culvert. Sometimes you can get too fast and fish can't get through it. Same way with low water crossings, you can have them too tight also. Natural vegetation is also important, not just for fish, for other creatures out there that like to go use the stream banks. Equipment requirements. Design allows safe passage of vehicles and equipment. I think one overlooked thing here is we think about passage of vehicle equipment. We're thinking about not getting stuck mostly. But if we get a vehicle stuck or damaged in a fish stream, the possibilities of oil leaks, gasoline, diesel fuels getting right into a fish stream could be significant, especially the new vehicles we have, aerodynamic. I know a lot more things are exposed. The bumpers aren't nearly what they used to be. So think about that also, you know, not just a vehicle getting stuck, but the spill that could occur. Also, it has to be maintainable for both fish and equipment for the expected traffic. So we can go on to the next one here. Okay. Now we all probably in this presentation here know what a thaw wag is, but it's really the lowest part of a stream. That's a continuous channel that allows fish to transient through low water crossing at pretty much the lowest possible water settings. It's not interrupted. Just a quick overview of some of the designs in a low water crossing that does both for the fish and the vehicles. I won't go into too big a detail on this, but some basic things here. You want the low water crossing width and grade to match the natural stream. So you take a look at that. You don't want to get it too tight or too wide. You want to stabilize the disturbed stream banks to prevent erosion and sediment in the stream. This one, the third item is really critical in the process. This is the biggest mistake I see in the history of where I work, and this keeps showing up sometimes, but the material you use on that low water crossing has to be really angular in design. Even if you have to haul it in from someplace, but it has to be keyed in with, you know, smaller sand type dirt even sometimes, but you want to get that really a tight compaction. But it's strong enough that it resists rutting and shedding by vehicles. So the most common problem with losing the thaw wag is vehicles going through the low water crossing and spinning out and throwing the material off the slopes into the thaw wag, and you got to block stream crossing. Also, make sure the vehicles can get through correctly. You got to consider the type of vehicles going through there. You can't put like a pickup size tire radius in the bottom when you got big trucks coming through. It just won't fit right. The other thing that's important is got to consider the different flow rates, because it's not so much for the vehicles, but as a fish, because you want to maintain a water flow through there at the lowest possible flow rates. Here's some, oops, sorry. Here's, back up one, sorry. Went too fast. Dial back. There's one. You guys first one. Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Here we go. Oh, wow.
All right, sorry about that.
Would you guys mind trying to get rid of that little message that says stop share hide? I think all you got to do is hit hide.
Well, we hit the whole thing. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
That might work.
How's that?
That's better.
Okay, cool.
Thanks for offering that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So here's a common example of low flow rate or no flow, and you got material that got pushed in and it's compromised. And of course, the fish have a really hard time getting through this and could get stranded.
And just as a side note, I mean, this may not look like much, but I've seen juvenile salmon in streams this small. And in fact, this particular stream, we've seen juvenile salmon there. So, I mean, you can really block off miles of habitat if these aren't maintained and put in properly. So even these small streams are very important.
Yep, very true. Okay, now why is it go forward?
Okay.
Okay, here's another example of a problem. You've got two problems here. You lost a thaw wag and you lost, you got some French draining there. The material is too big on the outlet and it's subterranean flow underneath there. You can hear the water, but you can't see it. or the fish can't swim through it. Okay. Okay.
Oh, man.
It's funny, some of those wouldn't even look like a stream.
Yeah, they're important. Can you guys still see this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's a great observation, because then people underestimate the needs for the maintenance, because we got to be ready for when the water flow comes. And the fish, I talked to Lee about this before, but I said the fish have evolved to, they know they got a hole up sometimes in a pool waiting for the water to come in. But that's another good example here where it wouldn't work very well. And there's several problems, but we'll go on a little bit more detail on these here. Here you see a little bit of a head wall developing, and that head wall to us is a waterfall. This one here is not drastic yet, but it's an early warning that maybe we need to spread the flow out a little bit and get a little bit more of a step down. Here's a sort of drastic one. A lot of you might be familiar with geocells. We've used them with some success on some streams, but in some places they really don't work well because high water events will take them out and really cause a problem. They're really hard to get back out, but they can be used. We use them a lot on the North Slope, I think, where we got little material available, we can collect it. It has worked fairly well up there. So here's another one. The maintenance crew went out and fixed this fish stream one day, and I went out and looked at it, and I says, this ain't gonna work. It looked great for vehicles, but I could hear the water flowing underneath it. I says, we got to tear this all apart and redo it. And the two top little graphics here, this arrow won't work here, but maybe it's too slow. Yeah. Anyway, the two top diagrams are, one on the left there shows the French draining, the water flowing underneath the rocks. The second one on the right there shows that we filled it in with hard sediment keyed in, and the water stayed up on top. And that's what you're looking for there. So some strategy, there's some basic simple things to think about. And one reason we have some of these, the strategy in place, we have a limited right-of-way width to work within without getting special permits. And we do have some latitude even within our existing permit system. But first thing you need to be thinking about is how you disperse the energy. Widen it out possibly if you got enough water, slow it down, maintain the thaw wag, build paths and pools for fish passage. Think about the step ladder approach where the fish can go they can go through some pretty fast water if they have a place to rest and also be able to accelerate. Low flow to high flow rates, you need to be able to design them for both conditions. I've been really pleasantly surprised that the ones we have put in really to manage low flow rates, keep water in there, have done really well at high flow rates. And in the spring, you come back after the spring breakup, they're still there with just minor tweak and clean them up. The other key one is lengthen the flow path by building S-turns to slow the water down. By lengthening the stream, you lower the grade, which slows the stream down. It also lowers the erosion issue. Also, the S-turns allow placement of pools for resting and really works well. The other one that was sort of an eye-opener for us when we first looked at these, our previous maintenance techniques were basically keep a thaw wag, a straight channel straight across our drive lanes. Thought was make sure we'll get all these little fish across the drive lane as soon as possible. But when we started, they didn't work well at low water. And some of those photos previously showed that. So what we've done now is we actually dam up the outlet to keep it flooded, and it can absorb more debris in there without losing fish passage. And I'll show you some pictures of that. Also, it's really important to take the time to get the right materials in place so you don't have the French draining. And that's really important to have that fractured material. The round pebble-like stuff looks nice initially, but really bad news for plugging up the thaw wag. The other thing is minimize head walls or waterfalls. We'll show that. And then really talk about working within the right-of-way. It's also important to realize that, we all been amazed when we've seen a fish in fast water. You think, man, it looks fast. All of a sudden, the fish just goes zooming by you, like you're standing still, and but there is a limit to it. And this is a chart we pulled out from Ontario, and we target the rainbow trout, which are probably fairly similar to a lot of the fish we have. But you can see that a fish can swim through some pretty fast current up to 21 feet, sort of like trout for 10 feet per second velocity. But if you can slow that current down a little bit, down to 5 feet per second, they can triple the distance where they need to rest. So when you design things, think about that resting and high velocity type thing. Here's a good example of how we have changed our maintenance techniques on many of our streams. The one on the left is sort of the historical way. We got the thaw wag, kept it maintained, but it was fast current, and it didn't hold water at all at low flow rates. So it got really shallow and real susceptible to thaw wag plugging up. What we went to is one on the right, where we actually blocked the outlet, kept the thaw wag full of water in the drive lane. And then the S turns down below slowed the water down and gave fish a chance to rest and also to overcome any velocities and minimize waterfall development because he slowed that water down. Here's another example. It's a little bit overly complex maybe for this short class here, but the thing that we worry about when you got streams, all streams are different, of course. When you get the little higher flow, higher velocity streams, the real risk is the downstream side. If you don't have that stabilized, it'll start eating its way up into a waterfall, just like Niagara Falls is working its way up. So you got to stop that. So the only way you can do that is have some harder material. You got to feather that out a little bit, but we call it a sill plate. And if you don't have that in place, this head wall will continue to cut and work its way upstream, as you can see, to a point where the waterfall is not passable by fish. So one way to overcome that is on the right side there, you start dispersing the water upstream, widen it out a little bit so you don't have a narrow cutting sluice type machine digging that out. And then you also make sure you have that sill plate downstream. And you might not even need the sill plate on the one on the right because you spread the energy out. And you also, each rock, boulder type thing creates a little eddy for fish to rest too. And we use that real successful. We had a fish stream up north of 680 that was done probably about 10 years ago with this technique. And it's really held up well and it's really worked well. Here's just a basic view of the effects of damming the outlet. You just keep that water raised up and keep it deep. Here's an actual example that Lee and I work on, I don't know, like at least 6 years, 7 years now. But just a simple thing of taking the stream and partially blocking it and then putting an S-turn in it right away. You can see the pools downstream, but you see how we really slowed this down from a dry low water crossing to one that's functional just about all season long. That was a big thing there. And to tell you the truth, it's a lot of fun doing this. It doesn't take a lot of work. And the big thing that sort of fun, a little simple thing like listen to the water as you build these things. As water quiets down, you're probably doing something right, slowing it down. Here's another example. I'll put an S-turn in. And each one of these will look different. There's no exact design. It's just use these concepts. Again, the good compaction is critical on the sides. Here's another one. A lot of times when we do this, one key thing that we like to do is right on the outlet of where we got the dam, so to speak, try to put an energy disperser right downstream of that opening. Immediately slow that thing down and flip it left or right, or sometimes both ways. That works really well. That actually initiates your first S-turn. Again, this is another same type of thing, but all look a little different. This is a real wide crossing. Yeah, it's a little bit challenging to figure out how to keep this one full. Here's a real bitty stream. This one, before this design was put in, was probably about half the summer. Fish couldn't get through it because it was just too low water. Even with the thaw wag as it was, it just wasn't deep enough. But we were able to push back on it a little bit with the dam and allow fish passage. Again, another simple thing. This here is like 3 spur dikes sticking on one side. And you see, this is a lot of fun just because each one can be unique. You're an artist on a canvas. You start looking at things and there's no one right answer. But you know, all these here, a lot of times we might just take a pickup full of rocks. We go find the really nice rocks there, you know, about a foot by foot with flat side on them. And we just go down through this maybe once a year and we tune up what we got and we add, but it's a fun project we've involved a lot of people with. Again, you just restrict the outlet, slow it down, deepen the drive lane saw wag. You lengthen the channel by placing rocks, create S-turns, create resting pools. Here is a little bit more high water flow, but you can see the structures are holding in place. And I think that was really the key. Probably the surprise for me was you build them semi-right, they can take quite a bit of flow and stay put for when the low water comes. So just a quick overview of what we did. I'm just going to read all these. We're running out of time. Okay, I'll move on to that. You guys probably can look at this later. I think I've covered all these.
I think you guys have 10 minutes left. Just
we do.
Yeah, so don't feel rushed.
Well, this is one of the most important things I think we've done is we got a lot of different people out there. We got a lot, we got project contractors that go out and do maintenance on the pipeline that go through a lot of these low water crossings. We got our own people, but started a thing where they actually go through this course. I invite them to go out with us, do some maintenance on them. And then after that, we give them a fish stream maintenance certificate. And we got a lot of our Otna and Houston people, and I actually do this at a safety meeting, make a big deal about it. But that way, when they go through a piece of equipment or a piece of low water crossing, they'll be less likely to damage it, and they'd be more likely to repair something, to see it and understand how to do it right. And that's been a lot of fun, actually. So with that, I'm going to let Lee cover some points, and thank you very much.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Jeff. And I think that's pretty much all we have. Okay, do folks have any questions?
Great. Well, first we'll just give you guys a round of applause. Thank you guys for being here and sharing that great information. Heather, do you want to field some questions?
Sure.
We've got plenty of time.
So one question here is, does your strategy change when the Ford is improving wetland connectivity versus a stream channel?
I guess the strategy is always kind of the same. I mean, you want to be able to provide passage for both vehicles and fish. And so I don't know. Each one's different.
Could you about the wetlands?
Yeah.
I think the way I look at it, one thing we didn't talk about was beaver dams that like low water crossings, and they end up building the wetlands up by flooding them. But then there's the impedes fish passage. So one thing we've wrestled with is when do beaver dams go and when do we keep them? And we're actually thinking about looking at a particular area where it might be beneficial to keep 1 or 2 beaver dams, keep fish wetlands, and also have fish passage on the adjacent ones. It's a wide enough area, but that's a good question because it's a tough, but really it's the beaver dams that come into play for us when it comes to the wetlands, won't it?
It can. I mean, Tapsky is 800 miles long, so we can cover all sorts of different environments. So each one's, you look at it on a case by case basis. So, and a lot of it's just, they're field engineered. But yeah, it's an interesting question. But at the end of the day, that we maintain them for both fish passage and vehicle passage.
Can I ask you one clarifying question? Maybe is the wetlands, are you concerned that by the low water crossing draining wetlands? Is that where the concern might be in the question? Or?
Yes, that's what she's saying here.
And we're definitely aware of that. That's one of our biggest fears. And that's why like Lee worked for Alaska Fish and Game, and then John came out last year. But that's something we really look at really hard to start with. Because the maintenance thing we didn't really talk about is we can affect that by how deep that low water crossing is. So like if we maintain it, I go out, special instructions to my crew, you can't go below this level. You can't drain all this water out. You got a pond here. So we try to keep it at the natural level it was before the pipeline was built. That's one criteria.
Right.
I mean, what the impacts did we have? You go back to what nature had. But yeah, that's something I'm very concerned about. And that's why we even looked at some of these beaver dams.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand the question, but yeah, no, draining the wetland is definitely a concern. And I mean, just like with the culvert, could do the same thing. But yeah, it's definitely a consideration. You install it to minimize that.
So I have a question for you, and I think you kind of alluded to it earlier in your presentation where you showed a picture of kind of like the natural channel and then what the ford looks like. So are you kind of trying to emulate natural channel with your ford? I know that it can't be exactly the same because you got to get a vehicle through it, but just wondering how that plays into what you're putting in out there.
I would say, obviously, we're going to have to make it so the vehicle can get through it, be functional. But then the other thing is that's only about 10 feet wide, so we make sure we protect both the upstream and downstream, so it immediately goes back to the natural. And also the low water crossing is designed to match the natural gradient of the stream itself. So we don't change that gradient. And then the other thing is our brushing policies on the right of way protects that area. We can't brush on the shores of those low water crossings, no matter where on the right of way, except for the 10-foot drive lane. So we protect that habitat just by, only thing we might do on that one is vegetation plugs it up. We will intervene a little bit to make sure there's a path for the fish. But we don't try to mess with the natural gradient or the natural stream.
So another question we got here is, well, first of all, Riley says, great presentation. That was very helpful, and I agree with that. I noticed some nice spawning gravels in some of the low water crossing photos. Have you ever witnessed unintended spawning?
Any unintended spawning in the low water crossing?
I have not, no. But I think what sort of surprised me more than anything is most of these little low water crossings, it's the small fish that we're seeing. I mean, it put a big awareness on me how important that water level is. And and then the one thing we didn't mention was on that list is certain parts of the season, we do recognize spawning times and migration of the smolts. That's when the even the Fish and Game comes out and they do their surveys along with people like me, the civil supervisors, and we clean them up, make sure they're as good a shape as they possibly could be. But that's something during the spawning time we really look at them.
Yeah, I've never I've seen the grayling. Yeah, I've seen evidence of grayling using a low water crossing to spawn. They're of course broadcast spawners, but I've seen. I guess we're kind of it's obvious they've been through there. I've never seen a salmon spawn, but we're not out there all the time, so nothing would to stop a salmon from spawning in a low water crossing. But I haven't personally seen it, but I'm sure it could happen.
So just a follow-up to that, Jessica Winnestaffer says in South Central Alaska, she often sees spawning in the over-widened ford sites. So, and Jessica, you can clarify on that, but those are probably likely sites that maybe aren't maintained. But I think your comment on maintenance really brings something up too. Go ahead, Jessica, if you want to.
Yeah, it is on ford sites that are not constructed. So I think that's probably the big difference. And this presentation did such a good job of highlighting the importance of the angular material to key it in and lock it at the ford sites. And the ones that I've seen that are constructed and good, maintain the channel width, don't become over widened. The substrate isn't smaller than the rest of the stream. In the sites that they're not constructed and they're social trails, probably not even permitted by Fish and Game in many parts or places, they have all sorts of fish passage problems, but also spawning right there where all the vehicles are driving through. So a different scenario than what you're building. Hi, Lee.
Hey, Jessica, good to see you. Yeah, no, you bring up a really good point. I guess if the low water crossing is properly constructed with the angular rock and with fines and compacted, it's not ideal spawning habitat because you don't have the fine cobbles. And so if it's actually constructed properly, salmon are going to find better places to spawn than in a low water crossing because it's going to be much harder to dig a reg because it is a hardened bottom. So yeah, that's a good point.
Before I forget, I didn't mention it, but all of our fish streams are flagged with signs with a fish sign and a highlight that, hey, this is a special area. Don't be brushing in here. Don't do anything weird. So
yeah, it's nice. I didn't have a picture of it, but throughout, a lot of these streams look the same when you're driving on the right of way. And Alyeska's done a good job putting fish stream signs in every single fish stream crossing, just for awareness for folks that are using the low water crossing, that it is in fact a fish stream.
All
Any
right.
other questions?
Yeah, we got a couple more. Do you have, we just got time for one more question probably. Do you have low water crossings and streams with a mobile bed? Do you have issues with deposition? So I think she's talking about the bed material coming down and depositing in the low water crossing.
yes, that's another bad thing about using the wrong materials to start with. It'll wash out on the outlet and then create a alluvial plain out there that's too shallow for fish. And then that's where we got latitude from our permitting system, go out 75 feet downstream. And then we would talk to Fish and Game and mostly probably Lee internally here to see, but we'll clean those out and have to retrieve that material. But that's another bad outcome of poor material selection. Good question.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks you guys. Really appreciate your time and your information. Thanks you guys.
Well, we really appreciate the invite and being part of this group.
Great.
I wanted to say thank you for being part of your team, because I really do think it's always a joint effort and there's so many ideas, and we glean one nugget from each other, we can get a really good thing going. So thank you.
Absolutely. Well said. All right, guys. Well, we're touching up on lunch, and I'm guessing Valentine might have something to send us off to lunch with.
I sure do. Shockingly, it's another word cloud. Who is surprised at that? Changed it up last second. I definitely had some key concept takeaways from that presentation. And I would love to invite everybody to anchor the key concepts and what you learned from this presentation by adding it to the word cloud. So I'll leave this up for a bit, and then there will be a new Menti related to permitting. Sorry, there will be both a Zoom poll related to permitting and a separate different Menti question when we get back from lunch. And we've got until 12:40.
12:40. Yep. Sounds great. All right, everybody have a great lunch. Get outside, move your body, and we'll be back here at 12:40. Thanks, you guys.
In Western Alaska. And we live in the same town, and I've been emailing with her for 10 years, but I don't believe we've ever met. But she'll be taking us through the regulatory space. And let's see, I asked via Zoom if there are the acronyms that are oftentimes thrown around in the permitting space, what people's familiarity are with those polls. And it's a broad range on what people actually know what they stand for, and versus have a couple of questions on. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to this presentation from Megan Marie, and take it away whenever you're ready.
Great, Megan. I've made you a co-host, so hopefully you should be able to just go ahead and share your screen at your leisure, and it'll pop off the Menti.
Excellent. Let's see here. We're gonna do this one. Oops. Poll just popped up.
We'll get rid of that.
And there we go. All right, so I think that works.
Perfect. Looks great.
Everybody sees that?
Yep.
All right, good stuff. Well, we are ready to roll. So thank you, Kristen, for that intro, and also for all of the wonderful engagement from the Menti and the Zoom polls. I think that's really great. It's been nice to have that this week. So welcome back from lunch. Permitting isn't the most exciting subject for this week's workshop, but I think it's a pretty important one for successful projects. So I'll try to be quick with the boring part, so we have a little bit more time for kind of the boots on the ground type stuff. This is the pictures on the title slide is actually one of my favorite little series. I have very few where I have a before, during, and after. And this was a cool replacement in Eccles Creek, really successful project down in Cordova. And I always like to highlight that one just because it's so rare that I have all three of those photos. So we're going to start off, I'll give you an overview of federal, state, and local regulatory requirements. I'll probably focus a little bit extra on the ADF&G permitting process because that's what I'm a little bit more of an expert at. And then we'll have some time for some considerations for design and construction. And it looks like based on the poll that we're kind of in that I've been tangled in the web of regulatory stuff and gobbledygook. So I'm aware that things are necessary, but I'm not really sure exactly what or how to navigate that. Hopefully we can help with that a little bit. And then also acronym soup, you know, another title for this talk could probably be like all the acronyms or fun with forms. So do let me know if there's something we come across that I keep using an acronym and we don't know what that is. I try to spell out as many as I could. But I'm really impressed, actually. A lot of you have scored pretty well on the acronym poll. There was even 3 that I don't really know what they are and couldn't guess. So stepping back just a bit, wanted to point out that, you know, thankfully, and this has been mentioned, Alaska is kind of a young state, right? We have, we've had fish habitat protection in place since statehood. So we don't really have the level of fish passage barriers that other areas in the lower 48 have, like really large dams and diversions. So we also have a pretty robust program at the state and also in local levels, as we, you know, found more about in some of these groups that have been presenting this week, to develop prioritization for improvement. So overall, I think we're doing really well. But we still have some challenges. Even though laws have been in place in statehood, you know, why are we replacing or removing fish passage barriers? Well, we've talked about a few of these this week, but relic military infrastructure, changing conditions, changing hydraulic conditions or ground patterns. And then we also have often where hydraulic designs were put in and that's insufficient for current flows. Another one that I think kind of gets overlooked sometimes is situations where we might have had limited materials or expertise, even oversight in some of our remote or rural areas of the state. And this one, the upper right picture actually was just from this fall. It was a failure in Anchorage at Chester Creek in a small residential road, battery of 3 pipes, and went to see it. They actually didn't have any permits. So it's an excellent example of what can go wrong. They didn't actually do locates or anything. So I found out about this when NSTAR called because apparently they hit a gas line. So they were planning on replacing that pipe, but what they had planned to put in was undersized. And they actually decided in the end to just leave it an open channel because there's alternate access to the other side of the road. But why I have this picture and I wanted to use it is the awesomeness that I managed to capture an adult coho trying to navigate the remaining part of the barrier. And I didn't notice it until I zoomed in after I was showing some coworkers later that day. So got a list of projects or likely permits here, likely candidates for most projects. Unfortunately, there's not a statewide coordinating agency or any sort of questionnaire to help navigate this regulatory maze. But there are some one-stop shops in places like the Kenai River Center, where a lot of agencies have representatives available. And that's a really good model. I wish that we had more situations like that available around the state, or maybe something statewide. Some of these permits have agency or public notice requirements, and that does help people keep people in the loop, both from the regulatory side and the public. But ultimately, it's applicants' responsibility to make sure they have all the permits before starting construction. Another thing to note is that most of these permits do have fees associated. The one exception that I know of are the fish and game permits, still no fees there. Timelines can vary from a few weeks to a month or more. I would say in general, it's probably best to plan ahead and allow at least like 6 to 8 weeks for permitting. Again, that's a spectrum. It could be more, it could be less. And then the tangled web gets a little bit more confusing when you realize that there's a lot of overlapping authorities. And the one place that most of these authorities from the federal, state, and local governments all overlap is at ordinary high water. But just keep in mind that there could be several permits required for essentially the same thing, but it's agencies operating under different authorities. So I'll dive right into the federal part. The U.S. Corps of Engineers regulatory branch has permitting authority under the Clean Water Act in both Section 10 and Section 404. Section 10 applies to navigable waters, and so most of those are going to be tidally influenced areas. But there's also a list online on the Corps of Engineers Alaska website that lists the additional navigable waters that are non-tidal. Most of these are going to be pretty big waterways, so on the whole, you're just going to be looking at probably bridge projects in those areas. Oops, sorry. But under Section 404, almost all of the stream crossing projects that we've been talking about and that you might be implementing are probably going to involve placement of material or fill below mean high water or ordinary high water. And that can include wetlands and streams, anything that's currently considered a jurisdictional water as of now, that's waters of the US. Most of these projects that we've been talking about are likely going to qualify for nationwide permits. It's kind of like a general permit that have regional and nationwide conditions. It's not as onerous as a process, but some of these, sometimes a larger project might require an individual permit. They could take longer to get, and there's a required public notice process. So we'll note that the federal resource agencies, they review Corps of Engineers permits, and that's the Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service and the EPA. So they're involved on the federal side behind that Section 404 process. I'm gonna skip to Fish and Wildlife Service. Fish and Wildlife Service is going to be responsible for migratory birds and endangered species. Thankfully, we have relatively few endangered species in Alaska, and you're not likely to encounter them so much on fish passage projects. But you probably will encounter migratory bird protections that apply to timing for clearing vegetation. So that's something to take note of and check in with the federal folks on that. Excellent little diagram that the Corps of Engineers has on their website related to their regulatory jurisdiction and what's jurisdictional waters of the US right now. And that can be helpful. Local government. So several boroughs and municipalities have local design criteria. A lot of them also require flood hazard or other kind of development permits. So I'm not going to go into any of these in detail. I just wanted to add the links. Hopefully they're all active and live. I just realized this morning I hadn't double checked them. I got one update from KPB, so thank you very much. And so hopefully that can be helpful to look through later, but I just wanted to point out that there's more to it than just state and federal permits. I will switch over to the state side now. The Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation is one of the 3 resource agencies we have in the state that you're probably going to be dealing with when you have a stream crossing project. The ADEC, they have primacy over what was formerly the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. Now it's the Alaska system. And so they do have a general permit that they developed to cover stormwater discharges from construction projects. And that usually applies when there's 1 acre or more of disturbance. So it doesn't necessarily always apply to every project. There's notice of intent requirements and stormwater pollution prevention plan requirements. And they do vary by location. So I added the website and the link for more information on that GP. And so next agency is going to be the Department of Natural Resources. And most of these, the authorizations you're going to run into are through the Division of Mining, Land, and Water. The most common that almost every project is going to involve is a temporary water use authorization. That's going to be required for diversions or water withdrawals. And note that the state does require a permit or an authorization, I should say, for water use, even when it's not consumptive. So when you're just diverting around or bypass pumping, you still have to get that temporary water use authorization. If you do need to extract gravel or sand from state land or state waters, you might be also need to contact them for a material sale permit. So the remainder of my permitting time, I'm going to focus a little bit more detail on fish and game permits required. The hyperlinks that, these are hyperlinks in the presentation. They'll take you to the appropriate place on the Fish and Game website for more information and permit applications. So fish habitat permits is primarily a lot of what we do with these stream crossing projects. There's two authorities that we work under and that are tied to these permits, but both authorities require fish passage regardless of what species are present in the stream. There's not a lot of culvert projects that are going to occur in a state wildlife refuge or critical habitat area, but Fish and Game would have authority over all aspects of those kinds of projects, or projects located in those areas, I should say. And we would then likely require a special area permit. The last one, the aquatic resource permit, is often overlooked. It was mentioned this morning, yay! And almost always needed for these stream crossing projects, especially a culvert project, but even a restoration project. Anytime you're going to be creating an excluded work area that's going to get dirty and mucky, you need to get the fish out of there first. So these permits are issued by Sportfish, and they cover the capture and transport of fish using any methods outside of legal sport fishing. So traps, nets, all those kinds of things. Habitat staff is usually, often we're available to assist with these efforts, but it's up to the project manager to make sure that staff, equipment, and the valid ARP are on site to move fish during construction, because you can't always guarantee that we're going to be there based on schedules or availability. Another authority drawing, this is actually from our website. It's just kind of nice to points out where our Anadromous Fish Act or under 1605-871, that's often referred to as 871, exists. And NISA did a really good job this morning talking about the AWC and its importance. And so the key there is that our authority for protecting anadromous habitat is tied to the catalog. So the importance of continuing to update and improve the accuracy of the catalog is really can't be overstated. And I'm glad we had an introduction to that this morning. Another thing to note is that our authority in these 871 water bodies in the anadromous streams is more broad than just fish passage. So we can cover any potential impacts of the habitat. That includes, for example, sedimentation during construction. It's important to know when we're starting our review or when you're applying what fish species might be present at the site. We don't know everything, right? Nobody's been everywhere. So in the absence of survey data, we might use obviously the AWC or Alaska freshwater fish inventory data. Talk to local area biologists, and also just looking at the stream characteristics to determine if fish are likely to be present. That's kind of our first stop of questions. Generally, we're going to be a little more conservative in our decision making when less information is available. This likely applies to other agencies also. And applicants, especially in culvert projects, we're often provided preliminary designs to review, and we love to do that early in the process. Generally, when it comes to permitting, a design is probably about at 65% before we're going to be ready to issue those permits. But because it's only at 65%, your permits might have additional stipulations that require review and approval for details that aren't yet worked out, such as like a final diversion plan. Our permit reviews are site specific. So Fish and Game doesn't have statewide design criteria. So we're going to look at every application on a case-by-case basis. And then just a note, we do have emergency provisions in statute, so we can authorize work verbally or by email. And a good example of this would be a flood wipes out or damages a pipe, and the agency or the entity or the government needs to get access restored really quickly. So they got to put a pipe in there, and it might not be ideal size as far as fish passage goes. So often we can authorize a temporary replacement, and then we will go back and work with them on a permanent replacement and a formal permit with that. Let's see. So just kind of listed some typical stipulations that we might address through permitting. Now I get to the slightly more fun stuff. We got 4 minutes. I can get through a bunch of this, I think. So beyond the culvert design, the diversion plan is often a really key part of our permit review. Species present and method of diversion can affect the timing window, but alternately, the timing for some projects might drive diversion requirements. And this is a good example of that. This was Chester Creek at Providence Drive. In early 2019, there was a sinkhole where the pipes failed. And so they did an emergency repair and put like a plate on the road so traffic could keep going while they were designing and permitting the replacement structure. Replaced with a 20-foot wide precast concrete pipe that you see here. So the issue with this one is the replacement needed to happen ASAP as soon as things were ready, and things were ready in the fall. So the 4-week diversion they needed coincided with peak coho migration, so that's not ideal. But in this case, the diversion was designed to mimic the existing channel width and depth, and it was lined with gravel to ensure we had good upstream passage across the project site. We did have adult fish migrating through the site during the project. It worked out really well. Everything went great. And the one thing I will note with this that's super interesting, if anyone hadn't seen it, is because this was there was a construction challenge of the utilities in a road that serve a hospital. So they had to remain in place and active during construction. And so there was like pretty much a concrete vault that had the utilities in it. And so they excavated around that. And then they suspended it over the whole project site on I-beams with really heavy duty ratchet straps. So it was pretty wild. And when they got to the sections right under those utilities, they actually had to scrape the concrete off a little bit on that utility box. So a few months after that replacement, a sinkhole was actually discovered in Northern Lights Boulevard just downstream. So it was the next crossing downstream. And it was really a similar effort. In this case, though, they did the emergency repairs, kept the road open, and the design and permitting was a little bit quicker because they basically used the same design for this crossing. And so in this case, the permitting and timeline allowed them to do the work in our preferred fish window in July. And since their diversion was in July and it was only 2 weeks, we did allow them to put in pipes so that they could access equipment for access from both sides and speed up construction. And in that case, the diversion was only for 2 weeks. This project went really fast. They worked 24 hours a day because they could only keep the road closed for a maximum of 30 days, and then they were going to get fined per day. So, but similar to the Providence site, it's a really large diversion channel, and it's just really fishy. And so we did a lot of work with fish recovery, both when it was initially diverted and then when we came back. And I think that these will be touched on the construction here next talk, hopefully. So just wanted to note that each project site can have its own unique challenges when it comes to fish recovery. We can be on hand to assist, but timing and schedules might require that a contractor or project consultant has to carry out the plan. It looked like based on the poll surveys, everyone had a pretty good grasp of the kinds of things you might want on hand for fish recovery. I really liked the zip locking camera and aerators were added. That was cool. But advanced planning is great. And sometimes you just don't know what surprises might exist until the work begins. And so I wanted to highlight sometimes you might have substrate concerns, riprap that causes a bunch of tiny little pools. This was Chester Creek Arctic. It was a huge pain in the butt. We ended up having the contractor gently use the excavator to move some of these rocks around because it was also a time of year when we had a lot of young of the year. We had a lot of little fish. And those fish tend to sometimes not get out of the way as quickly as their larger salmonids. And we had a lot of stickleback and sculpin in there too. Urban habitat treasures, obviously that can be a challenge. You don't really want to stick your hands down in mucky water in the middle of Anchorage. Sometimes you don't know what you're going to find. And try to wrap this up really quick here. Having pumps on hand, being ready to dewater pools because water is a challenge. But one last thing I definitely want to get to based on that concept of pumps is improperly screened intakes is probably something we encounter most often as an issue on construction sites. And so I just wanted to highlight the issue and show some examples of intake screens that would be protective of fish. And hopefully everyone can tell from this picture, I mean, it's not zoomed in. This one, there's no cover on that bucket. It's just an intake in a bucket that happens to be tipped over on its side. Not going to work. That's fish water meeting the screen. Not great. These are some examples of things that folks have either fabricated themselves with 5-gallon buckets or fancy metal fabrication for a bigger intake that have worked on site. And again, Habitat folks, staff, we can help you design intakes. But it's really important that we relay that information to the contractor and everybody's aware of what those screening criteria mean and how you can actually make it work. And then last one is just making sure that BMPs are not just in place, but they're properly maintained. This was a great picture that I captured of a duck pond that isn't going to work very well because it's full of water. So it had rained, make sure everything keeps maintained. Let's see what time, oh, I'm going over it, but I just wanted to say really quick, project modifications, communicate early and often. Can't say that enough. This was just an example from last year where we had drawings reviewed for permitting, had the soil wrap at ordinary high water where it was supposed to be. We noticed in the field though, when we were inspecting the site, that an area of the reconstruction, the bank reconstruction was too low. And we discovered that the bank detail had actually changed between, this was the permitting plans that we reviewed, and this was the final plan set. And sorry about my scribbles, I couldn't find these to get a better picture. But just an example of it's really important to relay any changes to the regulatory agencies to avoid surprise or costly issues in the field. This one led to a compromise of the success of this bank reconstruction because the water level's too high and it drowned out the willows. And then of course, expect the unexpected, always. That was the Chester Creek site. The diversion failed, filled in with water. And then we also ended up with a car in it the next morning. So very important to remember that most modifications are related to water diversion. Contingencies, can't say enough, having contingencies in place and remembering that timing windows for fish are there for a reason and they might not be flexible. So more info, visit us online. Here's how you get our contact information. That's me. Sorry, I went a little long.
Just okay. You are providing such important information. I'm sure a lot of other communities across the state are experiencing lots of issues. And so, landowners who've never even ever thought about a permit are having to, address this issue. So you're providing such valuable information, not only to attendees today, but this is a recorded presentation, and I think it will be shared broadly to help landowners who are new to this situation try to get the correct permits when they're trying to do work in their backyard.
Great. That was my goal.
Awesome. You did a great job. Thank you so much.
Don't really have time for questions, but if you guys do have any questions, throw them in the chat or just email me directly.
Absolutely. Let's throw on construction, and Valentine's going to introduce that. And then after that, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and have time to go into breakout rooms and have some deep conversation for a little bit, and then come back together and have more questions and answers. So stay tuned for all that. We'll get Megan back on as part of that. Valentine, what do you have for the next presentation?
For you, Jess Straub. She now works for River Focus. She was a powerhouse in construction inspection within the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for 4 years before that. And this question, I'm going to leave it up in the Menti because it plays into Jess's presentation. So don't feel rushed to answer now. But Yeah, the question is, what 3 topics come to mind when you think of construction at stream crossings? It's fantastic to have Jess presenting on this topic. I know my name was listed on it, but actually this is all Jess, and it would be disingenuous for me to claim any credit. Thank you so much, Jess, for taking this on and sharing your knowledge with all of us.
And Jess.
All right, thanks for that, Valentine. So let me know if I'm coming through all right.
It looks good. We do see
You've
your
got
notes. So just make one little adjustment. If you can see that display settings adjustment up there. Perfect.
So I only have one screen to fix that. So I thought that fixed it. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
No worries. Yep, all's good. We run into this a fair bit. I love working with a lot of engineering folks because I have one tiny screen, but I work with people now who have I've heard of people having 5 screens. That just frightens me. But trying to find the
I'm
right
at work. I've got 2 monitors plus a laptop right now. I have my personal laptop in addition to my extra screens. And what I've been doing is when you click share screen, you should have the option to share a bunch of different programs instead of your screen. So if you can find the program rather than the screen, it should be farther down in your list. There you go. You got it. Nailed it.
Boop, boop. Got it.
Okay, now can you
You're
bring
all
this
good.
over here so I can see my notes, or is that not an option? Okay, okay.
We're still seeing it. Yep.
How are we looking now?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Okay, so my notes are gonna be a little different than I intended. That's all right, we'll work with it. Hey everyone, my name is Jess Straub. I'm a habitat restoration engineer with River Focus. I have about 6 years in construction oversight and the last 4 years directly focused in on stream crossing construction. Oh, interesting. Okay, this is going to be fun. Okay, so today for the next 50 minutes, we'll be exploring the process and elements behind stream crossing construction. Our goals will be to create shared language around stream crossing construction, to provide a framework of a typical construction process, and to start to develop the nuance, an understanding for the nuanced elements of the on-site process. And lastly, to just share some available resources. So Valentine just shared that check-in. So I know some of us are fairly familiar with construction oversight, and some of us, it's kind of like a foreign, concept. So I really want us to kind of put all these topics together and go back and revisit it at the end and see what topics we've covered or what topics are still at the forefront of everyone's mind for additional information needed. Hey, facilitators, is this bar showing up in my screen right now?
We are not seeing a bar.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure it was just me. Okay. Awesome. So the first section of this presentation is really going to be a rapid overview of stream crossing construction, kind of like a stream crossing construction 101. It's going to be brief and broad, and we're going to be looking at terminology and definitions, construction documents, safety, communication standards, and scheduling. So beginning with terminology, the construction industry is a multidisciplinary industry, so I'm sure a lot of these terms are fairly familiar to the individuals in this workshop. I'm not going to go through all of these terms. But I really highly suggest that you go back to these slides and review these terms and make sure you're have a good understanding of the use and the application on site. Moving on to construction documents. So a part of the bid package that's really important to construction is the drawings and the plan set and the specifications and special provisions. In the 2022 workshop, I gave a presentation on these deliverables. So I suggest returning to that presentation for further context on what these documents are, how to read them, and how to utilize them. So safety is not an accident. It's a choice we make every day. Typically, the contractor with oversight from the inspector is the responsible party for maintaining safety on site. But us as stream practitioners, we need to really be aware of ourselves and abiding to the safety measures. Construction sites are quite dangerous. This table on the left shows fatalities per 100,000 full-time employees, and you can see from 2014 and 2015, there was roughly 10 fatalities per 100,000 full-time employees. So we need to make sure when we're on site, we're abiding to safety protocol and we're being intentional with how we're moving around the site. And so I'm briefly going over safety, but really a few days could and should be spent on this topic. So I encourage you to not take this as your only safety briefing for being on a construction site. All right, so a little bit of a story time here. So moments prior to this photo being taken, I was standing in this pit, and it was a completed foundation pad for a box culvert that was going to be installed. I had checked the elevations and the slope. I went to go stand to the side to confirm with my coworker, and at that moment, the coffer dam on the upstream end broke. So within minutes, a once dry work zone is now flooded. And so in this scenario, the influx of new water wouldn't have been so extreme to cause injury, but you can imagine in a larger system that this could have been a pretty significant safety occurrence. So highlighting here that there's a lot of unknown safety risks on a construction site, and extra precaution and anticipation for what those risks might be will really help you in potentially avoiding them. And as I go through this presentation, I'm going to continue to kind of highlight these learning moments, but I know a lot of us have been on site in different forms of stream restoration or fish passage projects and have a lot of our own learning moments. So I really encourage you to throw those in the chat and share them with the group. So it's really important to make sure that you have proper PPE, proper personal protective equipment. You are responsible for that. And that's to be worn to minimize exposure to hazards that could cause serious injuries or illnesses. And so it's important prior to leaving to go into the field to check in with the inspector or the contractor in regards to what PPE is appropriate for your site. So typically high visibility clothing, a hard hat, eye protection, ear protection, and closed-toe boots are the minimum PPE required at a fish passage construction site. So I think Valentine has a poll for this. Excavator is an important part of the process for fish passage projects. And so kind of leading into our safety, where would you avoid being around this construction equipment, or where should you just never be? So I'll give you all a minute to answer that poll. Interesting that there's a couple more for where the operator can see you than I would have thought, but
I'm wondering if it's a poorly worded question. If people are like, you need to be where the operator can see you. And that was something that fastest responders. So maybe
Yeah.
that shows us what being fast versus taking our time to slow down and think about things a little bit more shows us a little learning moment right there.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, Valentine. All right, well, for most of you, great work, right? The exclusion zone is where we don't want to be. And so that exclusion zone includes the area behind the equipment, the area in the swing radius of the fully extended arm, and any pinch points of the machinery. So you want to stay where the operator can see you and only approach when you've made contact, when you made eye contact and the contractor has ushered you forward. When approaching, you want to make sure that the bucket, if it's an excavator, the bucket is on the ground. Never approach with the bucket in the air. Also, make sure that the hydraulic operating lever is locked. So if you're approaching from a safe zone, you'll be able to see this because it's typically on the left of the operator's chair. And just really important, always have your head on a swivel and pretend that you're invisible. Kind of pretend that the operator can't see you, and that will help you to make sure that you are out of any harmful or risky areas. Yeah, so effective teamwork begins and ends with communication. That is just so true. So proper communication is a really critical part of having a high quality final product. And so it's important that we're having an established, agreed upon framework in order to have the right information being told to the right individual at the right time. So utilizing reporting platforms for communicating throughout the project is really helpful, whether that is an email chain, a text chain, maybe online software such as Survey123. We just want to make sure whatever it is, it's consistent throughout the whole project. Every member who's involved knows how to use it and is willing. And that the messages that we're using and the language we're using is very clear and concise. Making sure that if there is jargon we're using in those reports, that it's very well spelled out or clear to the whole group. Also, it's important that as we're creating these reports that we're really standardizing the effort. That's helpful for just clear and transparent communication, but also for post completion of the project, it's really helpful to have a standardized report to reference. And I want to kind of highlight that there is this kind of like hierarchy or framework for typical communication on a fish passage site. It's not always the same for every site, but traditionally the crew will converse with the foreman, who will relay the information to the inspector, who will then relay that information to the project managers and stakeholders. And it's the same in reverse. So if us as project managers or stakeholders see an issue on site, we'll communicate that with the inspector, who will communicate that with the foreman and supply the information to the crew. The framework and order for the communication is just really important so that messages don't get crossed or missed, and that order allows just for a more streamlined and effective construction process. So scheduling can often be one of the more frustrating parts of this process. So this is another item that is really helpful to cover in the pre-construction meeting. You want to set up standards for how often the schedule is going to be updated and by who. We want to make sure that throughout the project we're staying on schedule and recording and adjusting when we're not on schedule. So typically the contractor is the responsible party for the schedule, but us as PMs, we really need to be keyed into the project schedule because often we're working in well-defined constraints, which Megan Bree just covered a few of those, but a well-defined fish work window or a road closure. And we don't want to be butting up against those constraints because it's bad to be running out of time, right? We really lower the quality of our final product. again, back to this photo. So this project had been running behind schedule, and now it's pushed from a lower precipitation period to a higher precipitation period of the summer, in a summer where we already had high precipitation. So the use of supersack cofferdam at the upstream as an upstream exclusion was the appropriate method, but now no longer is appropriate. So sheet pilings maybe would have been more appropriate with the change in water surface elevation for the upstream end, but they were not designed for this project and weren't accounted for in the budget. So a breach of the cofferdam happens, and the project is delayed even further. So this push of the project back off schedule actually ends up pushing the contractor farther off schedule and really accumulating a higher cost for the contractor. So not a win for any of the parties involved. And this example was just a good example for staying on schedule, because, you know, if a few things hadn't been pushed or delayed or efforts placed to other projects, we would have had a pipe and probably a stream in here before this would have been an issue we had to address. All right, so that's a very, very broad and brief overview of those elements. And I want to just encourage you to spend more time within your agency or with others kind of talking through and expanding upon those elements so that we can continue to grow in our construction safety and communication and our overall construction abilities. So next, the pre-construction meeting. So post-awarding of the project and before construction, it's really crucial to hold a pre-construction meeting with all the stakeholders and the contractor. And if that contractor is not going to be the one who is physically on site, try to see if you can get the foreman to attend. So this is a good time to get together and establish authority, communication, clarity of responsibilities on site, identify any potential risk, and go through some of those site plan constructability and nuanced components. So we have a great checklist to help facilitate this meeting. And I recommend that you run through all these items and build it out for your site specific needs. Two items I want to just highlight is reviewing the diversion and dewatering plan. Megan just gave some great intel on why that's important to be doing with the contractor in ADF&G. And I want to just kind of add a little bit to that. So typically a diversion plan, it'll be a part of the plan set, but often a lot of the components are left up to the contractor. So working as a multidisciplinary team to work through this helps us to make sure that the diversion channel is efficient for the contractor. It's sufficient for the fish if maintaining passage is one of the goals, and is causing as minimal of an impact to the surrounding area as possible. Another item is reviewing the revegetation plan. So this is just really valuable to bring up in the pre-con so that we can make sure if we need to store material, we are able to do so prior to the clearing and grubbing, because clearing and grubbing happens so quickly, and it's really unfortunate when you remove material that would have been beneficial for your revegetation stage. Something not on this list that that I really want to throw some big flashers on is theft. So my experience in construction oversight is that there's almost always a little theft or a little bit of disturbance from the public on these projects. So having the conversation with the contractors prior about how security on site is going to work, whether that's installing cameras, having an individual be on site, removing material from site at the end of the workday, whatever those measures are, you want to make sure that you're talking through them because they sometimes can be impedances that really throw the schedule or the whole project off loop. So I've been on projects where, you know, simple things such as gas or survey stakes have been stolen. And I've also been on projects where all the batteries are taken out of the big machinery. So talking about these security measures prior really helps to make sure we don't have wrenches in the schedule later on. I'm gonna cut my video because I think I'm having a short lag. I'm gonna ask the facilitators if my audio or my slides are off. Please let me know.
Hi, you've been sounding great. Anyone else have any input?
Your audio and screen input is going great.
Okay,
Sounds good.
great. Thank you for that. All right, now we're gonna kind of delve into the process, and I'm gonna start by showing you a 2-minute time lapse of a stream crossing project that was completed at Boy Scout Lake at the outlet of the lake on Kodiak Island in Alaska. Now, not everything in this video is to the standard in which I'm hoping to hold you all to. However, it's a great way to familiarize yourself with this process before we break it down step by step, and it's just a helpful visual. So I'm hoping this works well. I'm gonna leave my well, I'm gonna have to, okay guys, bear with me for 1 second. Let me know if we are seeing.
Yep, we see the we see the video. Yep. Fish
Great,
menu
thanks.
makeover.
Yes. So I think this is just a great visual for us who have not seen a start to finish project construction site to just get familiarized. So I'll do a little narrating. So they're going to remove that existing pipe and excavate down for the foundation. They're going to begin to construct the foundation for the box culvert. Construction of the box culvert is happening on site. So they're on site validating the elevations and the slopes of the pad, and boom, a beautiful box culvert. So they're going to backfill and compact around the culvert. And this is not a road, this is a trail. They're going to start to move in the larger material and bank material. And begin to bring in the rest of the material to construct the channel. Rediversion of flow. So they did a couple of the top of the bank techniques, which I would have preferred to see prior to rediversion of flow, but still a great visual. Increasing complexity of the floodplain, and some magic happens here in just a moment. The banks are vegetated. Great. What a difference from start to end here, and always nice to see that we've got not just aquatic admirers but terrestrial ones as well. All right, so let's see if I can transition back as smooth as possible.
That was a great
Those time-lapse
video.
videos are always great.
Valentine and I are thinking the same thing. A video says so much, and these time-lapse videos, I think Fish Passage too, kind of like Ben said in his keynote address, people get it, right? And these videos really help people understand how important these road stream crossing interfaces are.
Yeah, I think it's really helpful to potentially to less experienced contractors to be able to show construction time-lapse videos. And so if you have the ability to take a time-lapse video that you're involved in, that can really provide value, as well as yeah, telling the story overall.
Okay, so are we back on the time-lapse slide? How are we
Yes.
looking?
Looking great. Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks, guys. So one of my favorite construction quotes, do not expect what you did not inspect. So it's really important to be able to have an inspector on site to visually see the installation of a lot of these components, or to have that time-lapse video that you can slow down and go back to and double check that implementation was done properly. So I'll now be covering a typical construction process flow. Often, though, the order or steps are slightly altered to meet site-specific needs. The first order of work is typically clearing and grubbing. So this is the removal of vegetation and surface debris from the site's footprint. As I have already mentioned, any vegetative mat or salvageable material should be harvested and properly stored at this time. Storage of veg mat might need to have watering consistently be a part of its maintenance, because we want to make sure that we're really preserving the structure and strength and integrity of that vegetative mat for the top of the bank use. Next, some initial excavation will occur to create access or to set up for some staging. Construction and installation of the diversion channel typically will occur next. The diversion channel often is sized to the 2-year event or larger and is lined with visqueen. Visqueen is the plastic material you see on the bottom of the diversion channels. So depending on the design and objectives, the diversion channel might also receive substrate depending on passability objectives. If not, it's important that we're utilizing sandbags or boulders to ensure that the flow is maintained above the visqueen and the visqueen is tight and not buckling and receiving, uneven abrasion and causing holes, because we want to make sure we're not losing any of that flow. So pictured on this slide is Crooked Creek on the Kenai Peninsula. Here, they were fortunate enough to be able to divert traffic through existing roads and were able to close the highway down to have an open diversion channel. With a creek in a project of this magnitude, a road closure greatly improves the efficiency and overall outcome. And one note on visqueen, you can see the use of white visqueen in this and in most diversion channels, which is not wrong, but we have found that fish spook more easily on white visqueen, and they actually prefer to migrate if the visqueen is dark or black and more aesthetically consistent with their stream bed. I think it helps them to feel a little less like prey on white plastic. At this point, while diverting the channel, we are also isolating the flow to create a dry work zone. So this can be done through different measures, but here we'll typically have a super sack cofferdam or sheet piling. And so I'm going to bring this up again for when we go to redivert water, but almost at every project that I've been at least one of these super sacks rips and spills the material from the super sack into the stream. And typically it's in or near a tie-in location. And so that super sack material that is not consistent with the gradation of the stream bed is now at these critical points of our reconstructed channel and is typically quite messy to try to remove. So we really recommend that you only fill super sacks 3/4 of the way full, or you double bag them. And I just want to note that super sacks are a one-time use. So if you're on site and you see the contractor bringing super sacks from another project, red flag that and don't allow that to occur. Construct the detour road if necessary. So detour roads have a really large impact on a site, and it's kind of hard to completely mitigate that impact. If you have to maintain traffic with a detoured road, and it's a necessity, then it is kind of what it is, and it will end up slowing down the process because you'll typically have to do stage construction So if you can close the road or if you can reroute traffic, do anything to avoid a detour road would be optimal. So this is a fish passage project at O'Brien Creek, crossing at O'Grady Drive in Wasilla. So at this example, this detour road was actually extended outside of the intended footprint. And this is a wetland complex, so it was a lot of impact for the wetland to receive, and full restoration afterward was fairly difficult. Sometimes this aspect might seem less important to us as stream practitioners, but what an impact it can have on the site. So it's really significant to be paying attention to the detour road installation and the design. Then we'll typically remove the existing structure, which is always great to see, and excavate for the new structure. So at this point, we will excavate down in order to build our footers or foundation pad. We will want to verify the pad's upstream and downstream elevations and pad slope, and that they match the channel, or they match the design parameters. So we discussed this morning how the culvert invert elevation has the lowest tolerance for error, and that really starts with the pad or footers also being accurately installed. So this is the time you want to catch any errors in elevation or slope, because once the structure is in the hole, you don't want to bring it out for adjustments to your foundation. You can risk damaging the structure or causing a whole other lot of chaos. So next, building and installing the new structure. Once we feel extremely confident with our foundation installation, we will install the new culvert. We'll confirm the inlet and outlet inverts and slopes match the design. And I want to just kind of take a moment again to bring up that this is a really critical part. Though if they're slightly off, we do have the ability to adjust the fill in the culvert, but that fill in the culvert is there to be allowing for adequate lower vertical adjustment. So we want to be really on point with our inlet and outlet inverts and the slope. Also want to highlight here a little bit more about theft. So in 2022, one of the aluminum pieces of our box culvert was stolen from a site. And these are typically custom culverts and custom pieces, so they're not readily replaceable. So this theft ended up pushing the project out a year. Luckily, we had not excavated the road yet, and there was another project that the team could transition to, but it did create quite an issue. So make sure that security of the material is attended to and being conversed about. Next, construction of the new channel will begin. So prior to installation of the substrate, we need to verify that the mix of material on site meets the design gradation. Often we might have a coarse and a fine split. So we want to make sure that we're mixing that material prior to installation to have a well-graded small, medium, and large interlocking mixed material. Once the stream bed is verified and the channel is ready to be constructed, we will begin to grade in a new slope, and we'll excavate and fill as needed. We'll be working towards seamless installations and tie-ins to the tie-in locations with the existing stream bed. We'll want to be paying special attention to those tie-in locations and making sure that the tie-in slopes are consistent with the design slopes. It's often that cofferdams or our water exclusion techniques are near or on tie-in locations. So extra attention should be paid to the shaping and grading of those post cofferdam removal. Construction of banks or bioengineering banks will occur next. And at this point, we want to really make sure that we're having a detailed supervision. And I just want to take a moment to kind of discuss this lower photo for why it's important that we're having this detailed supervision. So this is also from O'Brien Creek at a Rubicava Street in Wasilla. So towwood banks or brush matrix banks were part of the design to stabilize the bank and increase the roughness and habitat on the main channel's benches. In this design, we can see that the brush layers in this cross-section details on the top are extending into the bench. However, first installation on site without technical supervision, the towwood was actually completely buried and was not visible or coming into the main channel. So discussion ensued on installation methods. The specs were brought out to kind of supersede these drawings, and we all agreed that the towwood needed to be reinstalled. And I want to take a moment to highlight that this is a problem with how we go about interpreting details on plan sets, and can kind of get perpetuated in a lot of different forms. So this cross-section detail didn't have the dimensions for the extension of the wood into the banks, which led to a very honest but time-consuming error. So a solution for the detail might have been adding the dimensions to show how much was supposed to be coming into the main channel. But I think a larger solution or a larger goal for us should be improving transparency between designers and implementers or contractors. I think more interface and dialogue on how we can improve each other as part of the puzzle should be occurring. So a great way to do this is, at the final inspection when everyone's on site and talking through some of those elements, or a post-construction meeting where we can really break down what went well, what didn't work well, what we can improve as a designer and as a contractor. So I think a little more time should be spent after completion of the project to make sure that we are continuing to improve our skills. Another example of why it's important that we are diligent in oversight of banks or other stream bed features. So this project is Cloudy Lake Outlet, which a few presenters have also mentioned. So this is at the end of a lake with a lake that has an increased water surface elevation. So there's already some issues that we know occur here. And at this site, there was a significant grade on the downstream side that needed to be dropped and attended to. So a stream sim or a natural design approach was not viable. Crested weirs were designed to channelize flow centrally, reducing the stress on the banks and creating a step pool planform, which were great. But unfortunately, the first installation had not gone as designed. So you can see on this bottom photo, a very flat weir, and some of the installations of the weirs are actually flipped 180 degrees. So this would have caused the opposite effect of actually placing more stress on the banks and scouring out material laterally and not creating a step pool navigable approach for the fish. Good news is that it was caught before it was too difficult to fix. Another great reason why we want to be having on-site inspection at these milestones, prior to rediverting water, so that we can really pay attention to the stream bed and the features and make sure that it's accurate with the design. So now that the installation meets the design, the site is holding up great and functioning very well. So finishing the new channel, once the material has been washed down and most of the voids have been filled, and our bed is now that dynamically stable, at that dynamically stable state that we want to see, we will begin to confirm the channel geometry is consistent with the design or within the tolerance. So the tolerance guidance should be provided in the H&H report or the design, because in these natural systems, there is variation in the geometry. But as we talked about this morning, that tolerance is not felt evenly across the cross-section geometry. So as we're checking bank flow and low flow channel widths, more tolerance is allotted for the width, than we would be allowing for the depth, right? Because we can really remove our channel from accessing the floodplain quickly if we're not intentional with our depths matching our design depths. And this can lead to potential channel incision and a whole other slew of issues. So when considering tolerance in our channel, we really want to be going back to those reports in the design. We also need to kind of think back to our reference reach criteria. So the reference reach is within 25% of our design slope. And as we pull the barrier structure and things begin to adjust, it is important to keep in mind that that there might be some adjustment to the slope, and being intentional about making those analysis and then making the appropriate adjustments. So once we've completed the channel geometry, washed the stream bed down, verified tie-in locations, elevations, and slopes, we're ready to redirect the water. But like I mentioned, before we redirect the water, we want to make sure we're walking and checking all those stream bed features and bank features, because once the water is rediverted, it's real hard to set the project back up to dry it out. So typically when we're rediverting the water, we might pull the downstream cofferdam first and allow the channel to backwater the culvert. This is really helpful if there's if it's a steeper system, or if there is a large change in water surface elevation from the top to the bottom of the project. And then afterwards, we'll start to pull the upstream super sacks, and we do this in a very slow, methodical way, just a trickle and then pulling one at a time, really trying to avoid that mass flux or any flushing out of the stream bed from removing super sacks too fast. So removal of the diversion channel and restoration of the disturbed area will typically occur next. It's often that a diversion structure may be left as a relief culvert on the floodplain to help increase flood conveyance. If it's viable to leave the diversion structure, do, as we're climate change and we're beginning to have more consistent higher flow events, more conveyance will be very beneficial. So at design stage, if you can work your diversion structure to be left in as a relief or a floodplain culvert, then extra points for you. The construction of the road may not be something us as stream restoration practitioners are keyed into or want to be keyed into. Often on site, there will be technical road experts, and we'll rely on their expertise. However, it is still important to make sure that the road implementation is matching the design. So after all the disturbance and large tasks of the project are completed, and there's no further use of heavy machinery on the project site, maybe some use on the road, but off of the land, revegetation efforts should begin. So this will be clearly laid out in the revegetation plan sheet and in the specs, but it's important too to make sure that it's specific to your site. It's not a one size fits all. So in this example at O'Brien Creek Crossing at Rubalcaba Street in Wasilla, the decision to use slash and salvage material to cover disturbed areas was made. It's a wetland system with really an ample seed bank. And so this was the preferred method for revegetation. Took out the fork excavator and kind of fluffed up the material. And a year later, it was looking really great. Other times, or when you're not in a wetland system, maybe topsoil and seed will be the final revegetation procedure, or maybe addition of potted plants or other floodplain or riparian revegetation. So the pre-final inspection. So this is a time for stakeholders, project managers, inspectors, and the whole team to be on site. A punch list is created at this time, and this is a document that provides the project closeout list. It highlights incomplete or improperly completed tasks that still need to be addressed. And then once all the items on the punch list have been addressed and all projects tasks are complete and have been signed off on, we can feel happy with a final inspection and a project well done, and the contractor is able to then demob. And one of the most important final inspections, our favorite client, is salmon. So this is a new crossing a year after the barrier was removed, helping to welcome home an adult salmon back to its natal waterways. Always nice to see just so shortly after a project. All right, so that was quick and I know a lot of information, but please feel free to reach out if you want to go farther into any of those concepts or need any clarification on anything that I've covered so far. So there are a lot of various construction considerations and nuanced elements that occur in each project. One element that should really not be overlooked is outreach. So planning and being intentional about outreach can really go a long way. Hopefully some public outreach occurred at the project inception so that you can gain more history and site-specific details. This is also valuable to have this engagement prior to the project, because generally the public is very supportive of stream restoration work, and letting them know what work is intended in their area will help to reduce future problems once construction begins and disturbances are being created. It's also really great when we have the ability to have long-term educational or interpretive science to help advocate and communicate this work to the public. And another element is constructability, and hopefully constructability has been at the forefront of the process during design through meaningful site visits, data collection, analyses, and the multidisciplinary team reviewing this project. And we've covered a few different elements of constructability, such as the diversion plan and the detour plan, but I just want to mention something in regards to the structure. Are there any, I'm so sorry, 1 second. Skipped ahead. So speaking about the minimum rise, so it's really important to make sure that you're not installing a structure that's going to receive substrate material that has a span lower than a rise lower than 6 feet. So it's hard and impossible under 6 feet to fit in a skid steer or a stand behind skid steer. So that minimum rise requirement is actually something that I think should be higher a little bit to maybe 7.5 feet. Because in those confined spaces with poor airflow, there's a lot of particulates in the air from the substrate insulation and a limited amount of space to move around. So it's really not a great or healthy work environment to be in. So we want to make sure that we're allowing for more airflow and more space to be able to use that machinery in there and be able to really access the middle section of the culvert. Because when we constrict, when we limit the rise of the structure, it actually makes it fairly difficult to be able to get material into the middle of the culvert. And we end up kind of with this scenario where the middle culvert is not constructed with as much intention as the outlet and inlet. And this inconsistency can lead to failure over time. Another element that is more of the design process, but important to kind of cover in the context of this presentation, is planning for the future. So for humans, you know, up here in Alaska, we have a lot of roads that potentially could be decommissioned. So if that road might not have future intent, make sure they're having conversations on whether this crossing even needs to be here, and make sure you're having those conversations early. Another consideration for kind of the humans in the future is just a wider top of the road, not necessarily just for more lanes, but also to accommodate wider lanes and wider shoulders so that we can accommodate pedestrians and bikes and be thinking about future uses of these roads or these trailways. And then kind of taking that in regards to wildlife. So I know a lot of us are aquatic organism passage focused, but these corridors are used just as frequently by terrestrial animals. So DOT and the state have a database to look at moose collisions. So I suggest that you take a look to see if there's been moose strikes in your area. So even if it's a project on a tiny creek, maybe there's been a lot of strikes of moose in that area, and maybe a bigger giant structure is actually what's more appropriate there to not only improve wildlife, but also human safety. So these are some considerations we should be having, hopefully at the pre-construction, or not the pre-construction, hopefully at the design kickoff of these projects. Another part of kind of planning for the future is being intentional with managing invasive species. In the contract, you want to use language that requests noxious weed-free soils, seeds, and substrates. In Alaska, we're working to make those elements available, but it's not yet feasible statewide. But a lot of great people are working hard in the state to make that an availability and a feasibility for future efforts. And so another important part of that contract and language that you want to make sure you're including is cleaning of equipment, and that's machinery and tools, clothing and shoes, and we want to make sure we're doing this prior to mobilization. So in this photo, this is an example from Kodiak Island, where we asked the individuals to stop construction because we found out that they had moved equipment from site A to site B. Site A had invasive orange hawkweed, site B did not. And because we had that contractual language, we were able to stop them and request that they clean all of their equipment prior to continuing. Unfortunately, they'd already mobilized to site, so the damage is kind of already done. So it's important that you're not only having that language in your contract, but you're able to make sure that you can hold your contractor accountable, whether that's through meaningful conversation at the pre-construction meeting or conversation with your inspector. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Online in the Fish and Wildlife Service Culvert Design Guidelines is a project inspection checklist. So this is kind of broken into these 3 separate areas. One of them is that pre-construction checklist, which we've covered earlier. The next one is for during construction prior to rewatering the crossing. The last one is for during construction after the rewatering of the new crossing. And I really suggest that you go through these item by item and build them out for your site specific needs, but these are just phenomenal resources and I always have them with me in the field. So some other resources that are out there, Fish and Wildlife Service on their YouTube page has some construction videos. They're educational videos and they're short and they're meant to be used on site to converse with the foreman or with the contractor. One of them is washing the substrate to fill in the voids. This is great to really get across the importance of high pressure washing down the material so that those fines settle down into the voids and we can create that dynamically stable bed. There's also one for root wad installation, brush layer installation, and hopefully there will be more in the future. Another great resource is the Fish Passage Daily Construction Report. So this is a Survey 123 app that's meant to help in the daily reporting of construction. And I know that it's maybe receiving some revision on that, but I suggest that you reach out to your Fish and Wildlife representative to see if that's something that you can utilize. And speaking of Fish and Wildlife Service representatives, if you're a nonprofit partner or if you're a partner collaborating on a project, find your regional representative and reach out to them. They're such a great resource in fish passage and stream restoration construction. All right, so kind of revisiting that Mentimeter, some of those topics that you listed, did we cover them? Did we not cover them? Were there some topics that we were really hoping we would talk about that we didn't get to? If there were, please put them in the chat. I would love to be making sure that my construction presentations going on in the future are really hitting the needs of the individuals in Alaska doing this work. So with that, I want to thank you so much for your attention and your time. And I'm really passionate about construction oversight and making these great projects that a lot of you work so hard to be a part of come to fruition. So thank you so much for that last 50 minutes. And I think I have a few minutes, so I will open it up for questions.
Great. A huge round of applause. Thank you. That was some great deep information. And I love seeing this photo with you guys and Happy Fish at 3 Mile and Klawock.
I love Happy Fish.
Heather, what kind of questions do we have for Jess today?
And Jess, would you like me to share the word cloud or maintain the video?
The word cloud would be nice, I think.
Okay.
Thanks, Valentine.
We had excuse me, we had a question about the availability of culvert materials in Alaska, which I think you kind of addressed, but maybe you could talk about that a little bit more and maybe about lead times and all of that, planning ahead for that kind of thing.
Sure. Yeah, so the actual culvert material, a lot of these box culverts, the manufacturer has to set up the equipment specific for those dimensions, and it might not get set up again for those dimensions until after they finish the inventory of what they need to put out. So we want to make sure that we're ordering our culverts with ample amount of time. So as soon as the project's awarded, I would suggest ordering your structure. If you're able to order the structure prior and have it up in Alaska, that's really valuable. I don't want to put out a hard number, but I would say 2 months is probably too short, you know, so I would say 3 to 4 months is probably still kind of pushing it on the shorter end. So I'd say 4 months and on is probably an appropriate time for ordering structures. But if you can do it exactly or as soon as the project's been awarded, I would highly suggest that. And was it just about the structure, or was it about actual like material?
Yeah, just about the culvert materials.
Okay.
And
there can also be,
go ahead.
Oh, lead time on there can be plant material lead times too. Remember when Michael was talking about our local nurseries starting to develop those native plants, that may be something that needs to be coordinated with those nurseries really far in advance if we're calling for that in the plans.
Yeah, thank you, Valentine.
Okay, the next question I'm seeing here, have projects ever used conveyor belts to move substrate to the middle of the culvert?
Yes, I have definitely seen that. The one thing, and typically that's on smaller pipes that we can't get into. The one thing that I would like to just reiterate is that you still see that kind of middle culvert syndrome. It's really hard to get and construct material into the middle of the pipe in the geometry that you're hoping to see. So if it's just to have substrate throughout the pipe without a geometry, a lot easier, but that's not typically what we're installing in these pipes. But yeah, conveyor belts, I have seen them used quite successfully.
Great, thanks. So I have a question about the care of salvaged veg mat. Did we cover that anywhere?
Yes, I talked about it. I didn't go too in depth into it. What exactly is your question on it?
Well, I guess I'm just wondering, like, how do you keep veg mat alive, and if you're going to salvage it at the beginning of a project?
Yeah, so I talked about making sure that we're watering it and we're keeping it in, maybe I missed over the part where I said keeping it in the shade, but so it's really important that while we're storing these sections of veg mat, we're grabbing that minimum of 9 and hopefully more of like a 12 to 12 inch of organic material soil beneath it so that we can keep those roots intact and keep the viability of that veg mat strong. And we want to make sure that, especially on hot days, we're being consistent with a watering schedule. And I have, this is something that I haven't personally experienced, but I've heard from other contractors that if you are harvesting vegetative mat or you're doing your clearing and grubbing late in the fall and you're not doing your construction until early spring, they've had success with overwintering of veg mat. So there is that that aspect too.
Great, yeah, that's great to share. Well, I think we're out of time, so I'll go ahead and turn it back to you, Debbie.
Oh, you're on mute. But thank you, Jess, so much. That was a very informative presentation, and this topic absolutely can be days and days worth of material. So thank you for getting as much in there as could fit in the time, and thanks for sharing your knowledge and experience with us.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. Valentine, how are we transitioning to the next? We're going into a break, right? And so we're going to give each other a chance to stretch and maybe get a little bit of sunshine and think about a question.
Yep. Yeah, so we'll be in breakout rooms afterward. I put up another Menti word cloud if you want to document any key concepts that you took away from this presentation to help get that cemented in our collective brains. Please feel free to add that. Yeah, we'll see you. What time?
Yeah, we have a 15-minute break. I'll start a timer. I believe we are coming back at 2:25.
So I love everything that I'm seeing in this Menti poll. People definitely were listening to Jess's presentation. Safety is big, number one in the middle. Equipment that has both the safety and the cleanliness of it in terms of invasive materials, PPE, talking about like the understanding of the crew on site. Do they know why? Communication, veg to save, the fish, are we removing them? Are they making it through our diversion? Somebody's looking for free cookies when they go on site. I know where their heart is. I love it all.
That one, we got that going, and we will be making these recordings available. We're working out some of the bugs on how they'll be shared on Whova and also through the SEQFIP website. And I think with that, I think we can turn things over to Tiffany, our first presenter. And Tiffany, I've made you a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen anytime, and I can help you if there's any challenges.
Okay, let me try here. It's been a while since I've had to share my screen.
Well, and I know all of us too, there's like multiple screens in our life these years, so it
I definitely have 3, so okay, there it is. Okay, share. So oops, is that the
and that's your PowerPoint, and so we'll see what happens when you
start it?
Slideshow. Yeah,
okay,
see where it goes.
okay, let me just start. Okay.
Perfect. Oh, looks beautiful. We see your gorgeous slide.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Sorry, let me move some things around real quick on my screens since.
Well, and while you're doing that, Michael's sharing for the audience just a quick before presentation poll. So feel free, folks, go ahead and take the poll, and we can you can close it out of your screen if you just want to see Tiffany's presentation.
Okay, I think I can move slides here. Okay, good morning, everyone. And it's a beautiful day here in Cordova, so it's always nice. My name is Tiffany Beadle, and I work with the EAC Corporation here in Cordova, Alaska. I'm the office and lands manager. So, and I've been doing this for about 5 years now. So, and I just wanted to kind of give you guys a little bit of history of the corporation and, you know, how it was formed. And so the corporation was formed July 25th, 1973 as a for-profit corporation under the Alaska law, pursuant to the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, INCSA, enacted by Congress on December 18th, 1971. INCSA authorized the formation of 12 regional corporations in the state of Alaska, as well as a number of village corporations within each region. EAC is the village corporation for Cordova and one of the 5 village corporations located within the Chugach region. The original act did not include references for the native village in the Cordova area. So Cecil Barnes was the native leader who pushed to petition to enroll drive that resulted in the formation of the corporation. EAC was incorporated in 1973, representing 326 original shareholders, the majority of which were Aleut descents. EAC was so named as the suggestion of Cecil Barnes to honor the area's EAC natives who as a group had been disseminated by disease and poverty as a result of the development of Cordova by people of European descent. And so that's kind of the history where EAC Corporation started, where we got our name, you know, how many people were enrolled. You know, so our next slide. And with INCSA, for the land part of it, the EAC Corporation was entitled to select and be conveyed in fee 1,480 or 148,730 acres of land. TEC is working with BLM to finalize the last 8,000 acres that has yet to be conveyed in fee under INCSA. The EAC Corporation is one of the largest private landowners in the Copper River Delta. As a private landowner and being a native corporation, there were opportunities to partner with landowners and nonprofit organizations to provide barrier-free habitats. These partnerships are vital to making sure funding is secured and projects get finished in the Copper River Delta. So here you can see, hopefully you guys can see it. I don't know how big your screens are that you're looking at, but the outline in black is EAC land. And there's kind of a legend where you can see the public access, no access. And like I said, there is still 8,000 acres that we are working with BLM to be conveyed, because the way land works, we could only have so much on new growth and old growth forests. So that is something we are working with the state and the feds to finalize. So I just wanted to show you guys kind of how big of an area that I guess I am the only land manager deal with here. So next slide is, so our partnership between Copper River Watershed Project and the EAC Corporation was formed due to the collective collaboration of bettering our watershed, but also being good stewards of our land. Our partnership has allowed the EAC Corporation to secure funding to help with design and construction costs and to help work towards a barrier-free watershed. Without these partnerships, the fish passage projects and other important improvements to the Copper River Delta wouldn't be as successful as it has been or continues to be. So that was just, and here's a timeline kind of we put together. The EAC Corporation first started working with Copper River Watershed Project in 2017 to secure the the Exxon Valdez Oil Spill Trustee Council funding for 13 crossings. TEC continued to be involved to in the design meetings and provide land use permits when needed. In 2021, NOAA released tribal priority fundings for fish passage, and Copper River Watershed Project began helping the EAC Corporation through this grant process. The TEC was able to get all of the required documents and supporting letters to finalize submissions. The EAC Corporation was awarded $3.5 million from NOAA for fish passage, and we could not have scored so high in the process without that partnership with Copper River Watershed Project and our other partners who supported those funding proposals. Once we were awarded NOAA fish passage funding, the federal highways posted an opportunity for another grant to improve fish passage by helping construct, or just for construction dollars. So we again partnered with the Copper River Watershed Project and also the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. So in partnering with them, and after successfully getting awarded our NOAA grant, we were also awarded $3.5 million for the construction of the weir, because the Eak Lake weir is failing as of right now. So we were in total, so the last two grants was $7 million for fish passage in Cordova. And as you can see from the slide, there's multiple partners on the right side of the screen. You know, we partner, we work with them. We wouldn't be able to do all of the work that we've been able to do so far without these partners. So, you know, we just wanted to make sure that everybody sees that and knows who's all working in this area to make it a barrier-free area. So this is a map from Copper River Watershed. They provided this for me, and you can tell, so the pink triangles, those are actual projects that have fully been like implemented and funded and constructed. So, and then the blue is what the ones that we are still working on. So that's where NOAA came in. The funding for NOAA is for the kind of, I guess they're the teal dots. But from start to finish in this road, it's kind of hard to see, but there's 25 miles of road here, and this is as much work as we've been able to do on it. So there's a lot of new work, a lot of work still being done. It's just nice to see, and it's good work. So on to the next one. And so benefits. Here are some of the few benefits. We're being able to partner with other organizations and landowners, being able to support important habitats for key subsistence resources that are important to our community, not needing a boat to enjoy the land and water can provide the water that can provide it right here on the Copper River Delta. We can take our vehicles, we can go 36 miles out of town. You know, it's the barriers that we have are very minimal compared to, I think, a lot of other places. So we are very lucky in that aspect. But the benefits, you know, not needing to the boat to enjoy, and then also the continued relationships building with key partners that interface with TEC lands, like the fishing, the Forest Service, DOT, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. The partners has been great, and being able to network and get ourselves out there and has been awesome. So, and then this is also something that I was provided by Copper River Watershed Project, kind of a little culvert and fish ladder. So it kind of shows from the start to the finish the process of bidding and identifying the project, how that looks, and kind of the green arrows where you're going. If you run into something, you have to go backwards. Right now, I'm actually in 15% design phases for some of them, whereas in other design phases, we're at 95%. So it's kind of always like this shoots and or this ladders game where one project's being finished, but the next one is being started because, you know, there's just all of these moving parts. So I just wanted to share this because it's helped me along the way since I'm fairly new to the grant process and how all of these pieces play into getting, you know, culverts and fish passage. So let's go. And then the opportunities. Earlier, I mentioned opportunities here, just a couple of ways. The corporation has made more opportunities because of partnerships. We've learned more about fish passage and the way that we can be involved. I'm interested in exploring the material development with TEC and Chugach existing aggregate because we have multiple aggregate sites here in the Copper or in Cordova and the Copper River area. So, you know, potentially developing that, and then also more competitive position to receive funding through tribal priority funds and play a role in helping solicit funding to see projects through to completion. Bridging gaps between local and state and federal agencies. I think that's been a huge opportunity because it's been something that, you know, hasn't always been great in the past, and there's been a history, and so being able to build those bridges moving forward with all, but also not forgetting the history has been really helpful. And so yeah, I feel like there's a lot of opportunities for partnership and, you know, all the things that are going on with fish passage right now. So and so this is the end of my presentation, and it has all my contact information if anybody'd like to reach out or ask more questions after the workshop. I've added this living, breathing connection text because I always hear living, breathing document in strategic planning meetings. And I like the concept of continuing to work together and staying connected through our love for the land and keeping fish habitat sustainable. Thank you very much for taking the time this morning to listening to my presentation. And if you guys have questions, I am ready.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, Tiffany.
Okay.
Great to see your work. I think, you know, you guys are really such role models for watching what's happening with collaborative fish passage and really some unique funding, very creative, you know, match funding is such a challenge. And I think you guys are really setting a high bar for how to incorporate that. Great conversation. Let's see. We want to open it up for some questions. We've got plenty of time. So please, let's see. I'm forgetting who is our facilitator for questions this morning. Is that
Yes,
Jess?
yeah, it's me and Erin. So no questions in the chat right now.
Well, I have a question for you, Tiffany. So I just so appreciate, you know, you guys were able to attend in quite a mass the 2024 statewide workshop. We were able to, NRCS hosted or funded, and the Southeast Alaska Watershed Coalition kind of was the main host. And we were able to bring a lot of folks into Juneau from all across the state. And I thought that EAC and Cordova, you guys showed up in real strong strength. And I learned a ton from you guys. And that shoots and ladders game, I just love it. Like, have you guys, I was curious how you might be using that with some of your staff. Is it something that must have been so fun to put together? Oh, you're muted.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So that was Copper River kind of put that together, and it was, I haven't been able to actually show anybody that I work with. I just hired a part-time person that the grant actually helped support. So that actual piece of paper is going to help me show her, or at least kind of have an idea of how it is. Let me go back really quick to see. Oops. Yeah. Let me. The shoots and ladders one is like, it's fun to play, but it's also kind of, when you're in it, it's a little confusing because when I was down there in Juneau and I was looking at the presentation that Kate was giving, I was like, well, I'm here, but it looks like I should be here. And so it really does kind of give you an image of where you're at, but like if you're there, you kind of like, sometimes if you're not, you have to go back. And I don't know, it's a really good visual to help you kind of figure out what's where you're at, what's going on, and the process. So it was fun, but it's a lot. Fish
It
passage
does,
is a
and
lot of
it
work.
highlights the complexity.
Yes.
and trying to track multiple projects, right?
Yes, and that's the thing. Yeah, and so that was kind of like, I think, when you're at 15% design with one, and then you're 95 with the other, because Kate's always keeping me in track, because I'll be talking about one project, she's like, no, we're on the other. I'm like, oh yeah, see. So yeah, she's always keeping me on track.
Sure. Jess, I see a couple questions. Do you want to share what those are?
Yes, Tiffany, we've got a question from Jasper. Can you speak to the weird type and fish passage associated with Eyak Lake?
Yes, so the weir type, in our last meeting, I guess around like 2004-ish, it was supposedly a dam, I guess, or catalyzes a dam. They came down, and it didn't fit the requirements of a dam. So I guess so the state kind of just, I don't know, I wouldn't say abandoned it, but that department that ran it or overseen the weir doesn't exist anymore either. So so that's that's the thing we're working on, is ownership right now. And so I'm not exactly sure how to explain the weir, because like I said, at one point they thought it was a dam, but it's just it's across one of the our Eyak Lake into the river. So we try to make it's trying to keep the river or the lake levels higher, and then the salmon that are in it would be we get, I'm assuming, is it coho and lots of coho, and I'm trying to think what else we get. I mean, I think we Kate can help me more with this, but
she's got her hand up. She's Kate.
Oh yes,
welcome,
okay. Well, Kate,
welcome to join the conversation. Jump on in, Kate. And Kate,
I know she wants to talk about the weir, so
yeah. And so Kate, please introduce yourself to the group.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Kate Morse, Program Director for the Copper River Watershed Project, and a partner that works with Tiffany a lot here in Cordova and with others throughout the whole Copper River drainage in South Central Alaska. Jasper, or anyone interested in a lot more information about the weir, we're working on a community presentation that will be Zoomed virtually for anyone that wants to learn more in the first week of April. The quick story is that it's a sheet pile weir driven in after the earthquake of '64 to stop the lowering of the lake levels because of the value of sockeye, nearshore sockeye spawning habitat. And that was over 50 years ago now, and the weir is failing in the current design. But like Tiffany was saying, there's no owner, no one to seek permission from, so it's not been maintained and it's failing. And so the current design is based on as low maintenance as possible. It's a rocky ramp to be able to improve juvenile fish passage while maintaining lake levels for spawning, especially spawning sockeye. But it is a very weird dam, like you say. Just a very complicated project from both the engineering to the ownership and long-term maintenance and the funding schematic. So happy for folks to tap in if you want to learn more, because it is a whole long conversation. And we'll have a public presentation here we're at 65% design. And the main issue is the ownership.
Great. Kate, do you mind throwing that in the chat when you get a chance on the dates?
I'm actually negotiating the dates because my child's performance at elementary school overlapped with the first one.
Absolutely. Have to figure. I think we have time for one more question. Jess, I saw another question in there. Do you want to do one more?
Yeah, there's two questions, but I'll just do in order how they were received. Colleen asked, wondering if you can speak to the benefit of this co-stewardship approach besides funding. Your partnership with Copper River Watershed Program is a great example for other regions to replicate.
So other than the funding, they have so much more data. They've been able to, they have people out there on like boots on the ground. They have, actual people that have backgrounds in this stuff. I don't. I'm honestly never really even did land stuff before I started working at the corporation. So, you know, they have all that knowledge from the scientific aspect, but also, you know, they spend plenty of time out there. They know what they're doing. I know that they care because that's why they're doing their job. So it's really been beneficial, other than funding, is just the partnership to kind of share the information that we already have. They like the information, the scientific, but also the traditional ways. Like they care about, the partners care about how we want to go forward and keeping our traditional ways alive, but also being able to help the community as a whole. So that's also been a really great part of the partnership it is, I guess, is meeting people and that personal level and networking and just meeting people and working with people that feel the same way.
Great. Thank you, Tiffany. I know we wanted to do a little transition. I was going to ask Kate to come back on. I think we have a little surprise to end off this session. Kate, I'm going to turn it over to you. And Tiffany, do you want to back up a couple?
I'll go, yep, real quick.
And while she's doing that, okay, so this is a friendly takeover of the airwaves, but Debbie said I could. I had the pleasure of getting to work with Debbie to present Watershed Champions during our February statewide Watershed workshop. And part of the reason of doing that is because, like it takes all parts of our watershed to support salmon, it takes all kinds of skills and experience to support our watershed work, especially fish passage projects, as we've been reminded these past few days at the local, state, and national level. So unfortunately, not everybody was able to be in Juneau to be celebrated, and that's why I'm taking over the airwaves today. And just really appreciate the opportunity to recognize someone who's a watershed champion throughout the state and national level, who was unable to be recognized last month. So someone I know that you've been impacted by because you're here this week. So at first I want everybody to turn on your cameras because we are celebrating a human. So let's see that there are humans behind all of these black squares. Because we want to see those human faces as Tiffany does our big reveal. Oh, next one. To celebrate Heather.
Heather.
So Heather,
so well
we are
deserved.
wanting to recognize you for and appreciate you for the incredible depth of knowledge and experience that you have patiently shared with your partners. I'm sorry for the typo on the slide here. I appreciate how much you've made yourself available. I'm speaking for all partners, but as the Watershed Project, I know that when our contract is pushing us into a dark corner, that when Heather shows up to the table, we're gonna win, and I love that. And so I just appreciate that you have made yourself so available throughout design implementation, providing context and suggestions from your depth of experience. You've helped to limit the administrative paperwork that's gone with federal partnerships and maximize the outcome for watersheds, the salmon, and your partnering organizations. And for that, we think you are beyond deserving of a Watershed Champion Award. So,
you are. And here's your, I have a paper copy for when you're in Juneau, as well as we have some presents for you. So can't wait to see you in person. So a round of applause for Heather. Congratulations. So well deserved. And Kate and Tiffany, thank you guys. I really appreciate you being able to do this during this presentation.
Yeah, thanks for the takeover.
I don't think I've ever cried on Zoom before, so thank you.
Hey, Tiffany, maybe stop the share. Yeah, so we can see everybody's faces. Yay. Scroll through there. Everyone keep clapping for Heather.
Yes. And I'm moving my screen back and forth because it's getting recorded. So yay.
That's really lovely. Thanks, Kate and Debbie. I appreciate it.
Thanks, you guys. All right. Well, Tiffany and Kate, thank you again. Great presentation. Thank you for kicking off our day 4 of the workshop. Devin, we're going to transition to the next presenter. What do we our day 4 of the workshop. Devin, we're going to transition to the next presenter. What do we have in Menti for us?
Yeah, so the next question we have in Menti is what words come to mind when you hear culvert resiliency? Hopefully you guys are seeing that up on your screen. Is it showing up on your screen, Debbie?
It is. Yes, it is. It's great. Yes. And I am going to transition and make our next presenter a co-host. There we go. Yes. We'll give folks a little chance to respond. See what kind of words
Climate
are coming in.
change.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm going to rethrow that Menti link in the chat too, so folks can find it easily in case they might have lost it.
Good idea. Fish friendly, flood capacity, careful planning. I think that's a great one. Stability, properly sized culverts. Someone has definitely been listening to the presentations. Yeah, long-term fish passage. I think that's a great example of resiliency. Dynamic equilibrium. There's some great topics coming in here. I think Franklin is going to be our next presenter. I'll let Debbie introduce him as he gets his slides ready, but I think a lot of these will be playing into his talk as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's my pleasure to invite Franklin Decker. He's a hydrologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and he's going to speak to climate change resiliency. So Franklin, I've made you a co-host. I think you should be able to share your screen anytime.
Okay, yeah, thanks everybody for responding to that Menti poll. A lot of great ideas there. And I will take over control of the screen now.
Great.
Get my slides up.
See your PowerPoint.
Go.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Yep, looks great.
Cool. So yeah, I will just start off by saying we are building on past presentations. You've already seen a link to this 2022 presentation I gave on flood frequency methods. We're not going to get too in detail on those for today, but yeah, there's that QR code again if you need it. And we're going to cover some new topics. And those topics relate to climate change resiliency and hydrology. And I have a pretty short talk today. I'm just kind of queuing up the session that we have. And we wanted to take the workshop and the hydrology section of the workshop in this direction, partly because we're at Fish and Wildlife Service, we're working to try to include climate change resiliency better in our designs. And we thought that was a big topic that folks had questions on last time we had a workshop. So we wanted to get in there, maybe learn some more about where the science is on Alaska climate change, what tools we have, and also take a look at what's happening in the lower 48. So that's kind of where we're going on the session today. And for what I'm going to talk about over the next few minutes, just kind of overview of today's talks, what resiliency is. You're already given some great ideas there in the word cloud. And then I'll talk about design discharge and channel forming discharge related to climate change, and then some of the climate change design guidelines that are out there. So this is what the rest of today's talks look like today. We've got 4 more talks. Following mine will be Janet from USGS, and then we'll kind of deviate from the climate change and resiliency theme to hear from Jake at DOT about the culvert condition assessment, which is also a really hot topic that we've talked about some today in this workshop so far, assessing culverts. So I'm excited to hear what Jake has to share with us about that. And then after lunch, I believe, we'll jump back into the climate change resiliency talks with Michael and Nancy from UAF Scenarios for Alaska Arctic Planning, SNAP, and then finish out with Garrett from Washington State to hear about how they're approaching resiliency down there. And at the end, we'll have a breakout Q&A session. We're kind of tight on time for Q&As after most talks today, so definitely use the chat to put your questions down, and look to that Q&A session at the end of the day for more time to ask questions. Okay, so resiliency. here's a federal highways definition that talks about resiliency being the ability to anticipate, prepare for, adapt to changing conditions, and withstand, respond to, and recover rapidly from disruptions. And that might include things like being able to resist hazards, mitigate those impacts when they occur. And yeah, so this is a definition by the book, but you all had some great ideas. And when we often talk about resiliency related to fish passage crossings, we've always often talked about flood resiliency. And that has been a benefit that we've talked about with fish passage crossings. We are designing to 100-year flood discharge, like you heard about from Heather on Tuesday, with room for flood debris passage, as well as meeting that bankful width design criteria. And an example we often point to for how that resiliency, flood resiliency has played out as a success story is the 2012 flooding in the Matsu Borough in the fall that year. And at the time, there were 81 restored crossings or fish passage crossings that the Matsu Borough had worked with Fish and Wildlife Service, Fish and Game, and other partners on to replace with fish passage crossings. And of those, we didn't see any fail. And at the time, there was washouts of crossings, like you see on the right, inundation of crossings that really cut people off from emergency services and things like that for the duration of the flood. So that was a big concern and a point where we often talk about flood resiliency, these crossings being important. Other thoughts that come to mind for me when we talk about resiliency are safety of the public, avoiding the loss or repair of these costly infrastructure. And then I saw this some in the word cloud too, about having success and making sure that your aquatic organism passage doesn't fail throughout the life of the crossing too is something else that would mean resiliency in terms of success for a fish passage crossing. And then the resiliency for changes to hydrology and land use for the life of a structure. So moving on to the design work and hydrology at crossings related to climate change. When we're working on hydrology for design, we're thinking about past, present, and future. We're looking at the past for data, patterns, observations that we can understand flows, what flows are going to be like. And then we use present things like design standards and the current risk tolerance, and then look to the future for this context of a design life for 50 to 100 years, depending on what the structure is. But kind of there's an assumption built into how we look at hydrology is that things are stationary, that we have been looking back at past data and patterns and say that those represent the future, the past predicts the future. And that might be looking at things like a stored gauge record or using the regional regression equations and plugging in this past 30-year average annual precipitation. But with climate change, things may not be stationary. It might be non-stationary, meaning like climate change, increasing precipitation, land use, maybe more urbanization, altering how watersheds function, kind of chip away at that assumption where the past may not predict the future. And how do we incorporate that? To what extent are things going to change? Will it be enough that it's exceeds the kind of uncertainty of our current data? And kind of what's our risk tolerance? And that's why I think it'll be good to stay tuned for the rest of the talks today. I point to some guidelines at the end that kind of help us think about that risk and understand what to consider. So moving on to kind of the nitty-gritty of like what actually would need to change in our designs, things we need to look at to incorporate climate change. And the two main ones related to hydrology that come to mind for me are the design discharge. And for our Fish and Wildlife Service guidelines, that's the 100-year event. And that factors into the hydraulic modeling we do during design to make sure the culvert, the structure we're proposing, has enough capacity to convey that flood event. without overtopping and with enough room for flood debris to convey through the crossing. And it also factors into substrate design. If we're doing a rough and riffle, or we've got some features inside the culvert like banks or other things that need to be stable at certain flows, we're using that hydrology estimate to calibrate that substrate design using the velocity and depth that we get from the hydraulic modeling. And then the other big thing that climate change will potentially have changed in the future is the channel forming flow. We talked about that on Monday, and that relates to the bankful discharge. And if the bankful discharge is changing, possibly increasing due to climate change, increasing precipitation, then that'll have implications for channel dimensions, possibly increasing the width of channels, where we would need to consider increasing the width of culverts. And then that channel forming flow relates to substrate design as well. All right, so that was a lot of words. It's still the morning. Here's a visual of what I was kind of trying to convey in that last slide about the things we're thinking about with climate change effects, and things to think about for being resilient to those effects is the 100-year flood, making sure the culvert has enough capacity, changing bankful width, widening in the future, and then the substrate design is that circle. Okay, so for like the 101st flow chart you've probably seen this week, this is just another way to communicate what we've been talking about. Won't be the last flow chart, I'll warn you, sorry. So climate change, I'll just walk you through this one. Climate change having effects on temperature, precipitation, that affects how much runoff is on the landscape, in turn affects stream flow, adjusting peak flows upward for the most part in Alaska, and then affecting channel form with channel widening, and then needing to consider that during design phase for culvert width. And this figure is from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and they're seeing decreased snowpack, increasing rainfall. That's not the case everywhere in Alaska, and I think we'll hear more about that from Janet. We have a lot of different hydrologic flow regimes in the state, more complex than Washington. So I've got a poll here, and I would just want to start kind of check the room a little bit. And I want to ask, are you considering climate change in your stream crossing projects? And if you are, let's say, raise your hand if you are. We already got one hand up, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, raise your hand if you're considering climate change currently in your stream passage or your stream crossing projects. Awesome, a lot of people raising their hands. All right, so now take your hand down, and if you're not, or maybe if you're answering in an answer no or maybe, why don't you raise your hand? All right, we'll cut it off there. It looks like the majority of hand raisers are considering climate change in your crossing projects, and that's great. And maybe through what we learned today, more folks will be able to know a little bit more about climate change possible effects and work to include that in your stream crossing projects as well. So thanks for responding to that different way of interacting. Thank you. And my next few slides are just talking through some of those climate change design guidelines that are out there. I know there are more, and if you know of more than I cover here in the next few slides, just feel free to put them in that chat. I'm sure other folks would be curious to know what other resources are out there. So the 3 I'll talk about are Federal Highways HEC 17 on the left there, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife's 2016 document, and then NOAA Fisheries more recent document as well. So I'll first talk about HEC 17. I like this one. It is getting a little bit dated now. It's from 2016, but it's written really broadly for the entire United States. So there's a lot of different data availabilities throughout the country. So this one is kind of written broadly enough with some good ideas of way to consider risk and incorporate climate change into projects that can be kind of tailored to each location, which is helpful for Alaska, where we've got different data availability than other parts of the country. And it talks through about if you do find that climate change or non-stationary hydrology might be affecting your project, you can step through a few different levels of an extra analysis, depending on how risky or how expensive your project might be. So you might do a level 1 where you do historical discharge estimates like you would always normally do, but give some qualitative consideration to climate change and land use changes and how that might affect discharges in the future. And level 1, it's not too much more than what you might already be doing for a normal hydrology estimate for a project. And maybe this is great for kind of lower risk projects like a low water crossing that doesn't cut anybody off from emergency services if it fails, and not very expensive project. And then it kind of increases with complexity and would be increasing depending on how risky or how resistant to failure you feel your project is. So the next level builds on level 1, but takes a look at confidence limits with those historical discharges like you'd normally collect. An example could be if you're using the regional regression equations, you take a look at that upper confidence interval result for your design discharge and do a check flow when you do hydraulics and ask questions like, does it overtop? Does it change how you want to approach your revetment height or something like that? Moving on from that is when you actually get into climate change data and incorporating precipitation projections. And one example could be using some of the tools you'll hear about today from UAF SNAP and taking a look at the percent change in precipitation and incorporating that into your discussion about risk and design discharges. Level 4 is actually where you get into projected discharges. And the kind of straightforward way to do the first one is you've got precipitation data you already looked at during level 2 for the climate change precipitation projections. And it would be inserting those future precipitation projections into your hydrologic methods that use precipitation as an input, like your rational method, NRCS, and rainfall runoff models. Or the HEC 17 document suggests using the mean annual precipitation and regional regression equations if it doesn't exceed input parameters. There are certainly some caveats there and some need to understand some of the uncertainty associated with those results. And I think maybe Janet might touch on that during her talk. We'll see. And then the last level, which I think kind of speaks to how this document's a little bit dated, is actually kind of creating localized discharge models from downsampled climate data. And now there's actually whole states where that type of information is available, where there's 2-year and 100-year discharge data available for the state of Washington, for example. And a little bit more on that, in particular, of how Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife have got there. They took a climate change model, downsampled climate change model, developed a runoff model to get at things like mean daily flow, and translated that to flood frequency, which could talk about bankful flow, and then use regional regression equation relationships to take the jump between bankful discharge and of the future projected, the past, and then figure out what that relationship or that correct change factor would be for bank full width. And I think I'll just keep moving, but I'm curious to hear from other speakers and learn where we might be on this kind of flow chart for Alaska compared to Washington. And this last guideline, I'll just move through quickly. It covers a lot more things than just culverts and bridges. It talks about fishways and ladders, and it's really geared towards NOAA's review of proposed projects on endangered Pacific salmon populations. So that's their reason for putting us out there. They want to see applicants who are working on those streams assess climate in the way they propose in this guidance. And for culvert section, anyway, it cites that publication I was just talking about. An interesting thing, two things I wanted to share is that it talks about an off-ramp option where you don't have to go through the whole climate change analysis if you just upsize your culvert to accommodate potential change in the future. And then there's a nice table in there that talks about climate assessment framework and some different risks associated with culvert design and climate that are good to check out. So I've got one last poll here. I'm wrapped up for my talk. So this is one poll. You could, if you've got some thoughts about what are some of your impediments to incorporated climate change in your stream crossing projects, maybe drop it in the chat. I gave some examples here of things that might be impediments to us incorporating climate change, and feel free to maybe borrow these, put them in the chat if you think that's something that's going on. But other than that, I will kick it back to Debbie.
All right. Well, hey, thank you, Franklin. That was a really great introductory presentation to really kick us off today. And I know that we don't have a lot of time for transitions. We are going to have a lot more time for the questions later on, but we might have time for one question. Do we have anything there that came up?
I'm not seeing any questions in the chat yet.
Great. All right. Thanks, Jess. Great. Well, we'll just keep transition because we just want to keep this session moving along. Devin, do we have a transition to the next presentation?
You do. Let me get that up on your guys' screens. Hopefully you're seeing that now. The question we have for you this time is, what methods of discharge prediction are you most familiar with or use most frequently? So this ties right into Franklin's talk, and then will help us move into Janet's talk as well. So let us know what you guys think.
Great. That sounds really good. And I'll repost that Menti link where it's up close in the chat, so folks can access that.
All right, we've got some answers. USGS regression. I feel like that one's pretty common, especially up here in Alaska where we don't have a lot of stream gauges. Rational method, TR55, stream stats. I love stream stats. Unfortunately, we don't have it for all of Alaska yet, but I think we do in a couple places. Is that right, Franklin?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Matsu, Kenai, and I think Copper Basin now soon.
Nice. That's awesome. It's a great tool if you haven't used it before. And nearby gauge data, that's also a great method, probably the best method if you have a gauge right on your stream there. Just some math equation, also accurate. These are great answers, guys. I'm curious, Franklin, what's your go-to?
Oh, well, I kind of look at all of them. That's usually the go-to for me, not just one. So ideally a little bit of all of them. If there's a little gauge data, check a look at the regression equation. But yeah, nice. I don't limit myself to just one.
That's probably the best way to go.
I like seeing USGS called out.
Yeah, these are great local gauges. I think that's a great thing to keep in mind is sometimes, like, if you have the USGS gauges and you're looking on that map, that doesn't necessarily include all the local gauges too. So just making sure that you're checking both of those. Great thoughts, guys.
Yeah, UAA has a great new mapper for all the gauges that agencies have throughout the state.
Do you have a link to that, Franklin? Maybe we can share that in the chat.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. I'll have to track it down.
Nice.
I know too, a lot of our tribal communities are starting to implement stream temperature monitoring at a real community-based level. Great to tap into that and some of the consolidated data frameworks that are sharing that information.
I still think my favorite one is the math equation, though. That's a great answer.
Great. Well, great.
No
Well, this
problem.
is an excellent segue into our next presentation, and it's our pleasure to. Great. Well, great.
No
Well, this
problem.
is an excellent segue into our next presentation. And it's our pleasure to bring Janet Curran on from USGS. She's a lead hydrologist and hydraulics engineer. Well, actually, hydrologist, I think, is your true title. And you're going to share some Alaska hydrology, climate change, and flood frequency analysis with us. So we're looking forward to this. And we're seeing your screen just perfect.
Okay, well, thanks so much for that introduction. And Franklin, thank you for setting the stage. I can tell I have a lot to cover. So hopefully I hit a lot of the topics that I heard referred to Janet later, but it's likely to be pretty quickly. So as far as I know, there's some time available later today to maybe go into these in more depth if I don't completely hit it. So yeah, I'm Janet Curran. I am a hydrologist with the USGS Alaska Science Center. Most of the work that I'm going to talk about today has been done in cooperation with the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities, who've been a huge supporter. There's a few additional projects in here as well, so it's a little bit of an overview. And the goal is to provide a sense of Alaska hydrology with a focus on climate change and how that might reflect on flood frequency. So I get asked, how are stream flows in Alaska going to change with climate change all the time? And I never have an easy answer. It is complicated, and it's complicated because we have a strong mix of rainfall driven and melt driven stream flow in this state. And I'll show you a lot of examples of that. So I usually approach this by seeking to understand anyway, the primary stream flow drivers, and then considering how those drivers are changing and how that would actually affect flow. Most of my work has used stream flow data, in other words, gauge data, in part because that integrates watershed processes that we don't completely understand, and in part it lets us know what's actually happening on the ground now. The studies that I'm drawing from here are a series of USGS studies. The flood frequency regression equations are what most folks in this state know me from as the lead author on both the 2003 and the 2016 reports. We're probably about due for another round, and I'm still here, so stay tuned for that. But after the last report, I focused a little bit more on understanding our stream flow processes and published a paper on seasonal stream flow regimes. Currently, I'm working a little bit on some special flood populations, so extreme floods being one of those, and also looking at the influence of glacier loss on stream flow. So a very simple overview of Alaska hydrology is to point out that our flows are strongly seasonal. This is a cool environment, a cold region, and cool winters reduce flow in the winter and often produce the lowest flows of the year. There's a few streams, most of my talk will cover most of the state. There's a few extremes, so low elevation streams in extreme Southeast Alaska can have low summers, but in most places winter is lowest. And spring breakup typically results in a sudden increase in flow. Summer can be high or low. That's not something you can generalize, and we'll talk a lot more about that. So importantly, our stream flow drivers are also seasonal. I've already mentioned spring snowmelt. In the summer, there can be glacier melt for glaciarized basins. There can also be convective storms or thunderstorms. And then in the fall, that's typically our rainy season here. And that can extend into winter. We can also have some rain on snow processes in that time frame. So the hydrograph on the right, this is a plot of stream flow over a calendar year for a USGS gauge. And this is a pretty typical bimodal snowmelt rainfall system. And by bimodal, I mean there are two modes. You can think of a mode as a high flow period. So you can see there's a snowmelt high flow period, and then a dip in the summer as that's depleted, and then a subsequent high flow period in the fall, a rainfall period. And we have a huge range of these type of mixed driver systems in the state. So to get at that, take a look at these two plots, and I'll just ask you straight up, in which stream is rain the dominant driver? And so just to take a look at that and see what you think. I'm not going to do an actual poll, but you can mentally answer that question however you'd like to. So the response of discharge, which is that black line on the bottom, to temperature, the red line, I think red, warm, and precipitation, which is the blue line, really varies with the dominant streamflow driver. And this affects all how we think about climate change affecting our flows. On the left, you can kind of ignore the axis, the actual numbers on the axis, and just look at the relative positions here. That gray line is freezing, and despite the fact that the temperature is much lower in that system on the left, and the precipitation is much higher. If you look at really the question here that I'm asking you is, which curve is that discharge tracking? And I think you can see, I'm going to flip the slide here. I think you can pretty easily see that on the left, which happens to be the Mendenhall River, it's a strongly glaciarized basin. That curve is very glacier driven, whereas the flow on the right in this stream that's not that far away, also in Southeast Alaska, is very precipitation driven. So this should help understand why we don't have a simple answer to, if there's more precipitation, how do the flows respond? So following up on this seasonality allows us to do some inference about streamflow drivers across a wide range of streams. This is a quick synopsis of the work that Francis Biles at the Forest Service and I did, doing a statewide classification of monthly streamflow patterns. We found seasonal flow regimes at the top level. This is a hierarchical system. So there's three main categories: rain, snow, and what we called high elevation melt, which includes both glacier melt and high elevation seasonal snow melt. And then at the subclass level, there are 9 of these subgroups here that show some of the diversity within those major classes. A few things to note: the factor that primarily differentiated the rain seasonal streamflow regimes from the melt-based regimes was higher winter flows. So in rain-dominated systems, you can expect a much more sort of muted seasonality, higher winter flows. I've already mentioned this, but spring snowmelt and fall create a wide range of bimodal hydrographs, some dominated by rain, some by snow. And then the high summer flows from high elevation melt create what we call a unimodal, or single curved hydrograph that is usually centered around summer, sort of midsummer or a little bit later. And these are not there. This can be generated by non-glaciarized basins. You can have there are some systems that have enough high elevation melt, but definitely a lot of these are our glacier systems. So to pause for a second and think about what I've been talking about so far, I'd like you to think for a moment about how would you go about finding a comparable stream if you had a steady stream and wanted to look at maybe a gauged stream to compare it to. And I will remind here that proximity is really less important than basin similarity and stream flow driver similarity when you're trying to find a comparable stream. So that means you're going to consider mean basin elevation, basin wetness or precipitation plus or minus groundwater and evapotranspiration, and glacier cover. And you should, using these tools already, be able to think about how an increase in precipitation would affect stream flow. And what I'm really asking here is, does that discharge respond directly, if you're, as it would in a precipitation dominated system, or is there a delay by storage as snow or ice? That will absolutely affect how that stream responds to increases in precipitation, and what types of increases in precipitation are important. Is it a more intense precipitation or just more overall? So switching now specifically to flood generating mechanisms, excuse me, there are a number of these mechanisms that we consider the same population or the same type for the purpose of flood frequency, and that's rain and then this assembly of melt-based flows. Excuse me. And we know that atmospheric rivers and convective storms or thunderstorms can generate some of our most extreme flows in the state. Convective storms, I think, actually are the winner right now for the most discharge per unit area. A few of those storms have been particularly large. Atmospheric rivers, of course, have created some very large floods as well. And then as we move on down, there's, rain on snow combines the melt and the precipitation based to boost flows even higher. If you're seeking information for understanding a particular flood, I've just listed a range of information here that you could use to find that information. It's not always available, but ways to go about it. And then a quick nod to some floods that are excluded from regional flood frequency analyses, in particular glacier lake outbursts. These are very basin specific. They relate strongly to basin geometry and are typically excluded from a flood frequency analysis. And then similarly, there are non-discharge related floods. So in some environments, ice jam floods, for example, are the more relevant flood for design. I would also put groundwater in this category. Sometimes considerations of icing or local flows are just as important as a flood frequency analysis. So I'm just going to share really quickly. I did a recent inventory of all of our peak flows that are associated with glacier lake outburst floods. That's now available in a data release. There are outsized glacier lake outburst floods. The last of these were documented in the 1970s. These are the really, really, really big ones. So think Knik River went back when it was over 300,000 CFS. There is some evidence that those types of really big floods are not as common. I dropped the citation here. We're seeing that both for Alaska and actually to some degree globally. But the frequency hasn't changed much. And so I'll remind that glacier lake outburst floods in general are larger than non-outburst floods. They can have some patterns in terms of increasing and decreasing discharge, but not necessarily. So again, those are very basin specific. So the seasonal stream flow regimes, the whole intent of those for me, for my purposes, was to be able to look at peak stream flows. So these dots are all the peaks for all the streams in each of those flow regimes. Color-coded rain is blue, snowmelt is black, and then there's a bit of these high elevation melt, midsummer melt-based peaks in the middle. And this is all inferred from the timing. But some important conclusions here confirmed that snowmelt peaks are, as a whole, on average, smaller than rainfall peaks. I think you can see that fairly consistently here. And the rainfall and melt-based, a mix of rainfall and melt-based peaks is present in everything except for like the North Slope 2D is those North Slope basins where snowmelt is kind of the only game in town. Excuse me, the seasonality is shown pretty clearly here, and you can see there are a few rain-dominated systems where there's peaks sort of year-round, but most are in these windows that are really tied to stream flow drivers. Okay, so the flood frequency, the regression equations, just to give you a quick overview for those who aren't familiar, from that poll, it sounds like a number are. These are empirical equations that link historical stream flow data to a particular set of basin characteristics. And I tried to use precipitation, for example, that was from about the same time frame as the typical flow. So I'm using even old climate normals, those 30-year periods. In this particular, so the 2016 report superseded the previous reports and has two basin characteristics, drainage area and mean annual precipitation. So that's very simple, obviously. But there are no regions here because we found that precipitation provided that differentiation of region, and the regions themselves are, for Alaska, the hydrologic regions are pretty ambiguous. We kind of walked through an exercise looking at that. So currently that's what we have. And I think I'm gonna, yeah, I'll come back to that in a little bit and talk about how that might be thought about for climate change here. But first, to even think about changes to hydrology with climate change, let's just look at what we actually see around the state. So these are focusing on the daily flows. If you look at the lines on this plot, these are 5-year average hydrographs. This is the Kuskokwim River. And I think you can see the arrows kind of show the specific points there, but you can see an earlier breakup, later freeze up pattern here. These are colored by timing, so the darker red ones are the more recent. And you can also see an increase in winter flows. And those are the primary changes that we can see across most of the state and that have been observed by many and are fairly convincing. So we see shifts in timing. That's fairly confirmed. There's a paper I mentioned here, Blasky and others, who actually did some look at that and confirm, yes, higher winter flows. This change in seasonality is really the strongest thing that we're seeing right now. The warm season magnitude changes, so these are going to be where our floods happen, right? Are variable or difficult to detect and definitely difficult to generalize. So I'm going to flip now to looking at some peak flow records. There are some that go up, there are some that go down. Formal assessment of these, I feel like this is long overdue, but I haven't quite pulled it off yet. It's a little complicated because our records are short and discontinuous. So it's a matter of sort of leveraging as much information out of it as we can. I've played with that, and there's not a strong story. So the previous report used data through 2012. 11% of the stream gauges in that flood frequency report had trends, statistically significant trends. Half were positive, half were negative. So my current observation is that I see no consistent regional patterns of increasing or decreasing peak flows that I can point to strongly enough to call some sort of generalization. That's not to say that individual streams do not have trends, that they absolutely do. It's just that I don't think it's easy to generalize that right now. I'll also remind the plot here on the lower right. I just threw that in to show an example of some of the very, very large floods that we can have that are obviously far beyond the typical peaks that we have. That's how flood frequency works. You can have these rare events, and keep in mind if the gauging record is short, you might not have picked up that large peak, and they're often just beyond our memory. So we may not have experienced them if we're living locally, but we know that those often can be in the record. Okay, a quick comment here about glacier volume loss. So there's actually a recent data set that provided numeric, estimates of glacier volume loss between 2000 and 2019. And my colleagues here at the USGS, Louis Sass and postdoc Bree Rick and Jeremy Littell, we have been looking at what that means for stream flow. And one of the strongest outcomes that we have here is that there's definitely a difference between wet basins and dry basins. So think Juneau or Southeast Alaska and interior Yukon River. The distribution of precipitation across the basin plays into that a little bit. And in dry basins, glacier flow is disproportionately important. So you can have a very small amount of glacier cover and have that glacier flow dominate the stream flow regime, for example. So you could have a system that looks a little bit more like a high elevation system. The upshot of all of this is that in terms of climate change is that in wet basins, a shift in seasonal stream flow regime. So think, snow to rain dominated or glacier to snowmelt dominated is more likely. And in dry basins, that seasonal stream flow regime may be consistent for some time, but there can be glacier-driven changes in mean annual flow. I've talked a little bit about these progressions. This is an opportunity for you to kind of think about, well, now that we've talked a little bit about what these seasonal flow regimes look like, well, what would it mean if there's warming? It's probably the easiest way to think about this, or changes in precipitation. This is a little schematic showing those 9 subgroups of the flow regimes, showing a median or representative stream for each one, and how those might change. So each arrow kind of represents a likely shift, likely change. So what this means is declining summer flows in strongly glaciarized systems. So if we think about these down here, and increasing winter flows, we've already seen that in general across the state, but these flow regimes tend to sort of flatten out. These are all normalized by the mean annual flow, so they can be compared. And you can see that things get closer to this one line, which would be if flows were the same all year round. So as temperature changes, we lose some of that strength of seasonality. And we're using, to some degree here, using a elevation gradient as a proxy for warming as a useful tool. I'm going to start wrapping this up, but showing you 2 examples just to get down to some actual streams and actual storms. 2 examples of big precipitation events, one that came with cool temperatures and one that came with warm temperatures. So in Girdwood in 2021, there was a record precipitation event that actually resulted in some infrastructure damage in town and from small streams. But because it was cold, a lot of that precipitation fell as snow at higher elevations. That is really typical for any of our higher elevation areas, coupled with the timing of our precipitation. We generally expect the later into the fall that it gets that a lot of that, there's a little bit of a buffer and the precipitation falls as snow. So notably, despite the damage at low elevation or damage from small streams in these bigger systems like Glacier Creek that runs right through the same area, the peak in that flow, which is the black line on the right here with the arrow, was big. It was a big peak, but it was not anywhere close to a record peak. And this record I'm showing here is only 4 or 5 years long. So this was not a notable peak. It was just a fall peak. As compared to, or I guess in contrast to, in the Skagway area, the Taya River in 2022 there was a series of intense rainstorms, so several different days. And in this case, it was warm. The freezing level was very high, and so the precipitation fell as rain at these higher elevations and generated 3 storm peaks that were in the top 5 non-outburst peaks on record. One of the bridges on the Chilkoot Trail actually like washed downstream. So I'm hopeful that you understand a little bit, or this gives you an example of how difficult it is to say how floods will change with precipitation, and the types of things that we think about in building models to predict that, in sort of conceptualizing ways to think about it. A quick note here, just to highlight these. I know Franklin brought some of this up. This is sort of my best practices ideas for flood frequency regression equations. The idea of using future precipitation estimates in these equations is very just results in uncertainty. So the equations are empirical. They absolutely cannot incorporate any consideration of process, right? So given that we can clearly see that a change in precipitation will not affect all streams the same, I think this is a pretty exploratory way to use these equations, and I cannot give you any sense of how realistic that estimate would be, putting a future precipitation estimate in a regression equation. I'll also put out a reminder that the minimum basin size is 0.4 of a square mile, and I know a lot of culvert design can involve basins smaller than that. So these equations are mathematically not suited to smaller than that. It's just a reminder. And I think Franklin did a great job of talking about sort of what I call sensitivity analysis, is using multiple tools. The regression equations are one tool. Sometimes they're a pretty crude tool. Consider those uncertainties, that range of error that you get using those equations. Think about whether the particular site you're working with is a end member here. Is it one of these low elevation precipitation dominated streams? Is it heavily glaciarized? Are there other types of floods that could be more relevant? Some resources here, just really quickly. I think most people know about most of these, but not all people might not know about all of them. We do have stream stats for Cook Inlet Basin, and I'm happy to talk more about that at another time if we want to talk a little bit about stream stats. There's some data releases that are coming out now, and I'll leave it at that. And I'll wrap it up by acknowledging that there have been a number of agencies and individuals who've contributed to this work. I hugely appreciate the support and the ideas and the passion from all these different angles. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Janet. That's a tremendous amount of material that you shared. I really thank you for all the resource links as well. Jess, what kind of questions do we have? We've got a bit of time here. We've got a good 3 or 4 minutes. So if there's a couple questions in the chat, we could take 1 or 2.
Yeah, so first question, if I wanted to categorize my design watershed into seasonal flow regime, 1A, 1B, 2B, etc., how might I do that? Are there ranges of physical watershed characteristics for each regime that might help in a design watershed?
That is a great question. I hoped by now to have a predictive tool for that. It seems like a useful construct, the seasonal flow regimes. Unfortunately, we dabbled with that a little bit, and I think we're waiting for maybe some better basin characteristics data sets, some of which are kind of coming on board. So yes, you can kind of wave your arms at that pretty easily. In the paper, there's actually the range of basin characteristics, so temperature, precipitation, glacier cover, and geographic location to some degree. So you can get a pretty good guess at what seasonal flow regime that might be in.
Great. You mentioned that data does not show the peak flows are increasing in the summer or all year. Can you please
clarify?
I think I understand the question. So summer is an interesting time. It's so peaks squarely in the summer sometimes can be rainflow. In the high elevation basins, they can be strictly melt based. There are some purely melt based peaks. We would expect that those would be getting smaller over time. I don't see. I would expect summer peaks to become smaller over time and those peaks to shift to spring and fall, but that's not clearly happening. So if that answered the question, great. And if not, we can maybe talk later.
I think it did, and I think more conversation later could be had because it did mess up the the question slightly. But next one coming from Devin. Can you talk about some of the differences between the 2003 and 2016 regional regression equations? Are there any trends in the differences in predictions between the two?
Sure. Yeah, this is a question I have dealt with since the minute we published that. So they're different. The 2016 report we consider it to supersede the previous report. It has obviously more data, more years of streamflow data. We also had some higher powered statisticians on board. I had some help nationally with that report. And really, we collectively were not able to support the regions that were used in 2003. So we shifted away from that, both to get an increased sample size and also to, I guess that's primarily one of the primary reason, but really there was some ambiguity in those regions. So you can compare the differences, of course, but it's not the type of thing where you should pick the answer you want. There are a couple of areas where the equations are consistently different between the two reports, or where a bunch of gauges differ from the regression equations the same direction. We expect a random, we expect gauges to be some to be overestimated, some to be underestimated, and we do see on the north slope, and then I think the little bits of the Kenine along the Parks Highway, if I remember right, are the three areas where it did see a number of gauges that weren't. There's obviously some other variable that's controlling things there a little bit, but those are yeah. So my primary comment is that we consider the 2016 to be the current statewide report.
Great, and that's all the questions in the chat for right now.
Great. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Jess, for moderating. Really appreciate your time, Janet, and we look forward to more conversation with you this afternoon. So we're going to transition into our last presenter. And before we do that, Devin's got a great little Menti question for us. Devin, I'll kick it over to you.
Yeah, so we wanted to ask you guys, how do you use highways? So really curious on the different methods you guys are using, where you're going. I see that currently we've got to access non-urbanized areas for recreation or subsistence in the lead, which is great to see. I think up here in Alaska, a lot of us do use our roadways to get out for subsistence or just for recreational purposes. Lots of people are going to school and work. I definitely feel that driving back and forth from Wasilla to Anchorage sometimes. So yeah, I think this leads straight into our next presentation pretty well. We're going to be having a presenter from DOT.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Devin. And welcome, Jake. We got Jake Schufo from DOT, the Central Region. He's a Central Region hydraulics engineer, going to share the DOT's culvert condition assessment with us. So Jake, you are a co-host. You can share your screen at your convenience.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. Let's see here.
And it looks like Devin's also, or Michael has put up a poll for users to respond to as well. But take it away, Jake, you're looking good to go.
Okay, thank you for that introduction, Debbie. My name is Jake Schufo. I am the Central Region Hydraulics Engineer for DOT. Today I'm going to present on culvert condition assessment from a DOT perspective. Before I jump into the presentation, I wanted to take the time to introduce my team and share the DOT regional boundaries. Elliot Smith is a licensed civil engineer and works alongside me on a full-time basis. Additionally, Evan Sharp is temporarily with us as a part-time on a part-time EIT rotation. And we also have Sean Gonzalez on a part-time basis. Sean is a college intern currently attending the University of Alaska Anchorage as a civil engineering student. So the figure here on the screen shows the regional boundaries. Central region is shown in gray and covers the Kenai Peninsula, Anchorage, Matsu Borough, and most of the communities along the Kuskokwim Delta, or the Kuskokwim River, all the way out to the west coast and as far north as Hooper Bay. South Coast region is shown as green and covers southeast Kodiak, the Alaska Peninsula, and the Aleutian Islands. And lastly, northern region is the largest of all three. It covers the remainder of the state north of central region and also Valdez and Cordova. So today I'm going to cover common types of hydraulic structures that we inspect. I'm going to give an overview of the condition rating system, and I'm going to discuss the various components of a culvert crossing, and I'll share the data collection software that we use, and then share a little bit about how that data is applied. So the common hydraulic structures that we look at are culverts, and two basic categories are approach culverts and cross culverts. So in the upper left there, you can see an approach culvert that runs parallel to the road, the main line there, and then a cross culvert is a culvert that crosses perpendicular to the road alignment and typically conveys water from one side to the other. So we also look at storm drain systems, stormwater control such as retention and detention ponds, bank protection such as riprap revetments and spur dikes, and then our statewide division, my counterparts in the bridge section inspect bridges, and those are required to be inspected every other year. So for culvert and storm drain assessment, we follow the AASHTO Culvert and Storm Drain System Inspection Guide. AASHTO stands for American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. For those that aren't familiar, AASHTO is a nonprofit association representing highway and transportation departments in all 50 states. It represents all transportation modes, including air, highways, public and active transportation, rail, and water. So culvert and storm drain system inspections evaluate structural integrity, hydraulic performance, roadside compatibility. This evaluation requires training and consistent guidance on what to inspect and how to assess inspection findings. Structural integrity. So structural failures can be life-threatening to the traveling public and at a minimum cause roadway closures and traffic delays. Identifying structural material problems requires a careful evaluation of deterioration and distress of the system components. The photos in the lower left illustrate roadway failure caused by a progressive deterioration of a culvert due to deferred maintenance and infrequent inspections. Hydraulic performance. Inadequate hydraulic performance can result in safety hazards such as flooding of the roadway or adjacent properties or roadway washout. Aquatic organism passage may also be inhibited when blockage or erosion changes the streambed and flow characteristics. A common indicator of poor hydraulic performance that most people are familiar with is the notorious scour hole immediately downstream of a culvert outlet, as well as excessive scour around the culvert inlet. A less common indicator of poor hydraulic performance is culvert uplift due to flotation during a high water event. Many older culverts can present roadside hazards. Head walls and wing walls higher than the road or embankment surface may constitute a fixed obstacle hazard. Let's see. So abrupt drop-offs over the end of a culvert or steep embankments could be rollover hazards to vehicles that leave the roadway. So here's an overview of the condition rating system. So it's a numerical based scale. A rating of 1 or good indicates a like new component with little or no deterioration. That is structurally sound and functionally adequate. Rating numbers increase with worsening condition up to a rating of 4 or severe, indicating the component requires special inspection or immediate maintenance depending on the component. Condition ratings are based on a comparison of the existing condition with the as-designed condition. When new, a properly designed and installed culvert would have condition ratings of 1 for all system components. It's important to note that the rating system does not include one overall system condition rating, but rather uses component level ratings for the components of roadway, embankment, channel, end treatment, barrel alignment, barrel condition, joints, and seams. Component level ratings are more practical to engineers who need to understand the nature of any identified distress in order to take appropriate action. For instance, a particular culvert could have a material rating of 1, indicating that like new conditions, however, the embankment slopes could have a rating of 3, indicating poor conditions due to surface runoff eroding the embankment slope. Corrective action would focus on addressing the surface runoff issue and repairing and stabilizing the embankment slopes. So here are here's a list of the primary components of each culvert crossing. You have the approach road, which is the surface of the roadway, the pavement, guardrail, and shoulders. You have the embankment, which extends down from the hinge point of the road down to the culvert inlet and outlet. You have channel alignment, so you're looking at the channel protection, bank erosion, scour, deposition, everything associated with the channel. And we're also looking at end treatments, such as concrete head walls and wing walls and prefabricated end sections. The concrete footings and invert slab are more typical of bottomless structures. We also have barrel alignment and shape. So you're looking down the profile of the pipe to assess its condition of the alignment, and you're looking at the cross-sectional shape. We're also looking at the barrel material. So typically we're assessing corrosion and abrasion associated with damage to corrugated metal pipes. And then lastly, we're looking at joints and seams. So for the next few slides, I'm just going to try to focus on approach road, channel alignment, barrel alignment, barrel material, and joints and seams. Approach road. So the approach road is the length of roadway, shoulder, and guardrail above the buried culvert that is influenced directly by its performance. The inspection area covers the culvert span plus approximately 20 feet on either side. Inspectors are looking for distress on the road surface that may indicate problems with the underlying culvert. The picture on the right shows a dip in the roadway caused by embankment material leaking into the underlying culvert. So if the culvert conveys a stream, the purpose of the channel inspection is to identify channel-related problems that may affect the performance or structural stability of the culvert. If a culvert is blocked with debris or the stream changes course near the ends of the culvert may be inadequate to handle design flows. The left photo is a 12-foot diameter culvert that conveys Railroad Creek under the Parks Highway. Here you can clearly see the large scour hole at the outlet, which has caused the head wall, which is a little less obvious, but I can show that here. It's causing it to settle and actually rotate. So that settlement is pulling down on the culvert and causing the culvert to deflect. So the right photo here is a little less obvious, but through the alders you can see some erosion that's occurring just near the head wall, which is here, and it's kind of getting behind it. So eventually, if this is left unaddressed, the erosion will continue, and what will likely happen is that head wall will settle and probably rotate, again, pulling or even detaching itself from the culvert itself, which is here. So the barrel alignment and shape. Barrel alignment is a measure of horizontal and vertical deflection from the original profile. Unless a pipe was designed to have a curve or bend, pipe alignment should be straight. Sags in the barrel alignment are a common distress that can indicate the loss of support through soil piping. Soil piping is when water flows through the embankment, typically along the barrel exterior. Embankment material leaking into the pipe, known as infiltration, may also cause the pipe to become misaligned. So an example of poor barrel alignment is here on the left. Again, this is a Railroad Creek. And if you focus on the bolt pattern here, kind of on the left side of the culvert, you can see that it's dipping down pretty sharply. So that's an obvious example of a culvert sag in the profile. Barrel shape is assessed to determine how deformed it is relative to its original shape. For a circular pipe, ovality is measured to determine how out of round the pipe is. The photo on the right is a corrugated metal pipe, originally circular in shape, and now the sidewalls are bent outward, and the crown or the top of the pipe and the invert actually have reverse curvature and pointed inward. So I've actually just kind of described this culvert as having an hourglass shape to it. Pretty severely deformed. And then you can also see kind of in the middle of the photo, there's a joint separation here. So this, as water flows across this joint, backfill soil will infiltrate into the pipe and be washed away. And that would decrease the lateral support on this pipe, which is probably part of the reason why it's deforming. So the barrel material condition. I think we're all pretty familiar with corrosion. And a large percentage of our culverts are corrugated metal, specifically steel. So the primary thing that we're looking for is abrasion and corrosion. Corrosion typically starts with surface rust and progresses to pitting, holes, and then widespread section loss, or complete removal of the invert here. Abrasion is defined as the wearing away of the culvert material, typically on the invert, by the erosive action of bed load transported in the stream. Abrasion is generally most serious in steep or mountainous areas where high velocity flow carries sand and cobbles. So both culverts here are severely corroded, corrugated steel pipes that are also exposed to salt water. The top half of the left culvert has completely detached from the invert. You can see that right here. So as a result, again, we have backfill soils or aggregates are infiltrating into the pipe, and it's causing the entire pipe to come down on itself. And this is actually the culvert that's underneath the dip in the road that I showed earlier. So the right culvert invert is completely gone. This is again corrugated steel in a saltwater environment. And notably, this pipe is only about 25 years old. So it just kind of just shows you how fast steel culverts can corrode in the saltwater environment. So joints and seams. Typically, corrugated metal pipes are manufactured in 20-foot sections. Where those 20-foot sections connect is a joint. Both pipes here are helically corrugated with a continuous lock seam. So the joint would be here, and then the seam would be here. You can kind of see that here. So every couple feet there's a seam, and that's that lock seam. Joints and seams can separate for various reasons, such as differential settlement, freeze-thaw cycles, inadequate compaction during installation, and loss of lateral soil support from piping. Joint integrity is a critical component in the performance of culverts. Backfill infiltration through the joint can compromise the lateral support around the pipe and even lead to voids in the road embankment. Both photos show examples of joint separations here. This is a culvert on the Seward Highway, just south of Turnagain Pass. And here, this is several inches wide, so there's a clear path for the embankment to leak into the pipe. And here, this is pretty much a total collapse of a culvert in the Whittier area. So data collection software, we're primarily using Esri applications, specifically ArcGIS Survey 123. So this is a form-based data collection software. It's extremely handy. Typically what we do is we create a form in the office, and so we kind of list out all the attributes that we want to collect. You can kind of see some of the attributes here: station, year built, date, time, and location. And then we go out in the field with our handheld tablet. We prefer this mini iPad with a waterproof case. And we go out and we inspect culverts and collect the data. And if we're in an area where we don't have cell phone service or Wi-Fi, that data is stored on the tablet until we get back to the office and it gets uploaded to ArcGIS Online. Another application that we use is Field Maps. This is a great tool if if you don't have a full idea on where the culverts are. You can actually do some as-built research, and you can manually put those culvert locations into field maps, and then you use field maps while you're in the field to locate the culverts and then open up Survey 123 to collect your data. And then all of this data is geo-referenced. The background here is actually a screenshot of what that data looks like. So this happens to just be a Seward Highway inspection that we did in the Moose Pass area. And so click on a point here, and then it pulls up all the information that we have collected for that culvert, including photos. So how do we use this data? Typically, what we're doing is we're collecting the data and we're generating repair and replacement recommendations for highway and aviation projects. You can also use it to identify minor issues that can be addressed through maintenance before they become safety hazards, reduce the risk of unexpected failures. So the idea is to go out and inspect your inventory so you can anticipate when a culvert may fail and either repair it or replace it before it does. And then the data can be used to prioritize replacements, rehabilitation, and maintenance activities. It can be used for short-term and long-term planning and budgeting for repairs and rehabilitation. So all of those things are kind of attributes of an asset management program. We do not have an asset management program currently for culverts. We do for bridges and pavement. And then we can also use the data to collaborate with our partners, a lot of them that are here today. For instance, we're currently collaborating with the Chickaloon Tribal Council to make fish passage improvements on a culvert on the Glen Highway. So in 2023, we did some inspections on some segments of our highways here in Central Region. So here's just a map showing of where we focused our efforts, primarily on the Parks, Glen, Seward Highway, Sterling Highway, and the red lines here are the sections that we inspected. So we have that data now, and in the next couple of years, we hope to expand our efforts. And I can take questions. So, and here's just a really good example of why we use head walls. So.
Thank you, Jake. That's a
Yes.
great picture to end on.
Yeah.
Thank you. You provided a lot of great illustrations of things around culverts. Devin, we do have a couple minutes before we hit the noon lunch hour. Do we have our Jess? Do we have any questions, or Aaron? Maybe you're fielding the questions this time.
Yeah, there's been some good discussion in the chat. So there is a question from Elliot Smith. Is there a better material type than steel for culverts that are tidally influenced? We've already had a little bit of a response on aluminum and clay.
Yep. Yeah, we found that aluminum works really well. Aluminum, plastic is also a good option, so HDPE.
Yeah, so next question, are there any plans to start an asset management program for culverts?
Currently, no, there are no plans, unfortunately. We do have we have a little bit of funding to basically grow our inventory. So we started doing that last year, and we hope to continue that in the next few years. And we're going to also expand to storm drain inspection.
Great. Next one's from Jessica. Does DOT measure culvert water outfall distance? If present, do DOT and ADF&G actively share culvert data between the agencies for fish passage improvements?
So the first part of the question, could you restate that? I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking.
Does DOT measure culvert water outfall distance? So if there's
maybe a perch height?
Yeah, correct.
No, actually, yeah, we do measure that. Usually it's just an approximation that we make in the field. So yeah, that definitely is noted during inspections.
Okay, and then second part of that question is, does DOT and ADF&G actively share culvert data between the agencies for fish passage improvement?
Not actively, no. We we use their culvert surveys as sort of a way to research ahead of time where culverts might be, including our as-builts. We're not actively doing that right now, but conversations with Michael Mazzucavallo, we hope to actually send engineers and biologists out in the field together and do fish passage assessments and culvert structural conditions at the same time, so we can both grow our inventories simultaneously.
Awesome. That's great to hear. And last question is, can tribes and NGOs access the DOT culvert assessment data?
Currently, no. You have to just reach out to me or Elliot, and we can share the data on a case-by-case basis.
Great, great. Well, Jake, thank you for your presentation, and thanks for responding to those questions. I hope you can join us after lunch for the breakout rooms. We'll all have a time to talk a little bit more in depth in a small group before we come back together as a big group.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And yeah, Devin, any transition as we head off to lunch?
We do. So we've got a transition question here for you. What are your biggest challenges to burial removal? See that a couple folks have answered, but if anyone else wants to chime in before we head off to lunch, we also will be posting a survey Mentimeter during lunch. It's a separate link, so be sure to either scan that new QR code or use the new digits at the top when we present that. And it is a survey about the workshop as a whole and just trying to get a little bit of feedback. So please feel free to fill that out on your lunch hour if you have time. And then when you come back from lunch, we'll have our regular Mentimeter back up again with a question to get us started for our afternoon session.
Great.
Now, looks like we've got some more responses coming in. Design cost and effort and construction cost are the first and second challenges to burial removal, and I think that's very true. It can be hard to get projects off the ground, to get them started and get that initial design funding, and then even harder sometimes to get that construction cost.
Great, Devin, thank you for having that. I'll let the answers trickle in here, and we'll let you go ahead and post the other Mentimeter as well. Have a great lunch, folks. I hope you guys can get out and stretch a little bit, and if on your way back into your computer, hop into Whova, do a little bit of engagement in there. We'll have 2 prizes to award, probably right either after we come back or after that next break. All right, have a great lunch, you guys. We'll be back here in 1 hour, so we'll be rejoining right at, let me double check my time, make sure I'm looking at the right one, but I think it's 1 o'clock sharp.
That's what I'm showing too.
Okay, sounds great. Take care, you guys. Have a great lunch.
We can share the link.
Well, hey, everybody, welcome back from lunch. Really wonderful morning together. Thanks again to all the morning presenters. This kicks off the final portion of the workshop. We're gonna go into some afternoon presentations. We've got 2 presentations lined up, and then we're gonna do some breakouts and question and answers. And Devin, do you want to share the Mentimeter over lunch? There were a couple things happening. Give us the play down.
Sure, yeah. So we currently have 1 Menti up here that you guys are welcome to still fill out. We also had a survey Mentimeter that we had over lunch. So we're asking for feedback. I believe that's still open. So if you'd like to contribute to the survey about the training and kind of how you felt about everything and provide feedback, that would be great. But the question that's up on your screen now is which topics are of interest to you? And we're just kind of trying to gauge interest here before we move into our presentation from the SNAP folks. And I think this will tie in really well to their presentation. So we're just chatting about gardening and how that could be really useful to have some more info on that. Yeah.
Absolutely. And thanks for sharing in the chat, you all. I really appreciate the links that you guys are sharing. Thanks, Mike. Well, wonderful. What a great little segue. We're going to transition into our first afternoon presenters, and there's a team of them. So we have Michael DeLu he's a science communicator with the Scenarios Network for Alaska, Arctic Planning International Arctic Research Center at UAF. And then we also have Nancy Fresco. She's a research associate professor at UAF, also with the Scenarios for Alaska and Arctic Planning, or SNAP. Nancy, Mike, welcome you guys. And Nancy, I'm going to make sure I've made you a co-host. I know I have made Mike one. So you guys now can share your screens and tag team however you'd like to. Looks great.
Yeah, sure. Perfect. I think you should be seeing my screen now. So,
Yep.
And oddly enough, this is actually a graphic from the Garden Helper tool. We're not going to discuss that in detail today, but displaying some of the USDA climate information. Nancy can talk more about that. But welcome everybody. My name's Mike DeLu. I'm a science communicator for the Scenarios Network for Alaska and Arctic Planning, which is a subunit within the International Arctic Research Center at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. And we're done with acronyms for at least a little bit there. And I'm going to do the first half of this presentation talking about some of our data and tools and how they can be accessed and utilized by some of you folks. And then I'm going to hand it off to Nancy Fresco to talk about a couple of our other tools. And then we'll leave a little bit of space at the end for questions, comments, concerns, wows, oohs, ahs, whatever floats your boat. So before I do that, though, I always want to point out that Nancy and I are just two big old data dorks, and it takes a whole team of data dorks to make this stuff happen, and this is many of them. So we've got a lot of programmers and backend developers and web devs that make this stuff possible, and also all of the PIs and principal investigators and researchers that we work with who are building the models and data. Some of that is folks like Nancy, and some of that is folks from outside who come to us with the data. So we are just one part of a bigger crew that's making this data available for folks. And then the last thing before I start to dig into our first and big premier tool is, just in case you decide to turn off and walk away, this is the most important thing: snap.uaf.edu/tools. This URL will take you straight to the page that has all of our web tools and will take you to our website so that you can access this stuff in your own time. So if you take nothing else away from this, snap.uaf.edu tools, everything that we're about to talk about is available there. So if you go to snap.uaf.edu/tools, you'll see this page. These are all of our public web tools that come out of the Scenarios Network for Alaska and Arctic Planning. So we are kind of, you might think of us as full stack data developers. So we do data management, data handling, data delivery. We have a repository of curated Alaska and Arctic climate data that you can download. So if you're a NetCDF kind of person, you can go get it from there. We've developed an API to access and work with that data, and we develop publicly accessible web tools to pull that out and make meaningful information out of that for folks who don't want to start all the way from scratch. This website page displays those tools. These are all the different kind of windows into our data that we've built over time. They cover things like precipitation, really simple tools like our statewide temperature index, all the way up to airport winds and fish and fire that are very tailored to specific little audiences who have very specific data questions. So this is all the stuff that's live on our website right now, and we're going to talk about these three tools today. Two of our newer tools, the Arctic Environmental and Engineering Data and Design Support System, which is built for engineers, the Northern Climate Reports tool, which is more of a publicly accessible summary for locations and areas across the state of Alaska, and the Fish and Fire in Interior Alaska tool, which is far more tailored and specific, but represents a level of complexity that you can take our data to, and a very specific application across multiple variables that might be of interest to this group, even though it does only apply to one small part of the state. So, Northern Climate Reports. This is one of our biggest tools. This is the one that I always use to introduce people to the work that we do. It includes a bunch of different climate variables. It covers all of the state of Alaska, as well as the Yukon Territory and a portion of northern British Columbia. Some of the data has a slightly smaller area than that, but you'll get returns for at least some of this for all of those areas. And if you go to the tool, you'll see this first. There's 3 ways to look for data in here. We have a name box where you can type in the name of a community, Fairbanks, Anchorage, Kenai, whatever you are looking for, you type it in there and you'll pull it out. That'll also pull some of the areas of interest. So we've got currently climate divisions, fire management units, game management units, corporation lands, ethno-linguistic regions, courtesy of the Alaska Native Language Center here at UAF. Hydrological units developed by the USGS at the Huck 8 and Huck 10 level, Yukon First Nations territories, and all protected areas, both by the state and by the federal government, as shape files, as regions of interest. So if you type in Wrangell, you'll get Wrangell St. Elias National Park as a queryable area. The other thing you can do is you can click on the map and it'll show all of the areas of interest that are in the region of the place that you clicked. So here you're seeing a query on the map somewhere about halfway along the Tok Cutoff Road. And you'll see there's the list of all of the areas that are nearby, the game management units, the climate division, ethno-linguistic, all of the stuff I just talked about. And then below that, all of the nearby Huck 10s and Huck 8s that you can query through. Finally, at the top right, you'll see you can query by latitude and longitude. This was something I wanted to bring up for this group because you might be trying to find information for a stream crossing that's not near a community. And I wanted to point out that if you go and you search by name or you click on the map and click one of these links, you'll find that for the amount of data you're about to get when we talk about the results, it's fast. We're really happy with how fast this tool runs when you query things. That's because we're caching all of the results of areas that we know people want, parks, boroughs, hucks. But we don't cache every single point location. So if you go to a new lat long, pretty far from a community, you could see a much longer time because it's chugging through all of the data for the very first time on the back end. That's not a failure of the tool. It's just that we can't cache every single point in the state. So just be aware that something's not gone wrong. It's just that if you're querying a new lat long, it's got to run all the data for you custom, and that can take as long as 2 minutes, depending on how much data there is for it to work through. So we queried Huck 8 for the Upper Kenai Peninsula as our example here. So if you go there and you query, you type in 190.20302, you'll get this result. We start with a plain language summary right at the top. This gives you a menu of basically all of the information that you're about to read, summarized with procedurally generated text that we wrote alongside the researchers who best understood the variables that are being presented here. So we've got some temperature information, what the greatest change you might see is, what season that change is likely to be, whether it's going to cross a threshold, like a season going from below to above freezing on average, some precipitation information, the highlight of that, as well as wildfire, and then spruce beetle summaries. So you can, as you scroll down, you're going to see this exact information, but in charts and graphs and numbers and maps. But we start with plain, normal, human readable language, and then we get into the nitty gritty. Right below this, you're going to see temperature for season under different scenarios and models, and then you're going to see indicators followed by precipitation with those same indicators, which we thought this group was a little bit more interested in. What do those runoff numbers look like? So it will present the precipitation information. In this case, this is actually a point query. So you're seeing it for Kenai, along with the indigenous name right next to it there, with the historical information presented alongside 2 models and 2 scenarios. So we've got MRI CGCM3 and NCAR models there under both a 4.5 and an 8.5 emissions scenario. And then we bin them for the mid-century and for the long-term century, depending on what you're caring most about. And as you can see here, for this point, we're seeing pretty significant precipitation changes for just about every season, the exception of summer, milder changes there. I wanted to point out here that if you get to this and you need a bit of a refresher, what are these models? Why were they selected? We refer to people who know a whole lot more about climate modeling in Alaska, folks like Jeremy Littell at the USGS, who help us pick what models work best for this data and why. And so we have a whole page. If you click that blue link, it'll take you over there and tell you why we're presenting these models and what the scientific backing behind that is, as well as the emission scenarios in case you need a refresher on what RCP 4.5 versus RCP 8.5 mean, which you should pick. But we're always presenting multiple models and multiple scenarios to bracket the uncertainties so that we can understand, well, somewhere between here and here is what the scientists are really happy estimating in. We're very confident that that's the range of possibilities for the future. And we bracket that both for different scenarios in terms of emissions, what the world does about carbon, and different models, because some of the models project a little more or less warming or precipitation. And so we kind of pick what's most reasonable. Then finally, big yellow button, download as a CSV. That's a spreadsheet so that you can go customize it and pull it into your own workflows however you need to. So we try to make it as easy as possible. And this will download a CSV just for Kenai. So if you go back and requery for Wrangell St. Elias National Park, then you're going to have a CSV download just for Wrangell St. Elias National Park or for Anchorage City Borough or whatever other area you query. The other thing we're really excited here is mean annual change is all well and good, and lots of people love that number, and that might be the most important thing for you, but often it's not. Some of these indicators were developed out of a DOT project that Nancy was part of just before I came on SNAP 5 years ago now. And these are indicators or more they're subsets of that data that people actually care about. Often people don't care about the average annual temperature, they care about the hottest day. Is it going to get to 80 or is it going to get to 90? Those are different meanings. Is the coldest day going to be -40 or is it going to be -20? Those are the meaningful things they care about. And so that's what these indicators were developed for. So here you're seeing maximum 1-day precipitation, maximum 5-day precipitation, consecutive wet days and dry days, as well as heavy precipitation days. And there's not a huge amount of change in those latter three variables, but you can see somewhere between 33 or 28 and a high of 67% increases in 1- and 5-day precipitation, depending on the future. So pretty significant amounts of change in the amount of precipitation that's modeled for the future, though not over more days and not more heavy days. So we're just seeing those events dump more water, which might be really important for the work that you're doing. So these were settled on by John Walsh recently. He helped us decide what the most common indicators would be for both temperature and precipitation. I also wanted to mention, as you scroll down, you're going to get hydrology. So this is both evapotranspiration and runoff. I thought runoff was the more applicable one to show off here. So you're seeing runoff for Seldovia as a point location with 3 different models and 2 scenarios, the same 2, 4.5 and 8.5 that we showed before, and a map. There's a key that didn't get captured in this screenshot just below. So you'll see the 3 different bins, early, mid, and late century, compared to the historical, 1 for each season. So you can see seasonal change and temporal change over the coming multi-decadal periods. The other things I wanted to mention are we do have permafrost information in here, wildfire information, and that wildfire information does also cover change in vegetation type. And then finally, a spruce beetle risk model for the forested areas of Alaska. So before I toss it to the Arctic EDS, the one thing I wanted to mention is you might query inside of this tool and not see everything. And that's because it's either not all relevant or defensible for the area that you queried. So we're not displaying very much spruce beetle information for Utqiagvik. If you've ever been to Utqiagvik, relatively few spruce trees. So we mask out those areas where the results would not be meaningful. And so that's what you might see. Also, permafrost information is averaged over an area, but only presented for a point, because we don't want people to make, it is not a good idea to make permafrost decisions over, for instance, the entire interior. That is not a meaningful number to see. And so we only present the permafrost information for points, the hydrology information for points. So that brings up the map for that area. So that's what the Northern Climate Reports tool does. It's more of a broad audience tool, but we have 2 tools that are a little bit more narrow and focused that Nancy is going to go over.
Thanks so much, Mike. And you can keep driving the slides, although I could share if necessary, but it's probably easier just to continue this way. So segueing from that great overview that Mike just provided, I'm going to give you a very quick peek at this other relatively new tool that actually accesses the same API that Mike already mentioned. That's an application program interface. I always try to spell out acronyms if I can, mostly because I'm terrible with acronyms and I constantly forget what they mean. So Arctic EDS, that's how we always refer to it, but it's the Engineering Environmental Data Support System. And the title spells out that this is geared a little bit more narrow focus on people with an interest in engineering, but engineering itself is pretty broad. That could be engineering for building infrastructure, buildings and roads. It could be for resource extraction, but it could also be for communities, small or large, thinking about the engineering side of adaptation problems. So in the same way that you can in Northern Climate Reports, you, the user, are welcomed to an opening page where you're essentially being asked, what do you want to look at? Where do you want to look at? In this case, you're asked to just put in either a community name or a lat long. So it's a little bit different, but also similar to the Northern Climate Reports. And I should point out that we've been trying to institute this kind of interface in a lot of our tools. We found out very early on. I've been with SNAP, the Scenarios Network for Alaska and Arctic Planning, since its inception, which was way back in 2007. It's extremely exciting. We've had greater and greater data access and programming skills and programming power and better climate projections all along the way during that time period. But there have been some threads from the start that what people care about is the idea of being able to take data and apply it to the real world questions that they have. And specificity about place is at the core of that. So even though this information comes from global climate models, as Mike already said, we draw upon the expertise of people like John Walsh and Jeremy Littell, who we already mentioned, and many, many others to downscale that and make it really locally pertinent. So moving ahead, taking this glimpse at Arctic EDS, you put in a place, you put in, whether it's a community name or a location, and you pull up results. And we're zooming ahead here because we don't have too much time and we want to leave time for questions. But scrolling straight on down to what might be of most interest, obviously, to this group relating to stream crossings, this particular tool pulls in a little bit more detailed hydrology information, and we are actually trying to expand this if possible. As with Northern Climate Reports, the key is that we're providing information on screen. Here, it's a little bit more of a preview for saying, hey, you want the whole data set. You're an engineer. Here's a preview of what you might be getting, but you can then download this. And in this case, not just as a CSV, which is what you can open up in Google Sheets or in Excel, but you're also given more direct access here to source data sets, to metadata. So the assumption is that users here might be a little bit more tech savvy. So you can get the preview, see what kind of columns are going to show up in your CSV. And we're looking at runoff, we're looking at evapotranspiration, glacial melt. You can, depending on the size and resolution that you're looking at here on your screen, you may or may not be able to read all the headers here. But there are other variables in here that you may or may not find useful to you in looking at stream crossings or in more broadly, depending on what kind of project you're looking at. And as I warned, Mike might happen, my computer screen has just gone completely dark. Oh wait, now it's coming back to life. I was having some technical problems earlier, which might result in my having to literally run out the door and over to Mike's desk. But
all looks good from this end.
Yeah, it is my computer. It did an update, which was not a terribly useful update.
No.
Yeah, and I'm apparently still running Zoom, but I cannot now actually see the screen that I'm sharing. So
Arctic EDS, Arctic.
Yeah, I'm still sharing the Arctic EDS. But I think I might have to, in order to be able to speak. Actually, you know what, Mike? I'm gonna pass this back to you. But I was gonna say quickly. Mike mentioned a couple of times a tool that you saw in the full, the initial layout where he showed these are all our tools. There's one in there that's called the DOT Precip tool. Which I can imagine people glancing at that might have thought, oh, that, that's interesting. And you referenced the extreme precipitation events that we modeled specifically for that project. That was an update to the Atlas 14, which is used in a very tightly referenced way by the Department of Transportation for culverts, for for thinking about what kind of extreme events might blow out bridges, how to specifically construct things to deal with extreme precip. That tool is still live as of now, but we're actually rolling all of the data from that into Arctic EDS, so that the tool, the information, the research that went into that still there. It's just becoming incorporated into this broader hydrology data set through Arctic EDS. And in general, we're moving toward doing that so that even though we'll still have this slate of different types of tools for different users, like the gardening tool that's in the chat there. If someone wants to know about gardening, they don't need a giant engineering tool. But when possible, we want to create a one-stop shopping so that if someone is interested in hydrology from an engineering perspective, they can find all the data they want within one tool. So there's always a balance in terms of data interfaces that we offer, tools that we offer, because we're trying to maximize usability and user friendliness without overwhelming people. I'll just put in the additional plug. It's great having this audience here because without meaning to be, we're making all of you testers. If you check out these tools and you find things that are great or things that are counterintuitive or things that are unclear, please click on any of the friendly buttons in there that tell you to email us or contact us. We will obviously have question and answer at the end here, but I just really wanted to emphasize that having end users and having even negative criticism from end users can be incredibly helpful. So I still can't see the slides that I'm looking at, unfortunately, which is a shame. Mike, if you could finish EDS, and then I can talk briefly about the Fish and Fire one.
Yeah, more than happy to take it away. Sorry you're having some technical issues. The only other thing that we wanted to highlight about the EDS is this was developed as a project. Some of you might be familiar with the old Alaska, the Environmental Atlas of Alaska, which was last published and updated in the 80s. This project was in part trying to recreate and update the Environmental Atlas of Alaska. And as a result, we do have some statewide climate maps. So if you go to the top of the page, this separate one here will allow you to explore all of the variables, but as a statewide map. It's not as valuable if you're trying to pull point data. I care about where this culvert is, or this bridge, or this road. It's not valuable because Alaska's big, as you are probably well aware, but it is great for a kind of broad overview of where things are and how things are likely to change and move over time. And I don't think we have pulled a sample of that, but if you click there, you'll be able to click through all of the variables, but as statewide maps. We just found that engineers are really looking for point data more than they're looking for big, beautiful maps, as much as I might love and decorate my home with them. So the last tool that I think that we're going to highlight is the Fish and Fire in Interior Alaska tool, which Nancy is going to come show off by coming to my desk.
Yeah, sorry, I've now migrated to Mike's desk because my computer is frozen. Very quickly, Fish and Fire in Interior Alaska, as Michael alluded to at the very beginning, is a tool that is very powerful, but also very specifically geographically focused. So unfortunately, if you don't happen to live in the location for which the tool is applicable, which is a small region of interior Alaska, you can't use it right now, but it is great at highlighting, diving into some hydrologic variables, which maybe in the future we'd be able to expand this if we had more collaborative funding or you know, a different focus to move forward. Really quickly, here you can select by hydrologic units, HUC 8s, HUC 12s, or by fire management zones, park units, DOD lands. And I'm going to take you straight to some results here, jumping right to hydrology results by stream order. And you're seeing some, you know, some graphics on your screen with, again, summary information at the top. We always try to do this, give people something to read through, and then jumping into the visuals. Again, as Mike emphasized earlier on, we're showing more than one model. We always try to show a range, show more than one model or more than one scenario to remind people that these are scenarios. We're not oracular. We're not predicting a precise future, but a range of futures. On the hydrographs, you see historical, essentially the gray is, well, it's still modeled. It's the ERA interim, but it's a view of the past. And the blue and red are projected data. You notice, first of all, that the blue and red are not predicting the same degree of change. But the takeaway that you can get from those graphs is that in the future, there's likely to be annually, not necessarily a tremendously greater flow, but that all-important spring surge looks much larger in those red and blue futures. It's a little earlier and it's higher, which tracks with logically what you might expect. Spring coming a little sooner and that snow melt happening more quickly and potentially more catastrophically, depending on what type of waterway you're looking at. So I will now step away from Mike's desk. I'm sorry, Mike. I will hopefully have my computer working again by the time we get to, I know we have a later in the afternoon joint question and answer, but were there any immediate questions right now?
Yeah, Jess, are you online? It looks
Do
like
we have
we've got
any immediate
one.
Yes, sorry, I was muted
questions?
there.
There is a question. Is there a moderate emission scenario and can we interpolate for RCP 6.0? I don't think, and do we have any tools that have RCP 6.0 in them?
Yeah, we have some, like the community charts offers all three. It's a I can imagine someone like Jeremy who works with the data all the time saying, oh, you can't necessarily interpolate, but 6.0 does, you know, for any given model, 6.0 does tend to fall in between 4.5 and 8.5. So yes, to some degree, you can assume that it falls between those extremes, which is why we show the more extreme data, because graphs get messy, tables get messy when you put too much in it. So we have this constant push and pull. I mean, there are a lot of global models. There are a lot of global climate models. Showing all of them would be a disaster. So we try to create some bookends, try and create some realistic range.
Yeah. And the other is we're presenting data that if the input data set doesn't have 6.0, then we can't show 6.0 often. So that's often a limitation as well. One more question here. I see HUC 8 and HUC 10 are great to see. Could you see a future tool where users upload their own custom designed watershed polygons? Someone asking the question that I'm always putting forward. We have been investigating the possibilities for this, what it would look like and how we could implement it. But for any of you who see and know what the back ends of these tools look like, you can imagine how custom shapefile uploads and custom ability to query your own area that you design yourself or upload yourself is a challenging thing to upload. So at the moment, what we've just been trying to do is find out from our users what are the polygon areas that are most important to them, protected areas, game management units, HUCs, stuff like that, and to implement that on our end procedurally, as opposed to trying to so far we have not gotten to that point. But it's something that's been in the back of our head. So we'll put one more tick next to the develop custom upload option.
Yeah,
I see.
you're
Not
the first to ask.
Not the first to ask. I see someone has hearted that, so we'll put 2 ticks next to custom shapefile.
I like it.
I see we have 27 seconds left.
Were
there any other last questions? Assuming I can hear.
Yeah, Jess, any other questions that you see? We could take another minute to take another question.
Yeah, so another question coming in, are there any tools or research in progress to connect the projected annual hydrographs you shared to flood frequency estimates?
Ooh, are there any tools or research in progress to connect the projected annual hydrographs you shared to flood frequency estimates? There are. I don't have a tool. We don't have a tool that does that.
We haven't created a tool that does that yet.
No.
But yeah, there are other partners out there who are very interested in creating that. And we've had some conversations with them, certainly in conjunction with the DOT precipitation tool. More recently, I got to write a chapter for the state highway manual, where for the very first time, a chapter on climate change was introduced to that manual, which is hopefully of interest to this audience. Yeah. So if you see that chapter in the coming months and have criticisms with it, that's my fault. So
or praise. You can send Nancy praise too.
It's a work in progress. I would love to have that tighter connection, and we didn't even get to describing that within Arctic EDS, we're building in these modules where you can use the data within the tool to try to plug into some very particular engineering, the Jupyter notebooks.
That's true. Yeah, Jupyter notebooks with example Python code, and a couple of them are already in the EDS tool. Modified Berggren frost depth calculations for permafrost are already in there. Yes. So you can see what that looks like, and if you had a request, oh, I have this specific process that I need to step through, then get in contact with us, and it'd be a cool thing for us to consider implementing. But yeah, those are already going in. They're Python code primarily. We're mostly a Python house for any programmers in the audience, but we're open to any kind of stuff like that. We also have a GitHub repo, so if you look for Snap on GitHub, but I don't want to take too much over time. We're already 2 minutes over.
This is great. This is great. No, and actually, I'd love to use our chat. If folks do have like a wish list, let's use our chat. I really like that you guys were suggesting a collaborative approach for funding opportunities. And so maybe there's some opportunity for some future discussion. So we'd love to connect more on that. Thanks, you guys. A huge round of applause for both Mike and Nancy. And it's so neat, Nancy, you could just run into Mike's office. That's so perfect. Thank you.
Meet for Mike, but I got to go try to deal with my computer now.
Okay.
Yeah, Nancy will be here for the 2:10, for the breakouts and the Q&A period. So if we got more questions or suggestions.
Perfect. Perfect. Thanks, you guys. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hopping on. I'm going to make you a co-host now. We'll give a couple more seconds for folks to respond to the Menti poll. Really appreciate Devin, you managing that.
Rainforest extends. That's a great one. Wetter, windy, more rain. Yes. More extreme events. Yeah, these are great answers. More flood landslides. Yeah.
I can imagine.
No more skiing. That's a really sad one.
Oh, that's a very sad one. I know my daughter is up skiing right now. I'm very envious that she's in the sunshine, skiing some beautiful corn snow this afternoon in Juneau.
Yeah, we were talking about skiing this weekend, but we're like, might be a little too warm and might be a little sticky out there. So great answers, guys. Really appreciate it. And looking forward to hearing Garrett's presentation.
Great segue. So I want to introduce Garrett Jackson. He is with the Hydrology program at Washington DOT, and really excited to see your presentation today. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing what you guys are learning.
Sure thing. Yeah, happy to be here. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Garrett Jackson. I'm a Fluvial Geomorphologist, and I am the Hydrology Program Manager at WashDOT. And I'm going to start sharing my screen here. I'm going to give you some background on WashDOT's approach to stream crossings and resiliency.
It looks great. Your slide looks great. You're good to go.
Oh, thank you. So so to give you an idea of the extent of our work, we've got 7,000 miles or so of highway across the entire state, and around 4,000 water crossings on fish-bearing streams. And about 2,000 of those crossings are barriers, currently described as barriers, although that does change from season to season and even with storm events. And some of you might be aware of that the state is under court order to address barriers in a part of the state by 2030. So there's an enormous program developed around this, and I'm going to touch upon some of the things that are in progress that we've learned and how we are doing things now and what the future might look like. We hope it's going to look like what I'm showing in the screen right now, the classic before and after picture, where there was like this enormous plunge pool at this culvert under Highway 97, and replaced with a nice big bridge with some stream, some space for the stream to move around. So you've already heard about definitions of resilience. I'm not going to belabor this point, but just to say that resilience has percolated its way down from not just the federal government, but also from our state government. It's even in our agency's mission and goals. And it is, we view it as the ability to bounce back in a relatively short amount of time after extreme events. And so we are getting at resilience in a very broad range of ways, which I will get into. So broadly speaking, we're designing resilience in our seismic retrofits and seismic design in Scour for climate change, of course, which I'll focus on later. And in doing that, we're updating all our guidance and policy directions pretty frequently these days using best available science and research, including funding original research to address those areas in our practice that there just aren't, there's no reference material out there, no one's studying it yet. So we're doing that. We're also incorporating resilience through multimodal planning of our transportation system and promoting the use of nature-based solutions in river and shoreline stabilization projects and flood management, and of course, water crossings. That will be mostly the focus of this talk. But as for that, our fish passage designs, as we have learned, have a lot of benefits by very nature of incorporating resilience. They end up requiring less maintenance in the way of no dredging or debris removal. They can also withstand recurring flood events. They're less susceptible to catastrophic failures, and they're better suited for a changing climate. But in addition, other programs that benefit from resilience that have we provided lift to those besides fish passage are terrestrial habitat connectivity and also slope stabilization programs. There's often unstable slopes near our crossings. In addition, depending upon the size of a fish passage project, it can trigger additional stormwater treatments. And in addition, our roadside vegetation management program, it has incorporated resilience in its efforts, and we use that not just for reestablishing habitat, but for erosion control and also bank stabilization. So, I mean, overall, we recognize that building in resilience has a multitude of benefits for us as an agency and the public. So our steps for designing resiliency into our fish passage projects or water crossing projects, there's 4 basic steps. First of all is looking at the stream reach where a given project site is, and the watershed feeding that stream reach, evaluating that in a holistic way to understand what's going on and what the trends are. And secondly, deciding the appropriate methodology, which there's some specific aspects to that, specific to WSDOT. And I have the next step kind of intertwined with that. The next step is hydraulic modeling, because that provides feedback to the design methodology, and the design methodology might affect additional iterations of hydraulic modeling. And then finally, incorporating climate projections. into your stream design. So getting into a little bit about stream reach and watershed analysis, we try to understand what is going on in a watershed to know what the trends are going to be so that we can design around those. We want to understand, for example, is the watershed very highly prone to landslides? What are their soils doing? Are there a lot of wetland soils? What is the level of development that does affect what type of hydrology we're going to use, how we're going to incorporate that? Also examining the project reach, stream reach for signs of change. Is it in sizing? Is it a grading? And also, depending upon the channel form, there could be meanders that are migrating towards water crossing. So we want to understand what is the trend in lateral channel migration and how that might affect how you design your new crossing. And then finally, identifying a reference reach for use in water crossing design. It's now mandatory. And in our part of the world, it is a mixture of urbanized, suburbanized, exurbanized, and mostly natural watersheds. So we want to understand how much development has changed the hydrology or will change the hydrology in various ways, or channel changes in the future. There's also questions of fire. Even in Western Washington, traditionally very wet with few fires, fire is becoming a consideration. So just an example of one of our typical projects where we assess the watershed. This is kind of out in the semi-rural King County. We want to, appropriately define the watershed boundary, and in some cases that means site checking that there hasn't been capture from another watershed nearby due to ditches or manipulation of the drainage by various types of development. We also look at the sediment supply, where it's coming from. We look at particularly at our reference reach, we assess the substrate sample, do pebble counts or grab samples depending upon the size. We conduct surveying for appropriate lengths upstream and downstream of the water crossing, and including in the reference reach to help aid as a guide in our channel design. And then with a reference to channel migration, we look into the past and use whatever data is available, repeat aerial photography, sometimes even repeat LiDAR data now, and try to understand what are the hazards, how much has the road affected the channel, and how much could the road be affected or the crossing be affected by future changes in channel plan form. So now for some interactivity, I'm going to ask a few questions, and I want you to think about yourself as a water crossing designer in Washington, and there's some multiple choice questions. So imagine you're considering the location of a crossing over a low gradient, sinuous, meandering stream. Which of the following would be important to know before determining the width of a stream crossing?
All right. Looks like those results are starting to trickle in there, Garrett. It looks like 95% of folks are saying all of the above.
Yes, smart group. And I want to say this is not, by no means is this an exhaustive list of what you consider in terms of your research. So going on, we're going to move into the design methodology that I mentioned earlier with some specific terms for WashDOT. One of the key aspects of crossing design is determining the minimum hydraulic opening, which is a combination of minimum hydraulic width and hydraulic depth. Now, in terms of hydraulic width, we use, depending upon the type of structure, there's some minimum requirements based on stream simulation or velocity ratios, and that's informed by our hydraulic modeling. But also the width could be increased based on such factors as expected aggradation or meander migration, it could increase. So at a minimum, that's set out in our design document called the Final Hydraulic Design Report. But furthermore, there's this additional zone area called the structure-free zone, which is at a minimum the same size as the MHO, but based on local contextual requirements, could be increased. For example, for better terrestrial wildlife connectivity, which has been identified as a need in that area. So as to determining the type of design in this, the two major categories are either bridge design or culvert design. And it's based on the concept of confinement. So a bridge, generally speaking, would get the unconfined design, and a culvert would be confined. And the way that we determine it is based on the floodplain utilization ratio. And this is where the hydraulic modeling provides some input into this. We take the width of the 100-year water surface, divide that by the bankful width. And we typically take the bankful width from measurements in the field of an appropriate reference reach. In some cases, when the watershed is developed, or we just don't think it's even applicable because of rates of channel incision, we have to model that, use hydraulic modeling results to come up with the VEX proxy for that. So there's some feedback there between step 3 hydraulic modeling, but basically we determine that if the floodplain utilization ratio is greater than 3, we go with the unconfined design or bridge design. And if it's less than 3, we go with stream simulation. And stream simulation in our context is the bankful width with a multiplier of 1.2 plus 2 feet. And in some cases, a multiplier of 1.3. That's based on research in Washington. Going to that step of hydraulic modeling, we choose the most appropriate model. It could be 1-dimensional or 2-dimensional, but these days 2-dimensional hydraulic modeling is the standard for our fish passage projects. And then we measure the average 100-year water surface width. And again, if it's not possible to take a reasonable measure of bankful width, then we can use the modeled water surface for the bankful width. And then we use those results to provide the feedback to the design methodology. So question number 2. Imagine on your project, the flood-prone width is 100 and the bankful width is 10. Which method of crossing design should you use? Hydraulic geometry, bridge, stream simulation, or plug and play?
Right, those results are still coming in here. It looks like most people are selecting bridge.
Indeed. My favorite answer is plug and play, but that's not actually choice.
Sorry about that. I noticed that. I was like, should have fixed that.
But bridge is the correct one because your floodplain utilization ratio is greater than 3. So moving on to climate projections. We have a web-based tool that the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife developed that uses an average of global models and localizes them to the specific climate all over the state. And this has enabled us to go in and pick our location or provide coordinates into their website, which then generates a report and provides a projection. And we use the 2080 projection for the various flows, particularly the 100-year flow. And then this information is used to then adjust the minimum hydraulic opening if necessary, based on the site constraints. There's a link to that website if people are interested to follow that up. And this is just a screenshot of a typical project site. This is the Pilchuck Creek in Western Washington, and what the web-based tool provides. It provides a percent change in bankful width of for this case, it's 11.5%. Change in bankful flow of about 25%. And the projected change in 100-year flood for 2080 is about 10.5%. So we use that data and feed it back into our model, and based on our requirements for the hydraulic opening, we would then increase the opening width. For example, with the unconfined bridge method, one of our requirements is that the velocity ratios of the in-structure reach versus the adjacent structure has to be 1.1 or less. And if we go back into our hydraulic model, feed back in the projected 100-year flow, and we find that there is a ratio that's greater than 1.1, we would then adjust the design to get below that threshold. So then in designing for change, just to summarize a little bit, we have found that the accommodating these designs and including the projected change in flows has really added a lot of certainty to our structures surviving their design life, accommodating flood flows, and just generally benefiting our transportation system. Question 3, how should we account for climate change at stream crossings? There's really no need to. Our designs are robust enough. Or doubling the crossing width, or use localized projections of global models. People are pretty quick to respond.
They are. They're really fast on this one. Yep, they're choosing C, use localized projections of global models.
Yep. Yeah, and that's great. So great audience. Thank you. Moving on, I wanted to provide an example of a project, a fish passage project. It was completed in 2021. It's called Lutzis Creek. It is in Western Washington. And this is a good example for highlighting aspects of resiliency in our projects. In this case, we replaced a 60-inch culvert with a 50-foot wide arch bridge. It had a pretty new, innovative design nicknamed Bridge in a Backpack. And I'll show a video of that in a moment. Now, about 10 years ago, changing out a 60-foot or 60-inch culvert with a 50-foot bridge might have been regarded by some people internally in WSDOT as like, just, whoa, that's really crazy. That's really a lot. But these days, no, it's not. It's actually not uncommon for us to really, really open up these crossings because of all those factors combined. And so, yeah, it's not so unusual anymore. This design also incorporates mobile large wood. And this is designed to be placed within the project reach, and it's also a tool to safely use the area that's within the crossing itself to provide some habitat lift through the use of wood, but also at minimal risk to the structure or the highway. Other pieces of large wood were incorporated. We have a pretty robust set of requirements for adding wood for habitat. There was a seminal study on large woody material done here in Washington that had back in 2007, Fox and Bolton. It had a recommendation for including wood in streams and stream restoration projects at a level that is 75th percentile of what you would see in unmanaged stream systems. And we've adopted that as our target for all our fish passage projects and any project that alters a stream, realigns it. And this project did meet those targets. So now this stream project also incorporated a 20% increase in flow based on the climate projections. So I'm going to show you this video real quick here. This shot in the slide here is a drone-based image of the crossing as it was completed. And I'm going to pop over to YouTube, and hopefully you're seeing a picture of a construction site.
It looks great. Yep, we sure are.
Okay, so this project was completed really fast. The actual bridge construction, it's my understanding that it was like about 7 days. And it's what's so unique about it is that rapidity with which it can be deployed. But the materials are unique too. They're fiberglass tubes, which you'll see in a second, that are preformed into arches, and then they're set in place and filled with concrete. And I believe it's lightweight concrete. And then fiberglass forms are fitted on top of that. And then the base structure of the bridge is complete. And then the filling around it starts. So in a moment, I think you'll see the foundations going in. And then the tubes will arrive on site here shortly. Yeah, there they are. So then, and it's really easy. The equipment needed is not extensive. And we found that the carbon footprint of this project is really small compared to traditional bridge installations because of the less amount of time of construction equipment and manpower on site. It also, opened up the highway again much faster than a traditional bridge project would have. So there you see the base structure of the bridge is complete. Now they're just starting to backfill, put the wing walls in.
This is so cool. Oh my gosh, this time lapse is great.
And you can see that they're working at night sometimes.
I like how you see the coastal fog leaving, right? Is that what that's happening? Is that the coastal fog?
Yeah, yeah. It's starting to get into like September at this point, where we start to get the fog again. And that's about it. Starting to put the pavement down. All right, so now I'm going to touch upon the wood I mentioned. In this clip from a screenshot, the flow is from right to left. The structure is here in the middle. And then this is an extensive amount of large wood on the upstream side, and then a few pieces on the downstream side, including in the old culvert outlet, which we kept as a backwater channel. And then the mobile wood are these rectangular pieces here under the structure. And then a few ground shots here. The upper left is the site that's still under construction on the upstream side looking downstream. On the lower left, that's the arch as it was completed. The mobile wood is kind of visible in there, right in here. And then in the upper right, that's during the first flood of the following rainy season following construction. And so that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Oh my gosh. Thanks, Garrett. That was such a great presentation. Your time-lapse video, so neat. I'm going to turn it over to Jess. She's going to, we have some time for a question or two. Jess, I think I see a couple. Do you want to field that?
Yes, that was a great presentation, Garrett. Thank you. We had a question from Donnie, and I see your hand is up. Did you want to come off mute and ask your question?
Sure.
Thanks,
What is the Devaney, did you say?
Yes, Devaney. Yes, Devaney.
Okay, Devon and Devaney. One of the first slides you showed was so weird. It was all those large, deep, relatively large DBH logs above the water level, which might have been low water level, attached, I mean, actually abutting into or up against the banks in a parallel, weird, you know, structure. What the heck was that? And is that what you were using in this last example?
I'm trying to think of which slide that was. That was early in the presentation.
Yeah, like maybe your third slide or something. It's just that the wood was parallel and above the water level and bank to bank.
So I can't speak to all potential scenarios with wood because sometimes wood is actually on purpose above the 100-year flood, and it's like for a terrestrial habitat for riparian zones. And in other cases, it could be that it was designed because there was concern about it floating into the project, so it was kept kind of higher up on the profile. I'm trying to scan back to the slide you're talking about.
I probably captured it, but I mean, it was just weird. These parallel logs across the stream
Let's
above
see.
the water level.
Are you talking about this? Oh, wait.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that's it. I'd never
Yeah,
seen anything like that.
So that's a very unusual stream. Not exactly nature-based, I have to say. This was a case where we were kind of forced to design a passage through a 7% grade, and while incorporating wood and steps, and that wood is specifically designed to partition shear stress within the water column to diminish the effect on the channel itself. So as the flows come up, it provides this barrier that breaks up the stress and decreases the amount of shear stress on the toe of each bank.
Okay, so it's the lateral shear stress along the banks.
Yeah, but that's a pretty unusual stream. This is the only stream we've done that on. Maybe not the greatest example, but it is interesting.
It's trippy.
Okay, great. Next question. If the road has enough history, the 60-inch culvert has probably, oh, I'm sorry. Placing a medium length, but I'm sorry, skipped on that. So do you know how the percent change in peak flows is calculated by WDFW prediction tool?
I can't speak to the details of it, but it's available on the website, their background information, but they use Prism data, and as to how they have captured the localized climate, I cannot directly speak to that, but it does incorporate elevation and region. There are rain shadows in parts of the state. They incorporate that. They incorporate rain on snow potentials and how that's changing over time. But I would encourage for the details to look it up on the DFW website.